They're slightly higher to start things off here this morning as we head towards the latest decision on interest rates coming up this afternoon from the Fed. 2 p.m. We'll get the rate decision itself. 2:30, of course, probably most important. We'll hear from Fed Chair Powell and some comments, questions answered as well on how the Fed plans to head forward into a brand new year and possibly transition into a brand new Fed chair to come later this year as well. Biggest of the big earnings to come today and tomorrow. We get Microsoft, we get Meta, we get Tesla after the close. We get Apple coming up tomorrow. We'll talk about all of those. Ahead of that, though, the market actually looking pretty good here. Extending gains that we saw from yesterday. It was all in the morning and then kind of sideways back and forth throughout the midday and into the afternoon. Here we are gapping higher. This is the S&P. I mean, the NASDAQ getting a little bit more attention the past couple of days here ahead of tech earnings and ahead of possibly what is to come. I mean, there hasn't really been a lot in the way of expectations that I've seen from analysts or anything. So I think it's a bit of a blank slate here going into these reports tonight.
Everybody's saying it's going to be June before we really get, a likely cut, which would probably be when the new Fed chair gets appointed. Speaking of the new Fed chair, overnight, comments coming about who could be, the replacement. And, we've all heard about Kevin Hassett, Kevin Warsh, but now Kevin Hassett leading the race again. Reason being, he actually got confirmed by the Senate, Brendo, to be in the position that he's in right now. So they're saying, if they confirmed him the first time, it would kind of be hard second time around. To kind of push him out. So another kind of development there. We'll have to wait and see. President Trump's made overtures that, he's going to announce it sooner rather than later. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. Lots of headlines this morning. Nvidia leading the way here with a nice
again
China nod.
Again. I mean, we're on again, off again. We're on again for Nvidia and the H200s going into China. So yeah, I mean, great call. Nice gap higher here for Nvidia, right back to 192.5. Chips in general in good shape. ASML just monstrous. Yeah, absolutely monstrous yesterday, and we're getting a nice gap up here today.
A lot of orders, Brendo. I haven't got a chance to read the full article yet, but cursory view that I had, it's the guidance, upbeat guidance, a surprise guidance, upbeat, and a lot of orders coming in. Something that we've been hearing a lot more about. We saw Taiwan Semi reporting the capex and with spending going forward, so it's not too much of a shock. We keep waiting for AI or at least weakness in capex to come in. Not yet.
Yeah, or anything, and I mean, you've alluded to this in the past, anything coming out of China that could, compete with that of the world. Still nothing on that front either. Meanwhile, coffee lovers' attention starting to the upside here in a big way. We're turning around right now, but 106. This thing's up $10 here in the pre-market. 8+% on a beat. I just read they closed 165 stores in the quarter, which is going to help on the costing of things. I mean, it's a transition still, but good to see.
It's really interesting, too, because we've been seeing that here in Toronto. I mean, I don't know in your neighborhood, but in mine, at least 3 or 4 closed in, say, a 2 square kilometer. But it's also kind of created a bit of a head with the unions. We've seen labor organize against the store closures, especially targeted closures that they've made allegations against. It'll be interesting to see. Nice turnaround strategy by Brendan.
Yeah, this 2, 3, 4 weeks in a row here, straight to the upside for Starbucks, clearing some long-term on higher. Is Starbucks off and running here? Good morning.
Good morning. I mean,
good morning.
Like if you want bullish action in front of the Fed, you pretty much got it if you're not looking at healthcare. But Starbucks, SLV, silver, making more. The good news. Well, the on again, off again with Nvidia, as you guys mentioned. Intel's gapping up. All the memory names, which we didn't even. I guess we didn't talk about that. Western Digital, Micron's up 4%. DC's up more than that because that's SK Hynix. Strong report last night as well. And then, as Sharif mentioned, ASML blew it out of the water. ASML absolutely blew it out the water. They doubled their expected bookings, and then throw in a big buyback. So, look, I think there's going to be a lot to watch. But obviously, the expectations there are slim to none. It's be pretty much zero. That being said, we want to hear. Look, the market's not really thinking cut till June. If you go and look at the expectations, and you throw in the fact that obviously there's turmoil around the Fed, maybe speculated this yesterday. I've seen other people say it too. Makes sense to me. You might even see the president usurp the Fed today with an announcement as to who the next Fed chief might be. Possibility. Who knows? But certainly we keep our ear to the ground, because yesterday in the afternoon, there was a spike because the president truthed about Iraq, and then all of a sudden the metal started going nuts. So as always, you're in the right spot. We have all the action for you, and we'll try to do our best to always keep you up to date in the news, see what you guys are interested in the chat. And Pops Mafia, the watch list did get sent out this morning, for sure. Just check your inbox, because I know I got it. I mean, assuming you got, yeah.
I'm reading it right now.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now, so you should have, the free watch list did get sent out this morning, and it's jam-packed. Lots to get to today.
Yeah, so much stuff. Silver up another 1.5%, as is gold starting to rip higher as well. Silver 104, sorry. Looking like that's going to be the top. We did have some dark pool prints coming. Gold outpacing silver today, 486. U.S. dollar calmed down a little bit here, so we're excited to see this ahead of earnings and the Fed there today. This is a 5-minute chart. You saw a nice, really serious move yesterday in the dollar. We'll see if we can catch a little bit of a bid here today, and with some more certainties about. Well, I mean, I don't know if there's certainties or not, but we had that, like you mentioned, that Iraq tweet there yesterday. Oil moving around as well. On some of that news. But yeah, silver, gold, Intel. We had Intel as a bid yesterday, as a buy yesterday. It's up another 5% today. Intel making good, trying to make back some of that earnings disappointment, that's for sure. Raised some capital in Intel by selling before the print, putting some more money to work. We got to put some Nvidia money to work today. Looks like risk on for Nvidia. I mean, a bunch of great reports came out. ASML, Texas Instruments, GE Vernova, some of these names came out and really helped bump Nvidia. So we'll wait to see. And then what Sharif mentioned there, the H200 as well. That should be exciting. Then here's Bitcoin, again, 90,000. So that's nice to see. That's starting to get going. Maybe there's a switch here. What I was thinking was maybe some of this meme money that seems to be there in silver right now can fly over to crypto at some point when silver comes down. So I think that's going to be the next play in the space would be IBIT. So let's wait to see what winds up happening there. But yeah, lots of small cap gappers. I was about to say crappers, but they're moving around as well today. We have those on our watch list. What was the first? Oh, start with a P. One of the ones. Well, Paladin, PDYN was a name that was moving around here a little bit. $8. They're gapping up. Air Force Research Laboratory contract. Bang. So that one's going upside there, 16 million shares. And this has been here before, so this will be an interesting one to trade. See what winds up happening in and around $10. But Paladin making a move to the upside today. And then the big names, we had one of Obi's shorts, Circle Group, there with an upgrade today. So we'll see if this gets going anywhere. Mizuho, they're right at the price of $70, right where they came out. So we'll see if that can get supported as well. But yeah, good day today. Should be a really fun one with the futures and with the Fed coming through. We've got guests today. Should be exciting. I'm hoping that can come through. And yeah, we're just we're ready to rock and roll around here. I got Nvidia written down now. I'm gonna start looking at some more very, very soon.
Yeah, Nvidia's on the short list today. There's no question about that. SLV always is. And Randy with the early delivery.
We have a new mic too, but I don't know if it's ready yet. But we have a new mic. Yes, a wireless mic.
Finally.
Yeah, we got the wireless.
Get some Randy thoughts. Coming up I feel like when Randy gets to talk, Rivian's a little bit better for Rivian and Randy. That's probably still short today. We'll find the levels on that one. But if we were saying earlier, if you're yesterday, the theme was how bad it was for healthcare names. I just saw PMAC in the chat with the UNH question mark. I mean, it's still settling. The good news for UNH is it's not down more. It's flat this morning. The bad news is, lost like $70 and 20% yesterday. Pretty nasty. This is one that's probably still trying to calm down. Shocked the entire sector as well. So, this is one area where you're not going to find a lot of positive news. There were a couple of smaller misses on earnings. But for the most part, we are sitting up here 0.8% on the NASDAQ and flat-ish on the ES. The SPY is the one that made the all-time high yesterday. It's only up 0.2%. because it's a lot of the chips that are rallying, Nvidia news, and then obviously with Micron, Western Digital, all that. So you're seeing the NASDAQ do a little bit better, but that's SPY. All-time high yesterday. See if we can't get the SPY 700. Well, it's going to be about, it's a little bit about the Fed, and it's a lot about the earnings that we get tonight, if we're being real about it. Because, when you get Microsoft, and Meta, and Tesla, and Apple tomorrow, that's probably the bigger determination as to whether we're going to punch through this level on the SPY. Fed, we'll see what Powell has to say at 2:30, because that's when it's going to matter. We'll be here early on the 0.00001 chance that there is actually some kind of a rate cut. There will not be, but then the reaction is going to be absolutely key. But I know one man in black who is jazzed, and that's because ASML, Sharif, you've got to be happy with this, man. Sprinkle some buyback action, some big bookings, helps lifting all the ships today. So it doesn't matter what you're in the chip space. I don't think I've seen a single name that is down after SK Hynix and ASML last night.
You're absolutely right, Neil. It's picking up as well. TXN with a great report. So you're getting strength in the chip sector in general. Add to that, of course, the Chinese regulator, at least for the moment, giving the nod for about 400,000, Brendo, H200s. But as I read a little bit more into this, it's coming with a lot of restrictions. So they haven't, I know, surprise, right? So they, a lot of people, one source, I should say it's just one source that's saying, even though the nod has been given, they're reluctant to make the orders firm because they're worried the regulator is going to come back in and say, no, you gotta add this, you gotta do that. In addition, apparently the regulator is requiring a 1-to-1. So if you're going to buy one H200, you got to get another locally domestic GPU, likely from Huawei or Meta X or one of these new burgeoning sort of chip companies. But strength everywhere, Brendo, in the semiconductor chip sector.
Yeah, even if you zoom out, I just went up to a weekly chart here. We're right back to pivot highs, essentially, on Nvidia's chart. Nvidia a little bit stronger than most in that group, but good to see. We'll see what happens next week. I feel like once a week there's something to do with China and the H200s and whether or not it goes back and forth again. Remains to be seen. I was just looking at some of the numbers from Starbucks, and they were actually quite decent. The earnings call is still to come here this morning, but just cleared 102.5 here for Starbucks. Up big time on the morning, up big time on the weekly chart as well. Got to go all the way back to 2004, I guess, to that high. To get the next maybe line in the sand around that 103 area or so. All the focus going to be on tech, though. All the focus going to be on three, really. Tesla's been relatively quiet here for the past few weeks. We did get some sales numbers over the past few weeks that weren't great. So the focus may be going to be more along the lines of progress from that front tonight versus the actual numbers. I don't think a lot of people have terribly high expectations for this.
Certainly not. You're not looking for increases in deliveries year over year. We know that's not going to happen. We get the data, pretty consistently on a monthly basis. But here's what analysts are expecting for Tesla's earnings tonight: EPS of 430. That would be down markedly from 571 last year, really reflecting the margin pressure and the cost cuts that he's continually had to do. Revenue projected to be a little bit below 100 billion, Brendo, as they come into that $100 billion mark. It's still below expectations. Earnings estimates, they've beaten earnings estimates, I should say, 2 of the past 4 quarters. Automotive gross margins are going to remain in focus. I think they're down to 13 or 14% after being in the high teens for the most of the time. CapEx as well, Brendo, AI, long-term spending. And we want to hear more about the robo-taxi rollout. Number 1, the actual Cybercab itself, when volume production is going to start. Number 2, what kind of expansion they're gonna roll out. Is it just going to be the Bay Area and Austin, or are there other cities planned as well? So a lot of this really depend on automation and autonomous driving. So much of the what's it called?
Going forward.
Yeah, so much of the market cap is based on that.
Yeah, it's going to come fast and furious tonight. Make sure you're with us. We'll be on for all of these at 4 o'clock. I was just double checking here. Microsoft scheduled for 4, right on, bang on 4, and then Meta 4:05. Tesla says 4:05, but Elon kind of just does whatever he wants. Sometimes it's 4:15, sometimes it's 4:20, sometimes it's later than that. So we'll see about Tesla specifically. Tonight it might be 401. Who knows, guys? But going to come fast and furious tonight with earnings.
Yeah, I don't know if the fast and furious, I don't know if that was a pun intended for Tesla there. Well, I hope that it doesn't come to 420 for multiple reasons. One, I don't want the price to get to 420, but two, no, let's get them out of the way, and get right to the action in the aftermarket, because I think this is what everyone's waiting for. They want to see Q1's going to be about earnings. We know if we're taking a half a year off from, this is what the futures markets are pricing in, that the Fed is probably not cutting until June. Like that's what the odds say. If that's the environment that we're in, then we got geopolitical stuff, and then we've got earnings, and that's leading the way. So for Tesla, the reason I say 420 is going to be a key. It doesn't take much to get there, but it was easily the line of support. Nice, like really nice double bottom off of that level. So as Shreve said, like you're expecting to get a little decline. The numbers have not been. Everyone knows that under the hood, the numbers haven't been super impressive for Tesla. So there's a certain aspect of this that's where we get wowed in the earnings call. And I do think that's going to end up mattering a bunch here today, like as usual, like, does Elon want to rally the troops and whatnot? Because the narrative has really been about get us more jazzed up about Optimus, which is probably a little bit further away, but what's right in front of us, right? You now have robotaxis rolling in Austin, and whether they got to follow car or not, progress is progress. And I think if we get any hints of that accelerating throughout, the first half of this year, I think that's going to be absolutely huge for Tesla. It is worth keeping an eye like this. I do think when we get to Tesla this afternoon, and we'll be laser focused on the earnings as they're going, but you might want to pay a little bit of attention to Uber, which has been catching some strays on strength with Tesla. Like this stock, it is what it is. Like it's been basically languishing as Tesla's been trending up, and that 50 period on Uber. Like if we were to see this one maybe pop today, and then it was sort of sitting right around here, we get some good news on Uber, I could see that as like a little bit of a sympathy. Sorry, good news on Tesla. In the call, I can see that as a bit of a sympathy short for Uber. So that's another name that we'll probably have on watch, maybe a little bit more tomorrow, but we shouldn't forget, Uber has been a good moving stock off of Tesla news. It just hasn't always been positive for them, at least, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon mentioned this Starbucks story. I mean, this has really broken out right now, starting to take out that, I mean, it already took it out, but on earnings, this was that key level that goes back a little while. And you're going to run into a few more levels here, but there goes Starbucks finally taking out this $100 level. I'm a little interested that it's bouncing around this 102, 103 area. Past high there like almost a year or so ago, back in November of 24. So we're going to, see me at this frog. We'll see if that can clear out. So we'll have to see a nice big move there for Starbucks. Brian Nichols seems to have righted the ship there with some of those store closings, and then same store sales up 4% from 3%. So that continues to work out as well. Yo, what's up, bro? What about Bros? Dutch Bros. Could be something there. And as you can see, that's Starbucks. Let's go. I was going to say, as you can see, Dutch Bros also getting a little bit of a bid here today on light volume, but if things are working out for Starbucks, and I know it's a little bit of a different story with Dutch Bros. They're much newer. They're looking to expand, and we just talked about Starbucks looking to cut back. But hey, man, maybe the consumer continues to be quite strong out there. A name that's been beat up, and I don't know when they report, but what about Chipotle? Another name of awesome franchise, but beat up, and maybe now starting to get going there finally. I mean, this name down to 30, back up to 40, so we're actually up now. That's a pretty good number, actually up 33% from its lows right here. But this is another one looking to try to fill that gap right here and hold, get above the 200 period moving average. If Chipotle can put up a number, man, $44, that's a nice little move to break through the 200 period, sloping up 50 period moving average right now as well. This used to be a darling of a stock. Oh yeah, they split. So our charts won't show that too well, but a name $60 back last December, down to 34.50 right now, 39.50, sorry. to the downside for Chipotle. So some the 34.50 is in my mind.
Of course,
much,
so it's all good.
From that special there by
34.50.
what was his name? What's his
Russell
name? Oh, Russell
Peters.
I was gonna say Russell Simmons. Yeah, Russell Peters. So yeah, a couple different names to look at. For me, it's gonna be Nvidia today. I like the look of iBit coming through as well. And then Boeing yesterday got a little bit of a bad rap there. I think they got hit 3 or 4 points yesterday to the downside there. On their call, and I really do like what Boeing's been doing, and this is another name that continues to work out. It's funny, like Boeing's been working out. Starbucks, by the way, where's Adara at over there? Starbucks is one of Adara's picks, so we really like the way that one's moving outside as well. But Microsoft's going to be important. There's so many different names that are going to be coming through tonight that are just going to be big. I think Microsoft's huge for the market, absolutely huge. Apple, I'm not. The two biggest names, Apple. We don't get Nvidia until the end of February.
Yeah, you gotta wait.
Apple and Microsoft. I think Microsoft is the one that's a little more volatile, a little more up in play there. Apple is pretty consistent mover on earnings. Microsoft has had some big jumps pretty lately off some of their reports. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with Microsoft. But yeah, Tesla's no longer a car company, right? I mean, it's going to be based on, like if he comes out and says, hey, there's going to be a robot in every single household in the next 2 years or 3 years, the stock's going to rally like crazy. And they never hold him to timelines. Like these robo-taxis were supposed to be in more than 2 cities.
No, who was it that had was it Adara that maybe even had that, it was like the graphic of like, these were the different timelines that he's had.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah.
And it was like 50 and then one had been met. But the thing, it's not about whether the timeline he says gets met. It's that if it gets accomplished is, like, I don't care when you have an Optimus robot in almost every single house. I just care that you build them and we have a demand for it and you start rolling them out so that you can see that you can get to that point. Like it's the vision. That's people are paying for that growth for sure. And my guess is, and this is probably a pretty good guess, that there is going to be some interesting options actions on all of the names that we just mentioned, especially Tesla. Let's find out with Joey Crutches.
Oh. All right, guys. Good morning and happy Wednesday. Let's see what we got going on in the world of derivatives. Since all this robot talk we got going on, we may as well get into rich tech robotics here, Neil. We're going to start things off with yesterday's contract at that $5 strike price. Guys, a lot of volume starting to step in, but we're going to get a little bit more in depth here and some more interesting things. We talk about decay, but also the power of options is something that we need to discuss quite often. Now, volume sitting around 37,700 contracts, open and closed on yesterday's session, and then also open interest sitting around 7,701, and that is at that $5 mark, expiring this Friday. Now, as for the contract and the value of them, $66, nothing crazy with a $4 spread, but you can see your delta exposure is extremely high. We're going to get a little bit more into that. So this is just an ITM contract as well. Do not keep the ITM. Gamma exposure is up there as well because it's always going to be greatest at the money. But one thing that you need to know is that with all the Greeks and them correlating together, look at the at-the-money IVs. So when you see a height increase, you're going to see them reflect upon each other. So 177.2%. But this is what I really want to get into here. I mean, it's not as simple as us just writing it down. If you were and happen to be one of the individuals holding Rich Tech Robotics before they announced that deal with Microsoft, you open up at a contract value of $6 approximately, a little bit less, $5, we'll call it flat. And then that's when you can see that 1,200% return, up to $73. Right? So when you purchase this thing at $5, the max you can lose, the value of that contract increased drastically. Right? So that's a big time move, 1,200% in a span of literally 1 day. That is the power and the appreciation of options. Once again, not as easily said as done. All right, so moving on, we got some more Tesla as the boys were just talking about here. Not too long ago at that $460 mark. This is OTM here, guys. We're extremely out of the money, 3 points away or so. Volume 17,400, 26,400 contracts still currently open and once again expiring this Friday. The bid and the ask, if you compare Rich Tech Robotics to what we got going on here with Tesla, The spread was $4 on RR. It's $5 here. So the liquidity is most definitely there and ready to be dispensed in Tesla. Now, Delta, relatively light because it is an out-of-the-money contract. Almost no gamma exposure, but the at-the-money IV is slowly starting to uptick, 80.3% on Tesla. As for some of the put contracts, guys, this is going to be UNH taking on the chin yesterday at $280 strike price. We have a $20 spread there, but your delta, 0.412. So for every $1 change going south, you're going to see that change $40. Gamma exposure, still relatively light. In the at-the-money IV, considering for an earnings, 54.3%. Volume, 33,700 contract with open interest only sitting around 824, right? That's not even 1,000. That's literally 824 currently open contracts. Now, as for American Airlines, taking a little bit of a slide yesterday as well, too, guys, at that $12.50 strike price. I mean, you're paying $2 for these. It's nothing. That's the max you can lose on that put contract. If you think that you're going to continue to slide and head into that 12.5 area, you might see that 12.5 level. You might see a little bit of an increase within that. I just wanted to display it. You're paying $2 for that contract with volume around 1,200, open interest 16,700 there, and you're at the money IV around 56.1%, guys. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, I never know if it's coming back to us or not, but thanks, Joe, for all of that. Yeah, look, I think Rich Tech was an interesting call. I mean, we talked about how robotics is the play. I mean, it's been the play for 2025, 2026. Looks like it's going to continue here. Again, Rich Tech had that high of $7 near the end of the year. And yesterday, we talked about that deal with Microsoft and breaking through this $5 level. I really like the stock here. I think it can work. The other name, and I'm talking about my own stock here, but Big AI breaking through $6. I just think that that's another key area. We're just looking to make one more leg up through 650, and then it's off to the races. Yesterday, Big Bear AI puts 7% on its head, and that was a nice move. We took down the 50 moving average. We held outside here 570 as well, the 200 period. Now looks like it wants to expand through some of these levels and get a little bit higher. The other name that's always in look, and I'm a little nervous about Palantir because it's trending lower here. NASDAQ is up almost 1%. Palantir is down 1%. So this has not been a stock that you've championed here over the last little while. It's not something that I put into the. It's already in the portfolio, but definitely not adding anything to this name. You guys remember we did sell some at 175, and then we sold some on this bump up into $200. But we're still holding on to a big spot on Palantir. But this is a weaker name. I think if you're going to look southbound on a name here today, it doesn't really make any news headlines that I'm seeing yet today. Palantir downside. So this would be maybe a red name looking at a 165 shorter. So it's not going to be on the list because I'm going to go long. I'm trying to go long everything today and do some research. But Palantir weaker. Today it's 2 p.m. So we'll give you an at 2 p.m. But it's 98% chance of no cut. So we're going to wait to hear some of the questions that he's going to talk about. Where's the political unrest as far as you mentioned? Is he going to get that spot? Is he going to stay on as a governor? We're talking about Jerome Powell here, of course. What will gold do? What will silver do when that happens? I've got a bit on my mind today as well, heading into the Fed.
Hey, you know what's up today?
Was this a joke? Or?
You know what? It might be a joke. J55304 in the chat just said short AI today. C3 AI is the watch list, and it's yeah. Like they're considering merging with some other company. As I mean, sometimes you got to go for strategic alternatives to what's been going on with this. But I mean, again, I didn't locate. My plan is not to short it. I think a lot of times when you've got potential deal talk and you don't know the details, I'm not a huge fan of trying to fade those unless you can find a really tight stop entry point. So if you can go parabolic up or something, then a reversion might make a little bit of sense. But that's the kind of news that I don't know if I'd want to be standing in front of it when any details come out in the middle of the day, and then you just get like gapped and stopped out. Not a huge fan. But we are a fan of interesting guests, and we do have one this morning. So let's go back up to the desk so you guys can find out who.
Yeah, you guys are mentioning the Fed coming up today. We have earnings earnings galore over the next not only 2 days here with Megacap Tech, but also into the next coming weeks as well. So we'll keep the options conversation going. This morning, we're happy to have for the first time Frank Pachuba, who is founder of SpotGamma, on the show to give us a little bit of insight on not only the market from the options side of things, but the platform itself. Brent has over 15 years experience in the financial industry with stops along the way, including Bank of America, Credit Suisse, Wolverine Execution as well. Brent, great to have you. Great to see you, first off. How'd I do? Close?
You did great. You chopped my experience down a little bit, which makes me feel younger, so I feel good.
Well, you look like you're in our kind of area of the age bracket, so
yeah.
I like that. I like that. Give us an overview here of the platform first, and then I want to get your take specifically on, as I said, the next couple of days here as far as the market is concerned.
Yeah, what we do at SpotGamma is we track how the options market is driving the underlying stocks that we watch every day. I saw here a couple of great notes that were put out about Tesla and UNH and some interesting trades there. And so what we found is as options volumes continue to grow, they set records month after month after month, then the impact of those options flows seems to be larger. As you may have heard, we're now launching 0 DTE single stock options, and so you're going to see a lot more, I think, impact related to that. And this matters not only now for the options flows, kind of the gammas that we're watching, and I saw those noted before, but also there's a lot of signal in implied volatility in options prices, and I think that that's a really key and core dynamic to pay attention to into events like today with FOMC, but also they're really great overbought, oversold indicators. I know a lot of times people like to watch Bollinger Bands and technical indicators like that, but those are honestly lines drawn on charts, right? I'm not saying they're not valid, but what's interesting about options prices is that's where people are willing to trade, right? If the price is there, if it's bid and it's offered, that's where people are willing to trade. And so if you look at that in terms of overbought and oversold, it gives you another level of information.
So when we talk about the FOMC day, per se, we'll start with that and then get into some earnings here. How can traders best approach that from both maybe a hedge standpoint and also just a pure play type of standpoint? I mean, going into today, we know, pretty much 100% there's going to be no change, but volatility could follow with some of the comments that we get at 2:30 in the press conference on the going forward type of situation. We're still expecting maybe one cut before the end of the year here. How are you playing that from the options standpoint?
The whole world knows that no cut is happening today, so it is about forward guidance. And so, I sit here as an options analyst, not as a macro analyst. But what is shocking to me, and I say shocking, and I'm not, being hyperbolic about this, is the 0 DT straddle. You can take information from that, right? The straddle today is $30, which is about 40 basis points. So the market is expecting a max move of 40 bips today. I actually had to double check twice to make sure it was FOMC day, because 40 bips is essentially like, Christmas Eve or something like that, right? So the hard thing when I sit here in this position with the S&P now at all-time highs and some of these charts looking like they're about to break out is this market is priced for kind of almost beyond perfection, and the volatility is telling us that, right? If Powell says anything to upset the apple cart a little bit, maybe if we get a little bit of a hawkish guidance or something down the curve change in terms of rate expectations, that can have an outside shock because the market is pricing in no volatility, right? So this is one of those situations where you go, that wasn't that big of a deal what he just said, but why did the market just go down 1%, right? It's because there's no volatility being priced in this market. And then just also related to that, you can look at single stock implied vols. We look at this metric called correlation a lot. And single stock implied vols, everybody's already bulled up. People are already leaning long in a lot of these Mag 7 names. If you look at the memory chip names, SanDisk, LRCX, these stocks are up huge, and the call values are pricing that in. So as a trader, when I'm looking at this, the bullish move is sort of already priced in. I can't really short volatility at all. I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole at the moment on the index side, and so my spidey senses are screaming like risk and be careful, but it's challenging because the market does look like it's about to break out. And so, just the way that I look at this, I go, well, the straddle's almost free, so I can lean long and I can buy some index puts, 0 DT puts or put flies or something like that, and hedge out kind of an unexpected move on the day. And then I know I'm a little bit long-winded here, but silver, gold are breaking out. If you look at rate vols, if you look at VX TLT, the VIX on TLT, which is the long bond ETF, that's at, I think, a 5-year low. And obviously we have gold and metals, right? Those are at highs, as well as a lot of the other commodity names. What's interesting about this is, again, I'm not a macro guy, but something to flag. The dollar's getting absolutely smoked, right? It is just getting pounded, and I think that's really good for assets. Market up, gold up, stock up, silver up, et cetera. And so when you look at that, and bond vol pricing in no risk at all, the S&P is pricing in no risk at all. I don't know what happens if you get a sudden dollar bounce, for example, and a lot of these trades sort of retrace, right? And to me, just to frame this up, it's an overbought condition. I'm not sitting here saying the top is in for the markets, but too much too fast is sort of the what seems to be happening here.
I know we're going to get a lot of questions from the viewers on specifically how to maybe gather that information and put it into a package on a daily basis, as you just very, very well did. Is there, maybe give us an overview of the tools available on the platform and talk a little bit about how we as traders can best utilize that going into a day like this.
Yeah, thanks for that. So we have a lot of volatility tools on our dashboard that tell you in statistical terms how cheap or rich implied volatility is, right? So before I mentioned calls are very expensive and options are in the index side are pretty cheap. So we have tools on our dashboard that frame that up for you, right? We put everything into context to make it actionable. We also have this tool called Flow Patrol, and you have a QR code there for that. I saw you guys were covering interesting trades. We have this incredible data that shows us whether these trades are being bought or sold by hedge funds. And so we take that data and we show you, hey, when someone is buying UNH calls, for example, or selling Tesla puts, for example, we have a really high fidelity signal that says these are actually being bought or sold by a hedge fund. Here's the strikes, here's the expiration, et cetera. And the value in that is that about half of options volume is traded by market makers or banks, right? They're not necessarily a signal in that, the same way as if Michael Burry buys a bunch of puts, for example, right? And so we have this ability in our Flow Patrol report to show you, okay, these are hedge funds buying or selling these trades, and these are therefore significant. So we like to call it unusual flows in this Flow Patrol report, but the difference is we filter out and tell you, okay, it seems like buy side or retail are really buying these chunky calls in a name like RR or SanDisk or something like that.
All right, so let's dig into what's to come later on then after 4 o'clock, the biggest of the big coming over the next couple of days here for earnings. What are you seeing, first off, for Microsoft, Meta, Tesla tonight, and then Apple, the big one tomorrow?
Yeah, they're all pricing in using the options market about 5% implied move. And what is sort of interesting, I suppose, about that is they're all about 5% move. That's not a particularly significantly high or low. But you can see when you look at call prices that there is a skew in Microsoft and Apple and Meta to the upside. And what I mean by that is calls are a little bit more bid than puts. And so people are leaning long in those names into these earnings events. And a 5% implied move is, I would say, about average if you look back historically. And so these aren't, the market is leaning long, but they're not expecting fireworks out of this thing or out of these names, right? And I think if you look at a chart of the Mag 7 index and you look at a chart of the Qs, you can easily say, this is the moment now for the mags to retake the baton, right? So just as I sort of said, there's a lot of risk embedded in the market and low volatilities, you can easily see these names are about to break out, which is sort of why I was kind of alluding, like we're kind of dancing on the edge of a volcano here. Like maybe we don't fall in, and if these earnings are good, those Mag 7 names, which have not been leading the market rally here as of late, do seem like they could kind of push forward and break out a little bit. Tesla is interesting on the opposite side because there is not traders leaning long into calls in this name, right? We see a lot of positive gamma overall in Tesla, which is telling us that people are actually not expecting a whole lot of volatility in that name. And so if you're long, it seems like the gains may be stuffed, but at the same time, we don't see that downside risk quite as much. And so, these names are really poised or priced to just kind of be a little bit sticky. And what's interesting about that is if you look at the names that have been really leading the charge, it is these memory chip names, for example, also healthcare, defense, some of the other sectors that historically don't lead. So what I think is the bullish scenario here is the Mag 7s have great earnings and they start to lead this next level higher. And in the memory chip names, SanDisk, Micron, LRCX reports tonight, those things they have incredibly high implied vol. Those stocks are up, some of them 100% this month. So I think it's very hard for that sector to keep leading us when those options are so expensive. Because if you think about it, if you're pricing in 200% implied vol in a name, you have to have incredible earnings in order to fulfill that prophecy, right? to justify that pricing. And so we really need rotation, right? We need these Mag 7s to lead us. And these earnings are a great opportunity for that to happen for bulls.
And we're coming out of a 6-month stretch, 3-4 months anyways, where we saw the exact opposite happening. So a shift back towards tech would be definitely healthy for this market move to continue. Talk a little bit about two names here I'll throw at you. One ASML, the other one Starbucks. Big movers on both sides of the equation. Anything jumping off the screen here on either of those today?
Yeah, ASML has one very big level for us. It is 1455, and so that name or that level. So I'm just going to check and see where that's at. Yeah, so we're obviously above that level. There's not a lot of options positions. If you look at buy side positioning, there's not a whole lot going on over the 1550 level, and so that is where I would think the move would start to sort of wane. And the reason I say that is simply because people were not pricing in a lot of action above that price level. And so from a hedging flows perspective, you would expect the volatility to sort of wane because there's not really any dealer action above that. So we're kind of pushing the upper bound in that ASML. If the fundamentals there are really incredible, obviously, then we can see people restrike at higher levels. But that name seems to be outpacing a little bit. And then Starbucks is an interesting one because it's been left for dead for so long. And a lot of these names that were like that, Target, for example, is one that just suddenly is kind of starting to creep up and break out a little bit. And so there's a lot of names like that. There's a ton of positive gamma in Starbucks all the way up and through 110. And so I think that is the effective range, right, or that upside where Starbucks stops kind of being interesting up into that level. And so what you really want to see as a trader is, okay, it's 102 pre-market. I still have another 5% maybe of upside here. But right now the options market is sort of saying, okay, up to 110 is kind of the valid range, I would say, based on that current pricing. And generally what you see in these situations too is after earnings, you get a lot of people who want to sell options right into these earnings events because that volatility kind of crushes. And so this is a nice moment for these positions to reset. And if you're looking at ASML, you want to see call buyers come in, right? You want to see hedge funds buying calls. You want to see dealers short those calls, and that infers that we could have some more sneaky upside. And that goes for both of these names. A lot of times you can have people who are short calls, nice big earnings come in, they have to cover, right? And that can kind of restart that upside engine or keep that upside flow going. And so that's where something like our Flow Patrol report can come in handy.
Good to see positive momentum anyway. Let's talk just on a broad perspective here real quick before we wrap things up. I was reading an interesting note on the weekend, Brent, on the overall market and how to start the year, volume has actually been a little bit below where we've seen over the past couple of years. And that's on the equity side of things, not on the options side of things. First question is, A, are you seeing the same on the options side of things? We've had the conversation on this show a couple of times already about the midterm, political cycle and the ability for the market to kind of chop around until there's more certainty later in the year. Again, just broad strokes here from a market perspective. Give me your overview on how this year has started comparatively.
Yeah, the options volumes are pretty stable, I would say. They're certainly not down. We're not seeing record volumes, fresh records, I would add. What has caught my eye here is there are vectors of attack. And what I mean by that is we have a lot of stability in this market. People believe in equities writ large, right? They're at all-time highs. And what happens then is correlation starts to break down. And what I mean by that is people feel very safe in equities. I don't need to go to bonds. I don't need to go to cash because equities are designed to go up. And so you start to say as a trader, well, what name do I have to buy to outpace the market? And so that is where you see this stuff like the memory chip names, right? Up 100% SanDisk this year. That's where you see stuff like silver, where the silver ETF on Monday traded 6.3 million contracts. It almost traded more than spiders in terms of options volume, which is like unbelievable, right? For me in this option seat, it's like, Kobe scoring 80 or whatever it was. And you're like, what in the heck just happened? So the market feels very comfortable with that equity risk. And what happens then is they start to focus and concentrate in certain names. And so you see these pockets of names just going kind of wild. It's a little bit like a meme mania, right? And I start to get worried about the short-term risk embedded in that because you can see that as excessive risk-taking in a lot of ways, right? What you really want is a healthy, broad-based rally, in other words. We all like healthy, strong volume, broad-based breakouts. And here what we're seeing are more of these spasms where people pile into these trades with very short-term behaviors, right? These are not people that are really buying December calls. They're trading Friday's calls on a short-term breakout, right? And then they're here 1 minute and then kind of gone the next. So that is the part, that kind of excessive risk taking. To me, I sound like a real super bear here today. But in the short term, it's just like we're on the sugar high. We just need to like calm down a little bit and remove some of those overbought conditions and some of those names, and then we continue higher. For example, on silver, if you see 6 million contracts traded on the day the name was up 15% to all-time highs, and then you see this massive 0DTE volume in, you can see that like big boys, for example, are coming in and saying, okay, like, maybe it's time for cooling, which is reasonable. If you look at any of those charts, you go, okay, like some consolidation here makes sense, and then maybe I can kind of buy that dip. And I think that's really the way that I'm looking at this, is like when people get a little too, the famous saying, right? Pigs get slaughtered, and that's a little bit what this feels like at this moment, I have to say.
Yeah, a little frothy. Great information, fantastic. Brent, anyone wanted more information, where would you send them?
Yeah, you can go to SpotGamma.com. We have a QR code there as well that's popping up on the screen. I know you were very. Thank you for providing a link for.
Of course.
So you can join there and you get our free flow patrol report. That is a tongue twister. I've never tried to say that before. And you get that for a week, so you can see exactly how all these new options positions are shifting after earnings, for et cetera, and after FOMC. And so there's a ton of great information in there, not only for options traders but also for stock traders that want to see how the options market is positioned.
Any X handles or anything you want to give people as well?
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm at SpotGamma on Twitter, or X as they call it now, and also youtube.com/SpotGamma. You can find me there. We post a lot of videos on what we're seeing.
Brent Kochuba, founder of SpotGamma. Great stuff. Thanks for this.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. A lot of love in the chat as well, too. It seems everybody was loving the options talk, including myself. I had to make sure that we were paying 100% attention to everything that Brent just said. So fantastic once again. Let's get into some of these analyst actions today, guys. At the top of the list, we have BJ Wholesale here going from a buy to a hold with a price target of around $90. We're down 1% here this morning, and that downgrade is going to be by Jefferies. Now, as for PayPal, also getting the downgrade as well, too, guys, going from a neutral to a sell with a $50 target. You're down around 0.8%, and that downgrade by Rothschild & Company. Now, as for Western Alliance Bancorp, that price target down to 105 here, guys. Going from an overweight to a neutral weight, you're down 0.8, a little bit more than that this morning in the pre-market session. And Union Pacific by 0.25% roughly. Price target being lowered to 55 from $257 by TD Cowen. Now, as for guys, Applied Materials are going to top the list up 4% in the pre-market. You're getting that price target raised to $370, but going from a neutral to an outperform by Mizuho. Now, as for Circle, guys, we're going from an underperform to neutral here. You're up 3.19% with a price target of approximately $7. And once again, Mizuho. Texas Instruments putting in some moves here this morning, 7% with an increase to $235. Sector weight to an overweight by B of A, and once again we are up more than 7% here. Now Visa also getting the nod as well too, guys, going from a neutral to a buy, slightly negative with a price target of $385.
Yeah, from Joe and Brent, I mean, great job by Brent. I love the knowledge and great feedback in the chat as well. And shout out to Joe following up. But while we were doing that, and while Brent was dropping knowledge, Texas Boy 1979 sent out 10 Trader TV Live gift memberships. Want to thank you so much. We have a great community out there. And some of you might be asking, well, some days we get questions like, well, what do you get with that? Well, first of all, the note today, we keep talking about how big a day it is. So every single day, our members get this research note created by Shreve. It'll have the Fed decision and give you some interesting information on it. What I like to do is get individually in the stories. You'll have the H20 approval cleared for Nvidia. There'll be support and resistance levels, the nuts and bolts of the story, what it means for traders today, a longer term aspect in terms of what it might mean macro-wise. And it's pretty hefty. We're 17 pages deep. $5 a month to be a member, or if you allow gifts, you can get one of the free memberships that gets gifted out sometimes here on the show. So I think it's a fantastic resource. Again, 17 pages long. So you can do your morning reading. You can have it read to you by your favorite. You can do GBT. Gemini's pretty good. You can have it read to you as well on the train, or in the car, whatever you need. So it's all there for you, including earnings perspectives for the things reporting tonight. There's a few big names that are reporting tonight that you might have heard of, and maybe you want to know what to be prepared for when we join you guys at 4 o'clock, because we're going late today for sure. So I want to thank Texas Boy 1979 for those gifted memberships, and you have to be in the chat and enable gifts to be able to receive those. So I want to thank you guys for that. Man, as far as upgrades and downgrades go, Circle is pretty interesting. Like, Circle is like triple bottoming, absolute abject low. It's like, well, you can upgrade. It could just be a case of if there's nowhere else to go if we bounce off this level to get some kind of a relief rally. I know that $77 price target isn't exactly exciting anybody because it's only $4 from here and the stock's down a bajillion%. But there is a potential trend break, which is at the triple bottom. If this can get over the $80 level, it's worth watching. Probably need a little bit of help in the crypto space, which has been languishing. But I think this deserves to be on our radar as it's finally bouncing off. And before we go back, this is obviously not a very successful IPO, but we were talking yesterday in the afternoon with Brian Shannon about a big IPO tomorrow. There is Yellowstone tomorrow. That is a space-related name, so keep an eye on some of the space stocks for today and tomorrow and how they might react. You know, Rocket Labs and ASTSs or so. They could get a little more interest because we have a decent-sized IPO in the space tomorrow.
Hi, everybody. PDS Biotechnology under the NASDAQ. PDSB is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States in just a few years. Please take some interest and go to pdsbiotech.com to find out more information. Let's go back over to the desk. It's Brendan and it's Sharif.
We'll get into the watch list here coming up and talk a little bit about what we need to know as far as the open is concerned this morning. Nothing really exciting as far as economic data to worry about before 2 p.m. This afternoon. The calendar pretty light. On Mondays, typically, that's the scenario. It's a bit of a wait and see. The closer you get, you might get a little bit of a move, 9:30 to 10 or 10:30 even, but then pretty quiet until 2 o'clock.
Yeah, and that's typically a Fed day. Brendo, let's talk a little bit about what we're expecting today. I mean, obviously, we're likely not going to get a rate cut, but let's talk about what the market has been pricing in. Give me a second here. So virtually no chance, as we've been talking about, of a rate change this week. The Fed is kind of in the wait and see mode at the moment. Press conference is going to be basically scoured for future hints of bias. The CME group, Fed Watch, suggesting 1 to 2 cuts in 2026. Take that as you will, with the likely the first one at or after June. That would be basically when the new Fed chair would get put in, theoretically, of course. The key question is this pause hawkish with an extended hold, or more dovish with cuts later coming this year? Also, President Trump said he may announce Powell's successor soon, possibly timed around the Fed decision. So today, maybe even this week. Justice Department subpoena also expected to make up a lot of the questions that the press is going to be asking Jerome Powell about. He's not expected to answer too much about that. He's already made his position quite clear. Additional uncertainty, though, includes the removal of Fed Governor Lisa Cook, as well as the pending expiration of Governor Stephen Myron, his expiration as well. And he's supposed to basically avoid, as I said, commentary on the legal issue.
He should just come right out. The first thing he says is just that I'm not commenting on any legal actions or anything going on. We'll see. 2:30, guys, make sure you're here. We'll bring that to you as it happens. You and I were just having a conversation about Meta specifically on the CapEx side of things, but one of the things a lot of people are going to be looking at with these earnings coming up tonight and tomorrow as well with Apple is exactly this. And this is kind of an interesting chart going back to 2024, showing how this has accelerated quarter by quarter into what we are expecting now, or what they're talking about, or that was the expectation. We'll get the actual, coming up tonight. But I mean, Meta specifically, you just interesting numbers there on what's expected.
This is pretty interesting. I didn't know this. I mean, I could have guessed. I didn't think it would be this big. So listen to this, guys. In 2024, Meta spent 37 billion for the entire year in CapEx. That was increased markedly last year in 2025, when that number went to 70 billion. Now, CFO Susan Lee flagged that 2026 CapEx could be notably larger, and a lot of people are thinking it's going to be 100 billion or over, which is fine. It's all well and good to spend on the right things. My only concern, and it's specific to Meta, is near-term monetization. We've seen some of their competitors, well, not competitors, other hyperscalers like Amazon, Microsoft, Google, all able to monetize that huge CapEx in the short term by offering it through their cloud services. Meta obviously doesn't have a cloud service division, so it's going to have to either be through products like we were talking about yesterday, new paid tier subscriptions for AI, or obviously advertising as people come onto the platforms more. So that is my concern going into this. The CapEx is fantastic. You're building it out in the right way, and they're using special purpose vehicles as well, with Blue Owl Capital owning that Louisiana plant to 80%, Meta only owning 20%. So you're able to shift the liabilities off your balance sheet, which is great for accounting and whatever. But I need to see monetization, and at least in the short term.
I think a lot of people, the narrative anyways, going into this reporting season, same as the last one, was when is the market going to say, okay, enough, we need to start seeing results? And the answer to that is not yet anyways. So here we are at all-time highs. Real quick, PDSB, guys, the stock itself actually up nicely. We're back above $1 here this morning. News just coming across here for our friends over at PDS Biotech. They have announced promising phase 2 results for their new immunotherapy targeting advanced hard-to-treat prostate cancers as well. Patients saw a median PSA decline of 40%, with nearly 40% of participants achieving a significant drop of over 50%. The drug acting like a homing missile, they're saying, delivering IL-12 directly into the tumor to jumpstart the immune system's ability to kill the cancer. So always good to see PDSB fighting all kinds of different cancers, guys. Shout out to them. Stock's up big time here.
Yeah, trying to break that dollar level, PDSB. And look, at the end of the day, I'll tell you right now, there's nothing better than a missile attacking cancer. Everybody's been affected by it. I don't care who you are. Like, it's touched your life in some ways. We are going to root for them for sure. But there was something you said. Well, I guess both of you were just talking about Meta. Yeah, so there was something that got said about when is the market going to care about. Look, I think the market decided that it cared about the CapEx, and that was what got us down to $600. My fear for Meta today is more along the lines of that for the individual stock. I think a lot of what Sharif said in terms of like it's about advertising here, and that's where growth in advertising and then now devices and trying to do these paid tiers. I understand that, and I'm on board with that. I think that's absolutely fantastic. But I think the market would cheer the stock if there was a hint that we could have some reductions in the CapEx spend. Yet at the same time, that would not necessarily bode well for some of the rally that we've had in the chip plays and the AI play. So I kind of feel like this could offer us a mixed bag specifically with Meta in earnings, and we'll see. Like, ultimately, I don't know what they're going to say. I just don't wonder if Meta doesn't have the ability, like some of the other names, to bring the market up as much as you might think relative to, say, a Microsoft tonight. That said, all eyeballs are on this 200 period moving average. I mean, somebody for the last couple of months, I shouldn't say somebody, I mean, the market's been doing it, but, strong suggestion that somebody's been selling and controlling this thing underneath the 200 period moving average, which sits at the 680 level. So that's kind of an obvious over-under area to try to watch out for. And then before I throw over, I do see in the chat, PDYN, Paladine has been mentioned a lot. It's up 44%. They got an Air Force drone contract. And what's the float on this thing? It's 18% short float, but the float it says 40 million. So I got 40 million for the float, 18% of that being short. It's almost already turned over that with about 30 million in volume. It kind of passes a few litmus tests. We always talk about, has the stock made its high already in the pre-market? Well, it's 9 o'clock and it's been making higher lows and higher highs. It's above the volume weighted average price as well. It's breaking out. This is not one of those. It's not a perfect chart because it's still downward sloping on the daily, but you are leveling off on the 200 period. You've leveled off on the 50 period, and it is a clean breakout on the daily. There just is some resistance here from the 10 to 1050 level, which it's already peaked into. But it is ticking a lot of boxes for you small cap runners out there. So I know a lot of people are watching for those. Lots of big cap names on watch, obviously with earnings in the Fed, but there's going to be some smaller caps as well that we'll pay attention to. And remember, on a Fed day, these types of companies that like low rates are going to also move in the afternoon. Like, don't sleep on the IWM, don't sleep on PDY, and don't sleep on Open Door, those types of things come 2:30.
I was going to say Moderna. Thank you, PDSB. I mean, it's a nice little move there for them. We just talked about PDSB, a name that we've been talking about for a minute. That dollar break is going to be pretty key. So we'll wait to see if we can get above $1 and hold. We've been up here before, 90 cents up to $1. We'll see if we can hold and break. I like in the cancer space. I mean, Moderna has been working on something, and if they can get that vaccine or some kind of a treatment going, I really do like Moderna off the bottom, though. I mean, it's had a huge. I'm going to sneeze. It's been absolutely.
Bless you.
Bless me. Been an absolutely monster move there off of $25. You know, what a good level. This kind of reminds me, although it wasn't down here as long as Intel was, but you know, 25 up to 50, that's a double and a little bit of a pullback. I think on any weakness, you want to buy a little bit of Moderna down here, 25 to 30 bucks with AI and everything just coming through. Really, really like the biotech space, man. We've talked about XBI and IBB and all that kind of stuff, and just popping through on these ETFs, right? I mean, these stocks, these ETFs have been beasts for a minute, right? So, like, just we talked about EEM and everything to the emerging markets, but like, look at this IBB, man. I've been buying these sort of biotech ETFs. I'm in XBI, but the same thing for both of them as they both continue to work out. And it was just a thing, just like the industrial XLI has been going upside as well, but a lot of sort of tailwinds here from AI and just becoming more efficient. And there you go, like, you know, monster move. This is the XBI. So Eli Lilly, AbbVie, Moderna, all these names participating. So yeah, I really like the biotech space, and Moderna and PDSB, all these kind of names continue to you know, make moves. And it's interesting because you get those, you know, one-off releases, like, you know, they've passed this or they've got that trial data done. And so it's very interesting names to trade, and they're always on the small cap runners as well. So, all right, it's 9 o'clock, man. We have our watches. It's absolutely packed today, man. So much to do. We are excited to give it to you, and then we're back live. We're live all day, but we are staying live at 4 p.m. tonight for all of those earnings, man. It is like action-packed. Here, this is the.
We never even mentioned like IBMs and all.
I was going to show you guys tonight. Here it is. So we have a bunch of names already this morning. ASML, G-Vernova. We're going to talk about some of these as we go. Corning, downside. Microsoft tonight. Meta, Tesla, IBM. You know, Lam. They're all here. They're all ready to go. So it should be a decent earnings night. And we're going to be staying late tonight and tomorrow night. So it should be a good while. Tomorrow night's not as important, but you got Apple and Visa going through. So we'll discuss.
SanDisk, man.
Yeah, SanDisk is there too, and Western Digital as well. But if you're not in these names already, I don't think you should be in them. But we'll wait to see what happens with those couple names coming through. All right, we'll go over to Neil.
Yeah, as traders, everybody, whether you're trading U.S. stocks, options, or futures, at some point, each of you have felt a little bit blindsided because suddenly something you're trading moves sharply, and you're just sitting there wondering why. Look, it's not your fault. A lot of times you have large funds that are building huge positions in the options markets before the trading reacts. To gain an edge in the markets, SpotGamma's daily Flow Patrol report reveals where big money is positioned. You heard about that with Brent. So you can identify stocks building momentum ahead of major price moves. You can get 2 free weeks of SpotGamma's Flow Patrol scan, and you can scan the QR code on screen and go behind the curtain and see what the professionals see. And this is something you just heard live as Brent was giving a wealth of information to you guys out there for free, that he discussed this as something that he uses for an edge. So go give them a shout. Just scan that QR code, link in the description as well. I want to thank SpotGamma and thank Brent for coming on. He was absolutely fantastic guest and a lot of fantastic feedback in the chat about that as well. So let's get into it. We have our free watch list, which we're going to go through right now. Like we said, it's action-packed. There's a lot to cover in the next couple of days. Small cappers, large caps, everything in the middle, lots of earnings, and the Fed. Where do we start, boys?
Start with the SPY, Neil. We'll look at all-time highs this morning on the SPY. We're up 0.1%. We closed out yesterday at 695.5. The overnight high, 698 1/3. So that's going to be resistance level 1 as we drop down now into 696 and 4/5. So we're going to say overnight high, as I mentioned, 698 1/3. If we sell off, we're looking at yesterday's closing print, Brendo, 695.5 as support.
All right, as always, let's get into what we need to know as we head towards the open this morning. Link is below in the description for that. Absolutely free every morning from us. Has everything on it that is moving around in the pre-market and a little on why. Then you come join us at 8 o'clock and we'll get you set for the open every single day. We'll start things off with just tech in general here, heading towards biggest earnings day for Q4. So far, anyways, we'll get Microsoft, we'll get Meta, we'll get Tesla, all coming up at, 4:05. Or who knows, sometime between 4 and 4:30, hopefully, for Elon, whenever he feels like actually releasing his earnings. So we will be here. We'll bring that to you live and talk a little bit about what it means.
We talked a little bit about Meta and Tesla, so let's look at what we're expecting for Microsoft today. Set to release earnings after the bell, as you mentioned. EPS expected to come in at $3.86 on revenue of $80.25 billion. That would be up by $3.25 billion year over year on the quarter if it manifests. And Microsoft has a really strong track record of upside surprises, having beaten EPS estimates 11 quarters in a row. So, I mean, that's not a bad look there. Expectations do remain elevated, though, Brendo. And Azure is going to be in focus as it continues to be the core growth engine for the company. Prior quarter for Azure growth exceeded expectations. That always sets the bar high for the next quarter. Any deceleration, though, will be probably viewed quite negatively by the market. Forward guidance. What are we looking here for the guide? We're looking for EPS of $3.67 on revenue, which is lower than the current quarter, mind you, $79.5 billion to $80.6, implying, about a mid-teens year-over-year growth. CapEx, of course, with these hyperscalers will remain in focus. How much and what they're planning to do likely be on the earnings call.
I think with all of these as well, the AI monetization conversation is going to rear its head, or it should anyways, over and over again. How is that coming along? Microsoft Copilot, obviously, and others with their own products. But lots to consider, guys, coming up after the close tonight. I mean, Microsoft, that's a weekly chart right now. Nice bounce over the past couple of weeks.
Well, I hope nobody shorted Microsoft when they did the death cross on the daily chart, because let's just say that's not going too well. And that's how I'm talking about the 50 SMA crossing the 200 period moving average. Simple on January the 21st. As you can very clearly see go into earnings, all it has done is immediately change behavior and have strong up day after strong up day. Well, all that, this pattern doesn't really mean anything because you come to a head here after market. I do feel like this one is going to move more. I just feel, I have a good feeling that Microsoft might be if we're going to get better than 5%, as I was mentioning, you're getting like muted expectations for a bunch of these larger cap names. I do think this one might be the one that has a chance to go. Just how it's changed its behavior, and when it gets trendy, it gets very, very trendy. But everything's going to rest on this 200 period moving average, in my opinion. It's at 486 for the trade today. I think if we can't get above that, I'm not very excited on a name like this, because it's going into resistance on a Fed day and an earnings day. If it blasts up, I'd look for a pullback play, and if we're above 486 come 2 o'clock, then that becomes that nice pivot level to work off of during, I guess we'll call it the Fed action for the afternoon. But if we don't make a breakout above the 200 period, I'm not going to be excited for this before earnings, but I do feel pretty good that Microsoft has the better chance to exceed that 5%.
So last night, I don't know if anybody around here felt it, but there was an earthquake last night. You guys were all asleep because that's what you guys do. But 10:59, there was a 4.1 magnitude earthquake in the GTA. Yeah, I think unless Joe was, are you still awake at 11 o'clock, Joe? No, yeah, I don't think you're not. I don't think. Yeah, these guys. Yeah, my bedtime's around midnight or so. But yeah, so 10:59 yesterday, 4.1 magnitude earthquake, which is
Where was the
quite big. Near Aurelia, it's saying.
Oh, that's by my in-laws.
Yeah, so tremors felt all the way to Niagara Falls, Belleville. 4.1, one of the largest ones that we've had.
That was the one that when we felt it, the one that was out by Ottawa, when we had our own office. That was wild because we were on like the 9th floor.
Yeah.
And it was a 4.1 back then too.
Yeah, here it is right here. It says 4.6. They're saying on this, but I think it was 4.1. So yeah, my mic thing is not working out okay. But anyways, yeah, so for Microsoft right here, we're going to try to figure out where the earnings go. And that's what I was saying about, talked about the death cross. Death cross has predicted, like, it's wrong just as much as it's right. So, yeah, nothing happening there. I think this is one of the most important reports for the market. So, we're going to wait to see what happens with, again, Azure and, that sort of OpenAI relationship as well. Look to hear a little bit more about that. OpenAI obviously looking to come public at some point. Microsoft should catch a pretty decent tailwind on that valuation once that comes through as well. But yeah, just a real beat up name that hasn't gone anywhere like almost in a year. If you go all the way back to even if we just cherry pick and we take this high right here back in January, this is actually, I'm not cherry picking at all. This is a year ago today. That's 446. So sure, it's nice. You're up to 480, so it's not bad. You're up $30 on 400. So, just up a couple percentage points there on the year. But just a couple minutes ago, we were underneath and we were negative, on the rolling year to date. So you got to be careful on or 52-week levels. You got to be careful. This name could easily lose, this 50-period average and 200 and make its way all the way back down. This is the one earnings report that I think is most nervous for me, one of the biggest movers out of all of the Mag 7 names. So we'll have to pay attention to what happens with Softy here tonight. 4 o'clock, join us, and we'll be going over everything. I'm going to leave it alone today. It doesn't have too many, headlines other than the report coming through. So we'll wait on Microsoft there tonight. An interesting name for me is going to be IBM. I think this is a name that you can hold. It has a 3% yield, so we kind of like that. Quantum name as well. I mean, IBM, one of the first AI plays that you could have maybe thought about 15 years ago. We had that moment on Jeopardy there with Watson, and I IBM, I think, due to perform. It's underperformed a little bit here. The NASDAQ, obviously the NASDAQ nearing all-time highs, as is the S&P 500. So let's wait to see some of the news here on IBM. Server side, I think this is a good one. International is going to be reporting tonight as well. So I think that should be something that we definitely keep our eyes on IBM.
Headline on Google. The podcast market is completely flooded when Google, quote unquote, is launching the Ads Decoded podcast. So they're launching a podcast about ads. It's official that the podcast market
on their business
is completely flooded. You can listen to a podcast now about advertising. Good luck to them.
Good job, Google.
Let's talk about Amazon. Working on 2 days in a row. Nice day yesterday on this headline. They come out confirmed today. 16,000 jobs going to be eliminated for AMZ, and we are higher still here in the market, but coming back in actually.
Yeah, this is the second time their mass layoffs this October, Brendo, where they cut 14,000 jobs in October, 16,000 today, bringing the total reduction since then to about 30,000, or about 10% of the corporate workforce, not the warehouse and everywhere else. We're talking about white-collar corporate jobs. It's in an effort to reduce layers, increase ownership, and remove bureaucracy rather than, a reaction to near-term weakness. The layoff also coincides with their push to invest aggressively in AI. Andy Jassy has been reshaping the organization after what he said was pandemic-era overhiring. They want to reduce bureaucracy. He says he also wanted to emphasize that it's not meant to establish, recurrent cadence of mass layoffs. This is very specific to the post-pandemic, bloat of the company. And some employees, this is kind of not a good thing. They should be better about this. They said the layoffs incorrectly to employees about their people they're working with. So it wasn't even them. It was other people. Conflict financial information about the layoffs. A bit of a screw up there. They employ about 1.58 million people, the majority of which are in the warehouse.
Yeah, that's a big faux pas. Amazon guys looking pretty good though. I mean, the market liked this yesterday. Do we get a little continuation move here today, possibly?
Yeah, I feel like if it wasn't up so much yesterday, maybe doing a little bit better this morning. But I think you can chalk some of this pullback up to see on the Nasdaq since we sat down and even come on with you guys, slowly sliding back in, and we're now only 0.2% to the upside. The ES is getting close to flat, so that's part of the reason why Amazon's pulling back. If it wasn't for all of the earnings that we're going tonight, maybe this might be given the way that it ran yesterday. B, like it seems like it's the next of the mags that wants its local high close. It's really close. If you get to 249, that's the local high in here for potential break today. I just don't know on a day where they're not the center of attention. This story, cuts are usually good, but we're not seeing that big of a reaction to it. I feel like we're just going to have to wait for Amazon. I don't know if it's making that push yet, but it's been on an uptrend since the last test of that 200-period moving average. So if it retests that before earnings, which I'm not even sure it's going to be likely, that 230 looks like a good buy. But for today, the day trade, I think there's just too many stories and too many other. The example would be literally all three of the things that we're going to talk about, I think, are going to be tradable, whether it's gold or silver. Starbucks is going hand. And there's like a half dozen things which I think are going to be more volatile today than the next. I do like where this is headed, and I do think cuts are a good thing. You're just not getting the reaction you would like out of it.
This right here, 242, a level, right? Just ahead of just ahead of 242, right into here. So 241 to 242. You know, you do have this little top that also exists right here around 241, 242. So there is some movement possibility here for Amazon to come back in a little bit. I mean, it's still up. I mean, the Nasdaq's up 7. I still think it's fine, but this is a good little level here. So let's wait to see if we get a 242, 243 or so print on Amazon, which is far away, and then we could take the long. I mean, the chart looks great. I mean, momentum is huge to the upside right now. 5 or 6 straight up days and looking to break out. So great. If we are able to get a dip, take that, you know, again, ahead of, I didn't see them this week. I don't think they report this week, but Amazon coming into this 241 area or so would be a great little log. We just marked it down 241, 242, 243. So let's give a little help to those areas, see what happens if we get down there. I'm not sure we will, unless there's, you know, some Fed sort of drip action that winds up happening in and around 2 p.m. But yeah, Nasdaq heading lower, so it is possible, I guess, that we get into that 242 area. That's what I like for Amazon right here, this little plumped up action. We'll see if we can buy some of these dips right around here on Amazon. You got support from your 200-period moving average as well. I like it. I like Amazon. You know, it keeps on coming to our house. We talked about some of the Amazon Prime and the viewing there. I don't watch it on Amazon, but I think that it's going to be all about AWS anyways come the report. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. But 242, a good long for today if that one comes in.
Watch the Night Manager?
No.
It's really the only thing I can think of right now on Prime that's even worth.
I have Prime. I don't even open it. Why did they add ads into that?
I mean,
Have you noticed that?
I think you can pay more for, obviously, for no ads, but no, I agree. It's unwatchable sometimes. It's so many ads. Anyway, Snapchat just popping up here. Not a huge move, but 25 cents to the upside. Snap is spinning out their smart glasses effort into a standalone unit called Specs to bring in outside investors and take on Meta straight up in the AR wearables market. So again, Snapchat spinning out their smart glasses effort into a standalone unit called Specs. So not a huge move there, but a nice pop.
Joseph and I were talking about that exact same thing on the midday yesterday. We were talking about being, you know, that kind of dark horse, for AR.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually follow through on it though, because I mean, taking on a company like Snapchat, taking on Meta, that's a tough gig. 102 here for Starbucks. We've come back in a long way already, but I mean, still up huge.
So this is an interesting case here because there's a lot of good, but there's also some bad. So let's get right down to it. EPS missed. 56 pennies, the street wanted 59, but you know, traders and the investors are looking past this, are looking to the turnaround narrative and the increase in in-store sales. So we'll talk about that. Revenue did beat $9.9 billion, up 6% year over year as well. The market is overlooking the EPS miss due to a massive recovery in in-store traffic. Let's talk about that. Global comparable sales up 4%. That's a huge beat above the 2% the street was expecting. U.S. recovery. This is some good and some bad in the U.S. Let's talk about the good. 4% comps, ending a long drought, which is crucial because it was driven by a 3% increase in transactions. But when you look a little bit further down the page, North American margins plunged almost 12%, coming from 16.7, so down to 11.9. That's kind of the weakness there. China, part of the bull case here for Starbucks comps, up 7%, signaling a sharp rebound. And the message here from Brian Nichol is the strategy is ahead of schedule, but is currently expensive to execute. So expect maybe some more margin pressures, as we were talking about there. But if you're looking for that top line number, the turnaround's already in effect.
So it's no longer $7, it's to $6 again for, I don't know.
It's getting more expensive, man. Have you seen what these protein drinks that they have are? Crazy margins on that.
Like the fact that they charge, I mean, I don't know about in the States or not, but around here they charge $2-3 extra for different milk in your coffee.
Yeah.
Unreal. But they're making money, so, or trying to anyways. It's absolutely nothing, guys, for a few weeks here going into this earnings report. Nice pop this morning. What do we do here?
Well, it's been, I think it was March. Yeah, it was, actually, check that. It was April the 2nd of last year when it failed the $100 level and has been desperately trying to get back to it with Starbucks. So this is almost a full, it's not quite, but almost like a full calendar year. But we're above the 100 now. So it talked about it being like a trade that, whether it was through 98 or 100 yesterday, that pretty much everybody's going to want, which means it's going to gap through it. And you're not going to trade that level through. That said, as long as this stock is over $100 and even over the $98, I'm looking for continuation longs the next 3 days. Now, because it made high this early in the pre-market, lower high, barely holding on to VWAP, the first look will be to make sure that it can hold out that $100 level on any kind of a dip. And if it loses 100, wait for 98. But the example I'm going to use for how I'd like to play this is just have a quick look at what General Motors did yesterday. This is the best example I can come up with. So there's your, it's about the 84 level that was resistance, and then this top up here is about 85. So that's your target area that you're looking to break through. It's already been there in the pre-market, and at the open, this dipped, kind of washed everybody out here, 83 down to 82.5, and then there was this nice consolidation before it eventually broke out that 84. That happened at 10 o'clock. With Starbucks, if it doesn't go right away and we have this same malaise that we're in, as long as it can hold that dip above the target range, then you look for that like higher low that gets put in. If it loses VWAP, if it gets a higher low, hold VWAP again and look for that little consolidation break. If it takes 30 minutes to set up like GM did, well, you just got to be patient with it. So I want to look at Starbucks specifically for that. Just only looking long today. The only way, yeah, I'm only really looking for that long setup. If it can't hold on to 100, then it probably doesn't get traded by me today.
Everybody going BBAI crazy. I mean, I've been trying to tell you guys about this name for a minute, of course. And here goes BBAI. Upside, just another 3%. It's not a huge move here, but this is partners with 80 ports. Again, partnership exploring customs, ports, and borders. We talked about all of this, man. This is what these guys do. So should be a good one. This is Arab Emirates, I believe. Strategic. We could just keep on reading this, but anyways, go find out the information. We're not going to spend the whole time here, but this is, again, border controls, safety, security, scanning of parcels, equipment, things like that, like Big Bear AI, the heat sensors, everything. So I, again, really like the stock. And I actually made this comment earlier this morning that I liked it that it broke through $6 just before we went to Brent there. And now it's looking to extend through and trying to break out Big Bear AI. It still has to go. I mean, there's, I think it's a 17 or 18% short float on BBAI. Yeah, man, it's $2 extra for 30 grams of protein. I don't know how much protein bars cost or anything like that, but right here, Starbucks, it's a nice move there. Obviously higher, up 6%. I think it probably does fade out. I mean, why is it moving lower here? So I would just watch out, as Sharif said, some good, some bad. But it's kind of, to me, although the trend is relatively flat, it's kind of looking little bit, you know, top left to bottom right-ish right now. So I would be very, very cautious of this $100 psychological break. 200 period, $99. Not super concerned with that on an earnings day. But yeah, look, here it goes. It looks like it does want to break. Spread right now is 60 cents. So, you know, at any moment, this thing could bump right back up. But yeah, Starbucks right now on 2 million shares, a decent amount of volume. Size coming away from it because we are actually waiting for these imbalances to come out in just under a minute right now. So these will come out on the NASDAQ. So you're seeing some size pair away, spread opening up because we don't know if it's going to come as a buy or a sell. So I like Starbucks up here. I think it's done real well, breaking through the levels on the daily chart. Only upside from here, it looks like, but I don't think it's impossible to see if we retest in and around this $97, $98 mark. So let's just watch out what happens with Starbucks. Obviously, $100 pretty key. And when we get back, we'll show you what the imbalances are. But for right now, let's go talk about gold up 2%.
All right, let's go on to, I was just reading a note here on Starbucks as well. Their earnings call still coming up, but not really causing any move. Gold here, guys, to the upside once again. This is the daily chart, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days in a row. There was a note this morning from Deutsche Bank, actually, that was very, very rosy on gold, the metal. 6,000 they're talking about, and why not at this point? I mean, it's come from 4,000. We're already at, you know, above 5,000 in just a couple of months here. So Deutsche Bank thinks 6,000 this year, possibly even. So, and then the next story that came was about money laundering investigation into Deutsche Bank. So I mean, maybe don't trade DB today, but they like gold anyway.
They like gold. And my old man asked me about gold. So my old man's like the indicator, the sell indicator. If it gets to him, Brendo, then, you know, we're topping out. No, I'm kidding, of course. I think gold's going to continue to run. Let's talk about this. Surging above $5,200 an ounce for the first time ever. Another all-time high. Surprise, surprise, up 20% year to date, with futures also up about 2.6%, at least at the highs in the morning and when the time this article was written. The U.S. dollar here slid to near 4-year lows, triggering the aggressive inflows into gold, which has a strong inverse correlation between gold and the U.S. dollar. President Donald Trump as well adding fuel to the fire, suggesting comfort with the weaker U.S. dollar. That's no surprise to us. We've been talking about that on the show. He wants a weaker U.S. dollar. He doesn't want to say it overtly because it's not good politics, but he wants to increase exports. That's why we're reshoring.
Yeah. The Tether CEO, meanwhile, coming out this morning saying they aim to allocate 10 to 15% to physical gold. So we're starting to see maybe a little bit more correlation there than we thought between those two markets. But yeah, that's the Tether CEO guys coming out saying that.
Well, I mean, for stablecoins, it makes all the sense in the world and has been for a long time, but good to see they're doing it. Look, GLD, if you're looking at gold, there was like one move when the president made a truth about, it was Iraq yesterday, and this morning it's actually about Iran because an armada is headed there. But not a lot of crazy action. I'm going to keep it simple again with silver. I'm going to show you the 15-minute chart. Look at the volatility. This is the 15-minute trend break. Worked. 15-minute trend break, mild, but I'd say doesn't work. 15-minute trend break off the bottom, reverts down and works. 15-minute trend break here. So for me, silver, I'm waiting till it sets up a trend, not doing anything. If it sets up a trend on the 15-minute, once that trend is broken, I'm looking for the reversion. I don't care which direction it happens to be on SLV. The volatility is there, and even if it only gives you one trade, then, you know, it's been high percentage the last couple of days when it is moving. So that's my look on the metals.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't think anybody trades silver as much as I do. Doesn't mean I know any idea what I'm doing. But silver, $100 dip buy here today. Let's see if that can come through. I mean, I really just want to play long. I know I've been starting the days short, sort of, and playing some of the pullbacks in silver. But honestly, man, up another 1.3%. I mean, as we had Brent on, and he was talking about how it outpaced the SPY contract a couple days ago, right? And so silver continues to work out. And I was just looking at the $100 psychological level. It's where we had some consolidation a little bit yesterday. This has nothing to do with like spot silver at $100, right? This is a completely different look other than spot. This is SLV. So it's not like $100 is super key or anything. This is just a little area where we had some consolidation. We also had some right into here for a long time as well. But yesterday's key, and I sort of talked about this, was this 50-period break. So once we noticed that at 130 is where you flip over to the long, and then it just rides it all the way. I mean, this is into aftermarket, but all the way into the close. We don't even break that 50-period moving average the whole way. You know, so here today we're starting in a little bit underneath. Let's see what happens if we do make that move back in. Other than that, let's let it settle down. Then we'll start to use some technical indicators, because that 106 is the other marker that I put down on the sticky note as well. If we can break through there, looks like it's going to be 106.50 or so, but that's going to be a key level as well if we can get up there 3 or so 4% away from that rate. Now, we said we would check back on Starbucks to see what was going on with those imbalances. So there it goes, man. With just that 101, it just shot up in there to 102 and change. And yeah, not much on here. Intel with a nice little buy, that's starting to tick higher. Of course, the biggest and the baddest of them all, Big Bear AI is on there as well. ONDS as a small sell. All right, we don't have much time for ASML and chips. Let's just throw it back over to Brendan. Give us the headline, man, and then 30 seconds, we're in.
Yeah, really good numbers. I mean, we're under a minute here, guys, but really good numbers for ASML. The chips in general reacting nicely. A lot of people talking about Tesla, guys. Downtick there might have been the imbalances.
Yeah, I think that was probably the case with Tesla, because I didn't actually see an imbalance there on TSLA. So with about 15 seconds to go, Tesla did drop about $2, a $400 stock, but it was timing-wise around the imbalances, so it could have been that. Nvidia looked for a pullback in a prior high as the Fed Day bell is about to get rung right now. Of course, it's not just Fed Day. It is also monster earnings after the bell. I want to shout out to OGN on the NYSE, everybody. But market is open. Not a crazy move anywhere that I'm seeing. Well, maybe not. Intel with the biggest move there, almost at $47. So now up 7%. Intel. The chips are definitely strong. We ended with the chips, and we talked quickly about Nvidia and some of the memory names earlier. But it's Intel that actually leads the charge, up 7 points today. Don't forget. This stock has been doing 10% days, and there's a bit of a gap to 48 to 48.25. Big level there on INTC. Starbucks looks like it is already gone. That one looking incredibly strong. The Nichols wall at $100 is no more. Up to 103 already, so there wasn't even a test of the $100 level.
All right, so Big Bear AI, just a nice move up here from 6 to 640. Still starting to go, trying to take out the day's high right now. A little bit of shares there, 70,000. That should get eaten up, no problem, as we wait to see what happens with Big Bear AI. A break of that 640 key level. Just wanted to show you that. Here it goes, so bye-bye. That didn't take too long. There goes Big Bear AI. Someone just bought 70,000 shares off that ask, and there it goes, man. Now 4.5%, 5%. There goes BBAI, almost into a position right now. Is Nvidia coming back in just a little bit into 190. So watch out there to see if Nvidia makes that move back into 190. That's going to be a bid for me in and around there. And then if we break too much lower, like 189, maybe 50, something like that, then we can get out of that trade. But for right now, we're going to take a long if that does come in, man. Starbucks, the stock that just keeps on pumping there, 105. We'll see if we could take out that daily high. We said that we look at 100. That sort of came in there, but that was on the imbalance print. So now we have to wait to see if Starbucks does pull back just a little bit. And then the other name that I wanted to get involved with was IBIT. We're getting pretty close to that, just bouncing now off your 200 period moving average. That, of course, is IBIT. Yeah, that's sort of what's going on right now. ASML, we can always look over there, but it's a $1,600, well, was $1,500 stock. Now it's dropping, ASML dropping pretty aggressively right now, from $1,520 down to $1,470. So some of these names are losing a little bit here on the bid. Starbucks upside, ASML downside for now.
Tesla recovers after the open, so there was that, maybe it was imbalance. Who knows? It was a drop right before the open. Potentially it was the imbalance, but it is back to VWAP, trying to get back to the upside. They report tonight. Nvidia, it got close, but it didn't actually get to the prior day low, or sorry, prior day resistance at 190 level. And then IBIT, I mean, we're at 90. I know you're looking at IBIT for the long off of the 90,000 level. I actually have a different target in mind for IBIT, because I'm looking at up here at 5170, 5160 to 5180, so about that 70 mark. Look for a mean reversion trade, because that's what happened the last time. It kind of trended up, and then there was a reversal on IBIT just above that 50 level. But it's Nvidia that's now flying and taking the market with it, as it's now about to break out the 192. So going to have to be patient with it, still looking for the dip. It hasn't broken the high, inside range about, and I feel the same way about Starbucks. Like Starbucks got all the way to 104, and is already starting to pull back. So we could have a bit of a failure candle here to open things up on Starbucks. And I mean failing the consolidation, not the actual high. just sort of this 103 level. So we still might test 100 after all.
All right. There goes BBAI. So we like that one, as that's playing a new deal there with some ADC port. But we talk about this name, and there goes 650. So it's finally starting to break through. These are those levels that we wanted to talk about. So finally starting to take out this. I think it can go higher here. Watch out for 7 if you're in Big Bear AI, and you may want to take a little bit of profit. You know, we've seen it fall back in before. So let's be careful with that. Yeah, Nvidia, if that pulls back, I'm still bidding there as well. And I'm debating getting long in this silver trade right here, like breaking through this pre-market high, but it's still got to get to 104. So I'm not sure if we get there yet, but just dancing around. Silver not really doing anything right now. We ended the day with a gold little look there, and that's, you know, falling if anything, kind of just hanging out. There was that, we talked about Starbucks sort of looking.
Intel's up 9%.
Yeah, Intel's going, man. We talked about Starbucks there with that sort of looked like it was getting to the downside, and here it comes back in again, looking to take out some of these pre-market lows. What just happened? I just got, oh no, I didn't get into anything. Okay, so waiting for that Nvidia, went down to, sorry, I thought that went to 190, went down to 191 Nvidia, but Starbucks looking like it does want to crack through that $100 mark right now, getting a little weaker here for that one, and then Nvidia's coming in. So maybe we will get some Nvidia love pretty soon. We have Bank of Canada at 9:45. Don't know why we didn't cover that one right there, but Bank of Canada earnings coming through at 9:45. What's up, Adara?
Big announcement from our friends over at NView Medical. That's the ticker FEED or feed on the NASDAQ. This morning they are announcing that they have apparently signed a distribution agreement with Udeliver to distribute NView's recently launched over-the-counter reusable ENFit syringes nationwide through non-acute care channels. The company believes that this partnership is an important step in scaling their over-the-counter ENFit syringe line and strengthening their presence in the non-acute enteral care market. So nice look there for NView is the company, FEED is the ticker. Again, feed here on the NASDAQ with a agreement with Udeliver. Back to you.
All right, we finally got into a position here, and it's silver, so hi-ho. Let's get out of a little piece now if we can around 104. But there it is. I mean, we talk about these trades, right? I mean, it's breaking the pre-market high, so that's stock that I'm in, and let's see if it wants to work. So there it goes, breaking through 104, and upside now for SLV. Oh boy, man. Okay, let's see how far this one can go. Like I said, man, we've sort of put silver on our back here a little bit over the last little while since it's been moving around. It's probably now my favorite thing to trade. Used to be Microsoft a couple of years ago, and then it sort of changed over to Palantir for a minute. Now we're back on silver. And there it goes, man. We are now 50 cents in the money. Already hit it one more time there, Neil. Our daily goal hit right there on silver. So if you wanted to, you know, if you have these kind of plays, one and done there on SLV. And it's just, I'll still be sitting here trading. And sometimes we give it back. I just announced to you guys that that's what's been made right there on one trade. So hopefully you guys took that, and if you're holding silver overnight, man, congratulations. That name looks like it does want to rock through some of these levels. There it goes. We're almost $1 in here. 104.50 on silver, man. Nothing stops these things once it gets going, but there it is, man. 1 for 1. Today we'll hold silver. I put the stop at VWAP down here, so I don't know if that's going to be coming through, man, but 103, but there it goes. Huge trade there on silver. You're welcome, Silverado Blue.
Yeah, get going, silver to the upside. It seems like it's the market down, silver up at this moment. We're now through $100 on Starbucks in the wrong direction. So that one is looking, what up, Randy? That one's looking a little weak, but this is kind of what we expected. The chance we test that 100 and try to hold on to 98. This is what we saw with GM. Yesterday, GM didn't even set up that long until close to 10 o'clock. And if you were ready for it, like when it shook everyone out, put in some higher lows at 9:45, and then started breaking out at about 10. So patience was certainly worth it over on that name. Nvidia still, I mean, it's getting pretty close, but it's not really tagging that 190 level. So what I'm going to do is back away. Like, I like the prior high. If it's not going to get there, it's not going to get there. And I'll start looking at the 91 because we have back-to-back bottoming tail candles in Nvidia without A breaking through VWAP. So I still like the dip buy, but we're not actually getting to that 90 level. So going to have to move the pivot just a little bit. Bitcoin sliding down. I thought we'd short a pop in Bitcoin. If it don't get to short the pop, I'll treat it like Rivian and short VWAP instead. You know, if we're not going to break out, false break of VWAP, then I short to VWAP early because this one I like to the south side. We're right underneath 90K, 89,930 approximately. So we're pretty much at that marker underneath the volume weighted average price. So just a quick pivot. I like to go to the volume weighted average price if I'm thinking trend down. And now it's confirming that for me.
All right, yeah, we got to watch out. Bank of Canada rate decision coming through, of course. So many of you probably very interested in that. But I'm only on silver right now. I don't have, Nvidia came in and, you know, we could have dip bought that, I guess. Very, very focused, obviously, on this play that I have. It just came in into 190.50. We probably should have taken that, honestly, man. I'm still bidding 190.10 ahead of, you know, the number that I wrote down, 190. So in trying to be a little specific with what's going on there, we'll watch out here for that name continue to go. We'll put a 45 offer out and get it there as we continue to climb higher. I'm still in like 75% of this silver trade. So, you know, big time movement here in SLV to start the day. What's up, Adara?
Posting about the stock market on Truth Social, saying, quote, the S&P 500 just hit 7,000 for the all caps first time ever. All caps, America is back, 3 exclamation points. So Trump once again here praising the stock market gains, so this time not mentioning the Dow. Back to you.
Marvell to the upside as well here today. Yeah, the Dow not at all-time highs because of everybody's favorite healthcare
Well,
name.
blame UNH is bouncing this morning.
There,
actually.
UNH. Marvell up 2.5% as well.
Yeah, well, UNH is having a good morning. It's gained back, I don't know, like a small percentage of yesterday's 20% loss, but up 2.5 points is looking pretty good. I see a lot of people in the chat were asking what is going on with ARM. I don't know. I was searching for a story. I didn't see a particular story. It seems like it's one of the few names which is getting hit today, down 2 points, when a lot of the chip names are actually up, Adara.
I can confirm I'm not seeing anything yet. I just want to let you guys know I haven't looked into it.
Yeah, and again, we'll keep our ears to the ground for them. They don't report or anything, and most of the news was good. Remember, they care more about like how the handset business is going. So it could be a reflection of that. They're not a gigantic AI play right now for ARM. So it could be that
I asked for another one because I did not have my last
Randy.
espresso. Thank you. Yes, man. Silver has been the trade of the day here so far on our desk there, Randy. Silver just straight up to 104.50 here. We'll see if it can continue to go. Who knows, man? We could lose the bid very, very quickly there, Randy. But, you know, Tesla had to move lower today, so we'll have to wait to see. They're reporting tonight. So on your way home there, Randy, call us up, man. We're being live on the air tonight at 4 p.m. where we'll be talking all about some Tesla. Yes, please call in and be safe. Yeah, there's Tesla. Nice little bottom tick there at 431.50s. So we'll see where it goes now. But Tesla, great little bottom take. You got to give it a couple minutes to find out where that bottom is going to be or top, and you know, play off of those levels for now. But there goes Tesla ahead of earnings. Obviously, very difficult to trade on earnings day and day 1, day 2, day 3. Even after earnings, we've seen Intel sort of, and Intel's been on my buy side for the last couple of days. There it is, up another 10%. So, you know, you sell some at 53.50, and if you like the name, you had a lot of opportunity to buy it back and make back, like, if you like the name, $43, or let's call 43 bottom, up to $48 today. So that's like at least 10% right there, top to bottom. So far, so good on that one. But yeah, it's silver. Looking to reload, man, if we get into this 21 period moving average, 103.60, we'll get a little bit more. But yeah, we're so far so good here. Just one trade for me. It's silver and it's starting to go again. So yeah, no offers. We'll just wait to see if we can pump a little bit higher. 104.40. Maybe we'll put something in the middle here, get a little bit out, and then watch to see it sort of continue to appreciate. SMR made a nice move as well, by the way, down to 19. I almost hit the buy key down here at 19 flat on SMR. Just came right into a nice key
mirroring
level.
It's dipping and bouncing along with G Vernova. We said that could lead some of the nuclear and some of the power names to move around a bit here. Look, I like the quarter from G Vernova. A lot of people asked me. I was answering in the chat. I know it's not the sexiest name of all time, but it did have a, I don't want to call it mixed. It was slightly mixed because their guidance was fantastic, and for the full year, they definitely raised their guidance. But there was a miss on EPS that was pretty significant. The revenue growth was also very good, and it's kind of a mixed response. Like, it's pretty much flat right now, but it is bouncing off some of those lows. We got some super chats to get to. If we can throw them up on the screen. Thank you, Danny's boy. Because of the Bank of Japan intervention and the risk of further dumping dollar, the Fed meeting today may show a more hawkish dot plot. That's not, yeah, I can see that. It's just theater, but that scenario could result in a drop in the metals. Well, I think this is a unique situation in which, regardless of what Powell says, there's going to be a lot of attention in not just gold and silver, but like the miners as well. I think you'll see a lot of volatility in them. I do agree with you on that. I think I'm going to be looking to trade at least, if not GDX, SLV. And Odyssey flights, did I miss something with BNAI? Did you mean, okay, first off, I'm assuming you actually do mean brand engagement and not BBAI.
It means BNAI, yeah.
Well, it looks like there is a story here. So I see that they reported 1.46 in cash proceeds from warrant exercises. Yeah, that's the story from 6 a.m. So yeah, they basically just got 1.5 million in cash effectively from warrant exercises and 737 in debt conversion. But that was the 6 a.m. story, and it's moving now. So either it's a late reaction or there's something else going on. But that's the only thing that I see for BNAI, and Dara just said the same thing. So I'm still on the offer trying to get the next pop that we can find in IBIT. It never popped into 51.7, which I had in the notes, so I'm just going to try to short it in front of VWAP. Starbucks, we said this one might take a minute. It's still battling with that $100 level until we get some bids above here, looking like it's going to be weak, and then just over to Nvidia. Nvidia now trying to hold VWAP. I'm still going to look for 91. Might take a scalp trade off of the volume-weighted average price if it can confirm above that level. Just trying to be patient out here. As I like the fact that you guys are putting in the dollar signs, but I just saw in the chat, Epic Outdoors, Intel is going nuts and might see that 50. Make sure you put the dollar sign in the chat. Get Intel up on the list if you guys are interested. I think it's a reversion at $50 level. Not sure why this one, particularly today, is going this ham, but if it tries to fill in this gap, I mean, 50's been such a monster level on this stock before. On a Fed day, yeah, I'd be looking for the turn there.
Canada leaves interest rates unchanged 2.25. So, you know, there's not really too much to check out right now. If there is any highlights from that announcement, Adara will grab that for you. I was looking at IBIT long, so we're getting into that long area right now. Not sure, it's broken below. I think we can almost wait for $50.50 or so, yesterday's closing area. Now for the long, we can look back and maybe we'll regret that decision, but that's what I'm gonna look for now in IBIT. What's up, Adara?
I just want to mention here, this is not about the Bank of Canada interest rate decision, but I am seeing a tentative time for that Scott Bessent and U.S. President Trump speaking at this Trump Accounts event that they're having today, tentatively 10:50 a.m. Of course, if this is at 10 a.m. and if it is happening, you guys know we'll cover it for you live here at Trader TV Live. So again, potential Trump Accounts speech from U.S. President Trump and U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at 10:50 a.m. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Adara. Yeah, so SLV is pulling back in a little bit. We'll take a little bit at the 21 period. We mentioned that. We'll still see if it holds VWAP. That's going to be the big hold for me. If it holds it, great. If not, then we are out of here pretty easily, too, on that play. So if it does break through, we'll get out, but we'll buy a little bit more right there. Give us a little bit of an average price to worry about. So that's what we're going to do right now with SLV, and it's fine. It's comfortable, and we don't have a whole bunch of shares, so we'll wait for it. We got, 104.50 was obviously, you can see, a good area to get out, but we're still waiting for that 103.30 or so area to come through, and we'll wait to see if we can get a fill there somewhere. What's up, Adara?
Thanks for the interruption. I do have some news coming through with Nvidia and Amazon. CNBC reporting that Nvidia and Amazon might be part of OpenAI's new funding round. Back to you.
Well, the circle continues.
No surprise there.
I mean, the funding always seems to come from a few places. That's actually pulling NVIDIA back in. So maybe we do get that test of 190 after all. As on cue, this was actually breaking higher on NVIDIA. So maybe we'll see if we get that one. I'm just going to throw my 190 bids just in case we get all the way down. I want to get picked up one more time. So we'll throw our bids in there if we get that 190. Bitcoin continues to absolutely flounder. And Starbucks, Starbucks is doing the battle here, so it's finally holding right at the $100 level. All we need to do is break out this $0.50, and then we can look for that long. But it's just losing the battle, and we just lost a bit on the NASDAQ as well. So the long in Starbucks is really going to have to wait here, unfortunately. I thought maybe between 45 and 10 o'clock we'd be able to get this one, but it's still heading to the downside. I think its patience is worth it. This move has been so long in the making. You know, the chance, and even Brent said it has room to 110 today. But let's go and take care of some business.
Yeah, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily levered ETFs. These are featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves while minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Yeah, so that reload so far so good on SLV. I just got some out here at 07s. And here comes the move higher. I'm waiting at 19s as well. Let's see if this one can extend through. Of course, that is going to be silver. Let's see what the dollar is doing. Yesterday we noticed a correlation between silver, of course, and the dollar. So let's look at quickly a 1 minute chart as the silver gets stronger, as the dollar gets weaker. So we'll see here if the dollar continues to make that move down. This is the DXY. Let's go silver, hi ho. Big time trading over there. And here's spot silver. Just have a quick look to see what that's going through here per ounce. Yeah, 115. So, you know, we've gotten up to that 116 mark. Would like to see, obviously, as I'm long, to see if we can test that area upside right there, 116. So here we go. Silver upside. And it looks like you've got your first position on there with IBIT. So I liked it actually long at that area, but I was going to wait for a little bit lower. So let's see what happens there. But silver with a little bit of a pullback here into 104.20s or so. Looks like that might have been the high. I was actually waiting at 104.19 and it just missed me. So here, there. Oh. Just missed me again there at 104.19. That's hilarious. Let's see if we get one more push up, and then that will be my out there on silver, just for a little piece. Anyways, let's see if we can hold many more to see if we get back up to that 104.50 there. Yeah, that's my look on silver.
Yeah, it looks like we can't seem to get to VWAP on IBIT. So the first real bounce actually tries to pull back into, I don't want to call it the pre-market low, but I'll call it pre-market support here at about 50.80. 50.85 or so. So you had some support there. We bounce, consolidate. So I short the first available consolidation. Already looking to play it to yesterday's close. I know it's a 24-hour market, but yesterday's close down here at about 50.50. So I have bids along the way as now Starbucks is gone. Finally, Starbucks is gone. It just hit that $0.50 on SBucks. So we waited around for this one to finally break through that 100 level and hold above. It broke that prior bar. So now it needs to hold on to 99.5. I think this is like an opportunity. Looking at GM yesterday, this is what I was likening it to on General Motors. Like when it held the bid, this did it earlier. You got a couple of little checks in here. There's one higher low. There's the second. Those are the two spots, kind of spots that I'd look for on SBucks. But a deeper dive than what GM did. So with holding on to this consolidation, I want to see it put in another higher low. Once it can do that, then I think it's worthy of an add. Could be above VWAP, but we'll see. Just don't want it losing that 99.5, as I said before. So 99.5 is going to be the spot that we want to get out. Nvidia is still not really doing much of anything. We haven't talked Tesla for you guys. That dropped right before we opened up. Tesla dropped down, and it's almost pressing the high here. So the market coming back. Tesla also coming back on earnings, up 1%. Good reversal. I guess someone got skittish at the open and dumped it on the imbalances, and now they're probably regretting it. Is this one of the big names we have after the bell for you guys, and looking pretty strong. Surprised Nvidia is this small of a range off the open. I was expecting more.
Yeah, it's too bad, man. We missed that Nvidia bid the first time. Nvidia actually here on this sticky note. I know a lot of you guys are looking for trade ideas, of course. We have this posted for you every single day, and it was Nvidia 190 long. We missed it by like 30 cents. We'll see if that comes in. We have the IBIT long at 50.75, and then TQs at 57. I actually have to look over there. And silver right now, which is been okay. We waited for the $100 break to break into 100, but it didn't do that. So we had to buy the pre-market break out there. And now it's kind of just struggling. You know what? Let me just get out another piece right here at 10s, and then we'll just let it go up. We're still at our daily goal with this trade, but it could easily fall out. I was thinking it would actually get going a little bit more than it has been. I am still going to stop out on a break here of VWAP. So that's coming in right now as VWAP gets a little more exciting here. So let me offer out on VWAP, just make sure that we do have that out. 103.40s or so, I think, is where it is. Yeah, so let's go to 103. Again, even just a easy break, 103.34, right? Let's just flatten that out and get out of there on silver if that does wind up breaking back down below. I still wouldn't mind reloading it in and around this area. So if that does come through, we can get a little bit more shares here around 103.60s, and then we'll give it to VWAP. So that's going to be that trade. May fall out of bed, who knows? SoFi reporting in 2 days. This could be a name, and we talked about that $25 hold, and that's been holding pretty sideways for now. We can look at the big banks, see what they're doing, and maybe that'll give us an idea. So 298.50 downside there for JP Morgan, so that gets a little lower here as well. Citigroup, possibly the same thing. Yeah, 115 for Citigroup. That's not down as much, but that is down. Coinbase there with crypto. We can have a quick look at this name. This is
going ham right now.
Robinhood, yeah. Crypto's been going absolutely insane. Here we go. Here's Robinhood. What's up?
Needham rated a buy rating on Robinhood with a $135 price target. Reiterated, I want to clarify they did not raise the price target and it was not an upgrade.
Okay, it's I became right into my level there, and I didn't do anything about it. So we could have gone long at 50.75. So there it is, Brennan. We lost our board again there. We can check out if there was anything up with that, but there goes our position board. But yeah, IBIT should have been long. There it's back. So I know Neil's short at this level, but I don't mind this kind of a long. Just watch out. Like, it could break lower into there. It's the closing price. I actually was thinking about IBIT at holding that 90,000. We have broken a little bit lower than that right now. Okay, we did get that reload in silver. It's not doing anything, so let's just be patient with it. We'll get a little piece out if we can in the mid 80s there if it starts to run back up. But for right now, there it goes. But for right now, silver, just good little reload there. As we stated, let's see where it goes from here. Silver on my mind today.
Yeah, I mean, IBIT's still pretty much, it's holding this range. It's just sitting there, 50, 75. This is kind of like the right place to be in. It hasn't really broken underneath the 60 level, so we're still exactly where we were before. Sort of similar thing going on here with Starbucks, where it trends down off the open, holds the higher low, but you're not really getting any fall through. So you're just holding a consolidation level. So I don't want to change the plan of action. If it's not going anywhere, I don't have a reason to get out. Again, Nvidia just disappointing. Robinhood really rallying here. That's a massive red to green on Hood. And it can't ignore the fact that this is an actually clean bounce off the 200 period on the daily for Robinhood. So it doesn't even matter what is going on with it. Technically, that looks really good to bounce off the 200 period like that and look higher. If this closes the 15-minute, which I suspect it's going to, above the pre-market highs, that looks like a continuation type of long play. Sometimes you find things out in the wild, and thank you guys in the chat for pointing this one out. I like 200 period bounces. Those are always pretty good setups there. And if this can hold, like I said, if it can hold the pre-market highs for the next 3 minutes on that 15-minute, it's going to look pretty good.
Okay, we reloaded silver. We're just going to keep on getting out on the way up, and then my stop still remains the same. So, all right, let's look at something else right now. We can look at sort of the broader markets right now. The Nasdaq is up 0.8, so that's nice. As is the S&P 500. Just hit 7,000 right there. Now up to 7,027 on the futures. Anyways, nice move to the high side there today. Well respected, the Nasdaq and the Dow. The Dow was, of course, President Trump's sort of vessel for, comparing what the market's been doing, but he's not going to talk about that because we had UNH and the rest of them yesterday on his own, man. That Mehmet Oz, I forget what is he, director of something there, but he was bringing down the
Medicare and Medicaid services.
Medicare and Medicaid services, yeah. Dr. Oz, man. Dr. Phil, soon to be appointed something as well. But no, we saw UNH yesterday down into 295, and it looks like it's it's trying to battle back there today. We'll see if that high comes through. There's that break level there of $300, up 3% today, was down 20% yesterday. You know, so was MOH, which is Molina, I believe. Yeah, there it was. So that was, oh yeah, let's go, hi-ho. That was a good name yesterday to get to the short side. They're trying to battle back a little bit here today as well, from 200 down to 83. My guy there, Oscar Health, not good, down to $15, not doing a whole heck of a lot. And this is the sector. Let's just go over that real quick, man. Yes, go, man. Silver, we just got a nice little fill on that one as well. Health services, here it is right here. So it looks like we'll get it back, relief today on UNH. Humana right there, downside as well. CNC Centene, downside. So we'll see if any of these names can sort of battle back from yesterday's sort of debacle in the space. Wow, okay, 104.30 now. That's a good move. Nvidia missed along. That's okay. We've got the other one on. Amazon, Costco, those names bumping around. Tesla on earnings is a nice name to look at today. XOM, CVX reporting Friday. So these names, you know, getting the bump that maybe a lot of you are looking for. XOM, huge move recently. You know, it started to go off when we had that Venezuela sort of story a couple weeks ago. And then now, wow, 137. Where the hell is Randy, man? This guy needs to be bringing us more than espressos. He needs to bring us shots of pure gold. But that's a huge move, man, off that 50-period moving average. Wow, XOM. That's an absolutely insane banger. The only thing, wow, let's go silver. We're now at 2 times our daily goal now for silver. But XLE is the one that I'm thinking about breaking long, man. This is the only name that I own in the energy. It's not good on this chart. In the energy space is XLE, and it's on like a multi sort of year break right now as it's trying to get a little higher. If you're looking at, I'll throw it over to Neil in a second. There goes XLE. See what I'm saying? So you're getting ready to break. This is 2014. We haven't been here in a decade for oil. So boom, goes the dynamite there. I'm going to take it another piece. I'm just like over the moon with this silver, but right into there, $50. Nice trade coming through there. Let's see if it breaks higher. Maybe we even get longer. We saw silver and all that, you know, make similar moves when we broke through on the monthly and on the weekly and on any sort of you were like, oh my God, we're breaking this high right there of $48 on SLV. 105 right now on this monster. What's up?
S&P 500 range bound this morning. Nice push here in our first 15-minute candle. Then we give it all up in the second 15-minute candle right now. Just kind of chopping around pretty flat as we wait not only at the FOMC meeting at 2 p.m. Eastern, where we're expected to not get a rate change, but we also have 3 of the Mag 7s reporting after the bell. That'll be Microsoft at 4 p.m. ETA, then Meta and Tesla expected to report at 4:05 p.m. We'll cover all of that for you after the bell. Of course, I will cover the FOMC meeting for you all at 2 p.m. Eastern. Now, in addition to the meeting at 2:30 p.m., we're going to get maybe the more closely watched aspect of this meeting, especially when we were expecting that we're not going to get a move. That would be the Fed Chair Jerome Powell press conference. So 2:30 p.m., certainly something to watch to kind of get a sense of his tone going forward, in addition to what led to their decision at this particular meeting. Let's talk TSLA here. Again, one of the 3 earnings names reporting after the bell. Nice push to the upside. Tesla to some of its Mag 7 peers. Amazon, although recovering here, and Nvidia likely also recovering here. Also on watch, these both got a little bit of a drop when we heard earlier this morning from CNBC. It's David Faber that it's very likely they're participating in the new funding round for OpenAI. Let's talk about some of these earnings that already reported, though, and are having day one earnings. That includes Starbucks, SBUX, missing on EPS, but beating on sales and stronger than expected sales growth, store sales growth, rather. Let's talk ASML. Initially, really strong gap up, now giving up pretty much all of that. They did miss on EPS, but they beat on sales, and their guidance kind of in line here for ASML. Please make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the content. Join us after the bell at 4 p.m., of course, and just stick with us all day. Back to you.
Yeah, you don't have to join us just after the bell. If you stick around, as she said, as Dara said, thank you very much, all day long, whether it's a Fed action, whether it's earnings, whether it's answering a super chat from our good friend Christopher Mulligan, that is. Why is Shop continuing to slump? Oh, goodness. Well, they say the trend is your friend until the end. When it bends, that's Obi's saying. Well, I would make the argument that it's trying to bend as we speak. So this is a good bottom, and we was talking about this just literally now on Robinhood, bouncing off the 200-period moving average. Well, it's got a bunch of support here at 136. You can already see it trying to bounce off said report. So I would make the argument that this is actually a bit of a mean reversion trade, but this is on a daily chart. So you got to hold this higher low, and then I'd be a little bit more convinced that shop is looking better. But if you like the 200 period and you like a stock, I'm usually a buyer down there. Some stocks don't get there. Like, just ask me every single time I talk about GE Vernova and buying the dip, and I think it's going to get there, it just doesn't. So you can get a little bit chopped up or get that regret or that FOMO. I know I got some FOMO for buying back into that stock. So Starbucks is starting to make the run into the volume weighted average price. It hasn't really given a clean spot to add here, but it does have this sort of weird trend line thing going on. So on a 3-minute, it doesn't really matter. It's not like I'm getting 3 points or anything like that. It's just kind of like algo buying at the bottom of it. That gives me a chance to add at 100, move this. I'll have to move the stop and tighten it up because this trend line is so distinct on SBUX. So that's going to be the plan of action here. I'm shooting for this 103, which was the area resistance that we had right away. All pre-market long on Starbucks, we had that level. So I'm going to get my bid in front of 100. So
What stock was FOMO? Starbucks was FOMO or Shopify?
No, GE for me, GE Vernova.
Oh, GE Vernova, yeah.
Because I sold this. No, I didn't sell all of it. I sold some in my personal account, like way back. I'm talking all the way back in August when we're pulling back off the highs. And then it just, no, we're right back here. It just never got to the 200 period. I never got filled, sitting there waiting for it. And I keep moving every couple of months. I move a bid down into the 200 period moving average again, and it never gets there. Off these earnings, if I can't get it, I'm going to just buy off the 50 period. I got a couple of questions about that in the morning, and I mentioned that sometimes if you like a stock and you like the story, it can just be easier to never sell it. It is easier. It is easier.
I'm not selling anything I own anymore, man.
Sometimes it's just, you get a little bit cute with that. And like, this is a stock that had gone particularly parabolic from when I had bought it. So you stare that in the face sometimes when you're up like 5-6x on a stock you don't expect to move like that, and you make that decision to pull the trigger. But I do still like the story with GE Vernova. Could have easily made this the pick again this year, to be honest with you.
Yep, nice trade there. Never a problem when you make 5 to 6 times your money. You got to ring the register sometimes and take a little bit of profit on that one, or never sell. I think that was my new strategy right there. I'm happy. I've been buying the indexes as well all year, so we're happy to see. Not all year. Last year, I haven't done really anything this year, but with over 10,000 watching right now, we say thank you so much. Make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe. I mean, just into here, man. We just have 551,000 subscribers. Let's go. Hi-ho for silver. Has Sean talked about silver yet today? There it is, man. 551,000 subscribers. Look, that's great, right? For $5 a month, though, we want to make sure that you guys understand something about value right here. Hey, Brendan, how's it going? So right into there, for $5 a month, you get this morning membership note, and it is this research note that is better than anything you guys have seen. And this is it right now. This is from Sharif. Today's morning note is just, how many pages is this one? Oh, it's just 17 pages. And what does it have in it? This is yours for $5, not a day. Did I say a day or a month? It is a month for $5. You're going to get, this is all the stories here about Nvidia. So the thing is that these are just, Amazon. Here's the first round of layoffs. Here's the bigger picture. Here's the trader takeaway. Here's some key support and resistance levels. It's not just on Amazon. There's 17 pages. Microsoft, Meta. If you're ever going to be a member, now is the time, because with earnings coming through, wait to see what these things look like tomorrow. There's gold ripping record highs today as well. Here's ASML. Like, if you want, you can't parse through the report, right? But just put this thing onto your board and read it. Get this into ChatGPT, let it summarize whatever you want, but it's ASML. It's here for $5 a month. You can get involved with this. It's easy. It's every single day. It's called Sharif's Morning Note. We want to thank him for doing that, and it's something that, we look at all the time here on the show, and they go over it on the midday. So sign up now. I guarantee you right now that is the best buy you will have made, and you'll be sending me messages saying, why is that only $5 a month? And I'd like to pay more, but you don't have to. So here, whoa, silver just had quite a nice move there. Now it's, wow, okay. So we just got taken out some right there at 10. So I'm light now. We're getting really light on this name. 108.75. Wow, huge move right here for silver. We got to watch out. This is 103.50 right there. That's VWAP. So be careful right here with a VWAP move on.
Something's happening because crypto Bitcoin wasn't doing anything, and we just went one candle VWAP to the low here. Let's go to Adara Because I was literally just getting VWAP, and now we're sitting at the lows. Adara, what do we have for us right now?
Sorry, guys, I don't have anything on that. I do have something on Chevron that I want to mention here, CVX. This is actually near day's highs. They're going to be increasing exports of Venezuelan oil to the U.S. to some 300,000 BPD in March. Okay, we do have Scott Bessent talking about the U.S. dollar. That just came through, and that's very likely what happened here with the metals and crypto. Bessent saying that, quote, the U.S. always has a strong dollar policy. That's in a CNBC interview. Now, we know yesterday, U.S. President Donald Trump bragged that he can make the dollar, quote, move up and down like a yo-yo. So lots of policy here, or comments here, sorry, on the U.S. dollar policy now from Bessent, and also yesterday from President Trump. Again, Bessent saying that the U.S. has always had a strong dollar policy. Back to you.
The president literally said yesterday, talking about how he the weak dollar is an advantage. The Japanese and the Chinese are always devaluing, and this is like spinning it to be good. So I guess this is like the response to that. Look, man, anyways, it cuts both ways.
We're going lower.
But that was the reason for the drop. If you saw like commodities drop, like Bitcoin dropped, I'm not after that. I'm not bidding low of the day again. I'm just gonna get down to 50-50 on this bad boy. But like almost nothing was happening. It was just slowly cruising into VWAP when Bessent decided to make his comments. And shocking the market a little bit here. Didn't do anything to the chips. It looks like it was more of a dollar commodities.
Here's
I guess
DXY
Bitcoin
right
gets
here.
into it too. You got the Dixie up there, and that was a big spike.
Yeah, it's there it is right there. There's the U.S. dollar just going upside right there. We talked about getting out of some of our silver there, so we'll see what happens now as we just bought a little bit more near some of those lows. My average price is going to look, right now we're out 70 cents, but we talked about the share size there. So there's the U.S. dollar right there starting to rip to the high side. So you got to be careful. And it's funny because if you're watching the show, we had sort of, here goes silver right now, back into 102. We had sort of talked about this move right there, right? And it was like, first of all, we wanted to look at VWAP. I sort of canceled that as it came back in because now I just want to see where we go from here. This could still drift a little bit higher, but it's not great there, the positive U.S. dollar talk for silver. So we got to be careful with where we're going now. I was actually thinking about sort of yesterday's areas. I mean, we initially wrote down 100 long on silver. Obviously, that never got tested. So now we'll just have to wait to see what the reaction here is in SLV and the silver market, as we did have a pretty dramatic move down right there on that talk. So here it comes back. We're long at 103.35. I do have an offer there to get out of some of this name for flat, but yeah, let's just let it settle down as it continues to go upside. Market didn't really like that story too much, it seems like, as it's starting to tick a little bit lower. And you mentioned Bitcoin there starting to go lower as well. So that's going to be a nice trade. And then Starbucks, you're already on that name. So yeah, we'll have to sit here, watch out what's going on with silver. And we do have a, whoopsies, we do have a
what is dead
poll here. Pick your commodity. Well, I'd be silly if I don't say silver. So now we got to do silver. For my investment portfolio, it's gold. I don't really own any silver. So I own gold. So we'll have to wait to see what's happening there. But copper, platinum, silver, and gold. So guys, oh, wow.
I could go with some copper.
There's a nice move down.
The only one I don't own anything. Actually, I own physical silver. In a safety deposit box during COVID. And then I guess copper makes some sense because I like FCX, but outside of that, yeah, like that move was crazy. It's actually affecting the entire market. I did want to go back to UNH for a quick second because all that strength and the relief rally in UNH, now back under VWAP and starting to fail again.
Big time.
So the curl is coming in for that stock. As far as other strong names, Intel was up almost 10%. That's starting to lose the volume-weighted average price. So you're not really holding on to the bid very well over there. As I said, IBIT, it did break the low. I'm sitting at yesterday's close, which just bounced, close area. It just bounced off my, in front of the order. So just got some out. Looking for a pullback now to 50.30. That'll take us down to just around that 89K. Mark. So it'll be like 90,000 to 89 effectively will be VWAP to these lows here on IBIT as we still have Bessent talking. Let's go back to Adara, I believe.
Yeah, I'm just going to let you guys know what Bessent's saying now because he's saying some things that are pretty interesting. We know that drop in the dollar that we had as of late had been attributed to reports suggesting that the U.S. could be intervening with the U.S. dollar and yen. Bessent denying those reports, saying that the U.S. is, quote, absolutely not intervening with the U.S. dollar and the yen. He also said that the previous year's stock performance does not dictate what's going to happen in 2026. Again, repeating that the U.S. has always had a strong dollar policy. He said that he spoke with Trump about the Fed chair decision as recently as yesterday, and that, quote, if we have sound policies, the money will flow into the U.S. So lots of comments here from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. One more thing he mentioned that I think is pretty key. Today's rate decision is up to the Fed. So, I mean, we know that they want the Fed to cut rates, but he's not really trying to force their hand here with these comments. Back to you.
Oh, is there a decision? Okay, I didn't know that. That's good to know. You know, the market's teaching. I learned something every
There's a decision on what was that?
No, it's the Fed's decision on what to do with rates.
Yeah.
It's refreshing to learn new things, I find, and it's an important part of life as well. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it.
Scott Bessent there. I think it was Rick Reeder, wasn't he the one that's supposed to be part of the lead right here?
I want to say he's a lock, but what are we sitting at right now? 75?
Oh, you have it up? Okay, I was going to say.
I do have it on Cal sheet here. I just hit no, that's not what it was before. I would swear he's only at 44%. Okay, my bad. I thought he was over the 50% mark. He had gotten over the 50% mark, Rick Reeder. So it's still pretty much up in the air. Now, President Trump says he's decided, and he knows who he's picking. Okay. And ever since then, you've been seeing Rick Reeder pop up. But it's still a decent chance that you could get Warsh, still at 31%. Yeah, I really thought that would be a heck of a lot higher. That would indicate that maybe he isn't making a decision today, if it's still less than 50%.
Yeah, the U.S. dollar, so silver's trying to battle here, but the U.S. dollar, as we get all this talk going through, now it did pull back a little bit, but now it's still trying to take out some of these highs right now, the USD. So let's be patient with our trade and just to see where this winds up going right now, as silver's been an absolute monster. But now we know, well, we've always known this. We talked about it yesterday when the silver was making the move higher and the U.S. dollar was making the move lower. So we've seen this sort of correlation before on these plays. So yeah, no surprise here for me. What's happening right now with silver, and it's a nice downside move. I was just going to wait to see. Oops, we're past that right now. Basically, the level that we had written down before, like $100. I don't know. That's still $2 lower than right now. So I don't want to necessarily get out of everything. It will be a hit if we get out of what we have, and that's not why. I want this to sort of settle down a little bit. Here it comes. I'm waiting in the 60s. Maybe I'll take a little bit out on this bump, just to, well, if we even able to, take a little bit out on this bump. There it is, just to see now if we can get back into a little more calming situation here on silver, because it just did fall $3, 105 down to 150 there. So take a little bit off and let it breathe. That's silver. Over to Neil.
And from the metals to a little medical device company to keep an eye on, and that's Enview Medical. The ticker is FEED, Feed. The company designs and markets a guided feeding tube platform to hospitals across the U.S. Today, the majority of hospitals do this procedure blindly, leading to avoidable injuries from misplacements. Think of this platform as a GPS for feeding tube placement, which can improve patient safety and streamline how care teams work. And what stands out here is the growing appetite for this platform throughout the U.S. and how this tech is going to fit right into the clinical needs. Today, they are already in 38 hospitals. As hospitals push for safer and more efficient solutions, Enview looks like a company building scalable technology and real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch. That is Feed on the NASDAQ. And if you can't remember that, then you got issues. Or you're just old like myself. Well, I can tell, sometimes there's a candle that is like Captain Obvious candle. Well, this is the pullback area that we're looking for on IBIT. It was right into about 50.30. This is the bounce. So I was sitting right underneath here on the bid, and immediately once I see that wick, I put the trail to the prior bar. That was the target, and you're going to quibble over the 10 cents when I see a bit of a reversal like that for IBIT. So we'll move on to the next. And again, assist the best, and I liked it underneath this prior low into VWAP, and it was holding that consolidation, but sometimes you don't know where the momentum is going to come from. You're trading it because it's a key level, and then I was going to say the president, but it wasn't the president. It was Bessent. Now, we found a reason to add to Starbucks, but let's be real. Since it made that higher low and is holding this little trend line, all it's doing is tightening up going into VWAP and not breaking the volume weighted average price. So I feel like if we hold this trend line, I'm going to want it to be above VWAP. This is not moving the way I'd expect. Like, it's slowly going up, but the way that it's headed, this could be a heck of a trend break. So I keep tightening the stop to correspond with the trend line. Now it's above $100, which was not the original plan. Might have to wait for the better opportunities maybe a little bit later on in the session. I did say this one could wait till 10 o'clock. It's 10:15, and this is still barely even moving. To go to something that is moving heavily, Intel, speaking of trends, or I have to redraw this one for you guys, is actually breaking its pullback trend line as we speak. So back above VWAP. Look, man, Intel is just going absolutely ham today. It's up 9%. As it pulled back with the market, it was heavy and under the volume weighted average price. I wanted it to break this trend. It has now confirmed it. The prior bar low is a ways away here. Like, you're talking about 47.50. So with Intel, sometimes a percent is good. When it's moving 9%, understand that it's a different beast today. So you're trading it within that, like your entry is within that 1%. So you need the thing to move 2 or 3 points, and that's going to be a move today on Intel. No longer that 1% type of stock, like it was yesterday. Yesterday was range bound, mostly like a percent at a time.
Yeah, Intel has just been a beast since that report. I mean, it was a great trade pretty much all month, regardless of which way you were going. And today, you get that opportunity to get back into that. Look, I think we did a good job, honestly, getting out of some silver there just for a hit. Like, you know, we'll have to give some money back here on this move. Like, I still don't know why. I had a stop right here. I don't really know why it didn't trigger, so I have to send in a note for that because we were supposed to be getting out at VWAP out of what we had left. So not really sure why that didn't trigger. We're going to find out more. We've been buying a little bit of this dip. I mean, we've gotten 3 fills down here and gotten out all of them a little higher than where we got filled. But for right now, still hoping for a move up. And I still have on, oopsies, that's not what I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to show you the Dixie right here because this is the dollar. We can't really quote the DXY on our platform, so I do have to have it up here, and I think I'm going to like minimize this and actually put it up right here on the side. I got to figure out a way to get this looking a little bit better, but there's the US dollar index right here on the side for you. I'll during lunch or whatever, I'll edit this so it looks a little bit better, but we'll watch the dollar and see if that's moving anywhere here right now. So silver, fun fact right there. What's up, top VoIP IP into there? I like that little comment. Oh, I can't show it on the screen because I don't have that up, but right there, fun fact, silver has 3 times the volume of SPY. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm here. I'm here whenever there's traders trading something, you know that there's going to be some action there. So yeah, man, silver's been real hot for a while, and it's been a really good trade. But right now, you know, new sort of talk there. Scott Bessett, right, talking about how the U.S. wants a strong dollar, and they've always been there to support it. Obviously, as Neil mentioned there, it does go a little different than what we've been hearing from the president as of late. So I don't know what's up with that, but here it goes. We'll see if that talk has changed the momentum of the SLV trade. But remember, like, it's still up 1%. I know it's going back upside now, but it still is up that 1%. I'll get an offer here at 70. Why not? I can't believe I didn't have one there right now. But there goes silver. Let's see if it does take an upside play here. I'm going to get out of like 5% all the way up and then see if we can sort of just breathe and get that name back to the upside as we'll continue to watch out. The dollar could slip right here back down below 96.50, which should send this again a little bit to the moon. We just broke it, and it did make that big move up there, about 0.5% on SLV. So let's see if that continues a little bit higher right now. It looks like we'll miss that 70. So let me put something out now at 50, and that's my bad. We should have had, obviously, an order there. There we go. We'll get the 50, or we got 47s there. Now we'll see if we can get a play back upside there for SLV. We missed that one. We should have got some out there. All right, what's up, Adara?
Time to go over these small caps, starting with TIRX. This company is called Sean Ruiksang Holdings. Swiftstart going to be investing $80 million in this company at $1.50 per share. They've signed a new strategic memorandum of understanding. It's interesting here, this stock actually trading well below that price, currently around 67 cents per share. Let's talk here about MRNO. This is Murano Global Investments. This one was covered on our Trader TV Live morning watch list today. There was no news on this name, but notable float here, MRNO, with a float of around 1.75 million shares. 25% of that's going to be sold short. Last but not least, our friends at Nvidia Medical, FEED. As I announced this morning, the company signing an agreement with Udeliver, allowing them to push their reusable over-the-counter syringes into home care. Again, a distribution deal with Udeliver, sending FEED to the upside. So feed, we have mRNO and TIRX all on watch today. We're going to send you back over to Sean and Neil. Please like and subscribe if you like the content.
I like the way you said that, but the way that I would say it for feed is it's feeding it to the shorts is what that stock is doing. Get it. And look, I see, I'll do it, and that's a Dallas Cowboys thing, because that's Zeke Elliott. So as a Buffalo Bills fan, I'll be fair. But look, they're absolutely eating it up. And that's why we bring you some of these movers. Sometimes you've got a good catalyst and you get a good story and a good for feed. Unfortunately for Starbucks, it'll end up being a flat trade. I think the purpose of tightening the stop up, like adding in here and then tightening the stop on trend is, look, a lot of times I would just be short a stock if it did a trend line break like that. But I was bullish on Starbucks. It looks like it was the wrong decision not to reverse into the short, but the right decision. So basically a flat trade in there. I'm looking at IBIT. We got out on this bottoming tail wick, kind of thinking that if all it was those comments, maybe we get a retest. I'm not saying VWAP, but like maybe in here at like 50, 70, somewhere in there we'd be able to grab it. So that would be the next place I'd look for IBIT. Obviously, that's going to be the best one this morning. Didn't really know it was going to move like that on those comments. But Intel, try it off VWAP. Feel like Intel's doing so much volume today. We'll take a couple of shots, but if I'm going to play it off of VWAP on a trend break, then it's going to need to hold. So it doesn't hold right away. I think this is going to be an opportunity all day long on Intel. But I don't like these dips if they don't hold the volume weighted average price. And right now, it does not seem to want to. So waiting for reload potential on IBIT. Nvidia is not really doing much. The 190's come and gone. It's a chop fest at that volume weighted average price. It cannot seem to break out the highs. I feel like looking elsewhere, unfortunately. And I see a lot of people saying SMCI and Marvell, just some other chip names. Obviously, Intel's going crazy as well, that are doing a little bit better. SMCI up 3 points. It's literally trending up. So this is SMCI clean all morning long. And it was the entire space that got lifted by a wealth of reasons. Whether you can say ASML, you could say HK Hynix overnight in Asia. You could make a strong argument. Even the Nvidia news with China looking pretty good. There's just a heck of a lot going well for the chip space, but it doesn't seem to be helping Nvidia that much today.
No. Nvidia was a name that I was definitely interested. We just got missed at 70 again, by the way. It literally goes right to 70. I think it went to 66 or 67s there on SLV. But I still do like some Nvidia. Looking over my notes, we did have Nvidia talk. It's at 192 now. We did have TQQ talk as well here today. Trying to go long, but remember, we are ahead of Fed today. So that's giving me, our TQQ trade was a 57 long. We're not quite into there. We were trying to, here, this is the problem, the dollar. There, so 57 coming back into yesterday's sort of closing area there for the NASDAQ. Was definitely thinking about that. Come on, dollar, get down so we can get that fill that we want. A little bit of a break back lower on the dollar should help us with our silver trade. I know that's all I'm talking about right now. But let's go over and check out gold real quick. So that does have a very similar move, right? I mean, actually silver's a little more aggressive. So gold went from 487, again, remember a $480 name, that only dropped $4. Silver dropped $3 and change, and it's a $102 name. So gold not as aggressive with this play that silver is, but we are getting ready to potentially go a little bit back up to the upside here as a way to see what this US dollar is thinking about down near some of those lows. All right, Nvidia, Texas Instruments with a big day as well. We can have a quick look over there. I have no idea, like these guys making little semiconductors for like remote controls and little things like that. But Texas Instruments, who cares what they're doing? They're putting money in your pocket. That's a great little move there. I would have thought actually heading into earnings, this name was a little primed for a little bit of a pullback because you based out and you started to inch up, and then we get that earnings call. It just ran right into its past highs. So unlike some of the other chip names, this one is yet to break those levels, but good day for Texas Instruments, and glad to be a shareholder there. I'm not, but that was a good day for Texas for them. And then we looked at Amazon already, Google, Apple maybe. We can check out what Apple's doing. Apple coming through. Is Apple tonight or tomorrow?
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow, right. Tomorrow's a big one for Apple. So, I mean, that was a good level, man, 250. You had to sort of withstand a little bit of a dip into 245. But that 250, I mean, that 245 has come and gone a couple times. So that gets all the way back into September levels again, and now the tick higher. Apple looking good for their report. Right in between, if you do get that dip down, you could probably get a buy here around 245. And we were talking earlier that the implied moves on most of these names are about 5%, right? And so if Apple can move around 5%, I think it would be an upside play into that. You know,
and Softy is going red.
Is it? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. What are
The
these big caps
market,
doing?
look, this market's not going to be able to sustain this 0.5% that the NASDAQ is up. I say the market, but I'm talking about the NASDAQ because ES is barely even up anything, 0.1. You've got Softy making some lower highs. You already talked about Apple. Amazon doing those layoffs today. Well, look, I still think that's good news. I'm glad we didn't buy this news today because I just feel like the attention's going to be elsewhere. That just broke low of the day. Holding basically barely green because of this aftermarket move, but that's looking pretty weak as well. There's nothing which is holding up the way that I'd like to see it. I mean, SMCI was looking pretty good. Intel's still battling with that VWAP. I keep looking at IBIT here. There's Bitcoin. It's still trying to bounce. So I mean, it was patient enough to wait for it to give the entry, and it still hasn't done it. So maybe even looking at some small cappers out there that could be in the wild. I know. Hey, Commodity King is mentioning VSAT.
Commodity King.
Okay, so Commodity King, trade setup is one thing, and this is to all the viewers. Volume is another. VSAT has done 500,000 shares in volume, so yes, it's up 6%. Great. Yes, it is making fresh highs. That chart is absolutely gorgeous. But for a day trade, pretty much nobody can day trade the stock. When at 10:30, an hour of trading, and it's on 460,000 shares worth of volume, that's effectively nothing, unfortunately. So looking pretty, look, it looks good. It's probably a nice swing trade for people out there. Shout out to anyone in VSAT. It's just you can't really day trade that stock, I'd say, at all, to be honest with you. It's just not one of those types of names.
Okay. I was liking Apple, but as you mentioned with Microsoft, both names starting to now get a little bit lower. Let's just have a quick little look here because the NASDAQ's losing steam, as is the ES. So we were just talking about the NASDAQ being up 0.9, ES being up 0.45, hitting that 7,000 marker. So it's still holding above that, but looking like it does want to get just a tad bit weaker right now in the market. And you know, what's been kicking around today, let's have just a real quick look again at the broader market. We have 10 seconds until a number at 10:30. Oh, that's oil.
It's just oil in between.
Yeah, okay, so we can check out XOM, and what a good time to look at some of this board right here. Get rid of that ad. We're trying to build something like this, so we'll get our own very soon. It's funny, Randy brings the espresso, and I only drink like half of it. All right, Apple, Broadcom, there's Palantir. We actually identified that Palantir was going to be a little weaker potentially today in the pre-market. It did start to make its move lower, which did give me nervous feels for Palantir, and it was a lower take there for PLTR. What's this consumer durable name? Oh, that's General Motors, okay, and Ford, both downside there ahead of big earnings report today from Tesla. We'll see where that winds up going. Lennar, okay, a lot of names that we don't really care about, but don't carry them through. Eli Lilly, AbbVie, so some of these health biotech names. We looked at XBI earlier today. This is a space that I really like. So I think you could throw a dart at any of these names, but really what's been impressive is Johnson & Johnson. I mean, the way that chart has been moving around, I really like I forget what their product's name is, but they do have this one product that was battling. Oh, okay, well, here goes. I'm going to take another piece out here on.
We're potential trend break on silver on the 15.
Yeah, I'm long silver right here for sure. But there it is right there. Yeah, they've been real printing, man. J&J is a name that's been in my account and portfolio for a very long time, but look at this 50-period moving average there on J&J. They had a great report not too long ago, J&J. And then the other name that's been beat up that I always think is similar, I know it's not similar in the way of businesses, but Procter & Gamble there. As you go for household names, Johnson & Johnson, Procter & Gamble, both should be fine with a weaker dollar, right? These multinational names that do a lot of business outside of Canada and the US should be able to repatriate those US dollars back in, or those foreign dollars back into, as Neil seeing Swiss franc soon. But as you know, if you do business over there in Switzerland, if you do business in Switzerland and the Swiss franc is matured or grown valued up against the US dollar, then that's better for names that are doing business over there. So Procter & Gamble should continue to win. And then you were mentioning silver. Does look like it's starting to break out a little bit higher there. We did get that great bottom fill there at 101.50 and more outs there at 102.60. So silver, man, trying to make the best of it as the US dollar does break a little lower, but silver's been a little bit of a back and forth trade to say the least today on that Scott Bessent news. All right, you want to talk about silver quickly because we can go to Adara.
No, I was just waiting for it to show a setup on the 15-minute. We're going to go to Adara. There's the, obviously crazy candle to the downside, a little bit of a rejection candle, and then the break back up. So stop actually nicely fits right underneath 102 based on this trade, and I'm in at the $0.50 on SLV. 103 and then 103 half for some obvious targets. But we are going to Adara at the desk as we speak.
The thing that's not breaking lower here is BYND. Beyond Meat rocketing higher here after Verge reports that the company's new Immerse product is already sold out. Back to you.
Sell it immediately, right?
I'm not saying sell it immediately, but I am going to pay for local.
That was their protein product, Adara? Sorry.
Yeah, the protein juice.
Does it matter?
Protein liquid
The
juice.
liquid, it was like a smoothie or some kind of drink, protein beverage, yeah.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, they were launching that a couple weeks ago, and then I guess now it's been sold out there. Sharif running to the stores to buy all of the protein there, but under $1.
Yeah.
So,
it didn't even bounce to $1 on that move.
Well,
come on,
it didn't even bounce that much, man. It went from 86 cents to 88 cents. So, yeah, Beyond Meat had its sort of moment in the past year there as it ripped all the way through $8 for some crazy reason. And then it made its way all the way back in. I guess we need some Sydney Sweeney love on Beyond Meat to get this name going again. But yeah, not doing well. This name is probably going to reverse split. And when it does, we hit the short.
Or it's just going to go bankrupt.
On that one. Yeah. I think it would try to stick around.
Is that concern over with? Really? Or, is Beyond Meat past?
Did they already declare bankruptcy, I thought?
I think they went for the restructure, but that doesn't always.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't always mean anything. But look, if it does reverse split, I mean, come on, that's usually a bit of a death keel if it does do that. I'm just surprised that when this is bouncing. I paid for the locates anyways, but when you said that news, I didn't even look. I was like, okay, we'll just pay 0.000 whatever cents per share on the off chance this is going to make a test at $1 and then potentially fail that $1. Well, it hasn't, so maybe we'll wait for it to get up there. And this is nothing against Beyond Meat in particular. This is just trading as pattern recognition. This is what happened the last time it ran $1. Look at that move. It went to 102 and a complete rejection, then you shorted it every single day after that. And the last time it failed, actually held for an entire day and then failed the next day. It's just a good level for the stock. Well, I'll just leave it at that. So I'm into a trend reversal on silver. Still haven't been able to find my way back into Bitcoin, or at least IBIT, I should say. This bounce not really following through. We're not getting anywhere near to the volume weighted average price. I will now respect this trend line, which is all the way from the highs at about 840, that top. It goes right into VWAP. If this breaks the trend line, then I'm not looking short on Bitcoin, or IBIT, I should say. Whatever, it's the same movement, different price. We're kind of chilling out here at 89.3 on Bitcoin spot, and IBIT needs to move at least another 20 or 30 cents to be able to get me into that thing.
Yeah, people. Oh, yeah, that's right. We have the chat going now. I can call this up. Guys, keep your comments in the chat. Let me know what you guys want to do right now. What's up to Ricardo Trader right now, Trader Senior.
It was just
time to buy. Yeah, well, I didn't even see a super chat there. We'll get that up in a second. Time to buy TQQs now. No, not yet. I still don't mind this. We're still watching this US dollar, by the way, start to bleed downside a little bit there. I think the TQs buy is around that 57 marker, which is what we identified there on our sticky note. So I'm going to try to wait for that, Ricardo. 57 coming in, and then we can use some of these as our outs, like 56.80, 56.90 or so. So I'm going to give it a couple more breaths to the downside here on the TQQs. So if you guys are interested in that, that's what we're doing. And then my bad. Okay, you got it up there.
There we go, the BBA.
Yeah, so we talked about this with Big Bear AI. I think the best trades on Big Bear AI is to, if you're in it, And look, everybody can hold for as long as they want or anything like that, but we've already, that first sort of round when we got excited about Big Buyer, which is right into here, because once I saw this happen, we did some research on this name and realized that we kind of like it. And then our first out was 650. And then it was 750, then it was 850. And so if you're gonna look here on 650, like this is already where it's come into a couple times. So to see that move today, like January 15th, it made that same move. Unfortunately, when we did our buys, and it doesn't matter, we all have these stories, but we had to buy Big Bear AI in this area, not down here. So obviously, it would have liked to get a 15% haircut on our purchase. But, what was the question? Forming a double bottom break or going long? Okay, so let's just look then at a daily, at the chart today. I think this is a great support area. I mean, this is where we were in the pre-market before the news of 80 steer came through. And again, maybe Adara can reread that story for us, but they did buy or got a contract with a security company and about cargo, and so we've talked about Big Bear AI. Go ahead, Adara.
So yeah, they had that cargo announcement last week here for Big Bear AI, but the most recent one, like as of this morning, they partnered with 80 Ports, MACTA, to develop an AI-driven customs and border solutions for global trade. So that's the partnership as of this morning, announced at 9:15 a.m.
Yeah, so there you go. So so you get the spike right into a past level there. So I would say, I mean, if this deal means anything, it shouldn't go lower than where it was before the announcement. So to answer your question, double bottom is what I would say. And then, if you're going to go long, why not just good risk reward here, right? You can go long against the 612, 615 area, even 605, like where we sort of were yesterday, that we held through. And so, I think it's the risk to reward is definitely here right now. But silver making a move down, man, 102.20 now. Good outs for us, a couple outs as we popped back through right there on SLV. So, good bottom tick, but a good little bid coming through on silver there. It was able to get us out at 102.70. Still looking for more though, 102.35. I'm not going to be buying. We initially wrote down $100. We're still watching out for this US dollar, of course. It was Hassett, right, that came out there. And Besson, so there it goes. Yeah, so we'll see if we can get a little bit of love here. So we'll see here about SLV.
It looks like Micron's starting to pick up a little bit here. As that's getting to the volume weighted average price, that's a nice little rounded bottom. I haven't looked at SNDK today. Almost identical charts, 6% for SNDK, but Micron looking a little bit stronger. This is with the market making a bit of a bounce. Here, I want to observe something. I know Sean has talked a lot about silver, but see what's happening at 102.75 on silver. SLV, since about 10:15, has been unable to break that. So I like the fact it's making higher lows, but I'm not going to reload this if we get off the 102 again. If it cannot seem to break through on this next push, then it might be a retest in lower. So it's a pretty tight stop into that 102, but good strength over here in Micron. I think that's going to be, that's a good chance to be like your VWAP trade here. All that said, so is Intel. Intel's doing the same thing at the moment, and I got to focus before we go to Adara. Looks like we're going to get here first, and that's IBIT testing that downtrend line. So this is where things started for me. This is the one I have to actually focus on because this is sort of the key stock for today, or it's not really a stock, the ETF that I'm watching. So get into this trend line, looking for a rejection, and then we go short. Let's go to Adara. It's 10:40. That means sector watch.
Indeed, it does, Neil, but unfortunately, ahead of the Fed meeting, a lot of what it means is just looking at pretty flat sectors. Finance, flat. Consumer non-durables, relatively flat. Energy minerals, pretty flat. Utilities, fairly flat, though NEE up a little bit here at earnings day 2. Transportation, relatively flat. Process industries, you guessed it, pretty flat. Tech services, PLTR to the downside. We've got Oracle, AppLove, and CRM, and Adobe all pretty strong, along with a lot of these other tech services plays. Electronic technology actually doing quite well. We know we had TXN and ASML earnings, both of which were attributed in part to this move to the upside. But Nvidia, what was that, with its own story as well. Reuters reporting that China is going to be allowing these Nvidia chip shipments through for those H200. So nice look there. TXN, as mentioned earlier, also up 8%. Intel up almost 10%. Health tech, probably the only notably weak sector today. AbbVie, Eli Lilly, both down more than 2%. Communications really strong with AT&T leading the way on earnings. GMUS and Verizon, the latter of which also reports this week. They're pretty strong as well in sympathy. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. Yeah, UNH. Gorev in the chat saying UNH holding up well. Yeah, I would. You know what? It really is. Almost 3 points now. This has a really good chance. I still personally would. I wouldn't be like celebrating and like jumping in the streets. So this is the bottom for UNH. Obviously, this is a good sign. The fact that it's actually holding pretty much in front of the last dump zone, which was like $280 here, that's a very good sign for UNH. But it was double barrel bad news. It wasn't just the earnings report. It was also the administration coming at them as well, so in the entire sector. So give it another day or two. The fact that it's not even close to that 300 wall, they sold that really heavily yesterday at the open. Just ignore these dark pool wicks. I think if you kind of look in here, we immediately opened up, tested 300 almost exactly, and then flushed. Like that candle ended up closing $10 lower. So if and until it breaks out the 300, this is just making a floor instead of doing anything spectacular, in my opinion, on UH. So silver can't break this VWAP wall, but after the trend break, it's giving you the scalp trade into VWAP. It just hasn't done the follow through. So I'm going to leave the stop in, the rest at 102, and the rest we're going to look for this VWAP break and then just see how far it can go. IBIT is still channeling back up. As the market's coming down here, and IBIT keeps channeling back up, I keep having to redraw this trend line in the butt. Right back into the trend line. If it doesn't hold this consolidation it's in, there's probably no entry for me. Because if it just blows through, not much you can do. Like I have an entry plan which requires it holding this trend. If it breaks the trend, there's no short. If anything, it could be a bit of a long. And yeah, we have Rubio talking, of course, about Venezuela not spending any money, the U.S. government, in Venezuela. Well, it's not them that have to spend.
720.
It's CVXs of the world that have to spend. Billions and billions of dollars of investments are necessary just to get Venezuela back to production levels they were, maybe 5 years ago. That's billions and billions. And to triple it to where they were, you go back even further when they're like 3 million barrels a day. Like you're talking like decades of investment. And right now you got only CVX down there and nobody else, and everyone's really uncertain about whether they want to do it or not. I think it'll happen. Just understand the long game that you're playing if you're investing for that reason in some of those, I think, good oil names, but there's a long road ahead of them.
Yeah, it's going to take the build out alone. That's what we talked about Chevron, Valero and things like that. The oil refineries, as they bring this oil back in, that's going to have to get dealt with. Okay, I was honestly here, so the US dollar is coming back in. So I'm trying to support the silver long. We got some out at 103. That was actually a really good trade outside there at 103. So we'll see if that can continue to support it. But enough talk about the US dollar right now. The NASDAQ is coming in pretty decently into that 57 area. I'm 20 basically. I mean, we can wait. Let's wait a little bit lower. I was going to stop out if it does break through 57 right there, but maybe we'll take a little piece in and around this 57.20 area just because it is a downside play. And we're coming into some levels one more time. We said, I don't know if we're going to, sometimes we miss the level exactly, but that's 56.80. So I do want to try to take a 57 fill. Maybe we'll take something at 20 here as it comes back in, and then we'll wait. We'll put a bid down at 57 flat where we sort of wanted to, and then we'll see if that is the one that holds it, and then a break of 56.80 or so, and we'll be able to get out of TQs. So we'll see if we get a little bit more of a dip down into that. Tesla actually made the move lower right now. So again, join us tonight at 4 p.m. And we will be all over Tesla earnings as they just dropped in as well. I'm going to get rid of this dollar. I'm going to find a spot to put that chart up so I can look at other things as well. But there's Tesla just falling right back into some potential levels. I mean, that's 430. So 431, maybe dip buying opportunities. We did hold 430 back on the 21st as well. So, coming back in, held it yesterday, held it again there, and held it this morning. Is it going to be handheld again? We will see. 430 if you're looking for a trade to come through on TSLA. TSLA right now. Hopefully that does come in. All right, so that's going to be that trade. You know, people asking about Google, have a quick little look there. They're not reporting this week, but they are getting hit to the downside. So Google, Amazon, all these kind of names starting to report next week. But 334, 333. Oh, some space here. Oh, again, like great bounce spot there. Yeah, okay, so whoever put that in the chat, that 333, great little level to conduct with here on Google. So just came in right into there. We topped out there on the 23rd, then we fell back in, then sort of came back in and tested, then bounced, tested again, bounced. There's the test, potential bounce. And that's all you're trying to do as a day trader, right, is to try to figure out what levels are most likely to give you a return and a safer trade. So it looks like right there, we may be into something now on Google in and around that 333 level. All right, here comes the TQQs. We should be able to get our first trade in right now at 57.20. So here it comes. I don't want to miss it, but we'll sit there and bid, and it'll just be a small, okay, there it is. Small start with a new position here on the TQQs. So we have a hell of a lot of shares in SLV, and we're just going to wait to see what that winds up doing. Nvidia coming into 190, maybe that's a better trade than this TQQ trade, guys.
Yeah, it might be. The thing about this, the Nvidia and the 190, oh, look at this reversal wick. So remember IBIT was going right through that trend line? Well, that was a huge reversal. And the second it did, I've been sort of chasing underneath when it came back under the trend line. I'm going to leave the orders in here. Well, maybe not that one. No need to have it back in the 70s to see if we get picked up on that to the south side, and then go over to Nvidia, because that 190 level, it's a little different if you catch it right off the open as opposed to this timing, like pulling back into prior high. Like in the middle of the day, you got to be a little bit more patient, like let it trend down a little further. Like we only just broke 191, so I don't think you're at that point yet, but it's done this before where you've trended and then you get in. A couple of days ago was the pre-market low, and you waited for that bounce, and it does give you that opportunity. It just took a lot longer. Crazier movement off of the open than you're bound to get oftentimes in the middle of the day. But that was a huge reversal in IBIT just now off the trend line. So it confirmed the short, but by the time it did, you're really chasing it. So I'm leaving the offer in. We'll try to get back into this to the south side. We're at about 89K, still going pretty good. And shout out to, what I love is the Odyssey flights and some of the people looking at these small cappers. That BNAI, I thought we halted on this. We did halt. Yeah, we did. We halted to we halted to the upside, and it opened up to the, that's all. It opened up failing the top here on BNAI. So it got to about 86 and is already back in the mid 70s, unfortunately. So you had a halt up and then rejected the high after the fact. 5-minute halt. And a 3-minute, it's kind of hard to see the halts there. If I put it to a 1 minute, you can see the halt. I just like a 3-minute chart better. So there's your halt. There's your rejection of the halt level, but it's still above VWAP. Just understand that this stock, before it gets to the volume weighted average price, could easily halt to the downside. So if you're looking at VWAP as you're out, and you don't want to get caught in a halt, you might have to change your entry point. Crazy spread on this stock at times too. Like I'm seeing $1.50, sometimes $2 spreads on BNAI. Bit of a wild one.
I'm gonna put my stop on silver, $100.75 or so on SLV, just in case we break. Like these are these little bottom wicks that we've sort of seen in yesterday's area, right into there before we dropped off. So what about $100.70, something like that, as our maybe $100.50 as our drop down zone right there, because it's not. You remember like. Is there some consolidation here? This would not be a horrible area to maybe think about getting long and then give it that 40 or 50 cents for a dropout zone right there. Look, we took a dime on 10% right there on the TQs. Hopefully we can continue up. I am still bidding. I mean, it's on the list right here. It's our number one trade idea. It's Nvidia. So if that comes in into 190, I still am going to take it. I'm bidding 190.20s on Nvidia. Basically, where this dip down was, we had just missed right there. So we'll have to figure it out if it does come in. But SLV right now is basically the only trade I've had all day. So we'll sit in this and see what winds up happening as the US dollar has made a move again back to the upside. Remember, Fed day, so anything can happen on a Fed day. Be careful with your trades, but here comes SLV right there back into the downside again. So this name just can't figure it out off that Kevin Hassett mentioned there. best intervention on the U.S. dollar. So, yeah, we're still going to go long Nvidia. We're still going to go long the TQs, and we are already long on silver. It's 10:51. We're going to go to Adara, then we'll come back, and we'll figure out what exactly is for lunch.
Mentioning the US dollar move. We've mentioned this a lot today, but I want to give some context kind of for what's happening before we got these comments from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on CNBC this morning. So we get this gap down in the U.S. dollar to start Monday. Now, why this happened is on Friday, started swirling around the U.S. government would, or sorry, the U.S. Treasury and Fed would be intervening in the currency market for the Japanese. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent flatly denied that today. Some comments from U.S. President Trump on the U.S. dollar, including Trump saying that he could, quote, move the up down like a yo-yo. Bessent a lot more positive here about the U.S. dollar, saying that the strong economy this year, they believe the strong U.S. dollar policy. Furthermore, saying that if more people invest in the U.S., strengthen the comments he made today during that CNBC interview include the fact that he's not sure what to expect potentially government shutdown, and that he believes we'll be seeing record S&P 500 earnings. So nice commentary there from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott. Furthermore, Bessent and Trump both set to speak at the Trump account. I was seeing 10:50 a.m. earlier, not 11 a.m. Currently listening to the live stream right now. It is White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and Cheryl Hines. So not too much there. Again, we're likely going to get Trump and Bessent within the next 10 minutes. Really quickly, the last 3 days we have seen exactly the same call here on the CME Fed Watch tool. Only 2.8% of participants, once again for the third day straight, expecting a rate cut. Again, 97.2% of participants expecting rates to be held. So very, very unlikely we're going to get a cut or a raise at this meeting today. Very likely going to get a hold, but we'll find out in about 3 hours right here at this desk at 2 p.m. with that FOMC interest rate decision. Back to you.
Well, before we find out what's for lunch, and thank you, Adara, Enview, which is feed on the Nasdaq, still making fresh highs, now 100% plus. It just broke the $2 level. Sharif, I'm assuming you'll be looking at feed as it's feeding it to, like I said, it's feeding it to the shorts right now. They're kind of getting hit. $2.20, kind of a big level here to watch out for accumulation down there. Oh my goodness, sometimes it just tells you $1. Get to $1, hold $1, break away from $1. So 220 looks like the big level to watch out, and it looks pretty heavy volume coming in. It's about the $100 million mark as well. Crazy stock there. Feed that BNAI, I know, just more small capper for you. Looks like it's settled here. Did not end up halting down, but has managed to hold before VWAP at about $74. Still kind of giving you this upward trend line from VWAP, which is holding on. This is still I think it's a pretty big halt risk as well, unfortunately, but is what it is. Silver doing the same thing as it was before. I'd say disappointment for Starbucks. So Starbucks off of the $100 level, like it finally trended up. God went to VWAP, but now it's held 98. So that's the only other level to look at. And that was here on the daily for SBucks after what were good earnings. And this is going to give you a bit of a bounce off prior highs prior resistance off the 98 level. So if we can confirm holding above 99 here, this could be a nice re-entry to try another long. Like there's your bottom tail, there's your higher low the first time, flat trade. I'd look for it again here if we can hold 99 on this 15-minute candle, which we're getting a close of in just 4 minutes.
Thank you, Neil. All right, yesterday's lunch was a disaster. You guys were asking about it. There was so many complaints, man. The caterers blamed the supply. The chicken was not the greatest. The peppercorn almost made me. It was not good.
I had Pizza Nova.
Neil went and got pizza. Today's flag Chinese, but I have some bad news for you. It is peppercorn beef. So these guys got some peppercorns on sale. Yesterday was green peppercorn chicken, which if I ever see that on a menu again, never happening. Peppercorn beef, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, vegetable fried rice, and Asian slaw. If you're a fan of peppercorn, you may like what's for lunch around here. I do not like peppercorn. I don't mind it on a steak a little bit, but just on the edges and stuff like that, but definitely not a fan of yesterday. And then they follow up yesterday's peppercorn with peppercorn again. Peppercorn beef coming through today. Beggars can't be choosers, but I may be begging for food after that. So we'll figure that out. Another out there, I know
shawarma.
Yeah, you can get a shawarma. Yeah, I do. There's always a little protein lying around somewhere, so we'll get that figured out. There it is right there, 57. We'll go to Starbucks over there, get that protein, get a little dab of that protein into the coffee there. I don't know, is $2 expensive for 30 grams of protein?
That's not expensive.
Yeah, it's or less.
Expensive.
No, well, if you get a $5 cappuccino,
Protein shake you make at home. I think it's
yeah, I don't think
whether you like the taste, up to you. Like I've had the Tim Hortons one, and I personally thought it was fine. Okay. So it's
if you're looking, my guy, that is not free food. Trust me when I tell you that, man. This is included. If you knew how I make you would that free. I got to get all the freeness I can. Okay, 10:57, which would be another half hour, but you are very close to the midday show. We're going to be back around 1:50 or so. We always kind of come back early. I don't know if we're going to do that. The announcement, well, we will, because the announcement's at 2, so we want to get you guys scheduled, ready to go for that. Here at 1:50, Sharif and Joe will take you through the midday, talk all about these names, get you primed up for that report, and it's fun. And you guys have fun with Joe and Sharif, of course. And I mean, you know, obviously silver's been a big trade today for us. We're still going to wait, man. I don't have any offers until 50. So, I mean, I put something at 103. Let's get going back there to the upside. Obviously, we had a great trade there on silver. I still have to find out what happened with my order there. I didn't get triggered, but nice drop down. We were able to buy the dips here, and it's been a successful day so far anyways on silver. Who knows? This is about to lose it to TQs. We're still waiting at that. Gave you guys that target number on my list, 57. Do you expect Trump to talk today at all, Adara? I know 11 a.m., so that's what I was going to do. 1 minute away now. That should shake the trade a little bit, needless to say. We'll figure out if he says anything the US dollar could affect our position. But other than that, it looks young. I think like maybe, yeah, or just over 10 years ago, I think,
picture of it.
when he was on Saturday Night Live. But let's move down there for silver today. And as for the NASDAQ as well, we're waiting at. That's it for me. Thank you. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Joining you guys back at 2 p.m. or
1:50 as always. With less than 30 seconds to go in here, look, Starbucks on 15. This is a 3-minute because I'm showing you the entry. But on the 15-minute, we got a bit of a trend break on Starbucks. So 98 would be the technical prior bar. That's where the stop goes. Give it the second shot. I like 100. Held 100. I jumped in on a trend break. When it bounces at 98, jump in on the trend break. So that S&P still moving around here. After the bell, I know we're going to have Tesla, Microsoft, Meta, all the big ones. And people all over feed. I can't get over it. Yeah, it's still $2 and still holding it. 19 cents. That level on the daily holding pretty much 2 penny. If you get a chance to be on this, well, I think we'll get a chance to be on meet. So I paid for those locations beyond 21 cents. Back around. There will be no $1 fade beyond today, but what we do have is some corn that we'll give it a shot. And before we go over to Sharif and Joe, the professor going up. We'll see back at 150 or so. Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Need some entrance music. Crash, boom. Don't remind me about that that we took on the weekend, bro. Manchester United of all teams. Goodness gracious. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This is your boy Joey Options. We're going to poke today. And I'm Sharif.
You can both. I drink an espresso.
You're flying. was a little late today. The Blackhawk, Durant, we got Jody, we got Shock, we got Fields, MP, and that's it. Nobody else is here. We have OG Darwin, Trader. 1, 2, let's go. Bring everybody. Bristol, 69. Anybody else? We're not going to wait for everybody to come on. Be all right. We got Vader was framed.
Have anybody?
I like that. We got Mr. Boats, PR. Who? Lauren, Table Jones, Kilster, Grant Gordon, Lake, Burgess. We got Jay, Van D. Way, Juan Padilla, Sophie, Sophie, Skittles, Gatsby. We got Nelly, LOL, Bastone. We got Grant Ratcliffe as well. Shout out to Aquatics, Juan Padilla. Don't do that. Tell you dyskinesia or whatever that is. Randy, Ryan O'Day, I should say, Taco Supreme. We got Brookfield, CLC saying, all right, we're going to look at those in a minute. We'll just say hi to everybody. Troy, Peterson, Coach, PD right there. We got 2006 Jeep Limited, 57L, assuming that's 5.7 liter V8. I'm all about that life. Sit and spin, Dexter Smith, BKO 9000, Danny Day Trizzy. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah.
Morning, Joey.
All right, guys. What we got going on here this morning? Going on.
I don't have anything. It's breaking up.
It's breaking up. We like seeing that, guys. Only 2 trades today this morning, and it's going to be a short on SPUX. Looking for the opening price, we started to piece them out. We're sitting on approximately 50% of our, exactly 50% of our remaining. The next little out is going to be at 98. If we're fortunate enough to get that, as we're starting to take a bit of a dive to the southeast here, but attempt number 1 didn't go our way, no problem. As the price action to the top side was looking relatively weak, just trying to go with the flow here. A curl over is what I was looking for, and then sure enough, boom, we get this entry, and then bang, 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 we piece it 50% on these 3 partials right here. 98 going to be that next level, and I'm looking for a potential short here on SLV. The volume is most definitely to the downside, in my opinion. So this is what I'm looking at right here. You can see the increase in the volume profile. Guys, what's that? Someone say, is that Adam James there?
It is not. But, you know, like, bro, if you're a Cowboys fan, Arsenal fan, you have to deal with this kind of stuff. It's trolling. This here?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Berto Calvo, 94.37, $4.99, $5 super chat. Reads as follows. Arsenal is like a Netflix series. You always have to wait until next season. Let's have a meeting day in the market today. Man, runners up 3 years in a row. And now, you know, we're only 5 points ahead of City because we can't, you know, finish the job on the weekend. Dude, it's just killer. I know how you feel, though. Like, like you're not a fan anymore. But we're not. Come on, bro. I'm
not lying, man. I dropped those guys faster than you can spell it. No, I'm just sick of it. I don't like everything on the team anymore. Morgan Riley should have been on a long time ago. I can go on all day about it.
I know you can.
Yeah, so Joe, as the GM, the future GM, beliefs, maybe I should apply and see if we can get Brad, Trey Living, and everything to do with the MLS has been horrid. But anyways, all right, guys, pardon me.
You're going hard.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I haven't been happy, man. I think it's it makes me sick. It makes me want to puke, to be honest with you. But yeah, so here it is, guys. We're still sitting in some Starbucks, 2.7% positive here on the day. 98 is going to be that next potential L. I'm really starting to cool down here. So if we're fortunate enough to get that level, I'll trail stop this just a little bit north of this previous pivot high. If we break that, then I'll just get out of dodge, accept whatever unrealized that it is, and then sure enough, bang, we'll look for another opportunity. Silver is still consolidating and bumping volume at average price, selling pressure, buying pressure, selling pressure, buying pressure. You get the gist of things. But let's go over what we're looking at here today. So we're going to start it off with the TQs on the SP and the SPY, slowly starting to grind a little bit lower here. Heading towards, I was looking at this at the TQs yesterday in the post market. I'm like, what is going on here? Continuously grind higher than a strong pre-market as well too, and then sure enough, bang to the downside. And then there's SLV, S-Bucks, and then AT&T, not T-Mobile. AT&T was also on my radar as well, guys. So a nice quiet one. 2 trades, one for one right now. Nicely ITM on SPUX. I can do a little bit of transactions so you guys can see my my average price. That'll put me down to 40% of my remaining position. We'll take 10% off right here for the folks. And the position board is in at $100.43. We're now at $98.54, so almost $2 ITM on the money.
All right, feed breaking through 250. It is a 258 high, but as we always expect, you know, you go through that whole dollar, you go through that half dollar, the shorts are eyeing it, the profit takers are eyeing it, so we're going to get a red candle here typically. So your boy's working his way. We're in at 38. We're 20 pennies off the high at the moment, so we're looking to build the position. Now, my levels are as follows. We are extended, mind you, right? All right, I have to probably put some profit takers over here. So let's go ahead and put, then we're going to wait at 49. Just before I kind of start pontificating about my levels, give me a second here. So my levels are as follows. I like that. Well, obviously, I'm looking at the 10 EMA on the 5. You guys know how I trade. That's showing 206, 207, right? So that's area number 1 that I'm eyeing. But let's actually bring in the black charts. We'll show this on a large time frame here. So looking right away at that 10 EMA on the 5, but that's quite deep, right? So where is prior bar high? Because, well, not prior bar high, well, the one before that, like the 1055 candle, that takes us up to about 220. So we have a bit of a consolidation area, I want to say, into that 210, which is just a little bit north of that 10 EMA on the 5. So I'm going to be looking at adding, I think, on every 10 penny incremental, okay? Because you just don't know how this one's going to act, right? You want to wait in for 210, 215. It doesn't give you that. Maybe it makes a low of 230, and then you're just left there, you know, with what in your hands. And you're like, all right, well, I guess I'm not trading this, right? So 258 high, as I mentioned. We're going to work in, though, into some previous technical levels. I think I already got a beak wetter there into the high 40s, but I'm not expecting this to take out 50 that easily. So we're going to work our way down. We're going to keep an eye out on this. By the way, $2 an obvious area of support, not just because it's the psychological area of support, but look at that 930 implied balance high on volume, by the way, the second largest volume candle on the day. This volume candle here, 4.3 million shares traded there. So there's a lot of, you know, price action supported by volume at this $2 level. We're going to be looking at it if it is to give up the 10 EMA on the 5. So that's going to be, you know, kind of my line in the sand. This thing's up 131%. And just to give you some more details on it, the float, 2.7 million shares. Somebody has a short float. I need to know about it. I don't have my program open for that right now. So feed, not too bad, not too bad. Now BNAI, I'm going to have to trade this carefully because I had a decent day. But BNAI was by far the biggest loser I had, and it put me negative on the day. And the reason is I was like a schmuck trading this, right? It was negative on the day. I insisted to take it long, and you know, but we were just too negative on it to make it up. We're going to BNAI carefully, especially now because it's a $70 class. It's coming into the volume weighted average price right around that $70 area. It found a general area of support earlier. That 1010, 1050 candle, yes, of course, it does reach VWAP on a straight basis, but within 2 candles, right above the volume weighted average price, and then it went on to make the high of the day at 86.28. It's dilly-dallying right now, north of the volume weighted average price. It's more like $70 support. The low of this candle, 70 on the dot. The high, 70.58. So what I'm telling you, the candle over here has got $5 worth of range, and that's a small candle, mind you. Like, look at this 1040 candle, high 82.26, low 73.50. It's essentially a $10 range in and around that. So be careful on BNA just because of the price and the volatility. To pause for a second, we got to go to the big desk with Adara.
Just be aware here, U.S. remarks from the event. We'll be following that live. They're playing his intro music as he walks up to the podium. If any anything is said, I will let you know. And it's worth noting there are public company CEOs and executives represented at this event, at least virtually. Ahead of this announcement, they played pre-recorded videos from executives at Visa, Broadcom, and IBM, basically expressing their support for the initiative. I will keep you guys posted. The audience looks like he's speaking. Back to you.
Intel was making an announcement as well. They're going to actually match account things for their employees. Okay. So interesting to see that corporations are kind of jumping on that whole bandwagon.
I like that. I like when corporations
jump on the bandwagon.
Yeah, give you a little bit of share here and there. Yeah. You know what I I mean, right?
It's just like they're matching the contribution of their.
Yeah.
Kind of like
I
that.
like that.
Absolutely.
Do that. Bell did
that?
that. Yeah, for share you got one too.
Smart.
Yeah.
So then you're actually investing in the company, which is a way for them to get your money, but they're also matching.
Exactly. So, all right, guys. Yeah. Okay. Juan Padilla. Okay. I was going to say something that's not appropriate for the at 670 to keep it good
6'7".
6'7". All right, guys. What I was saying earlier, I'm drinking espresso, and you guys know body with caffeine, not so good. But yeah, I mean that stuff is hectic. Here we take a little bit more off on SBE. We're going to be continuously looking for some plays here. Gorab is long, so play in tier. Is that starting to work out as it's slowly starting to creep a little bit lower there, brother? If you hold this base, you can be off to the base. Not all you guys buying, just stepping in there. Just keep an eye on that. You know, keeping an eye on that for sure. Maybe not Palantir in transit itself. Then turn off that open up above there. Maybe that continuation might continue, or yeah, continuation might continue. But TXN, here you go. A nice little bull starting to be formed from a day. How we looking? It's been tough for some time, but a nice off of those November lows. You have a whopping 40%. That's what the numbers I like talking about here on TXN. Not it's like a lot of sideways construction. Okay, can you just say something, Andre? Maybe I can hear you. All right. Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it for that. BBAI shot quite some zero. Okay, no, that's. Let's head back to BBAI. A lot of liquidity, but you're starting to dump a little bit here from a high of around 656 to a low around $6 on the downside. Now, silver is difficult today. Until we start to pull over, I might not engage on the short, but I am going to go back to it, right? Yes, it worked really well for probably second. I think it was our second perform on yesterday's session. I forget what else I traded. I can pull that up for you momentarily. AAL, yeah, AAL, and SL were definitely trades. Now we're sitting in some Starbucks attempt number 2. Same thing yesterday. Reject Robotics. I missed the long on the reload. Took the one attempt. We get out for a small W, but then we never got back into that strong leg. And, you know, that is not going to happen again here on AAL. And then sure enough, we had the opportunity to take AAL. Same thing here with Starbucks, just a little bit early on the curve, but fortunate enough for it to start working out for us. I do believe that we to that $96 mark. And what are we going to correlate that price with? That is going to be this opening drive. So if we're already going to give back the majority of this move, I think we have a good opportunity to head back and even maybe south of that opening print on the earnings report tree.
All right, we're taking scalps on feed over here, but it's a 2-candle red setup at 35 is on. The best print that I've got is actually at 49. I'm waiting for this to sort of establish its base. You know, we typically see this when there's a big breakout candle, like the one at 11 o'clock, the range of which 208 low, 249 high, right? So you get that big breakout candle, 2, 3 candle, sometimes a 4 candle pullback. That's why I'm trying to build into the position over here. We're going to continue to take some scalps on it and see what we can do on this one now. Yannick, basically. What the hell? What are you saying over there, Darwin? What is that nuclear strikes, brother? You're scaring me over there with those statements.
If there's any
the OG
that,
Darwin.
If there's any, you'd see the market absolutely plummet.
Well, I know. Maybe it was some sort of watch or something. Joey, I wanted to mention, you hear about SpaceX and the new IPO price that they're talking about coming?
I don't even
It ain't a trillion anymore. Try $1.5 trillion. Yeah, that was what was being discussed this morning. So deep, you know, sometimes looked at as a conduit of, okay, gotcha, Darwin, gotcha. Looked at as a conduit for, you know, SpaceX. They have investments in that, but also look at EchoStar. EchoStar as well has been sort of a vicarious play for SpaceX. So keep that in mind. DXYZ looking fantastic over here. Big bull flag breakout at 9:30, and we took out the top $34 resistance level. That's in the past now because we're looking at 34.27 as the high of the day. So we're going to look for 34 retracement over here on DXYZ, possibly looking for a dip trade in and around that level. But this one is in play. OKLL is Oklo. So I see what you're talking about there, why you were talking about that, Darwin. Thank you. OKLL, this is a 2 times, I think, long derivative for OKLL. Let me just double check that before I give you inaccurate information. Result of 2 times the daily percentage of Oculus fund is okay. So it is, yeah. So it's a long, it's not inverse. 25.04 high feels like a flat top break. It's a symphony of higher lows into that $25 level. This one could be a nice move as well. Volume on this is 3.4 million shares at a $25 name is a little bit light. I haven't quite looked at the spread to see what kind of spread we're dealing with here, but it's up 12.5%. Traded carefully, but it does look quite good here on the chart pattern. That resulted into BNAI. Giving this to the low of this doji candle over here. We're currently putting in higher lows and higher highs. I'm looking at taking this possibly into 80. I see some resistance there at $80. We'll have to see how that ends up working. So we talked about that. AZI was a good one, but this one's going to lose its spot on the side chart momentarily. VLO, this is also looking really good. But, you know, is this a small cap gapper strictly? I don't think so, right? Velo 3D, okay, 390 million shares, or sorry, $390 million market cap. Not bad, up about 14.8% on the day. Looks like it definitely had resistance at 15. We've since cleared that, and now it looks like we're using 15 as support generally. Don't look at, you know, to the penny. It's that general $15 hold. We're showing 16.07 right now with a 16.27 high. This is looking good as well, but I gotta tell you, the pickings are a little slim today for strict small cap gappers. You're seeing SLGB lose it. BNAI, well, we'll have to kind of see about that one. AZI is kind of selling off. There were some big ones in the pre-market as well that have since given up the ghost. MRNO is, you know, down 22.5% since the bell rung. That was up quite aggressively in the morning. SEGG is basically doing no volume. No, that's not accurate. Give me a second here to look. It's doing volume, about 11.5 million shares, but it's trading below the volume weighted average price. So I don't necessarily like it. So we're going to really try to focus on feed and maybe even DXYZ, OKLL, if I can get a good setup into that level. But it's going to be really the feed show today, Joey. If we can get through that $0.50, it looks like we're not really giving up that far off the highs, which is kind of promising. I haven't taken any more entries since that 232 ad. We'll be looking possibly now at that 220. 220 now is the 10 on the 5. So we'll see how that one works, Joe.
All right, guys, good stuff there. Just reading through some of the comments in the chat. 2NY, what is the deal with SoFi since rate cuts? It's been pretty much flat earnings in this week. What do you make of it? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of names, right, that just been on monster runs, and it's unfortunately that we just can't continuously climb higher. A nice little bounce up there in Starbucks, but that's where I stand with names like SoFi and the Robinhoods, is that you have to cool down, especially after the percentage returns. They're just so monstrous, right? So things will start to cool down. You're not always going to climb higher and higher every day. You are stuck in a consolidation, but it's the same thing. So you have this, look up Wyckoff if you haven't read the Wyckoff theory, and this is essentially what we got going on, in my opinion, what might happen. So you have let's actually make this a little bit bigger. So you kind of have this accumulation phase, boom, 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 and then you have this phase, I forget what it's called, but then eventually you're going to start to distribute to the downside, but then once you find that bottom, you can start to climb again, but you have to take into consideration the fact that you go from $8 all the way up to $32. That's 280%, right? Like in the span of a little bit more than a year, I think even less. So yeah, that's, I mean, half a year, a little bit more, so 3/4 of a year. And the same thing with the Robinhoods and the NVDAs. Just go on these monstrous runs. Things will eventually start to cool down, and once they start to break through these support levels, you have Robinhood going from $28 to $150. Like, get that garbage out of here. Says Jack Armstrong. For those who happen to watch Raptors basketball, it's absolutely not garbage. But you have these phases, and eventually you'll start to see these pullbacks. But look to get involved once these trend lines start to break. Right? Like, this is still fully intact. We can head over to NVDA as well too and see what we got going on. It's the same narrative essentially, so just be prepared, and that's why I'm happy to slowly grab these things. In my opinion, I think by the end of 2026 we see NVDA around $250. It's just going to take some time. This is going to be one of the strongest names. You can't compare it really to Robinhood or SoFi, just completely different business models. And sure enough, I think what we got going on right here, we can break a little bit higher. But let's head over to Adair and see what she's got going on.
Delve moving higher, Trump just said that he hopes everyone goes out and buys a Dell computer, saying that his son Barron loves them. So, while mentioning the contributions that Michael Dell and his wife Susan have made to the Trump accounts, President Trump is saying, I hope you all go out and buy a Dell computer. Again, his son apparently swears by them. So back to you.
Got him, Donald.
Yeah, I mean, get it. Yeah. Hey, let's go take a look at Dell. I know Dara just brought it up for us momentarily, but Sharif, if you're not buying a Dell computer now, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what anybody's doing, really. So go out there and buy Dell. Don't buy the shares just yet, because sure enough, you're going to get a little bit of a pump. No, I'm not. Zero.
You're not going to buy a Dell, Joey?
I think that was like my grandparents used to buy Dell computers. My grandma still has her Dell computer, but I think we're I think because I think we're past the Dell phase, right? So many people making their custom computers and stuff like that. I think
that's actually a good point.
You know what I mean?
My first laptop was a Dell.
Was it Dell?
In first year university.
Yeah.
Dell Inspiron 8200. I need to see it immediately.
Pull it up there, man.
I got to pull it up. We got to pull up right now.
This ancient thing.
Oh, dude, it was one of those square like brick ones. Thick. Yeah. Dell Inspiron. There it is. 8200. I'll never forget the model here. Oh my goodness. Show me. There it is, man. This is the one, man. No, but this was him. I'll tell you why. Hold on. Because it had kind of the trackpad and this one over here. Yeah. Do you remember these? Those little mouse pads right in the middle of the keyboard?
Those
were amazing because you didn't have to take your hands off the keyboard. You just go like this.
That's crazy.
And oh my goodness, this thing cost me like $4,000.
No way.
Yeah, it was. I financed it. I was in university.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
$4,000 laptop.
Can you imagine?
That's insane.
But that's what they were. That's what they were.
Yeah, that is what they were. So yeah, I remember I used to play a lot of. Remember the pinball game? I think for all the veterans on there, like there wasn't very many games, but when the computers first came out, the pinball one, that was a classic
pinball was
one.
Amazing.
And then what's that card game as well too?
Solitaire.
Solitaire, man, Solitaire. Yeah.
And what was that other one? The minefield one.
Yeah. I never understood. I never understood it.
Bro.
To this day, people say, Joe,
Minesweep.
Minesweep.
Is that you, Ram? She made, yeah.
I never understood it, to be honest with you.
I never know if it's her or Fabian.
I was just a kid, never understood how that game really worked or anything. Were you good at Minesweep?
No, man, I just clicked the numbers, man, and it gave me 3, 2. I didn't know what the hell. I didn't care to learn, quite frankly.
The bomb and stuff.
I didn't really want to learn, Joey, but that's kind of the way that is. Yeah. Here we go. We're showing 76 here. There's a 76 seller on BNAI. We can't shake the seller. Big seller at 76. A lot of volume coming into at that level. We can't shake the seller though, so it looks like it will be an area top. 76.10. I saw this candle, the high of this candle, by the way. It's very, very spready, so you're going to have to account for that and give it a lot of room. Okay, guys? Otherwise, this is probably not the one. For you. Continuing to watch that 76. Oh my God. It just blew off the top. 77.20. We've got 75.91 on this, but it could put me out of the money immediately. Trust me, I suffered through this yesterday. So let's go ahead and post that 79 as well. Let's see if we can get a nice run up on BNAI or what the situation is. Maybe we can make a move into 80 and make some money back on that ill-fated trade we had yesterday. Party P, that tracker ball mouse was goated. Absolutely. You didn't have to take your hands off the keyboard and you could move the mouse like that. Ram's making fun of it. She's like, you can cook eggs on that thing. Well, maybe I could, Ram, because that thing used to heat up to no end. But guess what? I didn't have to take my hands off the keyboard, and that was very important to me.
How loud was it?
What?
How loud? Yeah.
All the it was like next level aggression,
crazy.
And Intel, they did their best work at that time. Those were the golden days of the Intel CPUs. I think I don't even remember what it was, man, the CPU in that model, but it was a good one.
Look at Starbucks go to the downside here, man. I mean, we're printing pretty nicely here.
Bro, it was a good report, man. But there was some things to worry about. In that report.
Absolutely. So, all right, brother, let's freaking go. Palantir starting to work out for them.
Carvana's moving. So
CVNA, let's take a look at CVNA and see what we got cooking up over there.
Oh no!
A little bit of volume blood. Yeah, it is bleeding right there. So we hit an artery on that one there, Sharif, on CVNA. Speaking of arteries, it's really starting to go on Starbucks. It's not too good of a look. There it is, over $3 on Starbucks. Bang, bang,
Get it, Joey.
I don't know. No, you know what? No shots going to be fired around here. I was going to say, Adara, all that percentage gain now gone, unfortunately, here. But that's, okay. All right, anyways, aside from that, a nice little move to the Starbucks. I'm telling you, 96 is going to be in the works. We're going to hit the stone cold for the first time today. There it is in Starbucks. Why are we going to go to this one here, man? You know this is my favorite angle on that one there. So make sure when we hit that.
This guy's undefeated. He's undefeated. Joey Opsh, man. Joey Opsh. All right. We've got a lot of beak wetters here on BNAI. I am kind of concerned. I've got, I'm still scarred from the trade yesterday, and I shouldn't be, but I'm alive to how this one trades. Maybe that's the issue here. This one keeps price spiking up, but I don't want to paper hand this trade because we have an unbroken higher low, higher high trend. I'm talking about since we printed that doji candle at 1105 on BNAI. Every subsequent candle has been higher lows and higher highs, with this current candle has a high of $78. It is bleeding down into 76. Yeah, I'm out. All right, well, we'll just get this one, and then I'll set up a little bit better, possibly at around 74 and a quarter. I'll be looking at that level there. All right, we're doing it live here on OKLL. We're looking for continuation through 5. What do we have on this one? We got 65. I'm seeing 98s. Let's go ahead and wet the beak here too on this monster, looking for a move into 25 and a quarter. Here comes 25 again. It's a 5-penny spread, which is quite manageable on this one, even though it's only done 3.18 million shares. But that $25 seller, Joey, he's a staunchy little bugger. But go ahead.
Yeah. Look at this CVNA. Wow, I just put my eyes on that. This is cash money. This is VPA 101 right here, guys. Once again, I forget the name that we called this out on, but this is exactly what you want to see. Beautiful hammer candle on volume. When you have that volatility start to step in, and then you get the continuation on Carvana, that's a big-time move and a good look. So unfortunately, we didn't get to take advantage of it. Sorry to interrupt you, but that is beautiful right there.
Well, Neil just put it in the chat. CVNA. Gotham City Research said it's short Carvana. Let's see if we can find that. Here it is. Thank you very much for that, Neil. Go OKLL. Here's the report. Let me make this a little bit bigger so you guys can read along if you'd like. In a recently published report, Gotham City Research says Carvana's 2023-24 earnings are, quote, overstated by $1 billion plus and far more dependent on related parties than disclosed. According to the report, quote, drive times leverage fuels Carvana's adjusted EBITDA. Without drive time credit, Carvana's earnings collapse and Carvana's adjusted EBITDA doesn't cover its nearest expense. CVNA's 2025 10K will be delayed. The 23-24 10Ks restated. Blast ABS restated, I don't know what that is. And Grant Thornton, which is an accounting firm, will resign as auditor. Oh, snap. They're resigning. CVNA and Drive Time's creditors' ability and willingness to fund this scheme will change once they realize that the ecosystem is more levered than publicly disclosed. Very interesting. But as always, guys, you need to view it through the lens of a short report. Most of the time, if not all, they do have some short interest in it. So, keep that in mind. I'm not saying what they're saying is incorrect, but I'm just saying you have to view it through that lens. We're doing it freaking live right now on OKLL, Joey. There it goes through 25. We just wet the beak at 25.25. We're looking, 25.20. We're looking for continuation now into, I want to say, the $0.50. Let's see where this one goes. We took out the seller at 25. We're looking good here on OKLL, which is an OKLO, 2 times leverage derivative. And just before we go to Adara at the big desk, I want to mention, Joey, BATL is taking out tops and on its way possibly into that yesterday after a market high into 480. It just made a new high, a day of 436. BATL looking real good. Adara.
Before we get into crypto, a couple comments from Trump that are certainly of note. Trump saying that he doesn't think Jamie Dimon likes him too much these days. That is, of course, the CEO of JP Morgan, who he is suing. And then we also had Kevin Hassett, once again, Trump indicating he doesn't really want to let Kevin Hassett go and put him in that Fed chair position that he is widely reportedly being considered for. Trump saying that, quote, I don't want to lose him, about Kevin Hassett. Now, about Bitcoin. BTC here, pushing a little bit higher, trying to get back into that 90,000 area that we actually breached earlier today. But there was a bit of a move here in ebb and flow in Bitcoin, silver, and gold just after 10 a.m. more or less. Now, all of that movement and fluctuation happened as U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent spoke about the U.S. dollar, saying that contrary to some reports that were swirling as early as Friday afternoon, they're not going to be intervening here with the currency with regards to supporting the Japanese yen. So that pretty significant comment there did move around Bitcoin and silver and gold, in addition to a little bit of a spike there in the US dollar. Let's take a look at Ethereum here heading into that FOMC meeting. Ethereum actually pretty flat today. Bitcoin certainly making more of a move, but Ethereum back above that 3,000 level. Let's see if Bitcoin can get back above 90K. Back to you.
You know what I'm really interested in? Remember how when President Trump got reelected, you know, Zuck and other tech leaders had sort of blacklisted President Trump after Jan 6th. You recall that, right? And then sort of after, you know, there were restrictions on speech on some of these social media platforms. Like I remember personally during COVID, you couldn't even send private messages between one another, not comments, private messages that use certain keywords. It would block it. That happened to me, so I know for a fact that happened, okay? So what ended up happening when President Trump came back, what did Zuck say? And a lot of these other tech leaders are like, oh, the Biden administration was pressuring us to remove stuff, and basically sang like a canary. Okay? What I want to see is during the discovery phase of this lawsuit now between JP Morgan and President Trump, whether he starts pointing, or people who testify at JPM, whether they start pointing the finger at somebody and say, oh, they forced us to debank you. I mean, they were coming to us and say, oh, you're gonna get investigated, this, that, and the other. We had no choice. I can't wait to see what happens there, because you know they're gonna wanna kind of push away liability away from themselves.
Of course.
They're gonna sing like a canary. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but I'm interested to see if it does happen.
Yeah, Jamie Dimon, you start pointing the finger at everyone. I mean, he's always been kind of a
Canadian thing.
He's yeah, is that a Canadian thing? Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. Anyways, aside from that, yeah, I think with Jamie Dimon, it's interesting because, as we just mentioned, I have a feeling he will be the one who's like, yeah, no, it wasn't.
Yeah, well, Zuck did, and he's the leader of Meta, so, you know.
Yeah, chicken out, man, chicken out. All right, guys, aside from that, let's see what we got going on. Here's a Starbucks continuing to bleed here. That's been a nice trade for us. Now, is it time to get involved on the silver short? I don't think so just yet. I'm going to be a little bit more patient, but I do believe volume is going to start to kick into the downside. We're starting to see some buying pressure stepping in the overall market as well. So you can see on this 5-minute print, boom, you're starting to form that hammer candle, and maybe a secondary one as well too. But boom, a nice move to the downside in SLV. Where's your out? If that high is breached, then just get out of Dodge. Eventually, this downtrend is going to snap. Like, this is ever since the pre-market, even a little bit earlier, Starbucks has just been steady down. So once you have a 5-minute candle open up on the backside of the trend, watch out. Opposite here for AT&T, nice steady channel to the top side. So 24.23 and continuing to climb a little bit higher. So not too bad of a look there in AT&T and Starbucks if you are short. Other than that, guys, yeah, well, I mean, I don't know about that top TLPO, but yeah, I obviously know the saying. We'll go through our scanner here. DoorDash, what have you been up to? Nothing crazy. NCLH, CCL, just looking for some relative strength or something that's slowly starting to curl over so we can get involved. I don't want to try to catch any form of a bottom right now, nor do I want to eat my words. There goes Walmart. Yay! Yes, Walmart. My guy's putting in some good sessions. Man, I honestly, I don't know what it is, Shreve, but I think Walmart can climb up to like the 150s, even 180 here by the end of the year. I like Walmart a lot. Costco, has it started to recover? We know it's never good going against the administration, but look at this. Dude, this is insane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 consecutive green days off of those December lows. You get a nice little bit of a return there, 17%, but that downtrend is most definitely cracked there in Costco.
You know what I used to say to my buddy? So he was building out one of their warehouses, like not him, the company he worked for, in Brampton. And I was trying to always try to get insider information from, because not Costco. Sorry, I meant Walmart. My bias was that Walmart would sort of set up a distribution center in the same way that we see Amazon doing, but they would use their stores as distribution centers rather than building new ones. And so they logistically could be like that. And so that I want to know kind of what they were building inside to see kind of, you know, are they actually doing that? And they never were, bro. And I told you, I held Walmart for a while and never really manifested.
Third job ever at Walmart.
What is my stop on speed, on feed? I mean, sorry, shout out to iShow Speed. He was in Africa, by the way.
Yeah, I love speed, man. He's in great shape. He's in great shape.
Fantastic shape, bro.
Yeah, I love it.
Fantastic.
He's in his prime too.
He's like, I love his character. Obviously, there's a big chasm between our age, but I think he's got a very level head for his age.
That's just who he is, though. Like it's crazy. It's funny. I was thinking about the other day. This guy went from lighting fireworks off in his room to just traveling the world.
And
just creating.
Hear about the story about his mom dukes?
No.
You don't know about this?
No, I tried to take
she
all
booted him, bro. She'd like, no, you're not going to be doing that streaming stuff.
Oh yeah,
in my house.
and his dad took him in essentially. And he's like, yeah, I'm gonna do this thing. Oh yeah, well that's.
So what's my out, Joey? Look, I'm going to be basically looking at the candle that just closed. I'm talking about the 11:30 candle, the low of which is 213. We're going to get out there. So that one, it did close green. This current candle has a lower high but a higher low. If it doesn't set up in the way that I want, then I'm going to have to stop out for a loss and look for that $2 level as an area of support. So that's going to be my look right now on feed. We got 27s on. I got 22s. It's showing me 22s. I'm looking for this one to kind of hold generally that 10 EMA. It loses that prior bar low at 13. It loses me as a trader for now. So let's go ahead and put that in right now. And so we take out the subjectivity of the matter. How many shares do we have? Good, good, good. And then we're going to go ahead and put just that. So let's see what we kind of get on this bad boy. I'm still holding. Oh, I'm not holding anymore. I guess I got pushed out of the last remaining amount on OKLL. We're still quite positive on this one, though. Let's see if we can get back into OKLL over here because it's still holding above the 10 EMA on the 5. Now, the money fills, to be fair, to OKLL have actually been at the 20 EMA. Sorry, I'm trying to bring in the side chart. It's giving me trouble over here. Have been not at the 20 EMA, in between the 10 and the 20. That's where the money fills have been. So currently, in between the 10 and the 20, kind of takes us to the mid to low 60s. We're showing 80s right now. You know, if you get in the mid to low 60s, just put your stop below that $0.50, right? 24.50, which is basically overlapping with the 20 EMA on the 5. So OKLL, I think I'm going to throw in a possible dip trade in and around there. We're going to put for smaller shares. So let's go ahead, 24. I'm going to go 69. All right, Joey, we're going to be waiting in the 60s. We're going to be waiting at 69, okay? So that's kind of what we're doing there. DXYZ, it looks like it may be finding some support here after a 3-candle red pullback, finding support at $34, which happens to be the 10 EMA on the 5, prior bar high on DXYZ, 34.10, current price 34.05. You could give this one a couple of shekels above prior bar high so that you're not lured in, because it's also a 5-penny spread, so you have to account for that. I'm going to go ahead and wait in the high teens. I'm looking for a recovery trade here on DXYZ. Let's go ahead and say we're going to go 34, let's just say 18, and then we'll give it to about, 24. We'll go for this many shares, and maybe we can get a nice little dip trade off the 10 EMA on DXYZ. Again, guys, rumors speculating that SpaceX we don't know, may IPO this year, and it is no longer the $1 trillion valuation we were talking about, I think, just a few short weeks ago. Again, you never really know, but now the number that's being floated around is $1.5 trillion for SpaceX. And if you know Elon Musk's ownership shares or percentage of SpaceX relative to Tesla, far more still, or he owns far more of SpaceX than he does of Tesla. So that'll have a way of boosting his net worth markedly. I also want to mention BNAI, bleeding its own blood. This is why I felt this way about this one. And as soon as I had a few dollar winner, I got the hell out of there because it did this to me yesterday. And, that's the way it is. That's the way these ones are. It is really, really losing in a hurry now. The candle at 11:30, the high of which is 78.15, we're showing 63.41 now. So this one really, really bleeding. Be careful with this. We're going to keep an eye on it. If it sets up above $70 where VWAP is, we'll get back in. Otherwise, no thanks. Joey.
All right, man, good stuff. Yeah, I don't know if it's tanking. It's starting to come in a little bit here, guys. I mean, I was swinging some from last Friday. I did trim it as I did head into 192s. So I got like 190, 150s, and 192s at one point this morning when I was cutting some in my account. Still sitting on half of that swing, but let's see what we got going on, man. I'm avoiding these chip names. We talked about this from a daily. There's so many other opportunities, especially leading into earnings season. I'm going to stick with that. There's going to be plenty of opportunity in the future to trade the IBITs, the Nvidia, plays once again. I just don't think they're overly in play. What's Coinbase up to? Speaking of the crypto world, Robinhood was trading higher this morning, but I think it's given up the majority of that move. So just going through the list, SMR, New Scale Power right here. Aklo Sharif's been involved with this one. OKLL, nice little looks there. Bull flag being formed, and then the volume weighted average price starting to track the actual price action pretty good. Get a little bit of a pullback. So if buyers start to step back in, I think you can be sitting in a pretty good position. $84 on Netflix, and it's continuing to sell. Once again, I mentioned this before. Once this deal gets done with Warner Brothers, then I think it's going to lift a massive weight off of Netflix's shoulders. And then sure enough, you can start to see this stock start to climb a little bit higher, just like Google. We'll pull Google up right now as well. Pull it up and see what we got going on. I mean, absolutely monster. That was the worst. Even though I did rotate into some Robinhood, this was the worst letting go ever. This is I should have never ever sold this stock, but oh well, it is what it is, and we'll continue to move on. What's Caterpillar been up to for the daily? Still hovering around those highs. Uber has been getting hit as of late as well too, looking like it's heading towards some support levels. Mateo. Mateo.
What happened?
Mateo has his.
What's his pick again?
He has Uber, another firm that I can't hear. Amrise. Amrise. I think Amrise is a construction company. They pour concrete. That's what Amrise, so they pour concrete for the data centers.
Sick joke for this one right
Let
now.
me hear
I can't say it. I can't say it.
Oh, you can't say it on there.
We'll
get canceled immediately. We don't want that. Procter & Gamble, RCL, XLF. What has the financials been up to? Yeah, we don't want to get canceled over there, Sharif.
Well, I'll get canceled. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll be fine. All right. Yeah, we'll hold off on that right now. You can tell me off screen. The short on silver not really coming into play as the Nasdaq and the SPY take a little bit of a dive lower here, my friend.
Did you see your friend Sydney Sweeney?
Your friend.
Well,
let me ask you this.
Hold on a second, man. I got something to say, man.
All right, say it.
She opened up her own lingerie line.
I'm sure
Siren.
She did. Siren.
Right down her alley.
Right.
Shocked, right?
You were shocked. Let me ask you. Let me ask you this. How many Sydney Sweeney shows or movies have you watched?
I'm trying to be honest about this.
I know.
I'm pretty sure it's zero.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's zero. All right, man. I mean,
does her Instagram account count?
No. You can't just, dude. You can't just be scrolling her IG all the time and stuff. You gotta take.
I'm not a movie guy, though.
I know
bro.
you're not
you
a
know
movie
that.
guy. You know what you have to watch though is White Lotus. White Lotus is a good show.
Assassino was actually telling me that she actually is a good actress in that.
Whoa! I wouldn't go as far.
All right, I'm just saying what was Sings.
She plays kind of like the same role throughout kind of a lot of her movies and stuff like that. Yeah. So and she's pretty good at it. We'll give it to her.
There you go. I love these comments coming in. Fantastic. You guys are still fantastic. All right. I got stopped at a feed. It lost that prior bar area, so we will give back a little bit on feed over here. Let's see what we can do at that $2 area. I like the $2 area. It's a zone, though. You're going to have to look at $2 down into 184, 185 because that's where VWAP is. So let's see what feed has to offer. We'll give back a little bit on this one. Also, I got stopped out, but this one was, just much smaller position. The tight stop on OKLL. It lost the 10. It lost the 20. So it looks like it might be down on the way to $24, excuse me. And we're going to have to keep an eye on that one. But it is the battle show right now. We're going to take off BNAI. And we're going to put BATL because this one is really moving. It's not on the NQ. NY, no. Amex, okay, it's an Amex stock. So we will have to fly blind during halts. Here comes $5. It's actually been up to 5. 10.12 million shares of volume. So it's got a good amount of volume under its belt right now. Let's see what this one does with 5. Can it clear 5 easily? I'm only seeing a few hundred lots here. So, there it goes through 5. Are we going to get a retracement though? 505 high. Continuing to watch here. BATL up 50%. Good momentum, but I don't know if this is the right area to get in. By the way, the 10 EMA on the 5 on BATL, right around that 4.5. So we're going to give this one a little bit more room. Let's see what it does around 5, and then we'll report back to you guys.
All right, guys, here's a medical device company to keep an eye on. Enview, medical ticker Feed, FEED. The company designs and markets a guided feeding tube platform to hospitals across the U.S. today. The majority of hospitals do this procedure blindly, leading to the unavoidable injuries from misplacements. Think of the platform as a GPS for feeding tube placement, which can improve patient safety and streamline how care teams work. What stands out to me is the growing appetite for this platform throughout U.S. hospitals and how their tech fits right into clinical needs. Today, they are already in 38 hospitals hospitals. As hospitals push for safer, more efficient solutions, Enview looks like a company building scalable technology with real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch. Yeah, there it is. A lot of people asking why the market is tanking. I think Donald Trump is still speaking here.
Probably.
So yeah, so that will probably have a little bit to do with it. Downtrend has been officially broken on Starbucks, so it might be time to get out of that one. We hit $3 ITM on that, so we're not going to complain whatsoever. Only sitting on a little bit left there, guys, 10% or so, and then we'll just hop all out once we head back. Trailing stop at 99, and then we're going to get out of Dodge on that, brother.
Oh, he's Trump is praising Coinbase for Trump account donations. He's praising Nvidia as well. Gershner, shout out to Brad Gershner. If you know, you know. I'm just looking at some more over here. He declares Nicki Minaj as what? Imagine this. Okay, no.
Nicki Minaj.
I think that's something different completely. I apologize there. Bessent shuts down report of potential U.S. currency intervention. All right, so nothing really, too market moving. I don't know if that's anything to do with why the market's moving down, but if we have anything, we'll let you guys know. I'm continuing to watch here. BATL bleed its own blood, 505 high, losing it in a hurry into 4 2/3. Let's give this one the old college try. We're going to DCA into the $0.50. It's a zone. I want to say between 440 to 450. So what do we get there? We got 65s. All right. Let's go ahead and post up here, and we'll see if we can get a nice reversion trade on this one. Otherwise, we're going to look to average into that 440 to 450 zone. What do we got? We got 65, as I said, right? Okay, not bad. Also, feed seems to be holding up at around 210. I want to say the low of the prior bar is 206.5, current bar low 208, so it's got a higher low, but I'm not seeing any unbroken higher highs right now. There is none to speak of, and this is kind of what I mean over here. Look at this, guys. We've been trading more with these trend lines lately, and it's really been helping out. So I think I'm not going to touch feed until there's a decided break of that lower high trend line, and then we'll probably get involved with that one. But I'm going to need a closing print, not just a couple of wicks or so. So feed still in my purview over here, but we're going to focus right now on BATL. We're into that one. We're going to have to go to the big desk. There's news.
Visa spiking higher. V apparently creating a platform for cashback rewards in accounts. So basically, they could be using these cashback rewards to go towards the Trump accounts. President Trump just announcing this. Apparently, they indicated this earlier, the company themselves, but the stock is spiking on this. I want to mention as well, he just thanked Anthony Noto of SoFi and Vlad Tenev of Robinhood for their involvement in the Trump accounts. Neither stock moved at all. The Coinbase, Nvidia, et cetera mentions were at least 5 minutes ago. Those stocks didn't move either. The only stocks I'm actually seeing move on being mentioned here are Visa, as I just mentioned, and that Dell mentioned a while ago when he told everybody to buy a Dell laptop. Back to you.
Punch, Joey?
But yeah, are you punching?
I've never bought Dell. I don't even think I've traded Dell. I don't have a beef with Dell, man. I just have a PC, and I don't need a laptop and a PC desktop. So, I don't even have a laptop, by the way. I sold my my MacBook Mini because I'm using the iPad now, man. It's fantastic. It's because they updated it so that the iPad OS.
You could just hook a keyboard up to it.
That's not the issue. Yeah. It's like you can use iPad now as a window. So you can minimize windows, resize them. Remember how you could only have one window up at a time? On the iPad?
Yeah.
No, it's like you can use it as a laptop now. So I was like, what the hell's the point?
An iPad in a long time.
You have a few super chats. All right, let's do them. Throw them up.
Throw them up there, brother.
Throw them up. All right. Leandra. Oh, if I call her Leanne, she gets mad. Leandra. Thanks for teaching me. I've taken my paper account to, what? 1.2 million in 9 months. Can you look at Oxy? All right, absolutely. Leandra. Whew. That's some money there, girl.
Hey.
All right, let's take a quick look at Occidental for the OG Leandra. Don't call her Leanne. Watch out. All right, is this one still bleeding its own blood? Yeah, the downtrend is still very much intact on this thing. It's unbroken. Look at these connection of the highs, Joey. Unbroken. From, that's 2011. All right, let's go to daily quickly over here, just so that we can get a better look. So daily, Leandra, $40 support generally, unless you're looking at the tariff tantrum levels, which, I look at those with different eyes, but $40 support. What's the resistance? Let me just take a quick look here. Is there a clear level? It's 55 for me, but there's obviously other area highs that you have to keep your eye out on. But look at that 55 base. We used to call that the Buffett base, right? Because it would never give up 55, but obviously it has. I'm not a big fan of Occidental, I just got to tell you, ever since that 55 base gave up. But we're going to pause for a second, and we got to go to Adara. We'll talk more about Occidental when we get back.
Really quickly here, guys, just keep an eye on some of these uranium plays. Not moving right now, but they could potentially be on watch later. CNBC reporting that the Department of Energy, DOE, will be announcing an initiative aimed at building out the nation's nuclear fuel supply chain. That announcement set to happen today. So again, as you can see on your screen here, UUUU and CCJ are on watch. I'll just pull up CCJ here. Again, later today, the U.S. Department of Energy expected to announce an initiative aimed at building out the nation's nuclear fuel supply chain. Back to you.
Well, I guess I'm all out of Starbucks. I didn't know that I got all out there, guys. So my apologies for that one. Other than that, man, trade number one, trade number two, that's all we got really going on right now. So that's not too bad of a look whatsoever. We'll take it. We'll dock that one up and look for that next opportunity. I mean, the market is continuously selling here. Pre-market, someone needs to start documenting this data and sending it over to me. Rally in the pre-market, sell on the intraday. Sell in the pre-market, rally in the intraday. So we got to start recording this information and see what we got going on. Also, from SpotGamma, that was fantastic this morning. I know a lot of people in the chat were loving that one. I'm curious if you guys went into that site and started to look at that options flow. Fantastic stuff. Aside from that, guys, here's what we still got going on. We're all out of Starbucks. I think 70, 96 it can be in the works today. You get that break of the trend line, and now you're starting to head towards that earnings opening print, which is going to put you right around that $96 target. So keep an eye out on that. Let's head back over to, actually, never mind that. We're not going to head over to our scanner because we've been doing that. It's time to look at the top performing sectors of the day, Sharif, and see what we got going on in that front. So pulling things up, we're still big time positive on the week in the overall market. The Q is almost up 4%. We have the SPY, this is this week, guys, 2.4%. The Dow now over 1%. The IWM, no rate cut, starting to get a little bit of a hit. But leading the way is the energy sector, up a little bit more than 0.8%. Technology sector sitting in that second place, 0.4 there. And then the financials holding on just a little bit under 0.1% to the green. Now, as for the bottom three, we're going to look at the consumer discretionary, not too good. What has Tesla been up to, guys?
What's it up to, Joey?
Yeah, and Amazon down 0.4%. We got the staples down 0.45% and healthcare down 0.6%. So there's your top and bottom three. Now, as for the earnings, make sure you guys go and check out Trader TV Research. Adair always doing a fantastic job on there. And also, what I'm going to start doing here today, if you guys don't catch my my options plays in the morning time, I'm going to post them on X. So go check your boy out on X at Trader TV Joseph. I'm going to post the upgrades and downgrades, and we're going to post the puts and the calls that we did in the morning. 8:20 sharp, Sharif, is when we get that options activity, and around 8:50 is when we pop in and we get those upgrades and downgrades as well too.
My man, my man. All right, guys, feed is breaking trend, breaking structure, I should say. It's breaking above the the lower highs. Okay, let's give this one a try over here. Current bar low. Current bar low is where we're going to give it to 12s. Let's go ahead and throw that in right now. And then what do we got on? Okay, we got 26s. So let's go ahead and post and see kind of what we can get on this bad boy over here. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. Separately, I got back into BATL at 60, or OKLL, excuse me, 71s. Show me 72, so it's not exactly rocketing up, but we're gonna keep an eye on that one. But we're in DXYZ now. What did I get on DXYZ? I got 24s. Yeah, that's not what I gave it too much of a spread there, man. So let's go ahead and post. I'm posting up here into the high 40s. We need to post north of 50 as well. What the hell?
Froze, man.
Froze. I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah,
all right. So we're going to give your boy Joe, sorry, just before we go, feed is breaking out. Here we go. It just took out my order right there. We got to go to Adara. She's got breaking news.
Talk about MSOS, guys, pushing higher after a post from Matt Gaetz. That's right. He was formerly involved in the government. He also was at one point supposed to be the Attorney General of the U.S. Anyways, he's just posted that he's been told that the DEA is drafting this rule and moving it ASAP with regards to marijuana rescheduling. So again, marijuana rescheduling reportedly being drafted and moving ASAP from the DEA. Again, this is coming from Matt Gaetz. Back to you.
I don't even know.
that's
I'm
the-
sorry. I just got to concentrate. Feed is going to halt up. We've got, what do we got on feed here? Joey, we got 26s. It's going to halt at 73 to boom.
Yeah.
We're halted on
Bang.
feed, up 160%. I told y'all this was breaking structure. It broke through the trend line. It was the tell. Boom into the high side. We're halted. 272. Halt time. All right, let's get our head back in order here. 11:55:48. The earliest this will be open is 12 o'clock. And 48 seconds to tap, showing me 270. So we're a couple of shekels below right now the halt price. So let's keep an eye out on that.
I did that ad read earlier on feed, Sharif, to help boost it a little bit.
Just take credit, Joey. Just take credit, Joey. Love this guy, bro. All right, how's OKLL doing, Joey?
Oh,
you want to find out?
Yeah.
Boom into the high side. Here we go again on OKLL. Again, this is an Oklo derivative. How many shares do we have? Let's wet the beak. Let's see if this one wants to run up a little bit more. There it goes into 90, 93, 95, 97. Oh no, oh my goodness, oh no. We're doing it live. Let's set up at 33s now. Let's see if we can take out the high of the day. The high of the day, as I mentioned earlier, is 24. No continuation though. We've had a long struggle with $25, even though it's been above it multiple times. Get it, Joey? But it doesn't seem to be able to close above that level, so this is a bit of a problem. Let's keep an eye here on OKLL. I'm going to put my stop right at break even, which is 71. So we're going to put 24.69, and we're going to give it a little bit of room, lest this one stop me out. So that's the situation there. How we doing over here with the XZ? Well, we're 6 pence in the money, but this is not why I'm in the trade, man. I'm looking for a 34 hold, generally 34.72, the high of the day. It's up 15 in the third. I'm looking for this one to kind of take out some levels into that $35 level, but we'll have to kind of have the patience. And then last but not least, BATL. This one I'm back into break-even territory. But it's, where am I? I don't know. I'm break-even on the money, but there it goes right back up into 69. So let's go ahead. How many shares do we have on BATL? We saw them. So let's go ahead and set up a little bit higher over here. I'm going to go ahead and wait north of 5. There it goes into the 70s. I'm going 5.15. Let's go with that. And then we're going to set up a stop into 57 because I don't want to have to manage this one if it's going to occupy my attention. We don't need that. So throwing in the stop right there. Let's see what this one does. I'll give you an opportunity to set up again because I know you had that.
I don't know what's going on. I saved the layout, man. Yeah, well, I am because every time now I have to reorganize everything. Look, you guys got the screen. Stop trolling me, ass.
You get him, SSC. Don't get him.
This is crazy. Every time now, all week I have to doing my layout all over and over again.
Sorry,
man.
brother.
It's not. I mean, I'm only playing around anyways. There's nothing. Can't cry over spilt milk, my friend. And we got much bigger problems in the world here than me having to continue my layout over and over again. I can't really do anything for you guys right now, Shreve. So if you don't mind just taking
absolutely. Of course, Joey.
a couple more minutes.
We're going to wait over here. So we've got, let's see how much time left before feed opens up. Allow me just to take a quick look. 11:59:18 right now. We know that this one will be the earliest it will open is 12 o'clock and 48 seconds. So we've got another minute and change right now, but OKLL is bleeding its own blood. Did I get stopped out of that? Cancel, man, on OKLL. No, I've given it, wow, the spread really opened up there. Jeez Louise. Up into 83 it goes. I've got 71. So we're going to pack the patience there, but it's the XYZ that is concerning me here because it's spready and it doesn't seem to have buyers able to kind of push this above the $0.25. 34.24 is what we keep topping out. And I'm not seeing any prints above that. I just want to let feed open up before we go to happening now and Neil's us into the day because it's only going to be another 30 seconds or so. So we'll just delay that for a second. Let's see where this one opens up. What do we got? 12.12. And the tap is showing me 72s right now. So it's basically showing me the exact same price that we halted at. And that doesn't really work for me at the moment. OKLL is flatten out this one. Dropping down. The spread is way too wide for me, so we'll flatten out that one so we can focus on feed. All right, we should have another few seconds or so. Let's see. Yeah, we've got another 10 seconds to see what the opening print is going to be on feed. Again, the theoretical auction price is showing me 72s. We've got 26s on right now, so we have a lot of room. And there it goes into 88. Let's wet the beak there, and then we're going to let this one go. We still have shares. Let's see if we can get into 3. We're going to post at 303. So it'll, by definition, have to take out $3. 95, 97, 3 rejects. Can we move a little bit above 3? Can't. So this one looks like it's going to reject 3 for now. Let's give it another opportunity, possibly to work its way into that whole dollar level so we can spot the size that's waiting for us at the whole dollar. It doesn't look like it's going to happen here, guys. So we're going to see how this one resolves when we do get back from Neil's lesson of the day, and Dara is happening now.
Here's the market, just trading near lows of day for this S&P 500. Steady lower highs and lower lows as we await the FOMC decision. And we're going to get that rate decision again. It is widely expected to be a hold, so no cut or raise of rates there. We're also at 2:30 p.m. Eastern expecting Fed Chair Jerome Powell to begin his press conference. That's usually the more interesting or market-moving event, potentially, because we're very much expecting what this rate move is actually going to be. So at this point, it's going to be more about what are the plans going forward for the Fed. Let's talk here about MSOS, because MSOS moved probably about 5 minutes ago here. Matt Gaetz, again, at one point in the running to be the next Attorney General of the U.S. He just posted on X that he's hearing that the DEA is likely moving towards drafting for a rescheduling of cannabis. Then we have DELL, this name alongside Visa. They both moved during U.S. President Trump's remarks at that Trump account event. That event is now over, but Visa moving here as Trump announces that the company is now adding a new program to allow cashback rewards to be used towards the Trump accounts. Dell moving after Trump encouraged participants to buy a Dell computer because his son Barron is a fan. He mentioned a lot of other CEOs in attendance, including the CEOs of SoFi, Robinhood. He mentioned Coinbase, thanked Nvidia, Intel, Broadcom. But the more market-moving names here were Dell and Visa. I also want to mention earnings. Of course, tonight after the bell, we have a triple whammy. Meta, Tesla, Microsoft. You also have IBM, ServiceNow, LVS, tons of names reporting after the bell. But let's talk about a name that reported before the bell that made some big moves. I know Joe was trading this one today. Starbucks, SBUX, nice gap up, but then giving a lot of that move back. That being said, year-over-year net revenue growth and same stores growth, both in North America and internationally. You can find this infographic on X at TTV Research, and I will be posting more Starbucks content throughout the day. But you don't have to wait at all for Neil's lesson. Neil, it's time for the lesson.
There's a certain song I like that I'm pretty sure you're going to know the lyrics to this one, Adara. A little something like, wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first of the month. Get up, get up, get up. So grab your check and move on. Now, for a retail trader, that might not mean anything to you. But as a prop trader, it really does. And there's some lessons based on that I think we can, as any kind of a trader, you should care about. But specifically for a prop trader, and why I'm framing the lesson of the day around this, is when you're a prop trader, it's very specific trading someone else's money. And it's pretty standard that everything settles at the end of the month. It's not like getting paid every couple of weeks. You know, you don't get a weekly check. It's not usually how it works in prop. You get paid at the end of the month. Your settlement is at the end of the month. And your goal as a trader oftentimes ends up being, I want to be green in the month. And you'll hear prop traders say this because it doesn't matter if you make money on the day. It doesn't matter if you make money on the week. None of that ish matters unless you have a green month. And so there was just a conversation I had in the chat. Someone's like, Neil, you should have held on to silver. Well, when I'm analyzing my month, because now there's a couple of days left in the month, and I'm going to be real with you. Am I having a green month? Answer, yes. If I look back, I'm a person that likes the quarters. If I look back at the prior quarter, the last 3 months of last month, is this month as good as any of those 3 last months? Answer, no. So yeah, it's a green month, but it is not as good as the prior 3 months that I've had. Throw on top of that, usually January is pretty good, and I would say it's been pretty mid just in terms of performance. I've had a lot more flat days than I usually do, which is good because at least bad days aren't losing days. But when that is the case, you will see me hunker down in terms of get toward that end of the month, and I'm green, and it's not a huge month, and it hasn't been as good for the day trading. And again, I'll speak for myself, and everyone can always speak for their own sort of idea. So for why why in particular, when I have a good plan on silver, do I get out early? Well, it comes down to expectations and the pattern that I'm trying to follow. Because for the second day in a row on silver, you'll see I didn't say I'm buying at X price at all. Its pattern of waiting for mean reversion trend break on the 15-minute has worked, with the key over under today being 102.50. My note was literally the same thing yesterday, but the level was the over under the 99 to 100. It was underneath that and failing it, so we took one mean reversion short off the trend break around that level. That's it. One trade down to here. Didn't actually get the absolute low. I actually played it back into this prior support from the day before at 96.6. So that's what I was looking for. That's what we got. And I looked for the same thing today. It came in, did a reversal, started holding the 102.5. Anybody, go rewind the tape. See, my first execution on silver was at 102.5 when it held that trend break. And eventually made that move up. It gives a 103.5, scalped the view up first and then out for that buck. Now, part of the reason why I'm shooting for less is look at the compression in the trade. It goes from crazy parabolic to inside smaller range to inside smaller range. So it's getting a little bit of depression of the move. I'm in bank profit mode. Like I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm not trying to get the bottom and get out the top. That's all well and good. I'm more concerned about getting paid. At the end of, I'm being real with you. And so it is sort of an easy question as to, well, sometimes you want to hold, sometimes you don't. But I came into this not expecting as big of a move. And it's not just the fact that it was compressing in terms of its range each day. Throw in the fact that it's also a Fed day. So oftentimes in a Fed day, I kind of compress the trading from pre-Fed to post-Fed, where I'm going to get out a little bit quicker and take more of the scalp notion and bank some of that profit before we get to 2 o'clock, because I consider it almost 2 sessions on a Fed day. There's a lot going into it, and some of it does have to do with that end of the month. And just for everyone out there, if you're not trading someone else's capital, you're trading your own, I get it. Like, you're not sitting there and then worrying about that or looking at that as a bit of a target. What you can glean from that, however, is you have to have some semblance of, this is what I'm looking to get out of it. This is what I have been getting out of the market if you're successful, and is it performing right now? Is what I'm doing performing at its optimum? Because there are moments when you look at it and it's not, and you can do one of two things. Like, you can scale back. I'm the kind of person that I'll look at it and say, green month to start the year, but the prior quarter, every single month was better than this one. So it's backing off a bit. I'm already, when I see that happening, I'm already starting to tighten up risk a little bit. Take a few less trades. Notice how I haven't been getting in right away off the open on very many things. Much more patient. It seems a little bit subtle, but I'll tell you, that is exactly the kind of mentality that keeps me away from losing streaks, that keeps me away from negative months. I get ahead of it. And when you hear me say I look in terms of months and quarters, that's why it matters. Because I don't think you can do this for 20 years or a longer period of time if you don't have that kind of outlook. So when you go back and when you're looking at the success of your strategies or how you can build on them, how you can either leverage up or down or manage risk better, make sure you're looking at appropriate time frames as well. It's like your equity curve. If you notice, oh shoot, the things that I do right now are starting to not work as much, well then you've got to take some kind of an action. The last thing you want is to get yourself into a hole or not see when the market is switching up on you at all. So I get it, you could always hold for more. Yeah, could silver have gone even more? Sure it could have. But I was one and done exactly for my setup 2 days in a row. I wasn't here the day before, the day that it was the absolute best. I can't do anything about that. But the other way is, hey, I'm up more on silver trade than anything that I lose on. That's another way that you have to think about it too. Make sure, in this particular case, if I had a loss today, like I got a red stock today, Starbucks is red. Like if Starbucks, let's put it this way, I trade Starbucks twice, right? So one was flat and the other one was a loss. Let me just pull that one up here, because there's another way I can look at this too. One long in here, flat trade because I got some out. One long in here, that's going to be a loss. Starbucks was also one of my ideas that I liked. And I traded that one to plan as well. Like I like Starbucks. The 100 level is an obvious dip zone. Oh, I forgot to write the 98, but anyone that watches knows I like pull back into prior high. So when it bounces off 98, I play that bounce. But I'm not going to lose more on Starbucks than I make on a good play that's to plan like silver. That's a mean reversion play, just like silver is. I can't lose more on that. 0 for 1 in a flat trade. I guess you call it 0 for 2 because the first one was flat. I can't go 0 for 2 on like one of my A setups and then lose more money than if one of them hits. That's just not how I'm trying to roll. But you have to look at it over a longer period of time. Like I don't freak out when this loses. I just ask myself, does that work over the last 3 months? Yes, but not quite as good as it was before. So either take a little bit less, have a little bit of a tighter stop, or maybe adjust your targets. I think that can help a lot of traders to have that longer term outlook. And for myself, at the end of the month, being a prop trader, it's a natural time to do that kind of digging, or at the start of the month, whatever works out for you. But even as a retail trader, you've got to be thinking along those lines. If you want to do anything for a longer period of time, if you want something to be a side income or your income, then you've got to treat it as such. You've got to treat it methodically. You got to show up to work every single day and put that effort in, which also includes being real with yourself. I'm going to try this. I haven't had the lunch yet. What I would say is it looks pretty good. The beef looks pretty good, but I'm going to make one note. This is like vegetables inside. There's a lot of cauliflower and broccoli, and then there's like another with the beef. There's even more broccoli, which unfortunately for me is like the one vegetable I'm not a huge fan of. I kind of like cauliflower is like a meh, but broccoli is like a no for me. So I don't know. At least there's a salad. Enjoy, everybody. We'll be back a little bit early because it is a Fed day today. We're expecting no rate change, but go get them on free. That stock or feed. That stock is insane, Sharif. Unbelievable move on that one.
His name is Neil, and he oozes wisdom. Shout out to Neil. Thank you very much, Neil, for the lesson of the day. Here it is, guys. We have top wick right now. 2 pennies off top wick, to be quite honest. It's a 305 high. We got out at 303. It's setting up here at the 10 EMA. I got in for a 50 penny dip. I got in at 57s. As soon as it lost 50, I stopped out 49. We're looking for continuation now, but it is an unbroken lower high setup. Alas, it is finding support right at that 240 area. 240 just happens to be the 10 EMA on the 5. So that's an ugly, ugly topping tail candle that manifested there on the 5. This is what I'm talking about over here. So we're going to have to let this reset up. Now, how am I looking at doing that? Well, I need to start seeing higher lows and higher highs, right? We're not getting that higher high setup. You're going to have to clear 264, which is prior bar high. Now, this candle has about another minute and a half, 2 minutes left. So this one may not be breaching prior bar high, but I'm going to base my entry on this one on this candle here at 1205, which is $2.64. It's finding some support, but not exactly, perfect at the moment. OKLL into the high of the day, I think about 2 or 3 pennies off the high, 25, 24. The high, it's showing 20s now. So this one, very, very, staunchy seller in and around 25. We'll have to see whether or not he's been removed out of the way. He wasn't earlier, even though, we had decidedly cleared that $25 level by 24 pennies. Not immediately apparent whether this one's going to retrace again. It did stop me out because, I was pontificating about the money fills being in between the 20 moving averages, and it lost both, right? Got into 24.20, not an area that I would have earmarked for a level of support, but that's where it found support, and then it rocketed back up $1. And I didn't participate in it. So OKLL in focus for another entry. Likewise with BATL, this one is continuing to put the lower highs and the lower lows. Let's redraw that trend line. I want to widen it a little bit so that I can redraw it properly. Otherwise, it's just too angled. There we go. So I'm going to be looking for a break of this trend line here on BATL before I maneuver in the same way that I did with feed. You'll recall what we did here on feed. We waited for the, basically the unbroken lower high trend to end, and then we got in right on this candle here at 1150 and then rocketed up to 305. We're going to look to do the same thing on BATL if it sets up in that way. Now, this is an MX stock, so right away, it should be under suspicion. I'm not going to go into all the reasons why, but one of the reasons is, of course, you'll have to fly blind during the halt. You won't know what the theoretical auction price is. You don't get that information on the MX, nor do you get it, by the way, on the NYSE. But most of the small cap gappers we're trading are on the NASDAQ. So it doesn't make it too much of a logistical problem. Keeping an eye on feed here as it works its way. Current candle, much higher low. And it feels like it might be on the precipice here of taking up that 64, 65 penny seller. We'll wait for this one. Now that we know it's able to make its way into 3 and above, we don't have to be first on this one. Last but not least, before we see what your boy Joey Opsh is doing, I'm still holding DXYZ here at the $0.25. It's showing me halves, but it's zigging, it's zagging. If it loses the candle, the low of the candle at 11:30, the low of which is 33.86, I'm out. It's going to have to hold above that level. Otherwise, I want nothing to do with it. Very spready name and not that much volume, by the way. 2.17 million shares on a $34 name at a quarter afternoon. So that's not exactly a glowing endorsement for the volume traders on this one, but I do like the structure. We'll have to see if it holds up, Joe.
Good stuff there. All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, I like that you're pointing that out there, Stockhead. First and foremost, let's go over the super chat.
Oh, that's a great
$5.
question.
What's the tickers for Canada's military defense? I want to help my neighbors.
I don't think we have too many publicly traded companies. I don't want to speak out of turn because I don't know.
We don't know, yeah.
But none that I come to mind. Do you?
No.
No. Sure, a quick chat. A search probably gives you a bunch of those names.
I don't know any of those.
Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, thank you very much. We got another one there.
There it is.
Eddie the dealer. Okay. All right. I need $440 to recover my 10K loss on CVNA. Should I stay or should I close? Should I stay or should I go now? Let's figure that out for you. CVNA. I mean, it sounds like you're a gambling man there, Mr. Eddie the dealer. 440. Ooh, that you could maybe get up there today, but don't forget there was a short report brought out on this here today. Who brought us that there? I can pull it up for us right now, actually. CVNA, and then we'll go over it one more time. We know that Sharif did. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. CVNA,
bang. We'll find out some military names here for you guys in a minute.
Bang. CVNA, you can do it. And see what we got going on. Maintain Carvana. So here's some of the news, guys, on CVNA here today at 11:30. Spike down. Where does Carvana raise the start? Okay, Reuters raising the target there, short-term bearish event. Carvana Wells Fargo raises target. Where did you get that information about the
you want me to pull it up?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. So CVNA, Joey, it's going to be in your blotter because we have the same blotter. Gotham City Research. Here it is, brother. Slumps. This is. Let me get the good one though, because one had an extended report on it. Not this one. Continuing to look. There we go. Street Insider's got one here. Here it is. You want me to send it to you?
Or well, I mean, you could just, it's for Buddy over there,
Yeah, absolutely. So here it is. So we talked about this earlier, but Carvana down now 8.6% after the short seller Gotham City Research published a critical report alleging accounting irregularities and undisclosed related party transactions. The report titled Carvana, Bridgecrest and the undisclosed transactions and debts claims that Carvana's 2023 and 24 earnings are overstated by more than $1 billion, and that the company is far more dependent on related parties than they disclose. Gotham City Research specifically highlighted the relationship between Carvana and Drive Time, a company also controlled by Ernie Garcia II. He's the father of Ernie Garcia, I guess the first now, which is the CEO of the company. We've been talking about this father-son duo for a while now. According to the short seller, Drive Time burned over $1 billion in cash flow from operating activities in 23 and 24 while taking on significant debt. The report alleges Drive Time's leverage sits at 20 to 40 times earnings. Far higher than historical levels, which is capped at 10.3 times before 2023. The report further claims that Carvana sells loans to third parties at inflated rates while booking gains on sales. Where have we seen that before? Mortgage-backed securities, a little bit. And that Bridgecrest, a company fully owned by Garcia II, charges these third parties very low servicing fees in exchange. Gotham City Research also pointed to what it calls accounting irregularities in sales commissions and servicing report figures. The short seller predicted that Carvana's 2025 10K will be delayed and its 23 and 24 10Ks will be restated, and that Grant Thornton, which serves as the auditor for Carvana, will resign. So we're going to have to wait and see whether all that is true, but those are the allegations being made by Gotham City Research, which is sort of a short seller kind of reporting agency, whatever. Go ahead, Joey.
All right, good. So yeah, thank you for that there, Sharif. So I'm just going across the board once again, guys. We were all out of SLV, so we're fortunate enough to get in closer to the bottom. I still believe that we can bleed a little bit, but considering my positioning isn't that good, I'm not going to re-engage just yet. I'm looking at silver. A lot of people are saying pull up gold. There is like some topping tail signals right here. You can see it on the lower time frames as well, but you have this head and shoulders starting to be formed. You bounce off of the support levels on multiple occasions, right? So shoulder one, head, shoulder two, and then now you get somewhat of a rebound. So maybe we can continue on that trajectory. The Nasdaq's starting to find a little bit of a bottom here, recovering, guys. Not quite back to the volume weighted average price. I'm going to wait for a slow curl over, and then maybe we can get a continuation of trend, and that's going to be to the downside. A lot of it's going to have to do with Nvidia and obviously the mega cap. We haven't looked at Tesla today, so let's pull that bad boy up. And Microsoft. You know who had a monster day yesterday? Amazon. Amazon putting in another big time session yesterday, giving a little bit of that back here today. But look at this daily, guys. A nice little bit of a move. This was yesterday, obviously 239 all the way up to 245, heading in towards some key zones. AWS is going to be absolutely massive. I can't wait to read about that report. I'm looking forward to it as well. But here is Amazon. We'll take a look at Tesla momentarily right now, and then also we'll go through the expected moves once again, right? Am I unplugged into unit? We'll go over the expected move once again. So leading into tonight's report, there's a lot of names that we can go over, but here's Tesla on the daily, still hovering around some key support levels. You do get that break through the volume weighted average price, but it looks like sellers engage aggressively once again. All right, guys.
All right, Joey. PDS Biotechnology trading on the NASDAQ under PDSB is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the USA in a few years. To learn more, visit them at pdsbiotech.com. Shout out to them. So I'm going to get to that in a second. I see the super chat. I did a search for you. And here is what some people are saying. Okay. I didn't actually get to finish the search. I do apologize. But Jim Carney. Is that on purpose? Jim Carney, let's find out exactly what is being spoken about here, as I'm asking for the top five. So CAE on the TSX, the heavyweight of Canadian defense. While known for civil aviation simulator, CAE, I should say, is a global leader in the mission, rehearsal, and training for military force, including the Royal Canadian Air Force, RCAF, and the U.S. Navy. Let's take a look at the chart for CAE on the TSX, and then we'll get to the next one. I wouldn't mind having some Canadian exposure, to be quite honest with you. CAE.
Military exposure, or?
Yeah, why not? Do you have any idea what we're going to be doing here? Is CAE it's on both, I think. It's dual listed. Let me just double check if this is the same company. Allow me a second. So CAE Technology Company in civil aviation defense, yes. Okay, I think it is dual listed. And oh, surprise, surprise. Look at this. All-time highs, or thereabouts. We did get into the highs there in the 21st, or sorry, that was November of 2021. We got to 34.24. Last time, 34.24. So we double topped right at the high. So we're right back into all-time highs. CAE is a ticker. So that's one. And then the other one called MDA, formerly McDonald, Detweiler and Associates. This is Canada's Detweiler. Wasn't there a guy in the Sound of Music called Detweiler?
No, but I know TJ Detweiler.
You know TJ Detweiler?
Yeah.
All right. I'm pretty sure there was somebody called Detweiler in the Sound of Music. Who knows? And Associates. This is Canada's premier space and satellite intelligence company. They are the minds behind Canadarm, if you know, you know, that's on the space station. The trade, beyond exploration, MDA's dual-use powerhouse. They provide satellite-based radar and surveillance used for maritime domain awareness and battlefield intelligence with the militarization of space. MDA is a strategic pick for geointelligence tailwinds. Let's take a look at MDA. This is on the TSX. So this one is not dual listed. That's the chart. Not a bad looker. Certainly, we're not at highs. That goes into 48.56. We did take out, I think, 41.08 is the high today. Clean hold into that 22, low 20 area. Look at that very, very clean base there. So that's another one. Then there's Kraken Robotics. This is on the TSX Venture, so not exactly, you know, a mature company, the profile. So a high growth mini prime based in Newfoundland. They specialize in synthetic aperture sonar and autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs. The trade, this is a favorable for small cap traders, say more. Over 70% of their business is now defense related. Their subsea batteries and man portal sonar systems are seeing massive demand for sea mine detection and subsea infrastructure protection. Think Nord Stream security. Very interesting. Ticker PNG on the TSX Venture. Let's see if I actually have data access to that. And in to all-time highs. Surprise, frickin' surprise. Military spending is just going to boom, and that's just the way it is. All-time high from today or this week. Let me go to the daily. Yes, today, all-time high is $9.21. There's others, but I've given you three. I don't want to spend too much more time on it. I hope that helps. And yeah, if you found that helpful, just enjoy. Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I see what you're saying there, Adam James. I'm pretty sure Task Force 1 might be one of the of our special forces there. Good guys. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if his record got beaten, but it was a Canadian who held the longest sniper shot for the longest time. Is what? Yeah, I know that. Yeah. I don't know if he got beat out by a Ukrainian guy. I think he might have. JTF2. Yeah, exactly. Joint Task Force 2. I mean, those guys are definitely dogs. All right, Canada mill stocks can go to zero if they are wiped out. Says
what
Deep
does that
Limited.
mean? Wiped out. What does that mean?
I don't know what they are wiped out if they're no longer in business, I guess, but I highly doubt that's going to necessarily be the case. Let's take a look at STX for a short. What is STX? Sure, STX.
What's it at, Joey?
Seagate Technology for a potential short all the way up here. You know what, man? I don't know if you want to counter trend this just yet. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. You want to go short against this, a nice strong day. And then look at this breakout. You're going to short this Seagate Technology STX for a short. Thank you for the $2 super chat. We'll hit the money on that one for you. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to be going against that. You want to make your life as easy as possible. Head over to some of these other tech names that are starting to sell a little bit. I went through a couple of them. Who was it that was kind of at the lower end of the range? I wish I could pull that back up for you. I'll have to remind myself what they are. I'll go through it once again. We'll run through our scan and just our watch list on what we got going on. This is from a daily. Look at this aggressive selling, inverted hammer candle right there on AAPL. So be cautious of what we got going on. We never got the bounce in Netflix in which we were looking for. And now you're starting to head a little bit lower in that name. Nvidia. Same thing, indecision print right there. Broadcom, CRM, yeah, I mean Salesforce. Damn. Anyways, that thing is going to continue. Cisco, oh, it was Oracle. I was looking at Oracle. Look at this, guys, right at the bottom of the
TikTok outage yesterday? They blamed it on Oracle.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Well, it was a power outage.
Power outage? No, I don't have that, so I wouldn't be a part of that.
That's what they say, says Fabian.
Yeah, that's what they say. That's what they say, says Fabian. Down 50% off of that previous high of $344. That thing has been absolutely getting destroyed and looks like it wants to head a little bit lower. So not too good of a look there in ORCL. I didn't even recognize this. Literally last week, AMD ran up into 266. I haven't even been paying attention to these chip names for quite some time. And for me, I told you guys this. I just don't feel like they're in play. And we're in earnings season, so there's going to be so many more opportunities. Like I'm trading Starbucks. I could probably count on my hands how many times I've traded Starbucks throughout my trading career, and it's not that many. But anyways, Rich Tech Robotics, no continuation in yesterday's strength, putting in a little bit of an ugly intraday session. Man, that peppercorn beef is just filling up the room. I could smell it everywhere, man. I'm getting a little bit hungry, but I on cue. Yeah, Neil's got it going. Everybody seems to be the case. But as for the quantum name, Sharif, kind of just stuck in limbo right now, not doing too much either.
Yeah. All right, guys, we are close to getting stopped out of DXYZ. It's not doing it, man. If it loses, again, I mentioned the 11:30 candle on the 5, the low of which is 86, I'm out. It's showing 95s now on the bid, 34 on the ask. That's going to be my line in the sand. It loses that, I'm out, and I won't be DCAing into this. There's just not enough liquidity. It's not showing a good chart. So I say, yeah, the buyers are going to step in here. So that one will be an L for us if we do end up getting stopped out. But I want to mention, and there it is. Oh, wow, there was slippage on that one. That was not good. And I gave it some room there. But LUNR. Thank you. Who mentioned LUNR? I just want to, yes. Chris Cavanzo. Shout out to Chris Cavanzo. Great call out, Chris. Not only is it up 10 change on the day, but it's looking like it's going to hold structure here. It looks like there is an area of support at 22 1/3, which also happens to overlap coincidentally with the 10 EMA on the 5. So that's what I'm going to be looking for, this consolidation area here, which is a bull flag, which is the compression or the consolidation part of the bull flag, seems to have a 2190 low and about a 22 1/4, 22 1/3 area range. So I'm going to be looking at picking it up at the top end of the range. If we can get the third of a dollar, great. We'll maybe even get a quarter. And then if it loses at 2190, I'm out. But LUNR not looking all that bad. Does it have a headline? Let me have a quick look. Not like it matters all that much to me. Intuitive Machines. Price target raised by KeyBank Capital from 20 to 26. Anything else? This is it. Analyst Michael Leshock maintains Intuitive Machines with an overweight rating and raises the price target. There you go, from 20 to 26. So not a bad look, and that implies obviously a nice premium, a $4 move from where we're currently trading at right now, up 10 1/4. So LUNR is definitely going to feature for me here. We're going to have to set up on this one. By the way, I'm seeing feed possibly on the precipice of breaking structure in the same way that it did last time. It's breaking the trend line. Right now, it hasn't cleared it decisively. I'm looking for a decisive clearance of the lower high trend line before we weasel into this one. But LUNR, let's load up that, take off the ATL. LUNR, I think this one is on what, the NASDAQ? 1 penny spread, not bad at all. About 8 million shares, a little bit less than 8 million shares traded on the day. We're showing 37. Okay, let's go. Wow, this one just moved in a hurry. Let's get some there. So we got 42, great, but that's still within my range. Just go ahead and pick up some of that. A little bit less at a third of a dollar. Let's put some there for a dip trade. And I'm also looking, let's say, in the teens. Let's go ahead and wait in the teens as well. Let's go all the way down. We're just going to wait at 19 and see if we can get something in a range. So we have 42. Probably behooves me to throw in some profit takers south of that $0.50, seeing as it can be an area of resistance. Joey.
All right, guys, as traders, whether you trade U.S. stocks, options, or futures, at some point, each of us have felt blindsided. Suddenly, a stock you're trading moves sharply and you're left guessing why, and it's not your fault. Often, large funds have quietly built huge positions in the options market well before the name you're trading reacts. To gain an edge in today's market, SpotGamma's daily flow patrol report reveals where big money is positioned, so you can identify stocks building momentum ahead of major price moves. Get 2 free weeks of SpotGamma's flow patrol. Scan the QR code on the screen and go behind the curtain to see what the professionals see. Yeah, that was great, man. I know a lot of people in the chat enjoyed it as well too. Brent coming on the show this morning, that was fantastic stuff.
I knew you'd like that. That's your world.
A lot of people were intrigued by what he had to say. I was listening, obviously, to everything he had to say as well too. So I loved that conversation. It was a great one, and I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if he comes back. But speaking of options, Sharif,
yes, sir.
Let's do this one more time here.
Okay.
We're heading into some big reports here after the bell. So let's take a look at some of the expected moves and see what we got going on, all right? So we're going to pull up our earnings. We're going to go see what we have. We already know the big 3 that we got today, and that is going to be Tesla, Meta, and Microsoft. There's a couple more we can go over. Lam Research, ServiceNow, Celestica. A lot going on here as well, but we'll go over the big boys. We're going to start it off with Soft, the call it. Microsoft, guys, and actually, let's do this as well. We're going to pull up our options chain and see what we got going on. I don't have any trades as the market is heading a little bit lower. And yes, guys, I will pull up Palantir momentarily. Actually, here it is. It's continuing to bleed. A nice little print right there, Gaurav. Uh-oh.
Get it, Joey.
Uh-oh. Do we get involved in, look at this, Gaurav, here. We're going to zoom in there, my brother. Do we get involved in an engulfing volume print about 15 minutes ago? So as long as we hold that 159 level, you might be able to find somewhat of a little bit of a bounce here in Palantir. Okay, I'm going to have to put this aside, and we're going to get involved with Palantir just a little bit to see if we can get this ball rocking and rolling, and maybe we get it. We're fortunate enough to get a bounce. Get this garbage out of here. It's in my way right now. So I'm going to start relatively small because it's going without me right now. I have no issues with adding a little bit on this Palantir long. So let's see if we get a bounce in PLTR. All right, now back to what I was referring to. I have this on my side. If it breaks lower, we're out of dodge on Palantir. We'll give it a little bit of a room, but some aggressive. Whoa! Okay, see you later, Palantir. Just like that, instant out OTM on Palantir. We did get a bounce, but something might be going on with this because this bleeding is continuous. A little bit more. How much? Okay, I can't even see that. Oh, I need to see my position up there because I don't have my water up there. Can we get the ESID? Oh man, ESID. All right. Let's get out of this.
That's my world there.
Oh, I'm still short. Oh, okay. I'm still short Starbucks. I didn't know that. Okay, we'll take it. I mean, $3 ITM. Let's see if we can hold on to this Palantir a little bit more. We're down 40 cents right out of the gate on this thing. A little bit, 50 cents now, as there is no bottom to be in sight. Trying to catch a falling knife here in Palantir. And that's why I'm kind of avoiding these tech names. But what I was getting at, guys. Microsoft, $501 high with a low of around 455, 4.9% expected move. Exactly what Brent was mentioning earlier as well, too. About 5% we're seeing in a lot of these big names. Moving on to the next one, that is going to be Meta. Let's go take a look at Meta's expected move here, guys, and see what we got going on. 6.5% with a high of around 712 and a low of around 628. And then we're going to head over to Tesla before we send it to Adara. We might have to get out of dodge here on PLTR, but that's all right. We'll hold on to it for a little bit longer. 5.6% expected move, high of 457.46 and a low of around 408. All right, Adair, what do you have for us?
With regards to Palantir, I did look into this. There was apparently an analyst note yesterday from RBC. They reiterated underperform. They think the stock will, quote, drop like a rock, but there's no brand new news that I can find to explain this weakness. I just wanted to address that. Back to you.
Stuff. Thank you very much for that, Adair. We'll go over a couple more before we send it back to my board.
Guys, I'm back in the feed. It's breaking structure.
Okay, he's back in.
I just want to mention that. You can go ahead.
You're back in there. All right, let's see if we can get freaking Palantir to break structure here. Lam Research, guys, 7.3% expected move, $256.90 with a low of $221 there, 7.3% expected move. So I'll make this a full screen. And then ServiceNow, let's pull that one up before we send it back to Sharif. ServiceNow, what have you been up to, guys? I can post this on my X as well, too. I'm not going to try to pull it up because it's going to probably just crash my computer, but 7.4%, $140 to the top side and $120 to the downside in ServiceNow, guys.
All right, guys, we're in at 65 on feed, showing 80, looking for continuation into 88. High of the day is 305, but I'll submit to you, it's likely going to be a $3 battle. That when we get up there, it was initially we spent all but no time into that $3 area. I had a resting order there. Only reason I got printed on that order, I don't think it was really there for any reasonable amount of time, unless you're using hotkeys, of course. So looking for continuation here, but alive to the fact that this could be a bit of a bull trap, especially second time around. But packing the patience, we got 65. It loses 60, I'm out. It's that simple, okay? So we already wet the beak. Here comes it down into 65 again. Let's see if the buyers step in and around this level. Current bar low, by the way, is 50. So if you want to give it to current bar low, place your stop 50. Well, I wouldn't put it at 50. I put 48, 49, something like that. Just to give it a bit room. There we go. We got stopped out in the last remaining amount, but that will be profitable because we did take out the majority of the position there. Let's see if it finds support at 50. It's an ugly topping tail candle that went into 80, now down into 58s. But it didn't lose, believe it or not, it didn't lose a 10 EMA, nor did it lose 50 pennies. So let's keep an eye out on this one. I could get back in here with a tighter stop, possibly into the high 40s, just watching to see if the buyers are going to step step in, looking at that bid side of the level 2 for size to come on. You know, just so I know maybe there's somebody there that's going to backstop me with a big order. Not seeing anything immediately coming on at the moment, so packing the patience there. It's not a good looking candle that just closed, right? Well, it didn't close, but that just manifested right there. So not a good look. Now, we're doing it live. On Lunar, we got 42s. It's showing me 58s, looking for continuation, though, into 70s. So we took a couple of beak wetters there on Lunar, looking for that clearing of that 72 penny high. I've got my next order at 69, excuse me, so which will be below the current day high, which is 72. And then I'm going to put 77s. That will necessitate a breach of the day's highs. Back to feed, still zagging with that $0.50. This current bar, this current 5-minute candle does have a higher low. Prior bar low, 250. Current bar low, 53. Okay, so let's keep an eye out on this one. I'm going in. Let's see if we can get the print. So right away, 248, 245. Let's see if we can hold up at this area. Into 59 we go. Posting in the mid-60s, into the mid-60s we go, posting into the mid-70s, looking for continuation, right? It loses 50, I'm out. We're gonna risk 6 pennies. So we got mid-60s, posted at mid-70s. Now we're gonna look for 90s print for an attempt into that $3 area. Seller at 65. That's the second time we've seen the selling coming in at 65. So be on the lookout for that. Can't shake the seller. Moving up into 63. Now there's a seller at 63. We often see this as the algorithm moves its order down to push the price action down. That's not what you want to see. The question is there going to be an algorithm or a buyer on the bid side that pushes that right back up? Now they're selling at 61. Look at that. So continuing to watch over here. Let's see if this is going to hold. We've got prior bar low, as I mentioned, at 50. So a loss of 50 ends the trade for me and also breaks structure. Continuing to watch here on this bad boy. As I see it, though, there goes Lunar into, well, 65. Not quite 69, though. That's where we're waiting right now. There's 66. Looking for 69 on LUNR, looking for continuation into possibly a high of daybreak. 66, 67 just flashed there momentarily. It's a 1 penny spread too on LUNR, which is not a bad look. Nope, doesn't look like it's going to manifest all that quickly. Back to feed as we've got 56s on feed, showing me 62s. No continuation though into the mid 70s on this bad boy. So up 148%, not breaking structure, mind you. It is holding the 10 EMA. It's holding higher lows, despite the fact that it put in a bamboozling candle at 1235. That's a no good, but we're going to keep an eye out on that one. Into 67, we go on Lunar. 68's possibly coming here. We just need a 69 print. We're going to pause for a second. We got to go to the big desk.
Reports here that Blackstone is considering committing debt to Oracle project in Michigan. Oracle moving up here again. Blackstone reportedly considering committing debt to Oracle's Michigan project. Back to you, Orsiel.
Thank you very much. All right, Joey, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm way out of Palantir. It's coming off all charts. I shouldn't be trying to long this thing. There's so many things correlating, right? Like I shouldn't have hopped in. I seen that signal, but I didn't do my analysis across multiple time frames, which we should have done. So we'll do it quickly right now. If it bounces, then so be it. I'm all out of it, and I'm going to avoid some of these tech names. Palantir, 5-minute daily. This was another one, right? Like you're cracking through support. You may get somewhat of a sustained bounce. I'm out. I'm right out at the lows. If it decides to break a little bit higher, then so be it. I'm going to try to find where there's relative strength, whether it be shorting some silver or something else along those lines, and just go with the flow. And I'm going against counter trend right now in Palantir, so I have no issues with just avoiding that. But you can see on this, we're starting to see head into a supply zone, multiple double tops. Not multiple, but we have multiple touches of the same area, and then now we're starting to crack through some key support levels. So I'm all out of Palantir. We give back a bit of our day here, but that's nothing to worry about. We're still short Starbucks from $100.43, so that's not too bad whatsoever. And let's see if we can crack down to $96. Also, guys, it's almost going to be like a 2-in-1 session, right? I think you have to take that into consideration. We have the FOMC. Is it? Oh, we're back. Oh, we're back here. All right, good stuff. I like that one there. No, in all seriousness, you have the volatility that's going to step into the market at 2 o'clock, right? And then you have JP's speech at 2:30. So, and then also for all the individuals who are trading blue or even in the pre or post market, there's going to be a lot going on as well too. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on the big boys if there's any opportunities to be had in the post market. All right, and obviously there is going to be, but a lot of these big names typically stay within their expected move. If there's some form of surprise stepping into the market, whether it be with Tesla, Meta, or Microsoft, I think there are going to be some solid opportunities. There's also some smaller names as well too that we went over: Lam Research, ServiceNow, IBM, and Celestica. Oh, Sands, Las Vegas Sands as well too, Shreve, just in case you were curious about that one reporting. I know a lot of people were. I hope you can hear the sarcasm in my voice. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh,
Bro,
did you hear in Vegas?
It's dead, Joey.
Dude.
Dude, I went in 21.
Yeah.
And I got rinsed for everything I spent money on. Hotel, food. Dude, it was me, my brother-in-law, and my nephew, okay? We drove over from Orange County.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. We stayed at, where the hell did we stay, bro? What's it called?
The Hollywood.
Planet Hollywood, okay?
Hollywood,
Not a
Planet
great
Hollywood,
hotel,
yeah.
but not bad. Dude, we went to have breakfast at the MGM, the open buffet. Between the three of us, why was it $250?
Yeah.
$250 for breakfast. It never used to be like that. You could go and you could get amazing deals off strip, even on strip.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Did you hear that some hotels and casinos are going $1 for $1, Canadian dollar?
I heard about that. They're trying to lure the Canadians back in, which is a fantastic ARB. That's like a third.
You know what I mean? It's like, hey, if you can do that, man, I would go straight to the casino. Every Canadian dollar that I have right now going straight into the U.S. dollar, and then I'm coming back here. Bang, 30%.
No, I didn't have a good time. I got to tell you the truth. And that was the only time I didn't have a good time in Vegas.
When they were getting rent.
In 21, yeah. And I've been there 3 times before. I've been there 4 times. And every single time I've had fun.
The same thing is happening in Tulum, right? They're just pricing people out.
I mean,
so it's the same narrative. So occupancy is down like 40%. Right, they're trying to, because during COVID you had all these people who had their whatever you want to call it midlife crisis, and they're heading over to this place, and they're like, hey, yeah, this is we love Tulum, we love Tulum, and then sure enough, what happens? It just drives prices of everything up.
Exactly.
And then sure enough, they're like, oh, hey, we're making a rinse job out of these people. Let's continue, and then it's not sustainable.
Let's do it.
Dude, the taxis there would make you sick.
In Tulum?
Yeah, the
really?
cost of taxis is absolutely sickening. So say from here to
I got a story for you too.
The Eaton Center,
okay,
$70.
Okay, I don't.
More.
That's ridiculous.
$70.
All right, I have a similar story. You know how I got searched at the Aruba airport Joey, and that's the way it was. But actually the transportation bus that takes you to and from the airport and the hotel, and so it's included typically, right?
Yeah.
So left without me because I was sitting there going through secondary inspection. So I go out there. I'm trying to get a cab to go to the airport or to the hotel.
Yeah.
$110 US for like, I think it was maybe 20 kilometers, something like that. So I'm like, absolutely not. I sit there and I talk to a couple of people. Yeah, I know, it was insane. I sit there and I talk to a couple of people around. I found another tour bus. So I was with Sunwing.
Yeah.
There was Air Transat Vacations. Went on their bus for free.
I like Air Transat. Shout out Air Transat. Short Sunwing.
Short Sunwing, my man.
Yeah, other than that, no, same thing, man. Like I didn't plan our transportation on the way home from Tulum. I don't know why I didn't do it, but yeah, $250, just like that. American is a genius. Love it. I am booking Vegas now.
No, don't do it, man.
No,
it's just not worth it.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, man. People are just, but you price people out and you hurt your business, right?
No, man,
you're not competitive.
And there's not even enough people going. No, people are saying as low, like the occupancy levels are like COVID level lows right now. That's what everybody's saying.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, listen, the infrastructure and the buildings in the city of Tulum, fantastic. Love it. The beach, the Tulum beach is amazing.
Cancun Beach, Playa, they're all amazing.
It's just really, really expensive. But if you go to the main strip, everything is half price if you go into the actual town in itself.
That's the smart part.
Yeah,
that's the smart part.
Exactly.
With Vegas, you don't have an opportunity to do, well, you can go off strip, but it's still a bit of an issue.
Like a lot of people, where in Vegas?
In Vegas,
in Vegas?
You can go off strip, but it never used to be that way. You could go on strip and get like a steak dinner for like $20. Anyway, all right, ready. Global X Canada. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3x daily leveraged ETFs. And they feature, guys, built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify your shorter-term market moves and minimizes the impact of those pesky currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. You need, though, to read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Shout out to them. I got a couple of things to mention here just before we go on. We're doing it freaking live on feed, right into the high again. We got top wick again on this one into 92. The high of this bar, 94. We're looking for a $3 break, though, so we're going to keep a good eye here on feed. And there goes Lunar. We have 55s. I just wet the beak there at 77s. High of the day is 80 now. LUNR looks like it might be on its 23. Let's pack the patience over here and see what this one has to offer us. Back into 80 we go. Good look. So this is the high of the day as we speak now on LUNR, up 12 1/3%. No size posted on the gateway at 80. There it goes into 83. There's a new high of day. I'm waiting at 88, and then we're going to wait possibly nearer to that whole dollar at 23. Watching 85s now showing up. 87. Can we get 88? Bro, come on. All right, we're going to take it here. Boom. All right, now let's move up the profit taker, 23.05. We took 87s instead of 88s just to kind of put that one behind us, and now we're looking for a little bit more. Keep your eye on LUNR. Great structure hold. Obi would really like this one. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I know that's kind of his jam. I shorted it by accident over here on my sim, so let's go ahead and cancel that, Joey. We don't want to be short. So LUNR. This is what I mean by holding structure. Look at the consolidation area high. You needn't be a chartered market technician to see this. A 2230 to 2240 area high on that initial bull flag consolidation. Look what happens when we clear. We go up to 2272. We drop back down. 2235 area hold, rockets up into another high of the day, 2292. LUNR is holding structure quite well. Let's see if it makes its way into that whole dollar level. Packing the patience. I'm seeing supers come in over here, so give me an opportunity just to see it. My man Bovin, Bubin's back in the chat. All right, we're going to get to Bovin's message, and a thank you for that, Assassino. Just P87. How do you feel about SMR breaking out past high of the day, looking at 2045 target? Say less. Take a quick look on SMR. All right. This is the daily. I already don't like the daily, but I do like how it's holding area support. Look at that, 15. Look, even during the tariff tantrum, bounced right back above 15, area hold, and then take a gander at this from July of 2024, 15 area resistance. You got to love when that holds up. Now, what I'm seeing possibly here on SMR is an inverse head and shoulders, and you do have the preceding price action is conducive to this being an inverse head and shoulders. Let me make my case to you. What is a head and shoulders pattern? We know this from the old lessons. It is a reversal pattern. So what the hell is it reversing? There has to be a trend for it to reverse. Case in point, 57.50 all-time highs. Oh boy, do we have a downtrend. Lost 75% of its value since October. I'm talking about SMR. But take a look at this. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. You need to wait for confirmation, though. I would say above that neckline, which is between, I want to say 2250 to 2350, about a dollar range. I like your target of 2045. You're obviously talking intraday. I like the daily chart for an inverse head and shoulders. I just want to mention that. And then now let's look now at what you're talking about there intraday. Yeah, you're going to likely have some resistance at 20, just because it's the whole dollar level. 2045. Why are you marking 2045? Let me take a quick look over here. An area base from the 22nd and 23rd of January. Not a bad look at all. 2445 puts you a couple of shekels south of that $0.50 base. I like it, but I also like what I perceive to be a possible inverse head and shoulders pattern on this. That's a monthly, daily on SMR. I might actually punch into this.
Bitcoin's moving pretty good. Ethereum guys are getting a little bit of a bounce here. Now, I wanted to actually talk about this a little bit heading into the FOMC. I mean, we had a couple of rate cuts in the previous two, and we were expecting a little bit more of a bounce in Bitcoin, but that wasn't the case whatsoever. We sold aggressively off of the other one, the two decisions ago, and then the other one we didn't really do too much, but now we're climbing up to 51.29, so Bitcoin really starting to climb higher, guys, and you can see it on ETHA as well. Nice indecision prints, and that's what I was going off. Saying, look at here, yeah, sure enough, it's climbing. Like, again, like we're in there. Did I give it enough? I don't know, maybe so, but I'm just not in love with some of these tech names right now, so I'm avoiding them. I want to get involved with some silver and see if we can get that to continue to climb. The NASDAQ is finding somewhat of a bottom, and you're bouncing off of it, so we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, some big-time moves, fugaziness in this stuff here. It's like, why aren't we climbing? I hold it. I do get bottom wicked out right around 158.50s, and then it decides to bounce. I don't have time for that right now, so again, I'm going to find something that trades much cleaner, and to me, that's silver, something that's else is in play, and the overall market is going to be in play as well too. So keep that in mind, guys. We'll see what we got going on. Thank you, Yannick, for pointing that out. Johnny D, that's nice. Please keep it PG in the chat.
No, he needs to chill, this guy.
Who, Johnny D?
Yeah. Let me make sure I'm talking about the right guy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's frustrated.
Yeah.
He's probably, well, someone's having a bad day. Listen, I know, I get it. Some days people have a bad day, and you're just
but he's
really
saying
frustrated.
random stuff.
He is saying some random stuff, but at the end of the day, man, if you want to just smash some buttons, go somewhere else, open up a blank page on Word or something, and then just hit that, and then, but not in
Joey Solutions. No, man.
Yeah, you know,
Throwing of the slippers when you're out of the money.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that used to be my. So pissed. Open up a blank page and then just
You go hard, huh?
Just go nuts, right? Yeah. But
does anybody else take out their anger on ChatGPT or anything? I know Fabian does. I know for a fact Fabian does. You do too? Oh boy, I'm not the only psycho. Sia said it's
you
fun.
guys gotta watch out, man.
Rage baits ChatGPT.
Well, my concern, Sia, is when the robots rise up, they're going to know about the conversation.
That's why I try to be nice. I try to be nice to everyone and everything,
feel like
right?
You're like that, though. You're smart like that.
So
we got another 5 minutes or so, guys. Sia's in the house. We're going to be starting the news. There is plenty to talk about today. The morning note, I think, is 17 or 18 pages long, and it doesn't even include Starbucks because Starbucks earnings weren't out by the time it was published. So there's a whole bunch to talk about. We're going to dive in. We're going to do a deep dive on all of them. It's going to be myself, Joey, Sia, Adara. We're going to give you all our takes. So make sure you're hanging out with us between 1 and 2. That's when we always do the news segment. Watching Lunar, guys, into the high of the day. It is a 22.96 high. Your boys got 69s. How come? Because I added into the position. Initially, we got in at 40s or 39 or whatever. We added into the position at 69. And now we're looking for that $23 break. We're a couple of shekels below that $23 area, 22.96 high, as I mentioned. But I also want to mention feed, even though it did have an annoying topping tail candle that printed at 1245, the high of which is 294. It dropped back down, but it's holding structure on the 5 minute chart. Let me make my case to you guys. Look at this. Clean area hold here into 260, which just happens to be that 10 EMA on the 5. It also was that pesky resistance level that we had basically from 1205 until the decided break above that level. I want to say at 1240. So let's see what feed has to offer. It's been dilly-dallying south of 3. This is all holding structure. Case on that $2 level area hold that was an area resistance in the pre-market. It breaks through that. Then we have that 250 resistance around 11 o'clock. Look how clean that holds. And now moving up for a possible break of 3. So I'm on the lookout here, pardon me, for another entry into feed, but I don't want to be super quick with it. I'm going to pack the patience over here, Joey. I'm going to send it to you as we set up for the new segment.
Yeah, man, sounds good to me. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on here. I mean, there's a couple of opportunities. I want to stick to the guns, and I want to find an opportunity here in silver. But don't forget, I mentioned that we're going to have a secondary session here coming in momentarily, approximately an hour, a little bit earlier. We'll send it over to the desk up to the right to us. So that's what I am going to be looking for. Anyways, aside from that, that's what I'm going to be patient. I mean, we had the Starbucks short. We're still short some Starbucks right now. I only have 10% remaining. If we do happen to break this 97.50 level, then sure enough, we can look for a potential long. There was a nice indecision print on NVDA right at the volume weighted average price, but I don't want to get involved with these tech names right now. I told you, I don't like them, man. And I'm going to stick to my guns on that, like Boo, like Palantir. Stock, man. If it worked, like, then we would be significantly happier, but it started to come a little bit right back in. So a high of around 159.70, and then you get somewhat of a pullback. Engine. All right. Thank you very much for that. The perception engine. Oh, we always try to keep everything spicy. It's a spicy meatball around here. Ronik, brother, you asked me like 5 times the same question. We trade on a prop, and I replied to you every time, every single time. So yeah, other than that, don't forget, we have our own accounts as well, too. So we don't trade them here, obviously, on the show. We're trading the prop. So the short here on Starbucks is the prop firm. Obviously, it's all right, man. Don't worry about it. This is the prop firm right here. And then also our little bit of a loss on Palantir was on the prop. So as long as you see the PA platform, what else we use for charting is our own separate thing. Sharif and I have the exact same thing. The new dome is like, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that truly. So let's see what else we got going on in the chat. Angel, Ray, Fred, Petroleum, Joseph, EIA weekly report coming out tomorrow after the day tomorrow kind of storm in the U.S. Rogan could. Does anyone challenge like real trading one that you use? Does it need any challenge like real trading one that you use? I'm not too sure what you're asking there, to be honest with you. Like real trading? Oh, are you talking about the campus program? No, like Sharif and I and everyone here on the floor isn't. All right, I'm going to pretty panda. I'm going to read this. All right? I'm going to read this. Thank you for the membership also, by the way. Oh, member for 28 months. Dang. All right, we'll take that. Guys, my house is done. It almost wrecked me, but I'm back now. Missed you, lads. Joe's head/hair looks great. All right, well, thank you very much. Sharif, I still see you're cooking. Much love to you, Pan, and keep coming back. Appreciate it. Joseph, no, there's any challenge you paid to get access to capital. No. So what you can do is you can actually open up. No, you need your own capital. Other than that, but the campus program, I don't know if it's still open or anything along those lines. We'd have to figure that out. But you would have to pass a law. You'd have to go through the simulator. Then you'd have to pass multiple stages in that to get into live trading via the campus program. I'm not too sure if that is still available. Some more information on that. But yeah, that is not what Sharif and I are a part of. Now, as for NVDA starting to come back in south of the volume weighted average price, you're getting the pullback in silver as well, too. So maybe we participate to the downside. Why? Because we're starting to form some lower highs here, guys. Boom. Lower high right here, lower high. So that's 2 lower downtrends still fully intact. It is tough to don't forget about that. But if the momentum really starts to pick up, and if you want to talk about following the volume profile, if you ask me, the strength and the more individuals engaged right now are the sellers. So keep an eye out on Starbucks. Don't forget, you have less than an hour until FOMC. So you're going to have a session within a session, guys. Thanks, Pretty Pandy. Much appreciated. I like it.
100%. So here it is, guys. If you're interested in the campus program, there it is. It's realtrading.com/trading-courses. Okay? So you can just put Real Trading Campus in Google, and this will pop up. There you go. Sign up today. You go through the whole process there. There's the overview, learn to trade, live trading. There's resources, obviously Trader TV associated with it. So if you're interested in joining this, there you go. That's the website. Super simple. Again, realtrading.com/trading-programs. So I just want to mention that. Thank you for mentioning that, Joey Options. All right. It is 1:03. I think we are ready. See ya. Thumbs up to start the news.
Okay, we're going to dive right into it. As we know it, the Fed is on hold as like certain politics are swirling around Jerome Powell, as we know it. Markets are seeing virtually a zero chance of a rate change as this week's Federal Reserve meeting with policymakers is expected to hold steady on certain rates. Attention is also going to shift to Chair Jerome Powell's press conference, and futures pricing via the CME, as you can see on my screen, CME's group FedWatch is suggesting 1 or 2 cuts in 2026, most likely in the mid-year to the late year. But the key question here is this pause hawkish or dovish? And President Donald Trump, as we know it, said he may announce Powell's successor really soon. All of us know U.S. President Donald Trump does not agree and does not see eye to eye with the Fed chair. And there have been things time and again to prove that he is not just opposed statements from Fed Chair Powell, but he's also directly said in a lot of conferences that he does not agree with what's going on and he wants the successor to be appointed really soon. So I think this is all, I personally think it's all a strategic move by the U.S. president. What do you have to say?
Well, yeah. I mean, he gave him a nickname for a reason. Too late, right? He doesn't like the wait-and-see approach that Powell and the committee, and for most members of the committee, have been kind of employing, the data-dependent approach. He feels that he's, behind the curve, and it takes him too long to respond to the current state, whether President Trump is right or whether Jerome Powell or Chair Powell is right. History will tell. But here's what I'm kind of keeping an eye on. Today, there's obviously going to be a prepared speech, which is released right at 2 o'clock. Then Chair Powell goes ahead on the podium, reads that speech, and then after, we all know what the drill is. He takes questions from reporters, and that's sort of the wild card, right? That's not prepared, and he makes off-the-cuff remarks. I'm expecting, personally, for there to be a plethora of questions about the recent Department of Justice subpoena, which is tied to the Washington headquarters for the Fed. It's added pressure, and Powell, in his own words, called it a pretext to influence policy. So number one, I want to see, does he respond to questions about that? Defend himself, defend the Fed, defend the spending, or does he really just kind of keep it on brand, on message? Here's what we're doing. We have 2 mandates: full employment and price stability. Thank you, Joe. So I personally expect it to be the latter as opposed to the former, but we're going to wait and see. Secondly, I'm sure he's not going to answer this now, but there are, rumors that Chair Powell could stay on as a member of the committee even after he's been removed as Fed chair in May. Because I think his membership on the committee, the expiration of which is like a year and a half down the road. So I'd like to hear, whether he gets pressed on that by reporters and how he answers that. But other than that, Joey, I don't think we're really expecting any cuts anytime soon. And even if we do get cuts, we have a general understanding that it will likely be June onwards.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? Because you're getting close to that Fed target of 2% inflation. The labor market still seems relatively strong at this point. My issue only here is, and I like that you mentioned this, Sharif, is that Jerome Powell is data dependent. Now, to add to Donald Trump's point, if he was data dependent, why didn't he increase rates faster back in 2020 something, right? If you're that data dependent, then why?
Great question.
Right? So why didn't you increase rates? I wonder why. What the reason was, right? Different administration at the time. But I think a big issue here is the data dependency opposed to being strategic, and I think that's where a lot of people fall out with Jerome Powell here, and I think that's where I stand. Hawkish or dovish for this cut? It's a tricky one in my opinion.
Yeah, and to build on your question, we never really know what was in his mind or what was in the committee's mind more than what they put in the notes, et cetera. But a lot of people were saying that he waited to increase rates because he wanted to get that reappointment from former President Biden. Yeah. Once he got that reappointment and he secured his tenure, then he went ahead and increased rates because it would have been sort of bad optically to have done that before. Whether you believe that to be true or not, it is what some people are discussing. So again, I think this all comes back to the politicization of the Fed, and whether you believe it's a political body or neutral and data dependent, as I like to make it.
And I think that conversation can be had considering the previous two cuts. Would Jerome have made, maybe one of them I think he would have made, but the other one, do you think he would have if he didn't felt pressured by the current administration?
Yeah, that's another great question.
Right?
That's
so for me, I don't think he would have, right? Because they're running into that 2% target, and you have maximum employment as well too. A little bit of an uptick, but the labor market still seems relatively strong. And then also you have the hyperscalers, which I think plays a massive influence, are CapEx heavy in sustaining the labor market.
Another thing I want to mention is that we've been floating different names around, Kevin Hassett, Kevin Warsh. One is, kind of the favored candidate during one period of time, and then the other one will be the lead candidate. What I was hearing was Kevin Hassett's back in contention as a lead candidate because they're worried about having the Senate approve a different candidate. The Senate's already approved Kevin Hassett for his current role. So they were saying, that it would kind of be contrary to the Senate's tradition to approve them and then, in a different role, then, kibosh the approval. So it's so many different variables. We'll have to wait and see.
And someone said, and they're right, like Donald Trump did appoint Jerome Powell, right? But he also, I think he was playing in a little, again, we try to say it's a separate entity, but I think he was working in favor with Joe Biden. A lot of the inflation came in from the COVID spending as well, too.
Of course, we know that happened all over the world, though, to be fair.
It happened all over the world here, and it literally happened everywhere. But he was slow on the trade.
I agree.
He was extremely slow.
I think he was slow.
He shouldn't have allowed it to get to 8%, 10%?
9. We saw a 9 handle.
Exactly.
Anyway, let's get Adara's take on the Fed.
I have a couple things to say. We know that I love watching this stuff. I'm very excited to watch this and cover for you guys. At 2:30 p.m. is going to be the speech. But here's the thing. I think regardless of all of these other political stuff and whether or not Jerome Powell is Mr. Too Late and all of that, I think the biggest thing worth noting regardless is there is still division at the Fed. Like only 75% of the voting members, 9 of the 12 voting members actually voted for that most recent rate cut. So there is, that most recent hold. So there is a lot of, I think, division and discrepancy within the Fed, regardless of all these other outside forces. That being said, I mean, by all accounts, every Fed speaker I've heard say that has basically said, regardless of all of these concerns here with outside forces, they've actually handled things pretty well. Like there wasn't any tension with Lisa Cook, no animosity with Stephen Myron. Everybody's doing what they can. So I think I don't really expect that to impact any decisions, in my opinion. Fed Chair Powell is also very good at staying cool under pressure, which is why I highly doubt he's going to address directly, at least other than to say no comment, any of the allegations with regards to this suit. Furthermore, CNBC was reporting earlier today that apparently the Fed hasn't even responded to that subpoena yet, so that's probably going to be interesting to look at going forward. Yeah, I think it should be an interesting meeting just to kind of see if we get more dissenting votes, because we've had dissenting votes, I believe, every single meeting from July onwards. So I want to see, are the Feds going to vote together? Are they going to vote as a union once again? What color tie will Jerome Powell wear? Probably purple. But no, all jokes aside, I think this will be a good one. I'm very excited to watch it and check it out. Also, guys, keep an eye on INTU and HRB. Robinhood announcing that they're testing a tax filing format or program. But either way here, neither of these stocks really moving on that. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Sia, what do we got next?
Next up, we have Nvidia. So China has cleared the H200 sales to big tech, but there are certain strings attached here. Chinese authorities have approved sales to ByteDance, Alibaba, and Tencent to buy over 400,000 Nvidia H200 AI chips. The move is signaling Beijing's attempt to balance surging AI demand, and the approval came, as we know it, after Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang's visit to China, which is underscoring a certain political and strategic sensitivity to the situation. The approval also came with certain conditions that are still being finalized and said by certain sources, so we don't know what exactly these conditions are, but we will soon. And these Chinese officials have also previously warned companies to buy foreign chips only when absolutely necessary. So this is also a certain underlying issue to it. What are these reasons that are so necessary for China to allow buying of these foreign chips so soon, so sudden? What do you have to say about this?
So one of the major whispers right now is that the Chinese regulator is going to force these tech companies on a one-for-one basis. You want to buy one NVIDIA H200? Fine. You got to buy one Huawei Ascend. And they're going to insist on that so that money can continue to flow into domestic chip development. That's one of the rumors. You know, the Chinese regulator, kind of hard to get anything from them at face value. Typically, we'll get a response later. The second is this Jensen diplomacy. Everybody was saying, oh, yeah, he always goes for lunar, what is it called, Lunar New Year week or whatever. Yeah, okay. He's got 2 million orders. He doesn't know he can get these chips into the country, but he's going to go there, you know, and just chill and probably just hang out with buddies. Of course he's not, man. He's going there to secure deals, to meet with the regulator, to meet with the brass of these Chinese tech companies so that he can get some sort of firm orders. Secondly, there's a growing skepticism right now of how many of these 400,000 units will actually ship in the near term. Point here is they had, my understanding, about 700,000 H200s that they had right now that they could ship, but they got about 2 million orders if you believe the earlier report. So does that create a bottleneck in the inventory? They're going to be able to ship 400,000 now, but number one, you'd be giving one country the majority of your supply, and number two, you can't even meet like 50%, barely 25% of the demand, if you believe that 2 million number there. And then what else? There is that 15 to 20% fee factor that I don't really care about. Anything else that I want to mention here? No. Joey, your take.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting. I know a while ago we had some of these larger names like Alibaba actually apply for the permit to start purchasing these things. But what I'm really looking forward to is Jensen going to include this in his forward guide? Now, I want to know, is this going to be included? Because we know on previous reports that it wasn't.
Zero.
So zero.
Yeah.
Zero. So is this going to be included? And if it is, what does that mean for NVDA stock? I think it's going to skyrocket and break out through some previous.
If it goes through, you mean? Yeah.
If it goes through, he's allowed to ship them.
Yep.
He can send as many. Well, the 400,000, obviously. Now, is he going to implement that into his guidance?
I agree. That's an interesting one there. Sia, what do we have next?
Next up, we have Amazon. Amazon has officially confirmed the elimination of 16,000 corporate jobs after sending an accidental email, but it confirmed that it is going to be doing that. It was just marking its second major layoff in October. Management has framed the decision as a part of its effort to reduce layers, increase ownership, and remove bureaucracy. The layoffs are coinciding with Amazon's push to invest aggressively in artificial intelligence as we know it, and CEO has been reshaping the organization after its pre-pandemic era overhiring. The leadership has emphasized that this is not meant to establish a recurrent cadence of mass layoffs. The future target cuts are ruled out. On 1.5 million people as of its third quarter, with the vast majority in logistics and warehouses, which are not the primary focus of these cuts. So, as we know at this 14th October, the total reduction that rolled.
We're not going to ever celebrate people losing their job, but now we've got about 30,000. As Sia mentioned, 15,000 this time around, 14,000 in October. 3% white corporate force. We know that 1.8 million people worldwide, the majority of which are employed at the warehouse level, not at the corporate level. What I want to talk about is botching layoffs and the communications that comes with them. It's I think the second time in so many months over here. The second time in 3 months they've botched talking about. Apparently they accidentally sent email, which was basically talking on the layoffs, to people who have their cards, people they work with that were laid off. That is just not for corporate morale, right? I don't want these people wondering tomorrow. I think it affects bureaucracy. Is of the Amazon got way too big, way too quick. grew pretty aggressively during COVID and after COVID as well as sees to online continued after that. And he's like, we way too big. We the world's largest startup going forward. So if you believe that this is why these layoffs and they're not AI related as a result of things, then you think everything is fine and dandy. Of course, the 30,000 people who got laid off is not fine and dandy. But I mean, kind of continued cadence of related, you can only imagine that it would likely be last. I mean,
if it was AI related,
1 point, and you're laying off 30,000 people. You're laying off an AI 2.0 and 3.0. You see what I'm saying?
we already know kind of employees in the warehouse. That's where you the cuts. With the robotics standpoint. I mean, yeah, again, where I stand with that, you got to cut out just with bureaucracy. New regulation that unfortunately that's not necessarily the case. Hey, take the right direction. I like everything to do with Amazon personally, and I think that AWS is going some hasn't already. So you're going to see and the cuts are going into the warehouse segment, especially once you get more of bigger picture and broader picture.
I agree with that. That's just a matter of time, sadly. I think we're talking about Microsoft next year.
Yes, we are talking about Microsoft. Microsoft is set to fiscal second quarter. Analysts are expecting an EPS of 3.86 and a revenue of 80.26 billion, which is up 3.23 billion year over year. Expectations are elevated. There's strong execution across cloud, enterprise, software, and AI-driven. Consensus is also calling for a third quarter EPS of 3.67 and revenue of 79.5 billion to 80.6 billion in that range, which is implying a mid-teens year-over-year growth. And for now, but there are signs of margin compression which could trigger certain volatility.
So two things I want to mention here. Azure, that's number one. That's their primary engine, their growth engine. That's where their margins are in the 70-something, 80% something, or 80 some odd percent. So right away, I'm going to be looking for Azure. But a bit of a different take here. I want to hear more about this Maya 200 AI chip. That's a custom ASIC, right? Application-specific integrated circuit. And it's not directly relevant to Microsoft. Well, in the short term, probably not going to be directly relevant to their profitability, but it will be to a very other big name, and we're talking, of course, about Nvidia. If we start seeing these hyperscalers, who are Nvidia's biggest customers, take a different path to AI data centers and the chips that they use in the data centers by creating and making their own chips, custom ASICs, I think that's a huge headwind for Nvidia. So I'm going to be very, very interested to hear about the custom ASICs, both from Amazon with their Trainium, Google with their tensor processing unit, and now Microsoft with Maya. That to me is the most interesting story because right now the largest company in the world, Nvidia, is really banking on the hyperscalers continuing to spend and spend with them, not just spend. So that's my take there. Joey, what do you got on Microsoft?
Yeah, I mean, you and I, Sharif, have sat at this desk for quite some time now, and we've had the benefit of sitting through multiple earnings reports. And what I'm getting at here essentially is the growth within cloud itself. Azure is definitely going to be the fuel to the fire. Yeah, gold is breaking out, guys, by the way. But I think, like you mentioned yesterday, sure, NVDA is ready, their game, right? Jensen's whether a peacetime CEO or a wartime, he's starting to acquire the custom silicon as well,
he did, yep,
right? So he's ready to partake in this. And I mentioned this yesterday. When you hold so much share, there's only essentially one way that you can go.
people are going to start taking market share from you, whether they start building their own things, the hyperscalers, whether it be Meta, Google, or Microsoft. There's only one way, but can this be sustained? Absolutely. Why? Because look what we're talking about now. Jensen and Company shipping H200s over to China. So there's going to be other ways he can subsidize from what he's going to lose from share here, maybe in North America.
Yeah.
Right?
In the short term.
In the short term.
Yeah.
In the short term.
Yep.
But other than that, I think Jensen and Company, I love what Microsoft has got going. I love Azure. Well, I don't know. I don't really personally use it, but just the growth within the cloud space itself.
You just like
I think it's really
Copilot.
strong. What's that? Yeah, I just like Copilot, essentially. Gold is going off. Gold is going, gold is going
two
off.
and three quarters right now. GLD, guys. Big breakout right now in gold, so keep your eye on that.
nice
More all-time
rebound,
highs, obviously. All these higher highs are new all-time highs, by the way. 489.34 high a day right now on GLD. What are we talking about next, Tia?
Next up, we're talking about Meta and the earnings preview and the AI CapEx debate. Meta, as we know it, has historically been driven by advertising revenue, but their margins and balance sheet strength are now front and center of this earnings report. Wall Street is expecting revenues up 2.1% year over year to $58.4 billion, which is a solid growth. Expense growth is remaining the dominant concern, with a consensus of EPS growth of just 2% despite certain revenue gains. Key cost drivers including massive AI data center build out and rising R&D costs that are tied to these aggressive AI hiring. And Meta's 2025 capex is projected near $70 billion, which is nearly doubling from $37 billion back in 2024. CFO Suzanne Lee has also flagged that 2026 capex will be notably larger than 2025, with a full year spending potentially increasing $100 billion.
Yeah, that's going to be my first point right there. So listen to this. In 2024, Meta spent $37 billion in capex. On to 2025, $70 billion in capex, almost double, more. Oh no, less. And now we're talking about, again, CFO Susan Lee saying capex will be, quote, notably larger, with full year spending potentially exceeding $100 billion. Okay, fantastic. That's going to be great for the Nvidias, the Broadcoms, everybody else in the chip game. By the way, check out GLW Corning with their fiber optics. Amazing video on CNBC, by the way, if you want to learn more about that. But my concern is that's $100 billion.
Yeah.
Now, what did I keep saying yesterday about the difference between Microsoft, Amazon, and Google, and the difference between them and Meta? Those three are immediately able to monetize their AI ad spend because they're offering neocloud services, right? We know that Meta doesn't offer neocloud, cloud storage, or anything of that sort. It's advertising and or products.
Not yet.
Not yet, but they haven't made any indications that they're going to go.
No.
Right, so let's just take it with that. So that is my immediate concern, how they are able to monetize this in the short to intermediate term because their competitors are able to. So that has to change in the valuation, right? That's a risk.
That is a big time risk. And we've had Mark Zuckerberg run into these issues before. And you and I have talked about this, whether it be with Reality Labs and or the metaverse. Zuck's been in these issues where they're like, hey, man, you're spending too much money on one thing.
Right.
But one thing, I think what the ability where he can kind of recuperate this is obviously the paid tiers. We've been talking about that for quite some time, whether it be on Instagram, whatever. And then the digital ad revenue within Instagram itself is going to continue to grow. It is alarming on how much he's going to spend, and the inability to monetize that specifically is important. Also, I think he's going to be able to subsidize because he's going to be cutting from Reality Labs, 30% there, and he asked for the most funding for this.
Exactly.
For this funding round, he's cutting the most from where he is losing the most. So it sounds like he's relatively. He's done it before. I'm not going to count Zuck out. I think he'll have a good opportunity to monetize and see an ROI on it.
We got to go there with headline news.
We do have quantum news, guys. Nvidia saying that Congress must reauthorize the National Quantum Initiative, QBTS. On watch here, we have QUBT, which did, as you can see, get a little bit of a spike here when it first came out a couple minutes ago. IONQ pushing here near days, and RGTI would be the other name to watch here, Rigetti. So again, quantum names on watch. Nvidia saying that Congress must reauthorize the National Quantum Initiative. Back to you.
Keep your eye on quantum news, and obviously, right?
Keep your eyes. There goes guys, $100.43. We're short from this. Starbucks now trading down to 97.05 on
X. 196. We might head into 196 there. Or sorry, $96 on Starbucks.
What are we talking about next, Sia?
Tesla reports Q4 earnings after the close, and analysts are expecting an EPS of 4.30, down from 5.71 year over year. Revenue is projected at $99.5 billion, slightly below prior expectations. And Tesla has beaten earnings estimate in 2 of the past 4 quarters, but consistently has slipped versus its previous years. And Tesla continues to invest heavily, as we know it, in AI, autonomy, and manufacturing efficiency, keeping CapEx elevated. Investors will also scrutinize commentary around global EV demand, especially in Europe and China. Tesla's energy storage and solar segments are also continuing to grow, but remain small contributions to overall earnings. It's funny, I was listening to a podcast yesterday called Compound and Friends, and they were talking about this is your last chance to get rich, the Mag 7 earnings. And one of the things that Josh Brown and Michael Butnick said here was, Tesla, whatever Elon Musk says, if he says something, if he says that they're going to launch certain robo-taxis, if he says they're going to do this or do that, it is just going to keep Tesla stock rising. It's not going to plummet.
That's a great point there. See, here's what I'm focusing on the most. I want to hear about Cybercab production, which is slated to increase. They're supposed to really ramp up production first to second half of this year. Really, let's see when it does. And number 2, it's supposed to be the Optimus ramping up production towards the end of this year or early next year. So I want to hear about those 2 right away. But I think one of the more underreported or least talked about divisions of Tesla is their energy. And it's actually been quite a good one because it's been growing faster than the other ones. So energy storage, we're talking about solar, we're talking about batteries, not just for home use, for commercial use. I want to hear about that. That's the one that's least spoken about. It's basically, I mean, it's not the top line number, but it's growing at a faster CAGR and faster growth rate than any of the other divisions. Those are the things for me. And then if he has some color on FSD and possibly the SaaS model that he's going with now, everybody's making SaaS is dead, SaaS is dead.
Yeah, why is everybody saying that?
Because of AI, right? That's why, right?
Yeah.
But in this case, the AI is literally the SaaS.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean...
So, is SaaS dead, at least maybe from autonomous driving? That's what I want to hear. And I want to hear some commentary, too, about does he have any price increase plans?
Within his... Because his margins are garbage?
Well, no, not for the cars, for the FSD. It's $100 a month now. You can't even buy that point of sale anymore for forever and ever, right? You got to pay that $100 a month. That's $100 a year minimum per car, right? Is that going to move up to 150? Is that going to be, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I want to hear plans about that because that's margin expanding.
Yeah, I agree with that on that one, the segment that we want to keep an eye on, obviously, is the energy storage. Robotaxi production, I don't think we're going to have any issue with that. As long as he continues to expand his geofence, we know that we got going on in Austin. He's starting to get into more major cities. That's huge, right? And the more cities that he's going to get in, he's going to have the ability to ramp up that production, in my opinion. I don't want him to jump the gun too early, even though we're waiting for this. I think if he's patient, gets the approval. We know he's having some issues in California right now as well. So he's beating around the bush in some regulations. Until we get more clarity on that, I think he's playing it really smart. It's only a matter of time until, in my opinion, that robo-taxi surpasses Waymo, everything would go full. Silver is absolutely tanking. The market is, gold is tanking as well, too, by the way. We just keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Gold is really tanking, and so is silver heading towards the downside. But as for Tesla's energy storage, what is his future predictions for robotaxi? Is he going to increase margins anyway by increasing the SaaS on your FSD subscriptions, everything along those lines? But as for Tesla, it's one of the most forward-looking things we know from an earnings standpoint. He's not overly consistent. You have a couple misses and beats here and there, right? That's just the reality of the car business. But we're starting to slowly sway away from that. And I think his next big steps are in the energy storage and expanding his geofence with robotaxi.
And I also want to mention one thing that Ichiro said. I want to hear more about the Semi. I know it's not the big mover. They're probably not going to be able to produce it en masse nearly as much as they make, the Model 3 and the Model Y. But it is actually probably going to be a higher margin product because it's going to be B2B, right? Not B2C. And usually B2B is way higher margins because, well, businesses have deeper pockets than consumers for the most part. So I want to hear more about that.
I want to say this as well.
Yeah, of course.
A lot of people, it's funny, I was listening, I forget what news channel it was, but anyways, they're going on with Dan Ives. The lady said, I don't know how I feel about getting into a vehicle with no driver. Dan Ives is like, well, obviously I'm going to do that. Anyways, aside from what that individual had to say, you know how many friends in the morning time I wake up to, I wish I had a robo-taxi to drive me to work? That's just,
100%. Oh,
dude,
God, yeah.
I hear it in the group chat every morning pretty much,
Bro,
dude.
my next car is going to have air suspension, big-ass tires because of all the fantastic potholes that we have, and it has to have FSD.
FSD.
Because I'm not driving to work
Exactly.
anymore.
So, I mean, like, if you don't, again, it's like Blockbuster, man. You got to catch up or you're going to fall behind. I know it's not the best comparable, but it's what it's going to be. Like, Katina's man kids, I'd be surprised if they're going to be even driving vehicles at that time. Same with Neil's kids as well. It's just going to be all press the button, type it into the GPS, and sure enough, you get to go where you're going.
Adira, give us your take on Tesla.
Saying to see it. The only way I will ever be able to drive is through Elon via Neuralink or FSD. So, I mean, if, sleepy time. So I think if we can get that happening, that'd be pretty cool. Shout out to Elon on that. Now, in terms of the actual earnings, though, for Tesla, Elon does like to, we've heard of under-promise, over-deliver. Unfortunately, Elon does sometimes do the opposite. I showed you guys that Wikipedia page last week where we had a whole plethora of promises that Elon has made, and only 2 of them have been fulfilled, and that was going back to 2013. So I think that's specifically with Tesla's business. So just be aware of that. I do want to talk, though, about this little visual I made. You can find it on X at TTV Research. Pretty interesting look here. You've got operating margin pretty fluctuating here. You auto relatively flat, more or less operating income, a little bit more fluctuating. And these top 2 graphs here show the year-over-year changes for auto revenue and operating income over the last 2 over the last 4 quarters. So it's interesting, your operating income has only dropped year-over-year in the last 2 quarters. So I think if we even get a year-over-year increase in operating income, I would be pleased as punch. So that's going to be, I think, a good look here for TSLA if we can even get that, because the last 2 quarters has dropped in the ballpark of 40% year-over-year, that operating income for TSLA. So that should be an interesting look. It's probably what I'm looking here for earnings. Also, guys, be careful during the earnings call, because Elon Musk does have the propensity to say some wild things in the earnings call, and we know that the stock has moved wildly at that time.
Thank you very much for that, Adira. First of all, thank you to the Perception Engine. $10 super chat. Today's show is a banger. Thanks to all at Trader TV Live. No thanks to you. And then Danny Boy's something there with $20. Joey had to explain this to me. Joey, you gotta read this out.
Yeah, this guy is absolutely hilarious. I gotta see who this individual is. All right, speaking of great earnings forecast, 1 week from now, while the Patriots are away at the Super Bowl and all their employees have the day off, Fox or stadium will be completely empty with nobody guarding their 88 bathrooms.
Why do you know how many bathrooms they have? You're talking about the cheese thing.
Yeah, stolen cheese.
This guy's losing it. I love it.
This guy is hilarious. Oh man, you're honestly your type of humor, man. If you didn't say that you were a Patriots fan, I would think you're from the UK or something with just the sense of humor.
That dry sense, yeah.
This guy is absolutely hilarious. I had a hard time reading that. Oh man, shout out to, I'm pretty sure it's Stolen Cheese Dispenser Inc. Ticker SCDI. One of the hottest out, man. Yeah, this guy's Danny Boy. Yeah, Danny Boy he's a comical individual, man.
By the way, guys, just before we go back to SIA. Oh yeah, no, it's not down. Somebody said Carvana's down 20%. No, it's down 8.6, so it's not quite there. But SIA, we're talking about gold next, and gold is moving.
Gold is ripping to record heights. Dollars cracking, and Spider Gold shares track Spider Gold shares have seen $5,200 per ounce for the first time ever, marking a major technical breakout. U.S. gold futures have also jumped 2.6%, confirming strong participation across physical and paper markets. The U.S. dollar, however, has slid to a near 4-year low, triggering aggressive inflows into gold via strong inverse correlation, and analysts are describing the dollar slide as a crisis of confidence, accelerating certain safe haven demand. U.S. President Donald Trump also said that the rates would fall once a new Fed chair is appointed, which will add to long-term rate cut and weaker dollar expectations. Other metals also I want to include here. Spot silver rose to 113.63, nearly 60% year to date after recently hitting record highs. And platinum and palladium have also advanced, confirming broad-based strength across precious metals.
Great call. Yeah, by the way, I just have to correct myself, guys. Carvana is down 20%. It's down 19.85%. My chart wasn't updating. I do apologize. This could be the mother of all double tops, 480. And then there's your neckline, and it's already lost that level. Bless you, Katina, man. That was a 390 area low. It's $10 below that now into 381. Carvana is bleeding and bleeding aggressively. There's a short report about it. You can go ahead and read about that. It is from, I'll just give you the name of them, Gotham City. So you can go ahead and read about that. I've read it twice already on the show, but Carvana is losing it and losing it quite aggressively. Now, with respect to gold here, a couple of things to say about this. My bias on these precious metals is they're going to trend for a lot longer. Okay. One of the first things that I learned when I read technical analysis of the financial markets by John J. Murphy is that commodities have a tendency to trend for longer than equities. So I think we're probably going to see maybe a multi-year run for these precious metals, which is supported by fundamentals. Think about, the central banks who are all, de-dollarizing or, not holding U.S. dollar as a strategic currency reserve, and they're instead choosing to go into the precious metals, mostly gold. So I like that. And we see the U.S. dollar showing signs of that as well. The dollar and gold are inversely correlated, almost like, interest rates and bond prices, right? As bond prices go up, interest rates go down and vice versa. So they're inversely correlated. And we've seen President Trump's indifference to the weakness in the U.S. dollar. Some might say he actually wants it this way because he wants to increase exports. When your currency is weaker, it makes your products made for export more attractive to countries with a stronger currency or more relatively strong relative to where it used to be. So I think that you're getting sort of a double win here. You're getting de-dollarization because of the instability or perceived instability of the United States as a trade partner or whatever else, and you're getting the current administration who doesn't really mind a weaker U.S. dollar because they want to increase exports. So I think it's kind of a perfect storm, so to speak. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Sure, I'll get you to skip me on this one because I'm trying to manage something here right now. Let's see what we got going on.
No worries, Joey. No worries. All right, Sia, what are we talking about next?
Next up, we have ASML. ASML has reported Q4 bookings of 13.2 billion euros, more than twice street expectations of 6.32 billion, which is marking a record quarter for orders. Q4 net sales came in at 9.7 billion euros, which is modestly above the expectations of 9.6 billion euros, while net profit of 2.84 billion missed consensus of 3.01 billion euros. And the company announced a 12 billion euro share buyback program, which will be running through the 31st of December 2028. And this is definitely a significant upgrade from when the management initially stated that 2026 revenue growth was uncertain.
The number one thing to me on ASML is the insane bookings that they had for Q4. 13.2 billion euros. The street was expecting 6.32 billion euros. How is that such a variance? So that to me was the one that kind of stood out the most. Now the report for the current quarter wasn't blowout. I think they missed on a couple of things. Let's talk about this. Q4 net sales 9.7, modestly above the 9.6. Net profit missed 2.84 million euros. That missed the 3.01. And the slight profit miss was obviously overshadowed by the insane bookings. Near-term margins as well remain less critical, given their longer business cycle. If you know how long these EUV machines or even DUV machines, they're going to be used for a long time by the company. So that was kind of the main thing for me that we announced there. I also, less important to me are the share buybacks. Not bad. I never want to celebrate this as well, but 1,700 job cuts, mostly in the Netherlands, that probably helped shore up corporate costs. One headwind, though, and this is very seldomly talked about, is China. It's expected their revenue, percentage revenue, used to be 33% of the revenues to come from China. That's going to fall down to 20% now. My understanding is They're looking to address this because now they've gotten the nod that they can sell more deep ultraviolet lithography machines to China. They're still obviously prohibited from selling the extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. So that's kind of what I like about it, but there are, of course, headline risks. China is a headline risk in more than one way because we've been talking about the Chinese looking to replicate their technology. That could come out at any minute, and that headline, I promise you, will send ASML tanking, even if it's in the short term. That headline that China is come out with its own possible extreme ultraviolet lithography machine, even if it's not replicatable en masse, is going to send this one down. When you're a monopoly, you have that kind of headline risk. So that's my take on ASML. Obviously, I should tell you guys I'm obviously invested in the name, and it's one of my larger positions. Go ahead.
I mean, to add to your point, Sharif, the backlog is up about 38 billion euros, which is substantial. The guidance is looking pretty good. Gross margin increase as well, too, for full year 2026, looking around 51 to 53%. So that's some pretty solid margin, if you ask me. As for this stock, Sharif,
yes, sir.
From a technical standpoint, we go to that March level. This thing is doubled. It's more than doubled from April. All right, 155%. You're getting a little bit of a pullback right now on the earnings report, but the trajectory that this name has been on, and Sharif mentioning that, hey, you're essentially running a monopoly in the space. Yeah, until you hear something from the Chinese, go with the flow, and that is going to be the flow with ASML is to the top side, up 155% from the April lows, brother. Monday, April 7th low, up 155%.
Yeah, it's been an aggressive one.
Good ride, a good ride. That's a good ride, man. I mean, what do you mean? You've been outpacing the market drastically and everything.
Yeah. Well, it's just really the AI
growth
trade.
It's
we
like
know it's the AI trade.
Yeah, it's an AI trade for sure.
All right, Sia, we're gonna pause for a sec. What are we doing, Assassino? Okay, no problem. All right, we're gonna head over to the big boys in a minute. Let's just do one more here, Sia, with TXN.
Yep, Texas Instruments reported an EPS of 1.27, missing the consensus by 0.06, but still delivering a solid quarter relative to certain tempered expectations. The revenue came in at $4.15 billion, ahead of estimates, marking a 0.8% year-over-year increase. Also, despite the EPS miss, the stock, as you can see on my screen, has reacted positively as certain investors are focused on forward guidance rather than just focusing on backward-looking margins. Commentary has also suggested that improved demand for conditions across key industrial and automotive end markets. And honestly, TXN has reported a full year will report a full year 2025 results on the 5th of February, which could reset expectations for this year.
All right, Christopher Ocean, brother, we have mentioned Carvana, I think, like 20 times. It's a short report by Gotham, something or another. They're alleging accounting irregularities, and they're saying they're dealing with a non-arm's length party to kind of stack the deck and move debt onto them. We've mentioned it 100 times, brother. If you weren't with us, sorry, okay? But we've talked about it a whole bunch of times. Now, with respect to Texas Instruments, I like Texas Instruments not for the AI trade. They basically deal with all the less advanced nanometers, like 7 and above, 7, 12, whatever, right? And so, there's still a market for those chips. Not everything has to be 5, 3, and 2 nanometers. We still need basic stuff like, dishwashers, et cetera, microwaves, and all that is where Texas Instruments lives. What's the chart look like? What's your take on it?
TXN is looking pretty good. This chart on Starbucks is looking pretty good as well, too. Sure, we'll throw that in there. We're all out of Starbucks at those lows. But as for TXN, we'll pull it up for you guys before we send it over to the big boys with the FOMC. Now, as for TXN, not the cleanest always, but it was on a pretty hefty green streak, if you ask me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now 6 days to the top side, Sharif, and it looks like TXN wants to break through this previous weekly pivot high of $220. So yeah, that's it, guys. I think for us for now, Starbucks was pretty good to us today. We go 1 for 2 on that one, an all-day trender. We take small loss on Palantir, but other than that, Starbucks was that guy today.
All right, guys, it is going to be the Jerome Powell. Don't forget, 2 o'clock. FOMC meeting comes out. Papa gets on the mic at 2:30. So be there because it's going to be a good one. Big boys, that away.
Be there or be square.
Welcome back, everybody. We got Fed Chair Powell.
Oh boy.
Look, man, he doesn't get to do this very often. Like, we know we're rolling into the end of an era, right? So while we may not get while we absolutely will not get a rate cut today, what we will get is a chance to pontificate and listen in directly. As usual, you know what's going to happen here. If it's your first time through, just going to let you know, 2 o'clock, we'll get the rate decision. It will be no change. We're up at like 98.9 or 99% at this point that there will be no change. At about 2, you get a statement from the Fed. They'll always contrast it to the last statement. And then at 2:30, you get that Q&A session. That's where you get to see whether this is like it's a pause, but a hawkish pause, dovish pause. That's what everyone is going to want to see. The plot as well, and we'll get all the crazy reaction. And of course, after the bell, we stick around because from here we still have Meta, Microsoft earnings, which are going to be gigantic. I mean, look, it's going to be a wild one for sure. So buckle up. You're locked and loaded. You're in the right spot. The market, while green, has been sliding to the downside for the majority of the day. It has not been the strongest of days whatsoever going into this. But you never really know. We've seen versions with Powell before. Like, it's like 1 minute is ripping the market, and then he might reverse it when he hits or leaves the podium. I fully expect you get that whipsaw action again at 2 o'clock, and maybe we'll do a little bit of a quick mean inversion trade, then look for that trend action once he hits that podium.
Yeah, more importantly, today we have an after show, which is going to have all of the earnings. So that should be a good one today for sure. All right, just to let Andre know, in case you didn't see the chat, I don't have an earpiece, so you'll have to get everything through Neil. But yeah, silver continues to move down 1% here today. We're going to watch out for the US dollar. We just tried to support this bottom there. Did not work. Breaks lower now on SLV as it continues to push a little bit here into that. So let's go back over to Adara.
I mean, we're obviously waiting here for the FOMC meeting. It'll be interesting to see if we get any dissenting votes, because we recently have had some dissenting votes. But the thing I also wanted to mention here is Spotify, SPOT. The Verge reporting that Spotify is saying they paid out $11 billion, or more than $11 billion, to the music industry in 2025. It's up by $1 billion year over year. And they're saying that's roughly 30% of the recording industry's revenue. I only mention it because we had that draw kind of started around when we got this note. So anyway, Spotify paying out more money year over year to the music industry as we await this FOMC meeting. We're going to come back to me when we have about a minute to go, so I can prepare you guys one last time for these numbers. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
Thanks, Adara. I mean, that's not that huge news. Hey, it's not as bad as the short report that we got on.
Oh yeah, what's up with
Carvana? Oh my goodness! I know it's all about the Fed today. Yeah, you said that again. There's you know what? I mean, I usually, look, man, I'll hit the flush. This has not been a good one. But I think you got to put things in perspective for the short report on Carvana. Like, this thing double topped at $480 after, I remember I think the price target back in the day was $2, not $1. But that's, yeah, that's a distinction without a difference. I feel like I say it was $1 every single time, but
I think it was $1.
Was it $1?
I think it was. We could probably look that up. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you just have to keep in mind, at one point, this had a price target of $1, got all the way down to the doldrums, and is maybe one of the greatest structured squeezes of all time. So if this is on the beginning of the unraveling, I feel like it minted so many people that, yeah, it's not necessarily the end of the world. I don't know if this is the vehicle to be trading for the Fed, because it's probably going to move to the beat of its own drum. I think looking at the metals today is going to make sense. Bitcoin for myself is something that I was bearish on Bitcoin this morning, and then after the open range broke out, I'm like, okay, if I'm bearish on it, I'll sit it out until we get to said Fed. SLV, on the other hand, my goodness. I've taken 2 trades on this sucker, and they were both trend breaks. Trend break 1 and what I thought was trend break 2. If not for the fact we're getting the Fed decision, I can't make the argument for myself to just be like, oh, just take this trend break here with the bottoming tail. Because we have the Fed at 2 o'clock, that blows up any, I'm just going to take a chart setup at 152. I know 2 o'clock is here. If not for the fact that it was the Fed, I'd be in this one long on this trend break to the downside. But it wasn't just silver. We also had an issue gold. I mean, gold was GLD was breaking out the highs going into this. Then we failed the top. We're at VWAP. So if you are watching what's happening in silver, you kind of caught that turn off the highs in gold. And then silver, which already wasn't as strong, when it lost the bid and when it loses the bid, it's just going to move more than gold. That's just how it is. So like as a trading vehicle, I think most people are going to be looking at like intraday silver just because you're going to get more of a move out of it than gold. But you can watch this. You can watch GDX as well. Mike in the chat saying Carvana to zero. Zero? We talking about zero?
Might be zero.
No, we're not talking about zero. Carvana's not.
Maybe Carvana's a zero.
I mean,
I hope
look,
not.
it just went 20% down, so
computer's a
$380. Yeah. Oh, you had to restart.
My computer's restarting as we speak.
Well, let's put it this way: even though your computer is needing to restart, it's still doing way better than the chances that Carvana is going to get to zero. Yeah. It's not going to zero. I don't think. Yeah, I think we're overreacting a little bit here, but it could be a nasty unwind if this is only the first salvo of this bad boy. And almost everything gets a dead cat bounce at some point. Like, it's not even. You pull up the daily chart. It's like, yeah, what is this? Oracle? After it made the highs, it's not even one of those. Like Oracle's actually nastier off the highs. I think you could liken this one to like an SMCI pullback. I think would be more likely here. So we've got 5 minutes to go, everybody. And as I said, the expectation, no change, right? So you can have in the back of your mind if there's a 1% chance that we get a cut. If it happens, I think you just like immediately punch long like the IWM or like Open Door or maybe like some crazy small cap or like a Rivian, like something along those lines I'd be down with. And I'm only in one position on WBA, WBD, because this thing, yeah, just so you guys know, we're working on getting Sean's PC.
No, you can come over to me. I was just saying, why not get Joe or Sharif? Because
why isn't it?
I won't be live for 2 o'clock. There's no way.
What's wrong with that PC?
I don't know. It's just restarting and restarting and restarting. I've tried to call IT over here. You know, maybe if I'm just going to hard restart it.
Like a hard boot.
Yeah, I'm going to hold it down.
You know what they say? When in doubt, just
yeah, there it is. Okay, I'm hard booting it right now. No, I wanted to say something about because it's an expected move today. Like I think you wait to see sort of the reaction, and then you can actually take something like from what OB does, and that is you can like sort of counter trade maybe the move, you know, and if you counter traded, Randy, there's absolutely nothing to do, Randy. Don't worry about it. I've restarted the PC. Hopefully, yeah, I did it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I blew this thing up. No, I've restarted it, so hopefully now it will work. Yeah, but no, I was going to say, like, you know, if the market does do a dramatic move on a zero interest rate move, like what's expected, then I do think that we should be able to play the other side. Okay, so I'm logging back in now after the hard reboot. Hopefully this will work. What time is it, anyways?
We still have.
Oh, we got 4 minutes. Okay, I feel better.
It's tried and true.
I feel better.
You turn it off. You turn it on again, and what can go wrong?
You quickly unplug it and plug her back in. It's that whole log in, log out thing, but I tried that. You know when you get it's just restarting and it's spinning and spinning?
No, it sat there restarting for like 3 minutes.
Well, Randy, you see my situation here, Randy? This guy, man.
Randy is...
The thing is, now that there's...
Don't leave me hanging, Randy. You're the man.
The problem is, now that everything is done around here, Randy, come on, man. We got to get something else. I got to get a desk for Randy around here. Get him trading.
You have a desk?
Yeah. I think
you have a desk. Your desk is bigger than our desk.
Yeah.
What do you mean it is? Randy, we have phones. We go back and take a picture. Just because you have a lot of stuff on the desk to limit the amount of space it doesn't mean it's not a big desk. Well, I'm just saying you have a nice desk. You have a lot of stuff on it. Ours is nice and clean.
Yeah, I mean Randy built these desks.
Yes, we did a fantastic job.
Thank you, Randy, for.
Look at this. You know how many times I've spilled food on here and you can't even tell? Shoot. No.
There's a lot of food.
The man's saying he's like, oh, I can tell. No, he can't tell.
All right, we're getting ready to go. We're getting
2 minutes. We got a mic now.
Sparky today. Oh, he's AWOL. Okay, I was wondering because he was trying to figure out if he's going to come help. Oh no! I thought we had the wireless mic. Why?
We're gonna head to the desk. By the way, we have 2 minutes until the decision of no cut.
I feel like this is the one decision here. All right, back to the desk.
Still pretty early here. I just want to remind you guys again, we are expecting no cut. The CME Fed Watch tool was basically seeing we're going to get that 97.2% chance of no cuts, just under 3% chance there that we actually will get a cut. Rates very likely to be held in place. We are looking for that 3.75% decision. Again, about 2 minutes here. Just a reminder of what we're expecting. I'll go back to me. We've got about 30 seconds left, but just a reminder, guys, the real action is going to be at 2:30 p.m. with that FOMC press conference. We do not have any of those economic projection statements coming out here. No SEPs, just the numbers. So Fed press conference at 2:30 p.m. Really what we're going to want to watch for.
All right. Also watching out for Bitcoin, like Bitcoin 89.5 right now, trying to dance around a little bit here as we're back locked and loaded. We'll watch the dollar, we'll watch Bitcoin. I'm just going to get all my stuff all set up here with only a minute left. Get ready for most likely zero cut and
I'd say that's safe.
Or a raise. Nothing to see here, but should be a good one anyway. It's moments away. Throw it back to Neil. I'll just get all plugged in and we're ready to go.
Of course, I know you're joking around when you say the raise because they're not going to raise.
No.
They're not going to raise rates. And if they were to do a surprise in either direction, you'll know instantaneously. If you're in a position, you'll probably get trailed out or stopped out or maybe some kind of a crazy spike. We are not expecting anything like that. Oh, Ian, WBD, essentially this finally got close enough to the Netflix bid, which is 27.75. So I just took a mini mean reversion trade on the spot, and it got to almost to yesterday's high. So I'm just going to be holding on to this one for the afternoon. It was just a mean revert off the lows on WBD. Probably not going to be a trade this afternoon. As we go to Adara with 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, again, guys, 3.75% forecast, 3.5% previous. That does imply we'll very likely get no rate change, just 15 seconds until we get that number. Basically, what I'll do here is I'll give you guys the number. We'll take a look and see how the market is reacting, if at all. And then I'll take a moment to look here how the statements have changed and what the votes actually were. Did we get any dissenting votes? In 1 second now, we're going to get this print. No change, it sounds like, once again. So as expected, no change here for the interest rate decision. Market oscillating a little bit here, nothing major, no major reaction to that lack of change. Again, what we were expecting here. Vote is 10 to 2. So once again, we did have some dissenting votes. I'm going to look through here, see who dissented, and take a look at the statements. We'll come back to me once I have more info for you guys. Let's see how this market is looking.
All right, well, yeah, ES is red though on the day. So, I mean, that's one thing. You can see that this market expected this move to happen, and we still are basically flat. The Nasdaq's not doing a whole heck of a lot either right now. I'm just looking at Intel. We can check out some Apple. We can check out some of the banks. There's really not a whole bunch happening right this moment. 300 back for JP Morgan. I think that's a little bit of a shot up there, up about $1. Here we go. Here's everything going. Silver coming back in as well. We can have a quick little, well, too many fills on silver here, but there it is. Oh, we'll take a short rate at the 50-period moving average on silver. We'll see where this one goes. But yeah, we're short right now on SLV. So this could get blown out again, but we're going to try this as we're going to try to figure out what the US dollar is going again as well. There it is. Right. Whoops. Come on, chart. There's the US dollar is heading to the downside right there. Nice little move quickly. Two dissenters, apparently, Waller and Myron. Let's go over to Adara.
So yeah, I just want to let you guys know again, Waller and Myron both voting for a 25 basis point cut. So Myron voting for a cut, but a little bit more conservative of a cut than he's been voting for as of late. Basically, the statement saying that inflation is still somewhat elevated, the economy expanding at a solid pace, jobs gains are low with unemployment showing signs of stabilization. We know that unemployment concerns have been a big issue here for the Fed. They're also saying that the outlook uncertainty remains elevated, so they have to attend to both sides of the mandate. Once I get kind of that statement with the words crossed out where we basically see this statement versus the prior statement, I'll show that to you guys, just going through all the information here. But again, two dissenting votes. So once again, getting dissenting votes here. This has been the case since, I believe, July of 2025. Back to you.
All right, we are absolutely smoking right now. We are $1 in the money on this short. We wanted to short silver, and there it goes. Hi ho. Finally back in. Let's just see how far this goes down. We just talked about the U.S. dollar. There it goes, ripping to the high side. We've noticed that if you are watching the dollar, silver does react sort of oppo to that. So here we go. Let's figure out what's going on. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Here's a banger trade, man. 1 for 1 so far. Earnings, man. We normally can put on some pretty decent options or opportunities with, these are not options, by the way. We trade straight equity, but hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're here every single day. This is the spot to get it. Adair is going to give us all of the updates that is coming through. But it's a banger right here, Mr. Roberts. Boom for silver. Let's go. That's a great short. We're back in the building. Wait till I show you guys my Nvidia fill. Our number one trade on the day was a 190 long. We got wicked out by 15 cents, and that sucked. But here we go. It's silver downside right now. The party started over here.
Yeah, the party is definitely started for sure. I want Bitcoin, did not get it, unfortunately. I did grab out, if you're in a long, my suggestion is you take the profits where it lies. So I'm going to trail the position that I'm already in. There's going to be, trend line is going to be a trail. I don't know if I'll short this because I think it's going to be trading a little bit differently than the norm. Only going long that stock if I can. So I'm going to play the pop back up, hopefully into the volume weighted average price, as Bitcoin back under the 90,000 mark. We're 89.2. As long as Powell has not done the Q&A at 230, I'm playing off VWAP. Once Powell hits 230, you kind of change the target of whatever it is that you're looking at. So far, so good. I mean, the market heading to the downside makes a little bit of sense to me here. Again, that 10-2, we didn't get anything that shocked us. We were trending down before, so we're trending down now, barring some kind of a drastic change in any of the tone. Adara, what do you see on that note? What language might have changed?
So I'm not seeing any of these changes yet, but I want to talk about the CME FedWatch tool going forward. So 84% of participants here in March expecting that we are going to get rates held. So it's interesting, 0.1% of participants expecting a 50 basis point cut. So that certainly would be interesting if we do get it. Then still here in April, we're expecting a hold. About 72% of participants expecting that we're going to have that rate held. Then only once we get to June do we start seeing some participants expecting a 25 basis point cut. So again, looks like much as we're expecting in the month of, or throughout the spring season. So for the next 2 Fed meetings at least, very unlikely to get any changes. I also just saw here, this is going to be the statement with the words changed. So basically, they're now saying that the economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. Before they were saying moderate. They're now saying that job gains have remained rather than slowed down, or remained low, sorry. They're saying unemployment has showed some signs of stabilization. So the biggest thing we're seeing here is less concern about the employment space. They're also saying that the committee is attentive to the risks of both sides of the mandate, but they're now saying they're crossing out the fact that downside risks have risen in recent months with regards to employment. Again, mentioning here the rate being held steady. Biggest change here, though, is actually just the fact that we have this vote. Once again, 2 participants voting for 25 basis point cut, the rest here voting to keep rates steady. So very few changes here. Just the gist of it is the Fed less concerned about employment stabilization than prior. Back to you.
Well, we know one dissent, obviously. And by the way, remember Myron is temporary, and the term expires for Myron on Saturday, right?
So he could be kept on for longer.
So he could be kept on until they have a replacement. Is that the case?
Yeah, so because he's filled in for Kugler's term because Kugler left before some improprieties could be discovered. And so Kugler's term would have expired. That's true. I'm not even speculating. And so that term would have expired on January 31st. Now, because he's set to fill a term, he could be kept on for longer. It's, as of this point, unclear if that's going to be the case. But Fed Bostic's term also expires on Saturday. That's because he actually decided he would retire or quit, sorry. And so he's not going to be coming back. Bostic for sure.
Can you tell that it's the Super Bowl for Adara? Yeah, improprieties is one way to look at it, for sure. No, I finally got it. Like, you saw that whipsaw action, so it's playing into VWAP, and it's only been like 5 minutes, but we played into VWAP, right back, looking to play the range as long as it holds and as long as Big Papa Powell isn't on that podium. Don't get to say that one for too long. I don't know what we're going to call. Well, it's not going to be Warsh at this point. I think, look, whatever. It's
who knows.
Rick Riedler seems like
back and forth.
Yeah, Riedler was at like 42%, and I think it was like 40 to 30. So they're still up in the air. We'll have to come up with a fun nickname for Rick. Ravishing Rick Rieder.
Yeah, I've said that before. I have people look up Rick Rude and all
Rick
that.
Rude is a good one. I don't know.
Ravishing Rick. Yeah, that's not a bad name. I've been
on the nose.
Yeah, who knows? That's pretty appropriate though. We've been just waiting for something to happen here. I'm bidding in the 20s again. I was covering a little bit here on silver. I mean, watching this U.S. dollar try to tick down a little bit. There's a cover. We just got 28. So hopefully we can fall back in. I'm also bidding in the teens there, but I don't know. We're now out of half of this position of silver. We did have a nice move down. I wasn't sure if it was going to continue to extend out. We had written down earlier that we liked the $100 bottom there on SLV. But let's just go quickly and have a quick look to see what is moving and what isn't with this kind of a presentation. We're going to see Powell in a couple minutes. 2:30, he's going to be taking questions, has a prepared speech. It's Nvidia 1.7%. I don't even want to talk about that name. Apple 1.14, Broadcom, little downside action. Micron keeps that story kicking with SanDisk and Western Digital days away from their report. Intel, wow, 10 points on Intel, up 10%. This morning when Palantir was down 1%, I said, look out below for PLTR. That name is making me look smart for some reason. There goes Palantir to the downside, so we sort of called that one. Eli Lilly, the health technology is not doing very well today. Producer manufacturing is okay. The financials, this is going to be an interesting spot. I mean, they've pulled back about 10% or so off of their earnings. We have Visa coming tomorrow with Apple. That should be kind of interesting considering that we have that cap on those rates there, potentially for credit cards. Be interesting to hear what they have to say about that. Wells Fargo downside, Bank of America, of course, big credit card names. Capital One up 2%, so that's kind of like a pure play there. But it's JP Morgan down to, it's just $300 for JPM. So that's going to be an interesting look there as well. But yeah, name that report's on Friday too, or the 30th. 29 is, what day is today? Wednesday? SoFi, yeah. So that's what I was looking for right there.
It hasn't been so fly today.
No, it broke. I didn't know if it broke 25 yet, but that was, yeah, 24.80 there. So down 2%. So yeah, SoFi can't catch a bid over the last, I don't know, month or so. Like there's been maybe 3 or 4 up days. That was a nice little bounce back, but then it just gave it all back right there. SoFi right here just hitting the dirt right now, down to that downside. So hopefully it won't get buried there, but gold also right now, not doing much. Silver and gold both kind of hovering, right? We were just in the money nicely there again on silver, and now it's just right back to flat. So we're going to get out if it does overtake this top end here, breaking through 102. So we'll give it a go. We made a little bit of money there. No matter what, we won't, like we'll only lose 30 cents. Our best outs are down here almost $1 or so. So we should be about flat if we wind up losing on this trade, but I'm going to wait. Basically, it looks like now it's getting going here. US dollar getting a little weaker. Could watch out for silver, but we're still down here trying to get a little bit of a bid there. Yeah, SoFi mooning, that would be nice. I think a lot of us.
No, it's not mooning.
No, I know it's not, but I think that would be nice if it was. But.
No, I actually think SoFi, we'll see what happens today, but a close underneath 25 would be really bad. Would be really bad for SoFi. The good news is you have earnings, so like the price action today doesn't really matter because you get the report on Friday, and then that's just going to settle all things ultimately. With SoFi. So yeah, we're still hanging inside of the range. That's true on Bitcoin. When you look at what's happening with the NASDAQ, look at the NASDAQ from the low to the volume weighted average price, and we are still inside of that range for the Qs. You're going to see the same thing when you're looking at the SPY. The only difference is it's just a little bit lower in the range. Actually, still red. Still red on the session, despite a little bit of a bump off of these lows. So ultimately, with about 20 minutes to go until we get Powell on the podium, we got what was expected, and then we just essentially had a little bit of a shake. So you do like that little scalp inside of the range, and then we'll look for hopefully the real. I hate to use the term the real move, but it almost seems like that's what the Fed is. Like the real bigger action tends to happen after 2:30 before we take you into the earnings. Even Nvidia here couldn't break the high, couldn't break the volume weighted average price. So it's like the reverse of the overall market. Yeah, kind of crazy that. I don't want to say Powell's going to go out with a whimper, but
well, I mean, there's nothing he can do.
He's not doing he doesn't move the market.
Cents,
like remember a couple of days ago, we get the president effectively just framework of agreement. Was it framework? What was the exact wording? Yeah, it was framework of a Greenland deal, yeah. And we go absolutely ham. Or a True Social post about like not even Iraq, and then things went absolutely ham yesterday. Yeah, it seems like Powell's not moving us like that.
Well, the only thing, there goes silver, by the way, breaking through 202. So the only thing that Powell could really do is try to change maybe the way he speaks and what he's talking about when he hits the podium. So we'll just, I think jobs is going to be somewhat important. We'll see if there's any talk about the current landscape of that, what he thinks possibly of tariffs, because we're still waiting for that Supreme Court to make a decision at some point there regarding the tariffs. So there's that as an issue here. But we wrote down on our sticky note today, Nvidia, right, 190. So this is what happened when we were, oopsies, NVDA. We were gone, and we put our stop order in, and of course, it basically ran that completely. There's our 190 bid. We got 190.20s. There's the out at 189.90 or so. The low of the day on this is like 189, like it's by 3 cents. But anyways, Nvidia kicking higher right now. Silver just dancing. We were basically flat on that trade. I think we maybe lost $10 or so on our silver trade. So we went downside, then we went upside on SLV. All right, what's up, Adara?
Yeah, I don't have any, unfortunately, no news for you guys with regards to the Fed right now. Of course, we're not going to get anything here till about 2:30 p.m., so 18 more minutes. But it is worth noting, I'm seeing some sources report, or I guess some people saying that there are reports saying that the White House is going to be meeting banking and crypto executives on Monday to discuss crypto regulations. Apparently, stablecoin bill will be brought up, so keep an eye here on CRCL. Getting a nice pop here. CRCL, of course, also got an upgrade this morning. So Circle, Coinbase, potentially Robinhood going to be on watch here again as the White House reportedly meeting with banking and crypto execs on Monday to discuss crypto legislation. It's very worth betting that Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong will be there because he's been very much involved in this whole thing. Back to you.
Yeah, and there's also been talk, well, actually, it was a story. It was Tether that was going to start putting some of their reserves into gold.
Right.
Was the announcement there. Oh, the other thing is, sorry, H&R Block, as if AI wasn't cleaning your clock, Robinhood wants to get into tax filing as well. So I just feel like there's certain business. I remember, look, when AI first came in, one of the first things that I thought of, I took accounting in first year, was, oh man, there's going to be a lot of people that aren't doing what they did before with regards to taxes, because easy just got even easier for like 80% of the population that we're filing is super simple. Like, are you kidding me? Like, it's 80% is probably really conservative, to be honest with you. It's probably like 90% of the people that file are going to be using AI or some form of it in the next few years. Maybe H&R Block can leverage that. I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think software as a service is
in trouble.
No, not in trouble.
It depends.
No, I think that's the way to go right now.
Some doing it better than others is maybe the better way to put that.
The thing is, the tax code is so complicated that you have to, I don't think you can just like throw your taxes into ChatGPT or anything. There's going to be little applications that you're going to want to trust.
Your tax code in the U.S., by the way, that's complicated.
Yeah, tax codes are not great. Okay, so I don't know, what name you guys want us to look at? We could check out Robinhood here. I mean, on that crypto news, I don't know. Robinhood goes with ebbs and flows of crypto. We've already called a $100 bid on Robinhood at some point, and man, it's coming way back in. Like, Robinhood's down 50%, more than, it's down 50 on 150, so it's down about 35 or 40% here as we try to breach this 200-period moving average. Robinhood, yeah, looking pretty ugly right now. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just so you guys know here, I mentioned this earlier on the midday, not too much of a move on some of these stocks, but keep an eye on some of these uranium and critical metals plays. Or critical minerals plays rather. DOE, Department of Energy, announcing a realignment of critical minerals program. I indicated that CNBC had reported something like this was going to happen. This announcement did in fact happen. So again, Department of Energy, DOE, announcing a realignment of critical minerals program. If I get more details on what this is, I'll keep you posted. But some of these uranium plays were initially flagged for this when I first saw this reported. At day's highs. Back to you.
Hey, so M Hunter Trading in the chat. First off, I love your energy, and we should look at gold, and we will look at gold. But there's an easy way to get everybody's attention and make sure that the symbols that you're interested in, the names, the discussion can be on topic that you would like. And I might just restart this because we don't need. Feed had an unbelievable day today, but I'm going to refresh this. You type $ symbol. I just go $GLD, and see GLD's already popped up. Someone got there faster than me. Y'all are quick. Someone put in SIA, there's gold, there's BTC, Tesla, Bloom Energy. And so if you're in the chat, you have to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So hit the like, hit the subscribe button, jump in here. And when a lot of people start putting it, see how it gets all powered up like that? The Tesla hitting the top already, their report earnings after the bell, and now all of a sudden gold's up top. And we're always monitoring this, so we know if you guys are excited about it by looking into the chat or looking at GLD as we speak, which is trying to reverse the entirety of the move. This does make me realize, I don't know if I want to reload this on Bitcoin. A, there was news. B, you're starting to creep back up there in the markets. And we have a super chat as well. Apologies.
Oh, good.
Throw that one up there if you can. Can you chart Intel, please, says Robert Lewis.
Can you dig it?
Thank you for the super chat.
Up 10%. I mean, up 11%. I
dig
mean,
it.
what a crazy earnings report that was.
Oh my goodness.
$55 down to $42.
I think sometimes it just comes down to the fact that if the U.S. government's betting on it and Nvidia is betting on it, then you shouldn't bet against it. Even with that insane pullback, it doesn't even care. Pull right into 42. I thought maybe we're going a little deeper. Every pullback has been losing the 50 pre-moving average. So I know 99.9% chance that what I said live was, hey, let this pullback test here, and once it gets under 40, gobble, 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 because that's where you've been able to buy the stock. Unfortunately for dip buyers like myself, I might have sold some, but we ain't getting any back in. And it's way too much diddling in the middle for me to like it up here as an entry. The $50 level, I feel like that's a big one, and maybe you could gravitate toward that. But I think you're going to find some resistance this week going into 50. Obviously, we're going to get into the tail end of the week here on Friday. If it hasn't broken it by then, it's always trouble doing so at the end of a week. So I think you're kind of in no man's land if you're chasing this move. Like, it was just consolidated day yesterday. Like, that was your chance. Or at the open yesterday, I bungled the dip buy. That's my ugly trade of the day. And the reason why is it bounced here, and I just threw the stop at the prior bar low, and guess what it didn't break? It didn't actually break that low. So sometimes you just throw a bad stop, but you take the good with the bad. Like, sometimes you get the mean revert and it works, and sometimes you get the mean revert and it doesn't work. But I'm not chasing until up here, too close to the 50 level. I was looking for something closer to $40 for the dip buy. Congrats if you bought that 42.
Yeah, Darryl, what's up with StubHub here? StubHub, basically a straight line upside right here was StubHub now. So there it goes, StubHub. Are they getting into the silver game or something? But there it goes. It reminds me of GameStop and all those guys. We're having a Bitcoin treasury because StubHub is, I mean, unless there's some sort of, new legislation or something. I don't know. Like, StubHub has been a pretty beat up IPO, man. But I guess bouncing off $10 is something. Up 60% off its lows. So what am I talking about? But we were only at $14 earlier. Yes, go ahead.
Not seeing anything huge here, though there was a press release yesterday about their naming the NFL's most loyal fans ahead of the Super Bowl. So this could be like a Super Bowl ticket type play, though that is incredibly speculative on my part.
Yeah, it seems Super Bowl is still 2 weeks away, a week and a half away. So, but yeah, maybe.
Oh, someone's getting a free ticket.
StubHub feeling a little bit good about things right now. So up to $16, up 17%. Another runner today was Feed. We talked about that a little bit. That's just really going now, man. Up 110%. They've been sponsoring our program. You can find more information, link in description about Feed, and just popping there today. So good on you right there. Let's go check out, I don't know, I haven't called up AMD at all today. 250 again, good spot for AMD, but this is a downside push for sure. I'd written down again today, if you're joining for the first time, thank you so much. We're gonna be doing this every Fed. Tonight we're going all the way into 4 o'clock. We'll have you impressed with Adara? We're gonna have the earnings calls where Neil, myself, Brendan, and Adara will all be going over everything. There's Nvidia 190 long. We actually wrote down silver long to $100. That's basically the bottom, and we played the short into that. The TQ's 57, and then IBIT. Actually, we didn't even look too much at crypto here since this has been happening. 89.4, so IBIT since 2 p.m. Again, with an expected move. I don't expect like these things. Oops, that's a TQ's. What just happened there? All right, there's IBIT. So yeah, pretty choppy. I mean, the big spike at 2 p.m. as if, no, that was even, oh no, that was probably on the announcement of the bill that the guys are getting together to meet next week to talk about that proposed crypto bill there. So yeah, we talked about Circle moving around. So yeah, so anyways, it doesn't look like Bitcoin's moving too much on that.
Coin's moving.
Is Coin? Yeah, Coinbase did not like the first round there of that. And that's why Coinbase has been getting hit to the downside. There's something about the yield that they can offer on USDC and whatnot. Okay,
Coinbase
so
chart's still broken.
yeah. We just got another short.
Yeah, coin in the weekly is still broken. I don't see why you're not waiting till. I mean, if we're being patient about this on Coinbase, like, why not wait till it gets into like the 160 to 180 range, somewhere down there? Because your support's at 140. Like, if you buy here, what are you risking? 30%? Yikes, yuck, and a whole lot of other stuff you ain't ever heard of. Yeah, I don't like this. I really don't like what's going on with that stock. Not even close for Coinbase. Look, now that things have calmed down after that story, I will reload IBIT at VWAP. Again, if you hear a headline when you're in position, it's like, is it being affected? It's not really affecting the stock whatsoever. It doesn't seem. We're still inside the range with 10 minutes until Powell starts answering questions.
Powell Owl.
Powell.
Well, how come we never called him Powell the Owl ever? Like, I don't know. We should have. Yeah, he hooting about. All right, so yes. That's it. Finally. All right, we're back in the building one more time. There goes SLV. Huge move. We just shorted it off of VWAP, man. I mean, I'm trying to trade. I'm trying to do what I said, and that was basically, if it's going to come out as zeros, let's just continue to trade this thing, you know, like it was normal. I mean, I'm watching the U.S. dollar rate here as it continues to climb higher. We do see silver dropping a little bit there. It's not the dramatic like 1-to-1 ratio or anything here what we're dealing with. But if this continues to fall, let's just try to see if we can get back into 101 now. We've done a bunch of covers. I really like to cover these things at the 21 period moving average. So we did a bunch of buying here at 20. And then that bottom is 102, and we just got to fill there at 102.10. So hopefully we can break that. And then I really do think we should be patient and wait for 101.70. So let's put a 101.70 in right now. Let's go 101.80. Just in case we miss it again. I don't want to be woe is me again. So here we go. If that comes in, we'll put a 101.80. If that hits, fine. Our stop is 103. Now, well traded. We have less than half now of this move. We have about 40%. So that's completely fine by me, man. If we're going to lose 18 cents on this trade, we can do that. Let's hold and see if VWAP wants to do something. Maybe the dollar starts to climb up a little bit. We were looking at gold. You guys had mentioned that earlier. We can have another look. We can also look some of the energy plays, you know, OIH, the oil holders. We can go have a quick look to see if this is doing anything right now. Down 2%. I guess could zoom back out a little bit just to see what that movement's. Yeah, nothing over here. We could check out XLE as well in the energy State Street sector. XLE Spider right there, not doing a whole heck of a lot either. They did get a dip down just before the interest rate decision there, and then it just pumped right back up, and as you can see now, we level off, so nothing really going on there. We had to look at Bitcoin, Neil's in that, nothing going on there. So I just continue to trade silver. Oh, Weeble, maybe someone looking at that. The Russell should be.
You would think it would be moving.
The Russell's been breaking out already.
Just not today. Today, look, in the last 15 minutes or 20 minutes, the Russell has a very, very tiny range. But if you're like 30-cent range, it's a $260 name, obviously. So it's not doing anything. It has been leading the charge, but the last 3 sessions has been an absolute nothing burger on the Russell. I just paid for locates on StubHub, because they were relatively cheap. Maybe if you're, I don't know, every broker.
Oh, there it is. Ticketmaster faces a lawsuit.
Yeah, Ticketmaster facing a lawsuit, which is a good advantage for, advantage for StubHub. But I'm looking for a mean revert here. Like, this is going parabolic to the upside. And I could draw you a trend line when it's that steep, but suffice to say, this candle is breaking it as we speak. You can visually see that. So the top's about 16.25. If it can hold here right at the 16 to 16.10 level, kind of confirm this candle closes in like 1 minute or so, I'll look short somewhere 16 to 16.10, give it to the top, and try to play a mean reversion there. Nothing against StubHub. I just feel like that's a little bit too far, too fast for Stub. Palantir's still losing. Did we ever figure out, is it just a sentiment thing for Palantir?
I was looking this morning and I was like, oh my God, it was down in the pre-market, so I just thought Palantir continue to go down. I mean, maybe defense spending, someone talking about that. Yeah, let's go back over, thank you, Denise, but let's go back over to Adara.
Sorry about that, Randy. I want to talk about Meta quickly. WhatsApp reportedly to start charging AI chatbots to operate in Italy. TechCrunch reporting this again hours ahead of Meta's earnings report. I do have earnings previews available for Meta, Microsoft, and Tesla. They're all going to be an X at TTV Research. We have 5 minutes, now 4 minutes until that FOMC press conference with Fed Chair Powell. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, guys. I'll cover all of that for you right here. Back to you.
I'm too hot in here for a coffee.
I didn't see, was that?
No, Randy was up in here the whole time.
I didn't even see Randy there. Yeah, good. Thank you for booting him away. Yeah. Maybe there's actually something for him to do around
poor
here.
Randy.
Poor Randy. Yeah. That's it. Okay, so I've just asked him for a coffee, but I wish I would have seen him in person there, and I would have asked him. I'm going to bid a 19. Okay, well, I just bid a 19 to get out of a little bit there. I'm still waiting for that 101.80. Hopefully that will come in, and then we'll get out of a quarter of what we have left. We only have 40% left. of this trade right now. But let's see if it can continue to cook to the downside right now. 70 cents in the money on this one. Neil's got Warner Brothers. I assume there's nothing going on there. Oh, but we can actually look at, well, I shouldn't assume
Netflix is trending down. No, Warner Brothers was, I trade trend reversions. I didn't,
okay.
Like, I just don't care where the reversion happens.
I didn't know if something had happened with it. Oh yeah, that's a good move.
It was a trend. It was like a trend breakdown. It was like minute. Like, essentially, I just went long at 97 here, and it had to stop at 90. Like, I'm literally at 95. Played it to VWAP, played it to here, and then you zoom out. Like, I'm kind of, I play it to the volume weighted average price, then I play it to this resistance in there, then I play it to these lows underneath there, then to here, and then kind of looking for it to break out at E3 to maybe get to 8.85. But I will maintain this. I've been that dude that's been saying every time WBD gets to 29 bucks, look for a short, because there's no sign that it's not going to be the Netflix deal, which is $27.75, and the $30 offer right now is just pie in the sky. So that's all you can. You're just hoping that you get that. So every time it gets to 29, I feel like you're selling that thing. So StubHub, I couldn't get filled at 16. So that's where I would have liked the position. Unfortunately, it came down. It broke the trend heavy. Took some in the 80s, but I wanted it to stay at 16 even. So it's what it is. If it pulls back, VWAP is going to be a thing. Let me zoom out a little. Oh, that's a 3 minutes as far as it's going to go. So I'll go to a 15 so you can see here. About 15.30, if it bounces off 15.30 or in between 15 and 15.30, that's where I'd look for the exit on StubHub. So yeah, it's obviously a positive headline if their competitor is facing a lawsuit, but there's only so far I think it needs to go. Like StubHub here. Actually, that's not a bad chart. That's not a bad chart at all, StubHub, if you had it at 14. Yeah, not too bad at all. I actually kind of don't mind that. They made bank in the World Series here. Look, nobody that was selling tickets in the World Series should be complaining about.
I mean, wait till you see the World Cup. How much?
I know. No, I know. Like, we have friends that did that, because they get it on both ends. Like, if you scalp your tickets, they take it from you as the seller, and they take their percentage in both ways. Right? They're skimming off both sides.
We have this haltation here. I don't know, KXIN there. I don't know if there's anything going on here. Circuit, yeah, KXI. I think you maybe have already mentioned it.
What the heck is that?
KXIN, one halt, another halt.
They've done this before. I recognize the ticker right away. I don't have any news on them, though.
Yeah, I knew we talked about this before. And I'm not seeing any news either, but what we can do is quickly go over and show you guys that this is halting right now. This is what my computer is basically doing. It's just chilling out for a minute. All right, so it's only 9% short float. The float is only 700,000 shares. So that's a very, very big problem right now for anybody that's short this name. If they start to blow this out, man, this could get real nasty. Its tap right now is $22, though. That's where it halted. So we're going to have to get this all settled out where this is going to open at some point. Vacation right now. Nice upside play. Only 700,000 shares out, and it's 4.7 million today, Dara.
Yeah, multiple streams ready here for Fed Chair Powell. He is on any moment. What he does is prepared remarks. So I'll go over those first. I'll read through those. I'll summarize them for you. Once he starts doing the Q&A, I will let you know. I also have to announce a brand new infographic here. This is how the Feds voted. So 10 Feds in favor, 2 against. I'm going to drop this link in the chat so you guys can visualize our Fed votes, because I like having a visualization of who the Feds are. Powell's talking now. Back to you.
Okay, the press conference has begun. Well, I don't see him at the podium yet. Oh, he's walking up. He's literally walking up to the podium.
There he is.
Speak. Powell,
thank you.
Coffee.
I was just messaging you. I was like, we didn't even know that you were here. And the chat's like, Randy's right behind you. And I was like, what?
It just lingers like that. If there's no motion, it's hard. You're focused on the screen.
That was funny.
Okay, so we're going to have Powell live so that you guys can hear, and we'll break in if there's anything big. But the Chairman Powell for one of the last.
Ooh.
No audio yet? Well, okay. Will you let us know when you have the audio? Right now, you guys can read, obviously. Usually what ends up happening, you get that prepared statement, and you kind of know where he's going to start. Then we get the Q&A a little bit later. So, yeah, he literally walked on stage. There was a reload inside of the range for you to take advantage of, at least on IBIT. It got to VWAP, we were able to take some profit. But
there's my cat. This is my cat, the cat that we rescued.
Oh, my
This
goodness.
is Ali. So she is amazing. You have no idea. Marissa's trained this thing. It comes on call, on demand, everything. And it hangs out in the laundry basket a lot. So shout out to Ali right there. Okay, we're going to get that up for you. That's a wicked picture. I'm going to send that to Obi. He's a cat guy. So.
That is a great, that's like a
Yeah, we rescued that cat.
Level picture.
Oh, picture, yeah, that's
Okay,
Marissa.
now-
Okay, here we go.
Consumers have been resilient, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has remained weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government likely weighed on economic activity last quarter, but these effects should be reversed as the reopening boosts growth this quarter. In the labor market, indicators suggest that conditions may be stabilizing after a period of gradual softening. The unemployment rate was 4.4% in December and has changed little in recent months. Job gains have remained low. Total non-farm payrolls declined at an average pace of 22,000 per month over the last 3 months. Excluding government employment, private payrolls rose at an average pace of 29,000 per month. A good part of the slowing in the pace of job growth over the past year reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, show little change in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.9% over the 12 months ending in December, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.0%. These elevated readings largely reflect inflation in the goods sector, which has been boosted by the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing in the services sector. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from last year's peaks, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. Since last September, we have lowered our policy rate 75 basis points, or 0.75 of a percentage point, bringing it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral. This normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2%, once the effects of tariff increases have passed through. We are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We at the Fed will continue to do our jobs with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thank you. I wanted to ask that, you attended the Supreme Court hearing last week on the Lisa Cook case, and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent criticized that as political. Can you say why you attended and what you would say in response to the Secretary's criticism?
So let me start with, I don't respond to comments by other officials, whoever they may be. It's just not appropriate to do that. I will tell you why I attended. I would say that that case is perhaps the most important legal case in the Fed's 113-year history. And as I thought about it, I thought it might be hard to explain why I didn't attend. In addition, Paul Volcker went to a Supreme Court case famously in, I guess, 1985 or so. So it's precedented, and I thought it was an appropriate thing, and I did it.
Great. And then just quickly follow on the job market. You mentioned last month that the household survey might be distorted, and you also mentioned the potential for overcounting jobs. which would suggest that we're still in a negative hiring pace. So do you see the drop in the unemployment rate as solid? And what's the basis for saying that things have stabilized? Thank you.
So, yeah, really two questions. One is, so we're through the distortions in the data from the shutdown. However big they were in November, they're smaller in December. So we're getting to a place where they're no longer material. They're still there, but it's a tweak here and there. The reason why we changed the statement, let me pull it out, was simply it used to say that judges the downside risks to employment rose in recent months. So we saw data coming in which suggests some signs of stabilization. I wouldn't go too far with that, but some signs of stabilization. There are also some signs of continued cooling. And so we thought that was no longer an accurate description of the data. In addition, the outlook for economic activity has clearly improved since the last meeting, and that should matter for labor demand and for employment over time. So for those two reasons, we thought we would take that language out of the statement.
Nick Timmeros, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've generally avoided engaging with political controversies directly, and the video statement on January 11th was a departure. What made this different, and are you concerned it could draw the institution further into political debates?
So today I'm simply going to refer you to the statement that I made on January 11. I'm not going to expand on it or repeat it. So I'm just not going to. This is really about the press conference and the economy and what we did today, and some ancillary areas, but I'm not going to be getting into that.
Can you say whether the Fed has responded to the subpoenas?
I have nothing for you on that today.
Mike.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio TV. Have you made a decision on whether you would remain as a governor of the Federal Reserve? And if so, would you tell us what it is? And if not, when might we anticipate a decision?
No, and I really, once again, have nothing for you on that today. That either.
Why would you want to leave it all under the circumstances?
Again, I don't want to get into this. Not something I'm. There's a time and place for these questions, but not something I'm going to be getting into today. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thanks a lot for taking my questions. In another one that might, lead to a similar answer. We've seen quite big movements in the dollar over recent days. What do you think is driving the U.S. currency lower? And have you been at all concerned just by the extent of the volatility we've seen this week? Thank you.
So, Claire, as you probably know, we don't comment on the dollar. Really, the administration, especially the Treasury Department, has the job of oversight over the currency and exchange rates and all that. We don't comment on that. It's not our role. So I have nothing for you.
But, what's your view on the market movements? What do you think behind them? Is it asset managers diversifying? Is it?
Yeah, I just don't. We don't talk about the dollar. We don't talk about what moves it around. It's just not appropriate for us to do so. Really, the Treasury Department has that. It's their role, their bailiwick, and we stay off it. We do monetary policy and some other things, but we don't comment on the dollar. Sorry.
Neil.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Obviously, no SEP in this meeting, but in light of the slight firming up of the language around growth in the labor market in the statement, should we assume that the timeline for any further rate cuts is pushed back compared to what people might have thought in December?
Well, first of all, if you look at the incoming data since the last meeting, clear improvement in the outlook for growth. The data have come in, and sentiment, the Beige Book, everything comes in suggesting that this year starts off on a solid footing for growth. Inflation performed about as expected, and as I mentioned, some of the labor market data came in suggesting we're evidence of stabilization. So it's overall a stronger forecast, really, if that's your question. I'm not sure I answered your question.
But in terms of timing or pacing of any additional easing?
So we haven't made, what we'd say about this was that after this meeting, after the 3 recent rate cuts, we're well positioned to address the risks that we face on both sides of our dual mandate, and we'll continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the incoming data, the implications for and the outlook and the balance of risks. Haven't made any decisions about future meetings, but the economy is growing at a solid pace. The unemployment rate has been broadly stable, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. So we'll be looking to our goal variables and letting the data light the way for us.
Steve.
Steve Lee, CNBC, and sticking with questions you might answer. Thank you. You had previously, I believe, described the current policy rate being at the higher end of neutral. And if you look at the longer run, the SEP and the longer run rate, 16 of 19 officials are actually below there on their long run. Is the Fed still in a process of bringing it down towards a middle range of neutral? And what would it take to get there?
So the count I did was that 4 of the 19 were at or above that. Maybe I missed by 1. I thought it was 4. And if you look at the dealer survey, it was 10 out of 58 where we're at or above. So you're right. It's the higher end of the range. What we say is it's within the range of plausible estimates. This is the higher end of that range. But so for some people they think it's neutral. I think, and many of my colleagues think, it's hard to look at the incoming data and say that policy's significantly restrictive at this time. It may be sort of loosely neutral, or it may be somewhat restrictive. It's in the eye of the beholder, and of course no one knows with any precision. Is that, you had a follow-up?
I get what you're saying, but some officials have described the Fed being in a mode of bringing it down eventually over time. Are you still in that mode, or is this a place to hang out?
Yeah, no, I would say if you look at the SEP from December, most people had additional normalization. But at the same time, we've done a lot of the process of normalizing. A good piece of it is done with 75 basis points, and before that, 100. It's 175 basis points we've cut since we began cutting in September of 2024. So you've moved now to, Fed funds is running just a little below 3.65%. So you've moved a good way, and we think we're well positioned here to watch how the economy performs, look at the data. We're not making decisions about future meetings, but we do think we're well positioned after those 3 cuts to let the data speak to us.
Amira. Thank you, Chair Powell. Mara Mokwe from Bloomberg News. To what extent did the committee discuss the possibility of cutting at this meeting or in March? And how are you all thinking about the conditions that would merit another rate cut? Is there broad agreement on the committee about what it would take?
So there was broad support on the committee for holding today. Broad, I would say, including among non-voters. So that's where that was. Of course, some people did want to cut and dissented, but committee pretty broadly for holding today. We're not trying to articulate a test for when to next cut or whether to cut at the next meeting. What we're saying is we're well positioned as we make decisions meeting by meeting, looking at the incoming data, evolving outlook, and all that. And we're in a position where we still have some tension between employment and inflation, but it's less than it was. I think that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to have probably both diminished a bit. So, we'll be looking at that. It's about how you weigh the risks to the 2 goals and how big those are and quantify them. And so there are different views on the committee, and, we'll find our way forward as the data evolve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Has the effects of tariffs already moved through the economy on prices?
A lot of it has. So basically, there are many different estimates, and they're all highly uncertain. But most of the overrun in goods prices is from tariffs. And that's actually good news, because tariffs, it might mean it's from demand, and that's a harder problem to solve. We do think tariffs are likely to move through and be a one-time price increase. So most of the overshoot, if you were to take that out, inflation, core PCE inflation is running just a bit above 2%, ex the effects of tariffs on goods. And the other good news is, if you look away from goods and look at services, you do see ongoing disinflation in all the categories of services. So that's a healthy development. So that's what's going on. The expectation is that we will see the effects of tariffs flowing through goods prices, peaking, and then starting to come down, assuming there are no new.
All right. I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, he's talking about tariffs now. I think that's a part that a lot of people were interested in a little bit. Did anything catch your eye there? Yeah, I mean, he was obviously the first couple questions about his departure. Didn't like to answer those.
Comfortable in the position that they're in, I think. That's going to probably lend credence to. Yeah, I'm expecting we're going to still see wait till June as the overwhelming. If I'm just sort of reading between the lines here, wait till June. That's what the market was pricing in for the first cut. And then maybe we get another one in December. I'm not seeing anything that would change that at this particular point, ultimately. But I am watching, so I don't know, you might have already seen, gold has been trending up and silver has been trending up. The NASDAQ has been trending up. Silver's trying to break this trend line. But the dollar has been blasting back and forth.
It was down initially, and now it's kind of bouncing around. I think someone asked him about the what it's looking like, the cuts moving forward, and I think he was saying that there was really no indication that they were going to start to cut. And I think that's the point about your June talk there, maybe till middle of the year. So I think we'll be in a very, very similar rate spot for at least the next couple months. So yeah, very, very interesting stuff there, Dara. What's going on with you?
As you kind of expect from Powell, he's not commenting too much on what's happening here with Trump, basically saying, we heard his response to him going to the Lisa Cook hearing, the Supreme Court, but he also just said here, when asked what will happen with the Fed if Trump names a new Fed chair before your term ends, he said, I'm not going to comment on that. It's not really going to be relevant. So interesting look there. Fed Chair Powell, once again, not responding to any of these concerns here with regards to Trump and the Fed. He also said that the PCE, core PCE, regardless of tariff effects on goods, is running just a bit over 2%. Back to you.
I feel like if Powell got picked up by the popo, he'd be straight. He's not going to be that dude who doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut. He's got no comment down like that. Straight up. He's a G that way. So shout out to Jerome. We're not going to comment on that. That's not our purview. He does a pretty good job letting you know. But again, it's just nothing too crazy. I almost feel like.
What about a view up?
Look, I'm going to make sure, and I know what Dara's going to have the president's True Social account up. I have an odd feeling, and I don't know, but I could suspect that if we get a post from the president during Power Hour, that's going to move us more than we've moved in this so far. Minutes. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but given the inside move that we've had here, I would suspect anything come from the president's going to move us.
I just want to say lately, I don't know if he was advised of this or what, but lately there is a trend with his comments coming out right after the bell. So I think my theory is if we get something, it'll be right after the bell. Because if you think about when he went after RTX directly, when he announced his call with Intel, both of those were within 2 to 10 minutes after the bell. So I think now if he's calling out a specific thing, he's been a little bit more careful. That being said, this morning right after the open, he announced the S&P 500 being up and how happy he was. So that's it could go either way. My theory is he probably lately, just given his pattern, he probably won't.
And worth keeping in mind, everybody, if there is a response or something from the president after the bell, you can stay right here because we do, and it's an hour where we still have major earnings to get to. Obviously, there's a few more names in there. Lamb Research is going to be in there. Yep. It should be a big one. All four of us are going to be here. Dara and Brent, Brendan at the desk. Sean and myself will kind of turn around. We have the new look going on. Powell's still taking questions, obviously. And again, the U.S. economy expanded at a solid pace. Can you talk more about the last two GDP prints were actually pretty impressive. That's a solid pace. If that's a solid pace, then the Seattle Seahawks have a decent. Because the Seattle Seahawks had a decent season this year. Yeah. They've done okay. The offense is okay. Sam Darnold has kind of turned around his career. That's the way I would describe it.
Although I think he had less wins this year than he did last year. to Minnesota. I think they had 15 wins or something, or 15-2 or whatever, and let him go.
You should see the boy in my pool who's the Minnesota fan.
Absolutely crazy. JJ McCarthy will be better than Sam Darnold, but not now. All right, I was thinking about actually going long here, the NASDAQ, if we do break through VWAP. I mean, it was a positive, it's a positive move upside. Normally it's like, you'd like to see the NASDAQ really or something start to trend. I mean, silver's kind of trending higher. Gold's not doing much. The US dollar we just showed you isn't doing much either. But maybe a break here of VWAP gets us finally going back to sort of where we were at the open. But I'm going to try that right now on a break of 57. So basically 57.40. We'll execute into a long there. And then just probably give maybe back to here to 20 cents or so worth of space on that kind of a break. I think there is a good upside move, eventually going to happen. We do have the US dollar that's kind of just resumed normal pace. I mean, this is 2 o'clock, upside, down, now right back to where we were, if anything, maybe going lower, which should be, remember, lower US dollars should be good for those multinationals that are reporting. Oh, there we go, so I'm in, that are reporting today. So here we go, man. It's a new position for me. We're going to go long on the Qs. This is the NASDAQ. This is the TQQs. We're going to take that against VWAP, and we're just going to play it back to where we just bounced. Or we could actually play the 21 period right there, 57.20, 50. Yeah, it's basically the same level. So let's give this a little bit of a breath and see, what we're doing here with VWAP. It just trying to play the trend higher. Maybe he's still a ways away from leaving the podium. Generally, we'll get another move once he's gone because then we don't have to have the risk of his answers. So this may be a little early here to try to catch a trend, because if he slips up or gets a question about something that shakes the market, you will get algos wiping these things up. But hey, we're only talking negative. What about if they wipe it north? So let's just wait to see here. He seems to be talking okay to me. Let's see if the futures can resume regularly scheduled programming upside right now. Just got to take out, I mean, this has been my story, but right there, we got in on VWAP, and of course, does not extend out. So hopefully we can get a little bit of a push here on the TQs. Here it goes. We're in it right now and trying to see if we can get along in these futures to cook a little bit, but right now, not. All right, we can go over to Adair quickly and then come back.
Yeah, I'll be quick, guys. Just some comments with Powell here. He did say, I'm interested a little bit here about the U.S. dollar versus the yen. Nothing too crazy there. Just saying, no one should be necessarily hedging here with that U.S. dollar. That he doesn't see data suggesting that investors are hedging USD risk. So again, they're not seeing that hedging is happening. He did say, though, that when asked, does the Fed consider hiking rates, he said never take anything off the table, but hiking is not our base case. That's around when we got that push into 634.50 on the Qs, when he said hiking is not their base case. Again, what we expected, but the markets still like to hear it, apparently. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, it goes without saying. And anyone that's talking about the hikes, absolute insanity. So he was talking about the economy. We're going to go back to him for a second, as now he's talking about the bond market, which obviously is a big deal. Intel, by the way, just continues to rally. This could be
seriously? Oh my God.
Intel 12%, by the way.
The senator. I've got nothing for you on that.
More broadly, what would happen
to get to $50 again? I can't
if the Federal Reserve loses its ability to operate independent from politics?
So really, the point of independence is not to protect policymakers or anything like that. It just is that every advanced economy in the world has come to this common practice. It's just an institutional arrangement that is serving people. That is to have a separation between, to not have direct elected officials. Monetary policy. And the reason is that monetary policy can be used, through an election cycle to affect the economy in a way that will be politically worthwhile. So this isn't, I'm not talking about the U.S. context. This is every advanced economy democracy of any size. So it's a good practice. It's pretty much everywhere among countries that look at all like the United States. And I think if you lose that, it's, first of all, it would be hard to restore the credibility of the institution if people lose their faith that we're making decisions, only on the basis of our assessment of what's best for everyone, for the wide public, rather than trying to benefit one group or another. If you lose that, it's going to be hard to retain it. And we haven't lost it. I don't believe we will. I certainly hope we won't. But it's very important, and the reason it's important is that it's enabled central banks generally not to be perfect, but to serve the public well.
You're confident it can maintain that independence at this point?
Yes. I mean, I'm strongly committed to that, and so are my colleagues.
Archie.
Archie Hall from The Economist. On that sort of stabilization of the labour market question, how much do you see the weakening we saw over the past 6 months, a year, as a kind of data mirage around immigration and the government shutdown and so on that's now resolved? Or how much have we seen a kind of real underlying firming up in the state of the labour market, do you think?
Well, part of it is, to your point, part of it just is that labor supply, growth in labor supply has come to essentially a halt from a fairly fast clip of growth over the last couple of years, driven by immigration, and then the halt being driven by a very sudden stop in immigration. So many outcomes were possible with that. Supply came way down. It turns out that demand for labor also came down a very similar amount, maybe just a little bit more, which is why the unemployment rate has gone up. So I don't know whether that's a coincidence or not, but that's what's happened with that part. But if you look at other things, like, for example, just to pick a couple, the Conference Board's measure of job availability that came out, I don't know, was it yesterday or today? But, it shows, it's a survey showing that workers feel like job availability it's a very low reading. Just one reading, but it's an indication of softening. People, part-time for economic reasons, which is a category within the broader U6 category measure, has moved up significantly. So there are lots of, and I could go on and on, there are lots of little places that suggest that the labor market has softened. But you're right, part of payroll job softening is that both the supply and demand for labor has come down. Growth in those two have come down. So that makes it a difficult time to read the labor market. So imagine they both came down a lot to the point where there is no job growth. Is that full employment? In a sense, it is. If demand and supply are in balance, that you could say that's full employment. At the same time, do we really feel like that's a maximum employment economy? It's very challenging and quite unusual situation.
Thanks. And one more on growth and the kind of strong growth outlook, or strengthening growth outlook you're now seeing. How much of that is the fiscal stimulus we're seeing from the beautiful bill, the tax cuts, and all of that? So
you're seeing it already. You don't have much of the fiscal. I think the outlook, you're right. It's financial conditions and it's fiscal policy for 26. But strong consumption that's been happening before financial conditions have been supported, but before the fiscal really are shown. So essentially the economy has once again surprised us with strength, not for the although it's across income categories. Consumer spending overall numbers are good, and we're benefiting from the AI build out of data centers. That's another thing we're benefiting from. But the economy overall, the growth is on and things. It's the consumer. The consumer is filling out surveys that sound really negative and then spending. So there's been a disconnect for some time between downbeat surveys and reasonably good spending data.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Christine from NBC News. You talked about how consumer spending is uneven. The president calls inflation defeated and solved. The FOMC says it's a somewhat elevated inflation. But you talked about the customer survey, consumer sentiment surveys. Most families say the cost of living is still issue number one. What is the conversation around the table with your colleagues about how wealthier consumers seem to be driving so much of the economy, and why so many families still feel like they just can't make ends meet after 5 years of rising prices? What is that discussion like?
So a couple things. One, there's something to it in that we know that
at higher income households that tend to own real estate and tend to own stocks, securities, and those assets have been going up in value, and increases in wealth do support spending over time. So, and that's clearly a part of the story. We also know that for some time, for a year, and hear from retailers, for example, that serve lower income customers, whether it be food or the big box stores or anything, they're saying the same thing, which is our consumers are looking to economize. They're trading down from brands, and they're buying less, and it's changing buying habits and that kind of thing. So we're seeing, and that is what we're seeing. They're still consuming, but they're feeling it a different way. I would say more broadly, affordability. We have a vast network through the reserve banks and also through the Board of Governors, where we talk to small and large businesses and households, and so we do hear a lot about affordability, and we take it very seriously. We take it to heart, because our job is price stability, and so the best thing we can do for people who are feeling squeezed is to keep inflation under control, and frankly, finish the job of getting inflation back down to 2%.
You mentioned the AI build-out as being positive for the economic growth this year. I wonder, as you look at the weakest year last year for job creation, a non-recession year since like 2003, are you concerned about AI maybe supplanting more entry-level work and entry-level jobs, and how does that play into what you're watching about the labor market?
Everyone, of course, is watching AI deployment and trying to understand exactly what's happening. There's a wide range of possibilities. It's hard to say. And of course, anyone who uses it is amazed at what it can accomplish, right? So every technological wave will eliminate some jobs and create other jobs. And it's always been the case. If you look back, wave after wave after wave, there will be some disruption, but ultimately technology increases productivity, which is the basis for rising wages. And it may not all happen immediately, but over time, it's what enables incomes to rise over time, is rising productivity. So we always ask, well, this is going to be different. Is it going to be different? And we don't know. And we may, in any case, see in the short term jobs that are being eliminated by the capabilities of AI. We may see that. We just don't know what the overall effect is going to be. So how to think about it in macroeconomic terms, it's very hard. We can look at the aggregate data. We can analyze, for example, there is some connection, it appears, between the low hiring rate for recent college grads and AI, but it's not the main only driver. You hear large companies, though, many of them saying that they either won't be hiring for some time, or that they're hiring less, or that they're laying people off, and they tend to refer to AI when they do that. So we're all watching and learning, and it could certainly have pretty significant effects on the economy, the workforce, and our society. We don't really have the tools to address the concerns that may arise, but we have a lot of people who focus on analyzing it and try to understand what the macroeconomic implications are, which is our job.
Becky. Thank you, Chair Powell. Beyi from AFP News Agency. You mentioned earlier that on inflation, the broad expectation was for a one-time price increase and then for inflation to come down. I'm wondering, is your expectation still start and half? And could elaborate how far from target currently? Thank you.
So how far from target is, in my remarks, where we had over the spending, and pretty much what we had the year before. On net, no progress, but the story behind it is modestly positive. And most of the overshoot was in goods prices, which we think is related to tariffs. We think those will not inflation as opposed to a one-time pricing. Okay, so that's where it is. In terms of, you asked, no one thinks ex ante understand really clearly. There's an expectation that sometime here
out. So what we do is when a tariff is put in place, we track the effect of tariffs over a 6, 8, 9 month period, and you can see, and then how long it takes to replace the price, and that's it. So we're at that. Our estimate is that sometime in the middle, but I wouldn't for great. We'll be able to see where things are moving in the direction. I think, we will be.
I'm Richard News. I want to ask about what's happening outside our shore impacts the U.S. Canada's said this week in the global order thinking about geopolitical relates to the U.S. economy.
And we're going to give a look here. SpotGamma, why is traders times like when you're trading stock options in the future, at some point you can get something's moving like it is now on a Fed. Funds have big positions in the market reacting. So to get an edge in today's market, Data Patrol report revealed big positioned stock momentum ahead of major price. You can get 2 weeks of Gamma's Flow Patrol QR on screen behind the curtain to see what the professionals see. And professionals also they listen to Adara at the desk.
Let's take a look here at this market. I do have comments to talk about here from but of course the day that we do have Fed Chair Powell speaking, we'll go back to said comments from Powell, but I just want to address that. Back to you.
And the fourth quarter expected to have a 5 handle on it as to what the Atlanta Fed is predicting. At a time when you had a government shutdown and we thought that was going to shave off some growth, you've also got the fiscal tailwinds you've talked about, big tax refunds coming, potential tariff dividend. How could you cut rates and not spur inflation in that environment?
Well, we didn't cut rates today, but it would depend. It depends on how fast potential output is growing, right? I'm just asking in principle. I'm not saying this is what's happening, but there's growth, and there's how fast the potential is growing. And at a time of high productivity growth, potential output is rising. So it really matters whether potential output is growing as fast as actual output, and it would matter over time. The numbers you cite were for quarters, and quarterly GDP is. You need to look at 12 months because quarterly GDP can be very lumpy. GDP was negative in the first quarter last year. So the overall, over the year, the numbers were nothing like that. It was more in the mid-2s for the year.
And how do you explain the divide right now between strong economic growth and the job market? Is it productivity that's filling the gap? And is productivity being driven by AI at this point?
So there has been a divide of solid growth, but what looked like a weakening labor market, and that can be explained by rising productivity. But I would say we do see signs of certainly of the unemployment rate stabilizing. So it may be we're seeing the beginning of the resolution of those two things. Also, as you probably know, the lore is that when GDP and the labor market get into an argument, in the end, the labor market data is more reliable. GDP data is just very hard to collect and understand, but nonetheless, I think we may be seeing that tension resolving a little bit. Too soon to say with any confidence, though.
Matt Egan with CNN. Chair Powell, after today, you have 2 meetings left as Fed Chair. You've obviously experienced a lot during your time as Fed Chair, served under multiple presidents. I'm wondering what advice you have for whoever your successor might be.
Honestly, I'd say a couple of things. One is stay out of elected politics. Don't get pulled into elected politics. don't do it. And that's another thing. Well, another is that, our window into democratic accountability is Congress. And it's not a passive burden for us to go to Congress and talk to people. It's an affirmative, regular obligation. If you want democratic legitimacy, you earn it by your interactions with our elected overseers. And so it's something you need to work hard at, and I have worked hard at it. So, and the last thing is, it's easy to criticize government institutions so many ways. I will tell whoever it is, you're about to meet the most qualified group of people you not only have ever worked with, you will ever work with. And when you meet Fed staff, and not everybody's perfect, but there isn't a better cadre of professionals more dedicated to the public well-being than work at the Fed.
Thanks for that answer. If I may follow up, as I'm sure you've noticed, gold and silver prices have experienced historic gains of late. And I'm wondering how much attention, if any, you pay to those moves and what message you may take from these significant price increases we've seen for precious metals.
Don't take much message macroeconomically. The argument can be made that we're losing credibility or something. It's simply not the case. If you look at where inflation expectations are, our credibility is right where it needs to be. So we look at those things. We don't get spun up over particular asset price changes, although we do monitor them, of course.
Hi, Nicole Goodkind-Barons. Some prominent critics have charged that the Fed's economic models are somewhat backward-looking, but should be more forward-looking, incorporating things like productivity increases from AI. How do you incorporate current and future developments into your analysis and decision-making, and do you have an answer to those critics?
Yeah, so by and large, those criticisms, as somebody on the inside, they just don't make sense, and I'll tell you why. Every FOMC participant writes down a forecast every quarter, right? The summary of economic projections, and that's the basis for how we think about the economy. So, and the other thing is, what an economic model can do is it can grind up all the data for the last number of years, 50 years, let's say, and it can identify what are the relationships between variables A, B, C, D, and all that kind of thing. And it can tell you if you change one of those variables, this is what should happen in the macroeconomy. That's just the way it works. However, the structure of the macroeconomy is constantly changing. For example, we hadn't had a pandemic in 100 years. It wasn't in the model, and we knew it from the very beginning. It was not in the model. A trade war of this scope, we'd never had that in 100 years. And so there's great uncertainty at different points. Another thing I'll say is, when it comes to, technological developments that raise potential output, some kind of technological revolution, like happened in the 90s here, and like maybe happening now with AI, we're all over that. And everyone studies those periods, and we're very clear-eyed about the possibility that this higher productivity may persist, and also that it may not. We're not. No one's sitting here unaware of the possibility of higher productivity. We've been talking about it for 3 years. It long predates the current situation. It's been going on for 5 or 6 years. We've had productivity higher. We've been talking about it that whole time. So it's very much on our minds, and we are well aware that higher productivity means higher potential output, and it changes the way you think about potentially inflation, growth, labor market, and all those things. That's all in our models. I mean, if it's just a question of using better models, bring them on. Where are they? We'll take them. But I think we certainly are in contact with anybody who does economic modeling, and we're always looking to do better at that. But that's how I think about that.
And just a quick follow-up. We've been talking a lot about tariffs and passing through, and we've been talking a lot about them for the past few months. The trade landscape is still in a constant state of flux. Announcements, threats, negotiations, they're all frequently changing. So I'm wondering how you actually track these, what data or channels are most critical to follow this in real time?
Trade?
Yeah, the impact of tariffs and how they're changing.
Yeah, I think our staff has done a really nice job on that, and they've kind of put it together in real time. So as I mentioned, a tariff gets put in place, you can pretty much track its effects on pricing and on everything, and so you build a model up from all of the tariffs. At the beginning, it was very much of a forecast. Now it's every cycle that goes by, it becomes more informed by actual data. And you know, our forecasts were not far off. What changed was, as I think I said earlier, what changed was what was implemented was smaller than what was announced. In addition, we didn't see retaliation internationally, and I think people did generally expect that because we saw that in the past, and that really mattered too. And then the other thing is that pass-through didn't know how fast that was going to be to consumers, didn't know how much exporters would take, how much companies in the middle would take, and how much the consumer would take. And it turns out it's a lot of companies in the middle who, by the way, are pretty strong committed to pass the rest of it, which is one of the reasons we need to keep inflation. Declare victory prematurely. We're done?
We're done.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Show a little bit of what was on there. In the market, don't really get too much action. I mean, upside.
We not remember if it no it's just it's
maybe late.
It's a little bizarre. Like we didn't break the low. We haven't got out above the volume weighted average price. The initial move, we barely even done. Just on silver tracked that trend up for the entirety of this, right from the low was right before 2 o'clock. So you really start to have that trend line break. It instantly got bought up at first support. So I was going to reload this. I am not going to, and I was going to give the stop to this prior bar. I am not going to do that either. I'm literally getting out of this at 104. This thing is strong, strong, strong. So that reversion isn't going to happen. Well, it might at this point. Like I said, I'm not reloading it. It seems like the metals are too strong. You knew he was going to dodge that question too. Like it's just when he was asked about the metals, he's like, I ain't getting into that. Like he's not getting into pretty much anything else. No. Let's go to Adara. Maybe we'll have a little bit of a. We have 40 minutes to go until we get those earnings names.
Oh, right. Oh, my God.
We're just getting started.
Yeah, I mean, guys, whoever said it was a Super Bowl, that Super Bowl does not end. We go into OT because I'm going to be with you guys tonight. I've got a whole bunch of infographics prepared, arguably too many. But in the meantime, let's go to one right now. I want to talk really quick Fed recap. Fed Chair Powell did not say anything super exciting here. He did address the U.S. dollar. He talked a little here in those comments, of course, about tariffs, saying that it's likely just going to be a one-time impact. Now, that is significant because a lot of Feds have been unsure if it's going to be a one-time impact or a longer impact. But here's to remind everyone how voted. 2 Feds voted for a 25 basis point cut. Those are Waller and Myron. Interestingly enough, Myron, of course, was appointed by Trump, and Waller, I believe, also appointed by Trump in his first term and was at one point, I believe, maybe still very low ranking in consideration to be the new Fed chair. Then, of course, the other 10 Feds here, including Fed Chair Powell and both vice chairs, voting in favor of holding rates steady. The main change in the statement, as I mentioned, it didn't even really change much in the statement. The main thing is there seem to be less concerns now about employment stability. That, I guess, easing of tensions there with the employment stability seems to be the one thing that was the real difference. Other than that, very ho-hum Fed day, both for the market and for the actual Fed content we got. Back to you.
To see, yeah. Thanks, Adara. Yeah, we're talking about the Super Bowl going into overtime. I mean, that was kind of like I don't even think we've started the game yet, to be honest with you.
Exactly.
I mean, this was just tonight. It starts, man. It starts at 4 p.m. Maybe we're in like midway through the first quarter because we had banks, we had ASML, we had some names that helped us. Texas Instruments, we had Intel, sort of get the crowd warmed up a little bit right there. But tonight, yeah, join Adara, myself, Neil. I mean, Joe's still here. I mean, you can grab a mic. Brendan will be here as well. Should be a really great opportunity into the close today. So it's 3:20 right now. I mean, we'll look at the imbalances. We'll see if there's anything ticking around on that. I'm long the cues. I mean, just for what Neil had mentioned there, just thinking that, hey, maybe there is a chance now that, Podium done, Powell done, maybe market upside. We have some big earnings plays tonight, as we had just mentioned to you. Let's take a quick little look at what's expected this week, man. Here is tonight: Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, IBM. How about this? Miss, beat, beat, beat. All right, I think Meta misses. Levi's, Lam Research. I'm not sure Meta misses. I think Meta goes down. I think a lot of people wanting to have that question. Look, what exactly are you spending all your money on? Right? I mean, that's going to be something there, because those glasses, are they the thing? You know, is Llama the thing here? What exactly? We know that you guys are monetizing Reels. We know what's going on Instagram, but what is the next thing? What does Meta want to do? That'll be really interesting. I mean, their user base and install base, monstrous there. But I don't know. We talked about the joke about Threads. But anyways, Meta, that should be a really interesting name. I don't know if they miss. I shouldn't say miss. I wonder if they're going to go to the downside just a little bit. Meta's had a great recovery. Don't at me if Meta's your stock. But I think Tesla, there's going to be some positive talk there. And we're going to go over all of this as we get closer and closer to the 4 p.m. deadline. I'm thinking it's going to be, what is it, Tesla? Are we going to you? But Tesla, I think, is going to be right out the gate first, generally. But Darren would know that better. Let's go to
at 4, the other two at 4:05.
And then IBM maybe is the late one. 4:10. Okay, yeah, I knew one of them was always a little bit later. But okay, let's go over to Neil, and then we'll talk about more stocks after that.
Adair isn't messing around, and neither is PDS Biotechnology. That's PDSB on the NASDAQ, and they're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with initial focuses on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. You can learn more at www.pdsbiotech.com and check them out as PDSB over on the NASDAQ. Before we move on, it's not 3:30 yet, but as far as the early look goes, not a heck of a lot. You'll see GDX for a small sell of just under 1 million shares. IonQ with an early look, 770,000 to the buy side. The SPY, that's way too small for the SPY to matter, but it is a sell of 500,000. Enbridge usually pairs off 2 million to sell there. That would be the biggest. This is ZSL, ignore that. The second one's a SPAC. One is one of those. I think it's a super leveraged. I think it's like an ultra short silver ZSL. So typically those need to be a gigantic number. It's 1.2 million for that ZSL. But obviously silver is flying around here doing ridiculous amounts of volume, so anything can happen. I think it was the right decision not to, like if I just don't tighten the stop here, all that's happening is you just get stopped at the high of the day. Silver is an absolute rocket ship as we speak. I did get trailed out of IBIT or stopped out of IBIT for the first time in the afternoon. It's still hanging around the same range. It was really only a couple of pushes into the low, and now Bitcoin is going sideways. What's not going sideways? Intel.
Okay, those things.
It's only 11%. Wow. That's so wild. Like, it's positive rate overnight. Questions asked. I mean, okay, Hynix, ASML earnings, Nvidia, China chips. But someone want to explain to me why any of those stories, Intel moving 11%? Because I would love to know.
Or generally after 3, we had guys 5-6%. We had bids. Like both you and I trying to get long. What's up there?
This Carvana strike, because I know this is a lot of mines today. Also rebounded incredibly well here, roughly $30 on lows, but still obviously down quite a lot. Now, why are we to the downside here for CBNA? There's a short report from Gotham Research, and it's worth noting, or research. I found out after this, they actually teased this, posting like a couple hours before they released it. We're going to have a short report soon on the company. So kind of, they were certainly a little bit playful with it. Basically, they're looking at accounting issues. And here's the thing, guys, that I think is really critical to know. This is a report where we're going to find out if it's true or not, likely by the time Carvana reports their earnings. Why? Because of the nature of the allegations. Gotham City Research alleging that Carvana has overstated its 2023 and 2024 earnings by more than $1 billion. They're also saying that apparently their adjusted EBITDA has been helped by Drive Time. Now, what is Drive Time? Drive Time is the used car retail and finance company which Carvana spun off. They exist and they spun off Carvana. That's the context that I think is important to know here with regards to drive time. They're saying that leverage from drive time has unfairly put up Carvana's adjusted EBITDA. Here is the part where I say that we're going to find out if this is true or not very soon. Because according to Gotham City Research, Carvana is going to be delaying its 2025 10K law SMCI, and that they're also going to release 2023-2024 10Ks, where they believe that Grant Thornton, their auditor, will resign. Of course, if those things don't happen, your Q4 report, the notice is true. If they happen, the report will be back. So again, I think it's very critical to know, unlike certain short reports, just alleged issues with the very specific allegations that we will likely get up on once Carvana reports Q4. Apologies for the in-depth dive, but I do think it's important to understand the story in detail because I think it's relatively easy to disprove short reports compared to a lot of other ones we've seen. Back to you.
Dara, don't you ever apologize for doing a good job, because we saw what happened with SMCI, right? I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I think this is what could be at stake here if it's proven right. Just for all the reasons that you said, if they do that delay, it probably won't. It doesn't all happen in one shot. The unwind was nasty for SMCI. Carvana, if you don't think it's got that room to go, well, here's a weekly chart. I don't need a monthly. Weekly is good enough because it shows you all the way down. What was that? Down here in 2023, hey, I really went to my birthday. You can't make this up. $5 and something at that in 2022, and all the way to almost $500. There's a long way that this could fall. Wow, we're definitely at this point. That's for sure. Jeez.
This is how you know that my wife and I are very old. She just sent me this banger of a concert. Neo and Akon, right there. Oh, Dara, okay. Neo, maybe I'm not that old after all. Neo and Akon, Ramin and Adara, we're gonna go check this one out. Neo and Akon in Hamilton. Anyways, I have no idea why.
So you say you love Marissa because she got her own?
Is that an Akon song or a Neo song? I don't know. I don't know anything. I just know I like the Neo or the Akon Snoop Dogg song.
I guess you're going to get closer to Neo than you ever thought you would.
Oh, closer, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm too sick of love songs for that concert.
That was a good one there.
Tears.
What's that one? Convict Music. What's the one? See me whining and grinding up on that pole.
Already dancing to it before you even started, bro.
Yeah. So there we go, man. We're gonna be whining and grinding there.
That's the joint, Brian. Smack that.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, smack that. Yeah, that's Eminem. On that
what?
As well.
Well, don't worry about it.
Do that smack that dance?
Nah. Joe's like,
Joe, come on, Joe. Joe's mad
because... Wait till we start daggering up in here. Then Joe's it gets out of control. He wants to go top shelf. Joe knows what I'm talking about.
Joe's mad because Pitbull doesn't have a feature on that there.
Joe's Jamaican, by the way, for anyone that's the only reason I made a daggering reference. Don't do it, it's very dangerous. I remember the first time I saw that, so I got sent videos from my cousins. I'm like, Jamaicans be crazy.
Jamaican be crazy as well.
Because not all West Indians do some of the stuff they do.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
That was a good Akon singing. Thank you very much. I mean, since training's not working out, we could definitely, get into the audio side.
I totally missed, where was that concert?
Of things. I think it's in Hamilton.
Oh, Hamilton. Okay, so it's
yeah, we'll probably be sitting front row for that one.
Say what's up to Sidhu for me.
Yeah, we'll be going to Hamilton and rocking that one. Yeah, that's right. Dangerous is another good track there. All right, what's dangerous or not here? I mean, the futures are just doing their damn thing right now. I mean, they have pulled back off of VWAP. I mean, generally speaking, if this wasn't, I feel like it's already not Fed day. Like, it's over with. That's it. Fed is done. There was really nothing to do about it. Here's the 2 o'clock. Initially a move down. We basically based out down here, 56.80s or so. And then we made a move basically just back to VWAP a little bit. We first took a VWAP break there. We got out of it. Didn't get out of it all. Then we went long again right there. Got out of some more up here. Generally speaking, it might be a relatively flat to down on this kind of a TQQ trade, but I'm still just going to wait to put on, basically double it up here at the 200 period moving average, and then see if we can get back up to the upside, as we only have 20 minutes now until imbalances. I was thinking like Meta today, earnings day. Let's see where they can take this market. Meta down on the day. I mean, the whole NASDAQ is up, so Meta being down ahead of earnings. Microsoft right now, I don't know what these stocks are. I haven't looked at them since Fed, or basically even since this afternoon. Microsoft down as well. The other name that's reporting, of course, is Tesla. Tesla did have some up and down movement there, but now, okay, fading down again there, Tesla into the print. So maybe the NASDAQ does want to give a little bit back here as we continue to bleed lower right now on the broader markets. And there's the NASDAQ just hitting. I mean, we could have gone short on VWAP. Obviously, that would have been printing by now, but the market's not doing a whole heck of a lot. Tesla's probably, if you are looking for a trade, I mean, we actually indicated it when it was down here during Fed. I had the Tesla chart up, and I was kind of like, what about this? We did come into the lows there, 432. Hasn't broken yet today. I mean, that's 431.50, but, that's right off the open. Not too bad. That was a scare down there on Fed again, but Tesla, you should be able to find some sort of a bid down here if it does get into the 432-ish area. So watch out for that name, just basically down about $1 and change here in the last couple minutes. What was the other one? Microsoft, Tesla, Meta. Oh, the other one was, I did Meta already. The other one was IBM, but just, not necessarily going to be super exciting. Lamb's good. It's just a $1,000 name.
Yeah. No, Lamb split.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Lamb Research. ASML was 1,500.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
It was ASML that never split. ASML needs to do a stock split.
We haven't checked out ASML.
Figure it out at ASML. No, but Lamb, they split and went absolutely ham. The stock doesn't.
Lamb will be down tomorrow.
It's too much.
ASML had a great report and they're down.
Much. ASML got absolutely destroyed. The European Open is sometimes built different, but this stock at the US, it was just insane. At the US Open, because this is in Europe, this is at the US Open today. It just got absolutely destroyed on a flat bottom break. My goodness, if you're trading at real trading, sometimes maybe look at these European names for technical trades. I can't remember the last time we even looked at Europe, but that was wild on ASML. Into the red on a great report. Let's go to Adara, 15 minutes till imbalances.
Oh, wow.
Let's talk here about these implied moves. A lot of these actually smaller than I thought they'd be. Meta here with the largest of the mix, 7.3 that are reporting tonight, which makes sense. But Microsoft and especially Tesla, only 5.8% expected move for Tesla. LRCX 7%, and ServiceNow, another name much like LRCX that recently had a stock split, there got a 7.7% expected move. The largest by far is CLS, Celestica, with an 11% move. The Levi in close second place, 8.9% move. This infographic already on X at TTV Research. I'm currently working on an implied earnings move. Look for tomorrow morning's earnings, and you'll be able to find that very shortly on TTV Research at X as well. Back to you.
Danny's boy with the super chat. We appreciate you. I'm going to try to, if we can't get it up very quickly, I'll get it myself. We got it. So
I can get it.
All the strong dollar talk doesn't change the $38 trillion US debt.
True.
38 trillion. That's a big number.
Is that what it's
and the need for lower rates in order to manage it. That is the absolute truth. Silver and gold headed right back, right on back to the uppity up. Because up is only okay. Uppity up is when you go parabolic, and that's exactly what you seem to be seeing. Yeah, well, you know what happens when governments around the world start stockpiling metals again? Stable coins are like, well, what kind of reserve should we hold? And it should usually be treasuries, right? We're going to get into gold, too, with Tether. Yeah, methinks you are onto something there, Danny's boy. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you. I don't know why was I just looking at Levi's? Because they're one of the reports tonight. But, yeah.
Sure.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't mind Levi's there tonight.
Quick pivot from a stock. Levi's right at the 200-period moving average. You know what's at the 200-period SMA on the daily and trying desperately to hold on to it? Palantir.
Oh, yeah, I know.
It's right there. But the thing about Palantir is on the monthly chart, on the daily chart, it's like, maybe there's a bounce on daily. On the monthly chart, this does not look like a spot to pick it up right now. If you look at this, it has not done, on the way up, this is the first time you've got more than one deep pullback on a monthly. So I feel like you at least need to have confirmation of holding this higher low. This month needs to close above 150. And then I want to see in February that we're holding 150 or signs of breaking this downtrend. I almost think it's like a mid to late February story, depending on when they report. Palantir earnings. Do you know the date off the top of your head?
Early February.
It is early February. Yeah, okay, so that's good. So that's perfect. Because I think you're going to need to, like, almost like the middle of February, we're going to determine that. So we get them early on.
No, it's Feb 2nd.
That's next week.
Yep. Yep, Feb
It's
2nd.
literally next week. So great.
It's 5 days. Monday.
Yeah.
Monday.
Holy crap, that is even sooner than I thought, which does mean the middle of the month will be the perfect time to be able to assess the price action on Palantir. That 200 period's not going to matter to me the way it's trading, on the daily, that is.
No, we're excited for Palantir earnings. I mean, I think it'll be a good, decent opportunity there to get some love. And I was just saying that about Lam. I mean, ASML had a great report and they're down. And I know Neil showed you guys Amsterdam. People asked about .AS there. That's not Australia. Amsterdam.
Oh yeah, my bad. It's dual listed. I just have the habit of going to the Amsterdam listing.
Well, that's fine. People are just asking what the AS was. All right, so U.S. dollar kind of hovering near these lows again. This is a 1-minute chart. This is today. You know, it's a forever trading instrument here, but you can grab that down here 96.40. Like that has been, looks like some kind of support into this morning. This is 9 o'clock, and then we bounce off of there at 11 o'clock, and now we're coming back in on the U.S. dollar. We are now moments away, obviously, from all of those reports, so it's going to be a big idea generator for tomorrow. I mean, let's figure out where we're going to land with Microsoft, Tesla. I think Tesla's going to be the most interesting for me, just to hear about, you know, if there is talk. And it's going to have to wait for the call, but we're going to have to wait to see about Tesla versus the robo-taxi, Optimus, what that looks like. We know the car deliveries. We've already got those numbers. That's not what we're waiting for today. So we'll have to be very, very patient. Tesla's the only name out of the three that's up going into earnings between Tesla, Microsoft, and Meta. So, you know, there's maybe something involved with that. You know, SNDK, we talk about, you know, momentum names, right? Up 174% or something year to date, and up another 9% today. Like, what is even going on? On Friday, is it Friday pre-market or is it Friday SNDK? Yes, no, post-market tomorrow, SNDK and Western Digital coming through. So this is January, $237.
So?
So up to $537. So you're up about 120 or 30%. Let's call it 15 trading days. Congratulations, SNDK. You have minted many millionaires, I would assume. Western Digital coming as well tomorrow night. We're staying late tonight and tomorrow night, so you're going to get all of them. There's Western Digital up 12% today, and then Micron. And again, this is on strong Texas Instruments. This is on strong ASML guides. You know, just that the momentum is forward.
SK Hynix in the Asian overnight markets as well with a good report. And that's another reason that everything bumped up. Oh, by the way, I did find, Nvidia. I saw a story for Intel possibly explaining why it was up.
Okay.
It was the CFO, I believe it was the CFO, bought $250,000 worth of shares at 42. So some insider buying on Intel at 42. Maybe that could have been the reason that getting reported. But there's a lot of confidence in this stock, so they're going to turn it around. I just feel like what's going to happen is it's gotten so far ahead of itself that we're going to, maybe before the end of the year, we're going to hear some kind of a really big announcement. Getting a big-time client. There's already some more positive talk with them in Nvidia. Nothing too concrete just yet. What the silver? Silver just broke the highs. SLV is now up 4%. It's almost at that local high of 106. That'd be the top all-time highs on the daily here. What is gold doing? Obviously, what is gold doing? Gold also right at the top. I'm willing to bet you could look at the moment. It was right in this consolidation when Powell was asked about the parabolic moves in the metals. It was right during here, and that was like that trend break. That was actually the low, and it's been absolutely flying ever since. So he did nothing to dissuade that move. Crazy move up in silver. It just ripped some faces off.
It's still going.
Meanwhile, Bitcoin can't even. It's right back at the lows. Like it's
what he's going 3% too.
I know
it's not even up that much. I mean, 3% is still big, but No slowing down anything there today. So we did average this back in at the 200 period moving average, giving us this average price of 18s, whatever. We're waiting still for this 50 period moving average of 30s. So hopefully that comes in. We'll be able to take a 57.30. But heading into these imbalances, right now it's a nothing burger. It's just sort of New York names, Enbridge, whatever. That's a Canadian pipeline business there. Also in the United States. You guys are, maybe some of you are familiar, I think in the north. Central, maybe? I'm not sure where Enbridge is in the United States, but okay, BMNR there over, we talked about a little bit of Ethereum. We can have a quick look over there as Bitmine moving around. Gold with a slight little bid as well. There goes gold, man. There it is. Like I was saying, silver's only up 3, but gold's up 4% right there and going higher for GLD. What else is on here? Nothing really that I'm seeing now. SPY. So SPY is going to be a sell. So, maybe something there. IonQ, we did have more news again as the quantum space caught a little bit of a story there, and Adara brought that to you during the mid-conference call. Right there, you got a couple spikes up in volume there around 255. Some quantum stories, and IBM is going to be a quantum story today, maybe. I think IBM does have some good opportunity to get back in to that upside. There's that Quad U name as well, UUU. I don't know what's been going on with some of those metal names today, but this is up 13%.
Actually, speaking of some ETFs, we got a super chat from Steven Springer. I don't know if we got this one.
We got
There's 3 super chats. We got Easy Peasy. I want to start with Steven Springer here. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Have a look at uranium. This is a uranium miner ETF, actually. Up 8%. That is a heck of a breakout. No questions asked. I mean, it's unabated to the quarterback. Kind of like the Seattle defense is going to teach Drake May a lesson in 2 weeks. I almost want to say this week, but it'll be in 2 weeks. And we have one from Side Quest Investor. Side Quest Investor, are we at the top, my boy? I don't know which. I mean, we're nowhere near the top of the Qs, the top in, you got to let me know, in the market today, in the market overall. I would say going into the major earnings, we get the mags, and we just kind of topping tail ticked it here. If we follow this suit of good numbers not being good enough, then some kind of a temporary top could be true. It is the Mag 7 earnings, which could absolutely turn us into that. I'm not at that point just yet, although I'm not that optimistic that Meta's getting through that 200 period moving average. And now it's easy peasy, I believe is the third one. Keeping your word, donating some of your profits, a percentage of your profits, extra 1K CVS. Gratitudes there. And then easy peasy again. Tesla, Robotaxi, Optimus, Catalyst. That was from before. So we missed one earlier. Apologies, they're easy peasy. 0.2%, 4.4K. There's the 888.
Yeah, there's the 888.
The 888s account. What was the 5/8 account?
5/8. Yeah.
That's an ominous number in trading if you've ever seen Rogue Trader. Just as long as you're not stashing it in a 5/8 account, just make sure you pay yourself out and don't double down forever like Nick Leeson. The wildest thing about Nick Leeson, if you've never seen Rogue Trader, is dude was hiding his losses because they let him do the clearing, and they just averaged down in in the index, and he actually got a bounce, got back to break even, and was up and celebrating, and then he did it again and bankrupted the bank. It's like, Nick, what you doing? And that's how he became Obi-Wan, because he had to use the Force to get out of that. No, but thank you, Easy Peasy. We appreciate you. 5 minutes to imbalances. As Sean said, it looks pretty quiet here. The only one of mild interest, I would say, is IonQ for me. That's the kind of stock I'll throw up just in case it does something a little crazy. 15 million on the day, 1 million of an imbalance. It's in a sector that can move. It's got a related name reporting tonight. There's a few things that could cause this one to be a decent imbalance. But 5 minutes and we'll find out.
Yeah, we're still looking at this UUU stock. A nice day today, up 13%. Just really, look at this 200 period moving average right there. We had CRML was a mover as well. Not so much today as UUU, but okay, let's go. Down 6%. So the other way today for CRML. And then the name that TMC, the metals company, was a good name there, brought to us by Brian Shannon over the last couple of days. That's up 4.5%. But here's a medical device company to keep an eye on Nvidia Medical, ticker FEED. We've been talking about that today. The company designs and markets a guided feeding tube platform to hospitals across the United States. Today, the majority of hospitals do this procedure blindly, leading to unavoidable injuries from misplacements. Think of this platform as a GPS for feeding tube placement, which can improve patient safety and streamline how care teams work. What stands out to me is the growing appetite for this platform throughout the United States, and hospitals with their tech fits right into this clinical need. Today, they're already in 38 hospitals. As hospitals push for safer, more efficient solutions, Nvidia looks like a company building scalable technology with real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch, but if you haven't been watching it, go check them out. It's NASDAQ feed right there. They're up today. Check out my chart there. They're up today 137%, and we've been talking about these guys for a little bit. So there it goes. Nice move there for feed. All the way down here, 91 cents or so, up to 250. Let's see what goes on today with feed. Nice move there, upside. We want to thank them for sponsoring the show one more time, or this segment of this show. The peppercorn beef was pretty good. I mean, much, much better than what was yesterday.
I think there just wasn't enough of it. I thought it was delicious.
Yeah, it was delicious. I threw on a little bit more. I saw some more that was in there. They always give
really good
smaller portions. Yesterday we needed less of a portion. Today we needed
but the key
more.
Is there was barely any peppercorn on it. I think that's.
Yeah, I don't think it was like a Chinese peppercorn is a little different than French. I guess yesterday's French
peppercorn was basically just putting so much on it that it's
so bad.
It's
yesterday. JP Morgan flat on the day, but it was down earlier today, so that would be something to look out for. JP Morgan to 298 and change, nice little move higher there. Did have a jump on Fed talk, then came right back in. So that was a name that had jumped around a little bit, kind of like crisscross will make you jump. And then the Daddy Mac will also make you jump, but you got to believe that.
Just don't try to compare us to.
Yeah, do not try to compare us. That's for sure.
I'm and I'm bad. I'm giving you something that you never had to make you jump, wiggle, and shake you up. Let me keep your flavors and make you want to jump.
Yeah, there's something like that. Yeah. So we can get Carvana too, down 20. Well, it was down at 1.20%. We brought that to Sharif's attention. He's like, it's not down 20%, but it was. Nice downside move there on Carvana on that report. Little fishy action happening in CVNA land, but the 200 period has been pretty good. We could probably zoom all the way back and see what the 200 period does down into here, or can we, as my chart taking a minute to do that. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be a safe little ride here for Carvana all the way to the downside there. And it's only giving back to where we were back December 1st, and that's at the lows. So, all right, only 2 minutes left. Look, I'm still stuck in this Qs position. I mean, I'm not stuck. I could get out now for flat. We're long at 18s. Let's just see what winds up happening here into the close. Potentially some bids coming through for the NASDAQ names that are going to be reporting later on today. And stay late with us, man. We are going to be live until 4:30 or so, giving you the earnings that come through live. There's nowhere else to go. Stay right here. As soon as they hit, man, you'll see live level 2 action. I'll have my same setup that I have right now, we'll have at the other desk, and we'll show you all that. Adira will parse through the numbers, and Neil and I, Brendan, will give you our opinion on that. But should be good to go, and pretty excited. You have your mic? All right, we're going to go to Joe. Joe wants to say something.
Oh, easy peasy again.
Super chat or the same one?
This is a new one. I was seeing 888 last year, and it led to Sarepta bought 88 calls, 70K, biggest profit in 2025. Gotta watch the movie, never seen it.
Nick Leeson.
Yeah, if you've never seen Rogue Trader.
We had him on the show.
Nick Leeson, it was year 4 or 5. No, shoot, it was
not
5.
Not that long ago, was it?
Yeah, it might have been 5 years. It might have been probably 4 or 5 years ago. We had Nick Leeson on the program. It's the most famous, I guess, blow-up trade of all time. And it's not even remotely close. The oldest bank in England was bankrupted by a single trader. His name is Nick Leeson, and he's a fantastic public speaker now. He actually is a motivational speaker on risk management for obvious reasons. He was a star going into it. I do believe we're going to go to Joe. Joey's got something he wants to say.
Something pretty crazy. Oh, yeah, what's up, everyone? So I'm just getting some of the options activity ready for tomorrow. I mean, this is insane. So I've been documenting some things. This is literally done 2 minutes ago. The value of this at the ask was $6.60. You're now pumping up to $7.05 with a high of around $7.60. So it gained like $80 in the span of a couple of minutes. But if you want to talk about from yesterday, that's a 2,600% return in GLD on this specific contract. Absolutely ridiculous. That's all I really had to say. I wanted to point that out.
Just quickly, imbalances just came out. Nvidia, 1.8 million to the sell side. Alphabet, 1.4 million to the sell side. And Intel, 1.3 million to the buy side. Warner Brothers, 1.1 million sell. That's interesting. NCLH, 1 million buy. Kind of weird. Don't usually see that one unless they're reporting. Rigetti, 880,000 to the sell side. Overall, the market is a 1 billion sell. The Nasdaq, 1.1 billion to sell. The Dow, 75 million. The Mag 7, 775 million also to sell. Watch out for 355. Probably going to have a pairing event on Nvidia. Let's have a quick look under the hood to see how they did. Already reversed the move. That was pretty fast. So as quickly as the imbalances came out, Nvidia caught a down wick and immediately bought right back to the upside for NVDA on that sell imbalance. Not a huge one, but that was a slight move down.
I was going to just give you some of the names that we're going to be looking at here into the close. So Microsoft, flat. I mean, we're getting ready, man. This is a big earnings day. We can just keep on showing you this, but here it is right here. It's Microsoft, it's Meta, it's IBM, it's Lam Research, it's Las Vegas Sands, it's Levi's. There's many more names than this. These are just all the major cap names. ServiceNow, Celestica, shout out to Canada there as well. Waste Management, we'll take out that garbage later on. And Tesla, IBM, Microsoft, Meta, these are the big ones. Starbucks actually had a decent move early, and then it fell back through 100. 100 again on Starbucks. So here it comes, 95. No. So I think we, in the mid, didn't we get, no, we didn't start battle back. Yeah, that was a good short. Breaking that $100 mark. We sort of talked about that a little bit when it was happening. Around that, we're going back again at about 10 o'clock. And then once it did that, then it was just downside. So there's the early break on Starbucks, which had a decent report, a little mixed though. Starbucks downside was up about 10% when we were at 105, right? Because it closed yesterday 95 up to 105, almost 10% clean. And now it should be SSR. Like, it's not going to be SSR, but it should be. Like, that was already up 10% today, and it went red. So that is crazy. Like, Starbucks to be up,
that's crazy.
Shreve must be buying that protein over there right now. But they were 10% now down to flat. Their SSR not, but should be, technically speaking, down 10% on the intraday, flat day over day. So that's Starbucks, their report and downside. ASML came with a nice report as well. They got hit. They were up 7% earlier as well. And this is what ASML was doing. They were at 1540, now down to 1420. So see you later on that one. Not almost down 10% on that one as well from start to finish there. And then, you know, another interesting name was going to be Netflix. It's been bouncing pretty good every day. Like, that was a nice move, $86, $84.50, and now trying to break through on Netflix as well. Still down 1%, but we're going to watch out for that name today. Tesla's out at 405. That should be an exciting one. And then the dollar had that move up on the announcement of flat, and then had this move down, and it's pretty much has not caught a bid. We got a little bit of one. I don't know what question was asked there at 3 o'clock, or maybe that's when he left. But then it just came all the way back down. The dollar resumes usually scheduled programming to the downside. So yeah, that's basically what's been going on here today. Pretty eventful day, yes, considering the Nasdaq is flattish.
And it's going to get even crazier after the bell, because we'll get it fast and furious. It'll be right at 4 o'clock. We'll probably spin around a little bit early just so we're ready right at 4. You can see Brendan in position. He's got his Finance Bro vest on, taking it real serious.
I should go get mine on to match him.
It's too warm in here to put that vest on. There's no chance.
Stop complaining, Joe.
No, it's just, I wouldn't put that vest on with a sweater. It's just too warm. It's fantastic.
Sharif came in here, I was all bitching about it too this morning, about how warm it was. It is a little bit warm. It's hard to get the temperatures right in here. It's such an open space.
It's a very
and
you guys only see a fraction.
And the trades are cold as ice.
Oh, by the way, silver is coming back for the first time. Look at Powell asked about the metals, first red candles all afternoon. Another all-time high for silver and gold. They just continue to go and go and go. There's no one stopping them. In about 5 minutes, and when I say in about 5 minutes, in 5 minutes, it'll be Microsoft's world. And we're going to all just be living it until we're living in Meta's world. And then we're going to be living in Elon's world.
We're really just living in Elon's world at the end of the day.
Well, yeah.
You know, this guy's going to be. I mean, Brendan's ready for that Optimus. He needs some laundry folded immediately, and he's getting ready to get Optimus. It's already ready to go there. You know,
my driveway.
all I had to do, speak about Tesla, in order to buy the R2 that I eventually will be owning, hopefully at the end of this year, all I had to do was basically short Rivian, and we could have been rolling around for free in a vehicle, because Rivian's gotten absolutely pummeled down there to the downside right now. So we'll have to wait. This is the car business, ladies and gentlemen, the EV car business, you know, not a great one. And we don't expect Tesla to be talking too much about EVs. So we'll wait to see. I mean, EVs as far as robo-taxis, maybe a Model 2 or something that kind of matches with what we're thinking. But yeah, Tesla only up right now 0.5, but we are 4 minutes away from everything. So we had a great aftermarket show last week, a couple of them with Intel earnings. That was a really great surprise to the downside there. And we'll see if we see something coming out again. It's too late to put up a poll, but I'm not sure. I think Meta's going to move the most. I think it's going to be down, which means it's probably going to rip up. And I think Tesla has a great opportunity to make a move to the high side. So I think we'll be on Tesla. It's $5. Take my picture right in there, Ramin. So what's up to that? I mean, $250 for Niels.
I
there you
can
go.
see the
$750 in total.
Your license
right
but
there.
No, the big one I think today, I think it's not going to be one of those big three. I think we're talking about Lamb. I think that one, after the fireworks of ASML, I'm thinking Lamb could be the big mover, especially given the reversal in ASML was absolutely epic today. Already with 3 minutes to go, you're already seeing the bid come in here pretty heavily on Microsoft. This was getting bought up early. You already mentioned Tesla, Meta. Meta's got work to do. Meta has big resistance. Meta lost it at $680. What happened to Meta today? Oh yeah, that's right. We still can't get past the 200-period moving average. Somebody doesn't want to hold past 200 SMA on the daily on Meta. No matter how and where it bounces, it cannot seem to hold there. They're not reporting until next week, but Palantir, 200-period moving average on the daily, I'm not going to care about that one. We'll look at the monthly chart for Palantir. Don't worry about it. Palantir next week will also be a big one. We got earnings today after the bell, and we'll stick around for that, of course. But also tomorrow when we get Apple. So when it's major earnings, we stick around for everybody so that you know the action will be live and real, and there will be action.
With only 2 minutes left, why don't we, Brendo, you guys ready back there? Because we should flip around. Yep. Okay, so you'll see us in just a couple seconds. Let's go over to Brendan. There's less than 2 minutes left. They'll tee it up. NASDAQ going out around 0.4, S&P around flat today. So it should be a good one. We're ready for some fireworks. Let's go to the big desk.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, let's get set for what is to come here. A couple minutes to go, and we'll get right into the thick of things. Again, Microsoft coming, Meta coming, and also Tesla coming. Darren and I were just saying, most likely going to be Microsoft Meta first, most likely going to be Tesla third. When that all happens, we'll bring it to you as it does come out. Darren's going to keep her eyes open here for numbers as they come through. Overall, we're expecting for Microsoft, just to run through some of the expectations once again, $80.3 billion in revenue overall. That's a 15%, or would be a 15% year-over-year uptick. EPS between 386 to 392. I mean, they're going to be talking about Azure, obviously. I'm kind of interested. Remember that Maya 200 chip they were talking about? Yeah. Do they say anything about that? Is it coming? Is it not coming? We shall see. On the Tesla side of things, $24.8 billion to $25 billion expected. That's a negative 3, or would be a negative 3% downtick on the year-over-year. EPS 44 cents roughly. Market closing here, guys, roughly flat in about, or flat-ish from where we were for most of the afternoon. As far as Microsoft is concerned, I mean, we were talking a little bit about this morning with Sharif. You know, the AI monetization conversation hasn't really started for them yet specifically. Let's see what we get.
Well, I think Maya is it's a little bit too early for us to worry about Maya. They just announced it, and Nvidia seems to care about it more than our friends Microsoft. But yeah, I mean, Nadell's done a great job. If I look at this infographic for the last, congrats to Belgium. Look at that segment performance for the last quarter, up 17% year-over-year, productivity and business processes, up 28% year over year. Intelligent cloud, like there's year over year growth across the board. We don't have any year over year declines like we have with the likes of Tesla. Sorry, Elon. So I think generally MSFT, maybe of the Big Sevens reporting tonight, probably the best poised. I also want to let you guys know I have these scheduled where these infographics, just reminding you of what to expect, are coming out every couple of minutes. Just keep your eyes on XFTT research right before the reports come out. You will see a visual reminding you of what to expect. It's a lot, but that's what we're here for you.
All right, I got Microsoft just taking the upside here right now. Don't see anything yet. We'll keep our eyes peeled as far as the actual numbers are coming through. There it is. Yeah, initial move is downside, and there has her eyes open for Microsoft. We'll jump over to Meta real quick as well. Not doing anything on the Meta front. Tesla also downside here. Might just be on the back of that Microsoft move. I not seeing anything.
Oh, I have the numbers.
There you go.
So it looks like Q2 revenue, as far as I'm seeing, looks like they beat $81.27 billion versus estimates of just over $80 billion. Q2 EPS $5.16 per share. That's above the estimates I'm seeing. Looks like we had 38% year-over-year growth for Azure versus estimates of 38%. So in-line growth, maybe a bit dicey here. Q2 intelligent cloud revenue also in line. So we have Microsoft pretty in line here. Take a look at META. I'm going to pull that up for you guys.
Yeah, again, Microsoft Q2 revenue $81.27 billion. The estimate was $80.318 billion, so a little bit better than expected. Yeah, not seeing anything on the Meta front yet. Dara, you have numbers.
Yeah, so Meta here, Q3 revenue $59.89 billion. That's a great year-over-year increase here. Let me see her operating margin 41%. Bit of a decline year over year. I'm just reading off the report, guys. EPS $8.88 per share. I was seeing around $8.15, so it looks like that is going to be a beat. I believe for revenue as well, certainly for EPS. So yeah, great gap. This is a double beat here for MET as far as I can tell.
Meta trying to bounce here, guys. We're a little bit choppy. Thoughts on this price action?
What this might be telling us on Meta is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you beat. Tell us that you're spending less money or how you're going to make money. So it might be a conference call or just CapEx spend down. We felt this way that it could be a situation where Meta was going to have to tell us that they were spending less, and that's going to be the number that I think matters more. They did try to break upside multiple times here on Meta. Like it caught a pretty hefty bit off of 650 the first time and was able to get back through to old school green. But they're just continuing to punish them. I just feel like you got to convince us how you're making money when everyone else can monetize, but you effectively on this big time spending. And you're talking about $100 billion. The numbers that they're throwing out there for CapEx are absolutely insane. And maybe the market still wants them to pull that back. So for now, I mean, if you were selling options, we haven't done a 5% move. So we're kind of still inside. I remember us saying that about Netflix. It wasn't all that bad, and it was able to bounce the next day. Maybe we get a little bit of that as well.
You have more.
A little bit of a chortle or a chuckle here because Meta's guiding 2026 CapEx between $115 billion and $135 billion. Why the chortle? Because estimates implied $110.6 billion. That is well above estimates. That's a lot of money that they will theoretically be spending. But just to go over the numbers here, again, double beat here, EPS and revenue, ad revenue, $58.14 billion. So that's the bulk of their $59.9 billion. So again, most of the revenue are coming from ads, family of apps revenue, a little bit above estimates, family of apps operating income, more or less in line, operating income up 5.9% year over year. Reality Labs revenue, $955 million. That's going to be below estimates. And Reality Labs operating loss, $6.02 billion. That is a bigger loss than expected. So Meta kind of weak there with Reality Labs. Take a look for Tesla, guys.
Yeah, okay. We'll keep an eye out, guys, for Tesla. Just looking over some of the numbers here for Microsoft. We saw the importance of the cloud, 81.38 versus 80.38. The cloud revenue specifically, $50 billion on those. It's impressive still, though.
Yeah. At Tesla.
Okay, go ahead.
Tesla here, adjusted EPS 50% share above estimates of 5 cents, $24.9 billion versus $24.778 billion expected. That's going to be a narrow double here on both metrics. Therefore, TSLA, as I get more, I'll let you know, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on everything. But I think with Meta, the Reality Labs loss is there, and then also the fact that we did have a bunch of CapEx, probably what's leading to the Meta hit. All I'm seeing right now is just EPS and revenue beat.
Microsoft's still the worst off here by far.
It's a little strange. Yeah, I mean, Meta would be the worst loss. they're very similar. They're very close. But yeah, Microsoft, that downside move there. As we're waiting for more news. For me, anyways, OpenAI. Just figure that all out. It's interesting to see the capex number from Meta. I did want to take a quick little look at Nvidia to see if there's anything going on there. Nvidia is not really catching any sort of shrapnel from any of these plays right now. But yeah, Microsoft. It's out and it is heading lower. I don't know. I'm trying to look for the exact reason why Microsoft is starting to get to the downside. Was it lower than expected?
Azure was basically flat.
Azure, that's what it was.
It's like it was growth. It was just the amount of growth we were expecting.
Right. Yeah. So Azure, they're generally looking for, I think, 20% or so growth run rate there on Azure, and then you get to the downside. That's the most competitive spot for Microsoft, right? I mean, because you have AWS, you have the Google Cloud, we have all these other names that are starting to go. I think this is actually good. Amazon's probably going to head to the downside on this side of the story because they're looking for AWS as well. Yeah, there's Amazon down 2% right now as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Google hits to the downside, 35. So a little bit on Google, not as much as Amazon. Amazon also down 2%. It's Tesla, right? The Tesla numbers are actually pretty good there. Beats 50 cents, beats 45 cents. Sales beat as well, 24.9 billion. 24.7 billion. That's a nice downside move there for Tesla. Here it comes right back up.
Seeing as Optimus, it looks like they're saying Gen 3 Optimus will be unveiled Q1 2026.
That's big, yep.
Cybercab, Tesla Semi, and Mega 3 on track for 2026 volume. So somebody in the Mag 7 is kind of trying to deliver the goods, and it's Elon. Why? Because we're living in this world, and Tesla now to the upside, up 1.5%. I'm still a little bit surprised Microsoft is down more than Meta here. CapEx spend increase. I thought Meta could be down double digits with a number like that.
Yeah, going back to Tesla as well, guys. Gross margin 20.1% profitability.
Oh yeah,
still for Tesla. That's a, impressive number still. Operating margin 5.7%. 2026 product and production updates, as you were just saying. These are all in line with what they announced at the shareholder meeting that they had last year. So yeah, we're getting a nice pop here. I mean, I'm not seeing much in the way of anything negative there for Tesla. Like almost 3% now higher.
Tesla for me was the name that we were most excited for. I mean, I sort of said that before you went. I thought that Meta would be the lowest. I thought Tesla would be the highest up there. You went with Lam. I don't know if Lam's out yet. We can check that. But there goes Tesla right now. Yeah, it's continued production. The Tesla Semi as well as the Cybercab, both talking about that commencing H1, first half 2026, and Megapack 3 and Mega Block production in Houston 2026. A Gen 3 version of Optimus, we talked about that. Jan 16, we talked about that. Entered into an agreement to invest $2 billion to acquire shares of XAI as well. So there's some XAI news here with Tesla. So there it goes to the upside. As we already talked, remember guys, Neil, Brett, and Adair, we had Jensen come on and talk about the stack. I was really impressed with what Tesla had to offer. So nice little upside move there. And IBM, International Business Machines, let's not forget about that. They are now out as well. Let's see what IBM is doing. A nice little tick higher. Wow. IBM just goes up to 308. We'll get those numbers for you in just a minute. But yeah, FSD monthly subscriptions, they're talking about that right now. Just released as we parse through those numbers. Yeah, they're sunsetting the upfront payment option, and they're going to go with the SaaS model here for FSD.
IBM.
Yeah, IBM here, 12% year-over-year increase in revenue to $19.7 billion. Software revenue up 14%. Consulting revenue up 3%.
Huge.
Infrastructure revenue up 21%. We have a 110 basis point increase in their gross margin, and their operating margin increasing here by 120 basis points. For the fiscal year, revenue was up 8% year-over-year to $67.5 billion. Software revenue up 11%. Consulting revenue up 2%. So year-over-year, or for the year and for the quarter here, IBM, lots of growth.
Meta just reversed everything. Meta is monster right now. Talk about 700 that's coming in right there. So we were like, oh, Meta's one of the weaker ones. Nah, they're at 690 right now as Meta just gets right back there to the upside, man. Yeah, better Q1 sales number for Meta. Spending is out of control. That doesn't matter. There it goes, man. 690 to the upside. Spending billions of dollars.
You spend more than you need to. Monetize. You're not monetizing yet. Who cares? Let's just go to the upside. Let's just buy dip. That 200 period moving out, you're gone through that. That 680's gone on Meta. I'm surprised by this. I think it could just be a case of, well, if they're not going to punish it, because it wasn't really down all that much. Maybe this is just one of those, well, if we're not going to break support, then we just have to head to the upside. Why not? I'm loving it. If you're a shareholder, you like it. I'm a little bit surprised by this because that was a big, it was 115 to 130. When we're talking about the CapEx, it was a huge number. When you the market spooked out of it, and we're looking for closer to 100. That's wild that they're buying this one up. It just goes to show sometimes the strong market's a strong market.
115 to 135 for anyone who missed it there. 115 to 135, 2026 CapEx spend. It was, I believe, I could be wrong on this, but I believe it was below 115 was the initial that they provided for everyone. So yeah, well above on the spend. But as Sean said, who cares? Spend more money, clearly. That's what the market wants to see. Just seeing Microsoft shows gain on OpenAI investment after restructuring as cloud growth slows as well. The XAI, you mentioned as well, Dara, the XAI angle here, again, if you missed it for Tesla, Tesla investing directly into XAI, which the market itself obviously going to take as a positive.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great look there. Tesla apparently investing $1 billion in XAI. They're going to be acquiring $2 billion of preferred stock in XAI. I'm just working here on an infographic for you guys, just updating Microsoft's performance. But I think part of it, Brendo and everybody, the reason Microsoft got hit so hard is because a lot of their segment growth is like it's basically flat quarter over quarter. In the case of more personal computing, actually declined year over year. So I think that's the issue for the MSFT. We talked about Azure is like basically flat here quarter over quarter, and it's in line with estimates. But I think the issue too is it's just that's the case for pretty much all of their segments. There's just not a lot of strong segment growth with MSFT. And we know with this company being competitive with the likes of Amazon, et cetera, that's going to be a bad look. But I do have one other thing I want to say quickly, and we'll have this visual out very soon. But last quarter, the remaining performance obligations for cloud were at 51%. Now they're at 110%. So I think this might be a bit of an Oracle situation where you have a lot of obligations going forward. You're just not showing quite as much of it in the current quarter.
Yeah, and might take a little bit of a deep dive to come across some of those details as well. The guys on the midday show were talking about Las Vegas and the lack of interest in going to Las Vegas. LVS right now just jumped off a cliff as well. Looks like revenue $3.65 billion versus $3.34 billion. Net income $448 million, pre-tax profit $151 million, operating profit $707 million versus $806 million expected. So LVS downside here, guys. Obviously not catching a lot of volume though.
I think also you got to consider also the Chinese aspect of that as well, right? With less people traveling right now, they have Macau, wind probably getting the downside as well. We call up wind down now 2% as well on that one. Vegas, fun times. I mean, this is the time to travel there. It's not as warm anymore. But maybe Vegas is losing some of the luster because now you're seeing a lot of these major fights, starting to happen. There's a few fights in Dubai, Saudi Arabia, all these kind of places. Maybe Las Vegas is starting to lose some of their luster here as far as like the place to go. But yeah, definitely. Yeah, down 5.
Macau is legitimate. It's a place to be. Maybe ever since Mo Green was sleeping with the coaches, that's a problem. But it's down. 7% down for LVS, and I don't see any way that that's going to be changing. But IBM, as you said, absolutely flying to the upside. A monster Friday, man. You get the divvy with that.
Yeah, 452 versus 432 on IBM, up 7%. We really like this name, a name that you can see what the Nasdaq has done here. Had a nice little dip down into 629, now back up to 634. Nice move there for IBM for the futures. But IBM helping this move as well. Seeing full year revenue expectations, 70.9 billion versus 70.1 billion. So IBM beat top and bottom, and a good guide there for IBM. But let's go back and check on Tesla just real quick. It's having a problem at 450. If we're going to go to the daily chart on Tesla, it's had a problem at 450, earnings or not. So that's going to be an interesting level tomorrow to see if we can sort of crack through here, guys. $450 on Tesla. It looks like the number. It's a good one there, up 3%. I think this is pretty much as expected. Most of these names were between 4 to 5, 6% expected move, and it looks like that's true here for Tesla.
3-ish right now, so we're thereabouts. But I'm just reading here, guys. Tesla topping estimates for the quarter, but wrapping up its first annual revenue decline ever. So the overall yearly performance, not as good, but I mean, that was expected. We were talking a little bit about that this morning on the show, mentioning the simple fact that everyone's focusing on, as they are coming out with comments about the robotic side, the AI side of things, and less about the actual car business here. Yeah, I mean, volume on these less than impressive as well.
I just feel like when we got what we wanted here out of Tesla, it's, I don't know, this might be a little bit underwhelming of a move. Like, did we really think that we were going to get that focus on the robotaxi and the Optimus update, and then I'd be staring at a better-looking IBM chart? That's not what I was expecting. I mean, 7% on IBM and you're breaking out highs. I kind of thought, if Tesla was going to distinguish itself from the crowd tonight, then we'd be doing more than just sitting up 3% here. So there's a lot of room to go before I think we're doing any parades here for Tesla. But we have to remember, this is a leadership-driven company, and sometimes what gets said during the conference call is going to matter a heck of a lot more. So yeah, so far so good. But when we get Elon on the mic, maybe that's when push comes to shove.
Worth noting, guys, here on Robinhood, Derek, you had this as well, apparently saying that they're vying for a key retail role in the mega SpaceX IPO due this year. They were talking earlier today about June.
Yeah, for Elon's birthday. So that's apparently, allegedly, why they're going to do it in June, which honestly is very on track with Elon. I know he was doing the robo-taxis around his birthday, too. So this is very much in character. Again, this Robinhood, not confirmed. Bloomberg, I'm now seeing, is reporting this. Just worth noting. I also want to let you guys know, I did mention Microsoft. Here's actually like an up-to-date from this quarter breakdown of its segment performance. And I do want to talk about this because more personal computing revenue down 3% year over year. Again, obviously the best year over year gains are for that Microsoft Cloud remaining performance obligations up 110% year over year. But if you look at this infographic compared to the prior one that I posted, which as always you can find at X at TV Research, a lot of these revenue category growths, they're either like stagnant on a quarter over quarter basis, or they're actually worse on a quarter over quarter basis. So again, if you check that out, X at TTV Research.
To get a little bit of a move here on Robinhood to the upside, we're coming right back in now, but I mean, that's obviously going to be a huge gain for them if they do come through on that retail side of things. Anyways, for the SpaceX IPO, just seeing guys, Tesla's robotaxi fleet has cumulatively driven 650,000 miles since June of last year. So 650,000 miles. I mean, I think people were looking more specifically about a timeline for the unsupervised side. We're starting to see that slowly roll out, but so that's a big number, 650,000 miles cumulatively, the entire fleet since June.
Yeah, it's a great milestone for them. And like you said, like we just want to see updates and progress. I mean, ultimately, I think people get caught up with when Elon makes a prediction and gives a date. Nobody cares about this whole nonsense of, oh, well, Elon Musk will throw a date out there and it never gets met. Okay, fine. We know that. We just want to see progress in the right direction, which is exactly what you're sort of seeing here with Tesla, because we've moved on from the auto numbers, which, by the way, we keep saying they've moved on from being an auto company. Well, who else outside of Chinese names are actually able to make anything on their EVs? Who are able to get you into their ecosystem? It is Tesla at the end of the day. So yeah, my only disappointment is it's only up 3%. I think that's kind of the issue here for me. If I'm not sounding overly optimistic, you can't tell me after what we just saw out of Meta that I expected to basically see similar moves on the two of them, when I think Tesla looks like they had the better story to tell here today. Like the one thing we're looking for on Meta not to happen, happened, and the stock still goes up. Tesla said pretty much what we wanted to hear, and we'll have to wait for Elon. Yeah, but we're just a kind of timid reaction. Like I said, IBM is the one that seems like it's ruling the day here. And I did not think
it's, what is it, 4:30 or 5? I mean, we're going to get the conference call, right? I think it was on track with everything as far as we already talked about it. It's the robo-taxis, it's this mega pack, it's cyber cabs. All of these are ready to go first half 2026, which is right now. So they're ready to mass produce all of this. And I think that's going to be really exciting. And the 650,000 miles, I don't know if it said, Brendan, if there's any accidents or anything associated with that, but I can tell you right now it's probably safer than humanoid driving. But this is the reversal in the NASDAQ. They like that call. and most of this is Meta, of course, because Tesla didn't really have a huge move down and up other than the algo spike initially, but the NASDAQ is right back. And I just want to say something about Robinhood. What I think this can wind up doing for Robinhood is just bring more eyeballs into their platform, because what Robinhood's basically going to try to do, from what I can understand, is get some of their members or accounts early access to some of those SpaceX shares, right? And by doing that, of course, you're going to have to deposit money. You're going to have to open up an account, and when you do that, you become a member, or you have an account there, and I think you stay there. It has everything in one.
Everyone complains all the time.
You're a customer.
Well, people complain all the time. Like, I want to get in. I want to get that IPO issue price. How do I get price? We'll be sitting there trading the IPOs on the show, and we'll see people in the chat saying all the time, "Ooh, I got an allocation of 1 share. I tried to get 100. I got 7." Like, things along those lines. If Robinhood's looking to bring you in by taking the most anticipated IPO
ever,
I'll say it. Show me, it is ever. Brendan, you're 100% right. Of all time. And saying, hey, we'll give you a piece of the pie, just come on over to us. Oh, and by the way, we're going to be able to file your taxes through Robinhood. Oh, and by the way, you want event betting? You got that too. And then just every retirement account, crypto. You just, once you're there, you're not going to leave. Old heads like
us. I like SoFi better, actually.
SoFi's got the bank charter. I'm a big fan of SoFi for those reasons as well. But I think in the future, it's not like us. Like, we have the old Canadian banks. I know a lot of, maybe some of our viewers, you've been sitting with your bank. That's not what the new generation is thinking. And I keep looking back, and it's like, well, why did no one pick these guys up when they saw when it was a value? It's such an interesting story. I like this for Robinhood. We know it's going to be a major event. I didn't know the thing about Elon's birthday. I think that's absolutely hilarious. Personally, if I was Elon, I would have had the IPO on April 20th, but that's just me.
Yeah, so here's your birthday. Here's a couple more $1 billion off of that IPO. We do have a couple super chats right here. Okay. Vizbot says he covered his Meta short for a profit at 404. So that was good. And he wants to use some of that money to give some memberships out. So thank you so much for that one. There it is, easy peasy. Sean called Tesla. He's 100% on earnings. I am? Okay, well, that's good. Thank you for that one, easy peasy. Vizbot also wants to do some push-ups here with Joe, so that's good. We can get that going. Some of the thanks to some options, this and that. Yeah, you want to fight him now? I mean, this guy's just doing. Wait till he's.
Questions, guys.
Wait till he's healed up there. But thank you, easy peasy and Vizbot, for all of that. And yeah, look, I mean, I didn't think it was rocket science. I thought Tesla, did have some exciting moments about it. And earnings calls are what they are, right? I mean, we weren't expecting. I actually wasn't expecting an EPS beat, to be honest with you. But Tesla does put that out. We have revenue down there as 24.8 billion. So coming through there, switching in the background. Look at that background. Wow, that is violent, boy. Like all that switching back and forth. It's quite nice. But I love the fact that we have all this right there behind us. Satcha. By the way, here it is right now, guys. Come to my screen. Meta 700 is incoming. It's breaking right now. The high is, I don't know if we got to this 701 and change, but we're right here right now. $700. What a day for Meta. All fear sort of put aside. We know they're still spending. Their 701 coming in there right now. I was going to say tomorrow's trade today, Meta 700, but it's happening right now. We saw what happened when Intel broke through $50, and it was really downside from there. Where can Meta go, you might be asking? How about just back here? What about 750? Maybe this is a big quarter for them. We'll hear if Zuckerberg gets on that call or not. Like to hear about where they're planning on spending all that 135. We'll see if that goes right into Nvidia's GPU chips, what they're planning on doing with it, Llama, so on and so forth. It's going to be a big day tomorrow.
Well, you can also go along the board and just check out all the memory chip names that have picked up today with this crazy CapEx spend. You know what that's going to mean. I mean, look, we still have this SNDK tomorrow. They're going to have their own report for sure, and same with Western Digital. But this CapEx spend, if the market's not going to punish Meta for it, then you're not going to punish the Broadcoms of the world. You're not going to punish the Nvidias of the world. You're not going to punish all these the memory chip names as well. And by the way, Microsoft is even catching a bid here.
I was just going to say, just buy Nvidia clearly, because as you guys are saying, most of that's probably going to go to them still. So we won't hear for them for another month or so, but I mean, hearing from all the customers first is a good indication here. Just checking or double checking here. We'll actually hear potentially from Zuck first. Meta, the call 4:30, and then Microsoft and Tesla both scheduled for 5:30. So Why don't we do just a quick wrap up here? Dara, give us a broad strokes look at the three main ones once again. We'll give some predictions for tomorrow and get out of here.
Yeah, we'll be quick here. I'll start with TSLA because I think this one was pretty interesting. And as you know, we mentioned, kind of shocking, they actually had a double beat, though their annual revenue declining, auto revenue declining year over year a little bit, unfortunately, and also quarter over quarter. But again, they're going to be taking that stake here, $2 billion stake in XAI, which is pretty massive, and another Elon Musk company. So nice look for them there. For TSLA, also announcing some robotaxi and other product timelines. Timelines, Tesla always a little bit dicey, but nice look there for them. META, struggling at least initially a little bit here because they do come out and guide well above expected for CapEx. It was like, I believe, 115 to 135 billion. We were expecting 110 billion. So that's going to be more or less, right? So that's going to be obviously higher than expected. They also missed Reality Labs earnings and then reported a larger than expected Reality Labs loss. So in my opinion, a double miss on Reality Labs, though their guidance for Q1 revenue were on 55 billion versus 51 billion expected. Microsoft double beat, much like the other two Make 7 names that reported tonight. The issue with MSFT was that a lot of their segment earnings were either right in line with estimates or actually declining year over year. So quick Adara eidetic memory recap of earnings.
Nice. Well done. Yeah, I mean, we're taking out that 5% right now for Meta. Microsoft as well, still chopping around, but trying to push back to the upside. What do we do tomorrow here, guys? I mean, a lot of these going to be in places they haven't been for a long time.
Especially Meta. I mean, Meta's the one that's giving you the biggest surprise. Like, as good as Tesla was, we're not anywhere near with Tesla. Anything can happen during the call. But as of right now, it seems to me of the three, Meta is the most interesting one by far. And don't sleep on this Robinhood. A couple of good stories here. I think that could be a nice mover as well. And then remember the sympathy plays and some of the memory chip names, all looking very, very strong. But yeah, Meta really stand out.
You asked what the play is for tomorrow? 5-star banger, 5-star recruit coming tomorrow. This play right here, Nvidia. Check the chart. I don't know if we have, what chart are you guys showing up there? That's not my chart. But right here, 194 and change for NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA up here, up 2.5%, Brendan. Neil, Adair, I think NVIDIA is the real winner in all of this. I mean, sure, the stocks will go where they go, but here, okay, there you go on my screen. There's NVIDIA. Look at that level right there. Looks like we're trying to break back to the upside. And as Brendan said, we're a month away from NVIDIA earnings. You want to be short this thing, heading into Amazon, heading into Google, really, so let's see what winds up happening here. And I think Apple tomorrow will be a really interesting call as well. We'll see what they wind up printing. But yeah, Meta 700, great talk. And then Tesla 450. Let's hit some key levels tomorrow morning. And I'm excited for it. As you can see, the energy's not stopping. We're really, really, drinking the Kool-Aid here in the tech land. I mean, it's still upside. The NASDAQ, look at the Qs.
Cannot be stopped.
Look at the Qs. The Qs just straight up fire right now. The Qs go down to 629. Now just bang, straight up, like 30 minutes, nothing but upside printing right now on the NASDAQ. It won't slow down either. We'll see if it's at 450 marker.
To recap for anyone sticking around, 5:30 the earnings calls for both Tesla and Microsoft. Whether or not we get any more significant details out of those remains to be seen. In just a matter of moments for the overall market here, we get the start of mega cap tech earnings. I mean, Apple tomorrow, as guys were saying, but I mean, if we continue in this general direction, the second I sat down here this afternoon with you, I saw a lot of things. That was the least volatile day I think I've ever witnessed as far as the overall market is concerned.
Yeah, just to watch the market, it was like, the Qs on the screen the whole time. It's kind of like, what's going on here, right? And I think, too, with regards to just the way their stocks are moving, as I mentioned off camera, usually the stocks are kind of moving in tandem, but we had things that were completely on their own, not particularly strong catalysts, right? So I think in that case, it's just the market did not care that much about what Fed Chair Jerome Powell had to say other than when metals were brought up, certain things about what happened, great. A lot of great hits from Jay Powell today, just a lot of repeating of things we've heard prior.
He overall seemed like he didn't really feel it anymore. Like no. His patience was definitely on the short end of the stick. I don't know, guys. Final thought here. We'll call it.
I gotta say, him not his favorite coffee.
You don't need a coffee right now because that reversal in Meta has got to wake you. If you didn't get woken up by that reversal in Meta, then I don't know what you need.
Highs. Day highs right now.
About
for
everyone's bedroom.
Meta, Microsoft, trying to shop around areas, trying to get higher, but not really doing a lot. That's not much either.
In the chat, everybody, let us know your weekly ones. Let us know that, and we get this chat going. But now, what are we talking about? But yeah, nice move today. I'm excited. I think it's going to be a big day tomorrow. Lots of stuff to trade. There's everybody in the chat. Thanks so much. Oh, the chat's going absolutely nuts right now. I don't know why. What's but there's Obi here. Obi's watching, but I saw the one from Obi screen right here. This is going insane. Forget about that. You can see that one. Lots of ones. Look at it. We can't even slow it down right into there. So thank you everybody for joining us today. It was a big one, and we want to thank everybody. And guess what? We're doing it tomorrow. 4 o'clock. You can find us tomorrow. Of course.
No doubt.
We'll be here tomorrow morning. Shout out to ICE. We will be here to talk about what happens in the morning as well, with all three of these moving around, continuing, hopefully after these earnings calls. So join us at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we'll continue the conversation. We'll bring you Apple after the close tomorrow. Another big day ahead. Thanks for all for hanging out this afternoon. We will catch you at 7:10.
Bye-bye.